The Ballad of Lost Camel. She got the witch of the what she did, hid the bell with a blot she did, but she fell in love with a hominid. Where is the witch of the what she did? From the Ballad of Lost Camel. She was a girly girl, and they were true men, the lords of creation, but she pitted her wits against them, and she won. It had never happened before, and it is sure never to happen again, but she did win. She was not even of human extraction. She was cat-derived, though human in outward shape, which explains the C in front of her name. Her father's name was Camacintosh, and her name Camel. She won her tricks against the lawful and assembled lords of the instrumentality. It all happened at Earthport, greatest of buildings, smallest of cities, standing 25 kilometers high at the western edge of the smaller sea of Earth. Gestacost had an office outside the fourth valve. 1. Gestacost liked the morning sunshine, while most of the other lords of the instrumentality did not, so that he had no trouble in keeping the office and the apartments which he had selected. His main office was 90 meters deep, 20 meters high, 20 meters broad. Behind it was the fourth valve, almost 1,000 hectares in extent. It was shaped helically, like an enormous snail. Gestacost's apartment, big as it was merely one of the pigeonholes in the muffler of the rim of Earthport. Earthport stood like an enormous wine glass, reaching from the magma to the high atmosphere. Earthport had been built during mankind's biggest mechanical splurge. Though men had had nuclear rockets since the beginning of consecutive history, they had used chemical rockets to load the interplanetary ion drive and nuclear drive vehicles, or to assemble the photonic sail ships for interstellar cruises. Impatient with the troubles of taking things bit by bit into the sky, they had worked out a billion-ton rocket, only to find that it ruined whatever countryside it touched in landing. The Daimoni, people of Earth extraction, who came back from somewhere beyond the stars, had helped men build it of weatherproof, rust-proof, time-proof, stress-proof material. Then they had gone away and had never come back. Gestacost often looked around his apartment and wondered what it might have been like when white-hot gas, muted to a whisper, surged out of the valve into his own chamber and the 63 other chambers like it. Now he had a back wall of heavy timber, and the valve itself was a great hollow cave where a few wild things lived. Nobody needed that much space anymore. The chambers were useful, but the valve did nothing. Planeforming ships whispered in from the stars. They landed at Earthport as a matter of legal convenience, but they made no noise, and they certainly had no hot gases. Gestacost looked at the high clouds far below him and talked to himself. Nice day, good air, no trouble. Better eat. Gestacost often talked like that to himself. He was an individual, almost an eccentric. One of the top council of mankind, he had problems, but they were not personal problems. He had a Rembrandt hanging above his bed, the only Rembrandt known in the world, just as he was possibly the only person who could appreciate a Rembrandt. He had the tapestries of a forgotten empire hanging from his back wall. Every morning the sun played a grand opera for him, muting and lighting and shifting the colors, so that he could almost imagine that the old days of quarrel, murder, and high drama had come back to earth again. He had a copy of Shakespeare, a copy of Colegrove, and 2 pages of the Book of Ecclesiastes in a locked box beside his bed. Only 42 people in the universe could read ancient English, and he was one of them. He drank wine, which he had made by his own robots in his own vineyards on the Sunset Coast. He was a man, in short, who had arranged his own life to live comfortably, selfishly, and well on the personal side, so that he could give generously and impartially of his talents on the official side. When he awoke on this particular morning, he had no idea that a beautiful girl was about to fall hopelessly in love with him, that he would find, after 100 years and more of experience in government, another government on earth just as strong and almost as ancient as his own, that he would willingly fling himself into conspiracy and danger for a cause which he only half understood. All these things were mercifully hidden from him by time, so that his only question on arising was, should he or should he not have a small cup of white wine with his breakfast? On the 173rd day of each year he always made a point of eating eggs. They were a rare treat, and he did not want to spoil himself by having too many, nor to deprive himself and forget a treat by having none at all. He puttered around the room, muttering, "White wine, white wine." Camille was coming into his life, but he did not know it. She was fated to win. That part she herself did not know. Ever since mankind had gone through the rediscovery of man, bringing back governments, money, newspapers, national languages, sickness, and occasional death, there had been the problem of the underpeople, people who were not human, but merely humanly shaped from the stock of earth animals. They could speak, sing, read, write, work, love, and die, but they were not covered by human law, which simply defined them as homunculi, and gave them a legal status close to animals or robots. Real people from off-world were always called hominids. Most of the underpeople did their jobs and accepted their half-slave status without question. Some became famous. Macintosh had been the first Earth being to manage a 50-meter broad jump under normal gravity. His picture was seen in 1,000 worlds. His daughter, Camille, was a girly girl, earning her living by welcoming human beings and hominids from the outworlds and making them feel at home when they reached Earth. She had the privilege of working at Earthport, but she had the duty of working very hard for a living which did not pay well. Human beings and hominids had lived so long in an affluent society that they did not know what it meant to be poor. But the lords of the instrumentality had decreed that underpeople, derived from animal stock, should live under the economics of the ancient world. They had to have their own kind of money to pay for their rooms, their food, their possessions, and the education of their children. If they became bankrupt, they went to the poorhouse, where they were killed painlessly by means of gas. It was evident that humanity, having settled all of its own basic problems, was not quite ready to let Earth animals, no matter how much they might be changed, assume a full equality with man. The Lord Gestacost, seventh of that name, opposed the policy. He was a man who had little love, no fear, freedom from ambition, and a dedication to his job. But there are passions of government as deep and challenging as the emotions of love. 200 years of thinking himself right and of being outvoted had instilled in Gestacost a furious desire to get things done his own way. Gestacost was one of the few true men who believed in the rights of the underpeople. He did not think that mankind would ever get around to correcting ancient wrongs unless the underpeople themselves had some of the tools of power, weapons, conspiracy, wealth, and, above all, organization with which to challenge man. He was not afraid of revolt, but he thirsted for justice with an obsessive yearning which overrode all other considerations. When the lords of the instrumentality heard that there was the rumor of a conspiracy among the underpeople, they left it to the robot police to ferret it out. Gestacost did not. He set up his own police, using underpeople themselves for the purpose, hoping to recruit enemies who would realize that he was a friendly enemy and who would in course of time bring him into touch with the leaders of the underpeople. If those leaders existed, they were clever. What sign did a girly girl like Camille ever give that she was the spearhead of a crisscross of agents who had penetrated Earthport itself? They must, if they existed, be very, very careful. The telepathic monitors, both robotic and human, kept every thought band under surveillance by random sampling. Even the computers showed nothing more significant than improbable amounts of happiness in minds which had no objective reason for being happy. The death of her father, the most famous cat athlete which the underpeople had ever produced, gave Gestacost his first definite clue. He went to the funeral himself, where the body was packed in an ice rocket to be shot into space. The mourners were thoroughly mixed with the curiosity seekers. Sport is international, inter-race, inter-world, inter-species. Hominids were there, true men, 100% human, They looked weird and horrible because they or their ancestors had undergone bodily modifications to meet the life conditions of 1,000 worlds. Underpeople, the animal-derived homunculi, were there, most of them in their work clothes, and they looked more human than did the human beings from the outer worlds. None were allowed to grow up if they were less than half the size of man, or more than 6 times the size of man. They all had to have human features and acceptable human voices. The punishment for failure in their elementary schools was death. Gestacost looked over the crowd and wondered to himself, "We have set up the standards of the toughest kind of survival for these people, and we give them the most terrible incentive, life itself, as the condition of absolute progress. What fools we are to think that they will not overtake us." The true people in the group did not seem to think as he did. They tapped the underpeople peremptorily with their canes, even though this was an underperson's funeral, and the bear men, bull men, cat men, and others yielded immediately, and with a babble of apology. Camelle was close to her father's icy coffin. Gestacost not only watched her, she was pretty to watch. He committed an act which was an indecency in an ordinary citizen, but lawful for a lord of the instrumentality. He peeped her mind. And then he found something which he did not expect. As the coffin left, she cried, "E Telly Kelly, help me! Help me!" She had thought phonetically, not in script, and he had only the raw sound on which to base his search. Gestacost had not become a lord of the instrumentality without applying daring. His mind was quick, too quick to be deeply intelligent. He thought by gestalt, not by logic. He determined to force his friendship on the girl. He decided to await a propitious occasion, and then changed his mind about the time. As she went home from the funeral, he intruded upon the circle of her grim-faced friends, underpeople, who were trying to shield her from the condolences of ill-mannered but well-meaning sports enthusiasts. She recognized him, and showed him the proper respect. "My lord, I did not expect you here. You knew my father?" He nodded gravely and addressed sonorous words of consolation and sorrow, words which brought a murmur of approval from humans and underpeople alike. But with his left hand hanging slack at his side, he made the perpetual signal of "alarm, alarm," used with the Earthport staff, a repeated tapping of the thumb against the third finger, when they had to set one another on guard without alerting the off-world transients. She was so upset that she almost spoiled it all. While he was still doing his pious double-talk, she cried in a loud, clear voice, "You mean me?" And he went on with his condolences. "And I do mean you, Camelle, to be the worthiest carrier of your father's name. You are the one to whom we turn in this time of common sorrow. Who could I mean but you, if I say that Mackintosh never did things by halves, and died young as a result of his own zealous conscience? Goodbye, Camelle. I go back to my office." She arrived 40 minutes after he did. 2. He faced her straight away, studying her face. "This is an important day in your life." "Yes, my lord, a sad one." "I do not," he said, "mean your father's death and burial. I speak of the future to which we all must turn. Right now, it's you and me." Her eyes widened. She had not thought that he was that kind of man at all. He was an official who moved freely around Earthport, often greeting important off-world visitors and keeping an eye on the Bureau of Ceremonies. She was a part of the reception team, when a girly girl was needed to calm down a frustrated arrival or to postpone a quarrel. Like the geisha of ancient Japan, she had an honorable profession. She was not a bad girl, but a professionally flirtatious hostess. She stared at the Lord Gestacost. He did not look as though he meant anything improperly personal, but, thought she, you can never tell about men. "You know men," he said, passing the initiative to her. "I guess so," she said. Her face looked odd. She started to give him smile number 3, extremely adhesive, which she had learned in the girly girl school. Realizing it was wrong, she tried to give him an ordinary smile. She felt she had made a face at him. "Look at me," he said, "and see if you can trust me. I am going to take both our lives in my hands." She looked at him. What imaginable subject could involve him, a lord of the instrumentality, with herself, an undergirl? They never had anything in common. They never would. But she stared at him. "I want to help the underpeople." He made her blink. That was a crude approach, usually followed by a very raw kind of pass indeed. But his face was illuminated by seriousness. She waited. "Your people do not have enough political power even to talk to us. I will not commit treason to the true human race, but I am willing to give your side an advantage. If you bargain better with us, it will make all forms of life safer in the long run." Kamel stared at the floor, her red hair soft as the fur of a Persian cat. It made her head seem bathed in flames. Her eyes looked human, except that they had the capacity of reflecting when light struck them. The irises were the rich green of the ancient cat. When she looked right at him, looking up from the floor, her glance had the impact of a blow. "What do you want from me?" He stared right back. "Watch me. Look at my face. Are you sure that I want nothing from you personally?" She looked bewildered. "What else is there to want from me except personal things? I am a girly girl. I'm not a person of any importance at all, and I do not have much of an education. You know more, sir, than I will ever know." "Possibly," he said, watching her. She stopped feeling like a girly girl and felt like a citizen. It made her uncomfortable. "Who," he said, in a voice of great solemnity, "is your own leader?" "Commissioner Tea-Drinker, sir. He's in charge of all outworld visitors." She watched Gestacost carefully. He still did not look as if he were playing tricks. He looked a little cross. "I don't mean him. He's part of my own staff. Who's your leader among the underpeople?" "My father was, but he died." Gestacost said, "Forgive me. Please have a seat." "But I don't mean that." She was so tired that she sat down into the chair with an innocent voluptuousness which would have disorganized any ordinary man's day. She wore girly-girl clothes, which were close enough to the everyday fashion to seem agreeably modish when she stood up. In line with her profession, her clothes were designed to be unexpectedly and provocatively revealing when she sat down. Not revealing enough to shock the man with their brazenness, but so slit, tripped, and cut that he got far more visual stimulation than he expected. "I must ask you to pull your clothing together a little," said Gestacost in a clinical turn of voice. "I am a man, even if I am an official, and this interview is more important to you and to me than any distraction would be." She was a little frightened by his tone. She had meant no challenge. With the funeral that day, she meant nothing at all. These clothes were the only kind she had. He read all this in her face. Relentlessly, he pursued the subject. "Young lady, I asked about your leader. You name your boss and you name your father. I want your leader." "I don't understand," she said, on the edge of a sob. "I don't understand." Then he thought to himself, "I've got to take a gamble." He thrust the mental dagger home, almost drove his words like steel straight into her face. "Who," he said slowly and icily, "is Telly Kelly?" The girl's face had been cream-colored, pale with sorrow. Now she went white. She twisted away from him. Her eyes glowed like twin fires. Her eyes, like twin fires. No undergirl, thought Gestacost as he reeled, could hypnotize me. Her eyes were like cold fires. The room faded around him. The girl disappeared. Her eyes became a single white, cold fire. Within this fire stood the figure of a man. His arms were wings, but he had human hands growing at the elbows of his wings. His face was clear, white, cold as the marble of an ancient statue. His eyes were opaque white. I am the Itali Kelly. You will believe in me. You may speak to my daughter Camille. The image faded. Gestacost saw the girl staring as she sat awkwardly on the chair, looking blindly through him. He was on the edge of making a joke about her hypnotic capacity when he saw that she was still deeply hypnotized, even after he had been released. She had stiffened, and again her clothing had fallen into its planned disarray. The effect was not stimulating. It was pathetic beyond words, as though an accident had happened to a pretty child. He spoke to her. He spoke to her, not really expecting an answer. "Who are you?" he said to her, testing her hypnosis. "I am he whose name is never said aloud," said the girl in a sharp whisper. "I am he whose secret you have penetrated. I have printed my image and my name in your mind." Gestacost did not quarrel with ghosts like this. He snapped out a decision. "If I open my mind, will you search it while I watch you? Are you good enough to do that?" "I am very good," hissed the voice in the girl's mouth. Camille arose and put her 2 hands on his shoulders. She looked into his eyes. He looked back. A strong telepath himself, Gestacost was not prepared for the enormous thought voltage which poured out of her. "Look in my mind," he commanded, "for the subject of under-people only." "I see it," thought the mind behind Camille. "Do you see what I mean to do for the under-people?" Gestacost heard the girl breathing hard as her mind served as a relay to his. He tried to remain calm so that he could see which part of his mind was being searched. Very good so far, he thought to himself. An intelligence like that on Earth itself, he thought, and we of the Lords not knowing it. The girl hacked out a dry little laugh. Gestacost thought at the mind, "Sorry, go ahead." "This plan of yours," thought the strange mind, "may I see more of it?" "That's all there is." "Oh," said the strange mind, "you want me to think for you. Can you give me the keys in the bell and bank which pertain to destroying under-people?" "You can have the information keys if I can ever get them," thought Gestacost, "but not the control keys, and not the master switch of the bell." "Fair enough," thought the other mind. "And what do I pay for them?" "You support me in my policies before the instrumentality. You keep the under-people reasonable, if you can, when the time comes to negotiate. You maintain honor and good faith in all subsequent agreements. But how can I get the keys? It would take me a year to figure them out myself." "Let the girl look once," thought the strange mind, "and I will be behind her. Fair?" "Fair," thought Gestacost. "Break?" thought the mind. "How do we reconnect?" thought Gestacost back. "As before, through the girl. Never say my name. Don't think it if you can help it. Break?" "Break," thought Gestacost. The girl who had been holding his shoulders drew his face down and kissed him firmly and warmly. He had never touched an under-person before, and it never had occurred to him that he might kiss one. It was pleasant, but he took her arms away from his neck, half-turned her around, and let her lean against him. "Daddy," she sighed happily. Suddenly she stiffened, looked at his face, and sprang for the door. "Gestacost!" she cried. "Lord Gestacost, what am I doing here?" "Your duty is done, my girl. You may go." She staggered back into the room. "I'm going to be sick," she said. She vomited on his floor. He pushed a button for a cleaning robot and slapped his desktop for coffee. She relaxed and talked about his hopes for the under-people. She stayed an hour. By the time she left, they had a plan. Neither of them had mentioned Itali Kelly. Neither had put purposes in the open. If the monitors had been listening, they would have found no single sentence or paragraph which was suspicious. When she had gone, Gestacost looked out of his window. He saw the clouds far below, and he knew the world below him was in twilight. He had planned to help the under-people, and he had met powers of which organized mankind had no conception or perception. He was righter than he had thought. He had to go on through. But as partner, Camille herself. Was there ever an odder diplomat in the history of worlds? 3. In less than a week they had decided what to do. It was the Council of the Lords of the Instrumentality at which they would work, the brain center itself. The risk was high, but the entire job could be done in a few minutes, if it were done at the bell itself. This is the sort of thing which interested Gestacost. He did not know that Kamel watched him with two different facets of her mind. One side of her was alertly and wholeheartedly his fellow conspirator, utterly in sympathy with the revolutionary aims to which they were both committed. The other side of her was feminine. She had a womanliness which was truer than that of any hominid woman. She knew the value of her trained smile, her splendidly kept red hair with its unimaginably soft texture, her lithe young figure with firm breasts and persuasive hips. She knew down to the last millimeter the effect which her legs had on hominid men. True humans kept few secrets from her. The men betrayed themselves by their unfulfillable desires, the women by their irrepressible jealousies. But she knew people best of all by not being one herself. She had to learn by imitation, and imitation is conscious. 1,000 little things which ordinary women took for granted, or thought about just once in a whole lifetime, were subjects of acute and intelligent study to her. She was a girl by profession. She was a human by assimilation. She was an inquisitive cat in her genetic nature. Now she was falling in love with Gestacost, and she knew it. Even she did not realize that the romance would sometime leak out into rumor, be magnified into legend, distilled into romance. She had no idea of the ballad about herself that would open with the lines which became famous much later. She got the witch of the what she did, hid the bell with the blot she did, but she fell in love with a hominid. Where is the witch of the what she did? All this lay in the future, and she did not know it. She knew her own past. She remembered the off-earth prince who had rested his head in her lap and had said, sipping his glass of mott by way of farewell, "Funny, Kamel, you're not even a person, and you're the most intelligent human being I've met in this place. Do you know it made my planet poor to send me here? And what did I get out of them? Nothing. Nothing and 1,000 times nothing. But you now, if you'd been running the government of Earth, I'd have gotten what my people need, and this world would be richer too. Man-home, they call it. Man-home, my eye. The only smart person on it is a female cat." He ran his fingers around her ankle. She did not stir. That was part of hospitality, and she had her own ways of making sure that hospitality did not go too far. Earth police were watching her. To them she was a convenience, maintained for outworld people, something like a soft chair in the Earthport lobbies, or a drinking fountain with acid-tasting water for strangers who could not tolerate the insipid water of Earth. She was not expected to have feelings or to get involved. If she had ever caused an incident, they would have punished her fiercely, as they often punished animals or underpeople, or else, after a short formal hearing with no appeal, they would have destroyed her, as the law allowed and custom encouraged. She had kissed 1,000 men, maybe 1,500. She had made them feel welcome, and she had gotten their complaints or their secrets out of them as they left. It was a living, emotionally tiring, but intellectually very stimulating. Sometimes it made her laugh to look at human women with their pointed-up noses and their proud airs, and to realize that she knew more about the men who belonged to the human women than the human women themselves ever did. Once a policewoman had had to read over the record of 2 pioneers from New Mars. Kamel had been given the job of keeping in very close touch with them. When the policewoman got through reading the report, she looked at Kamel, and her face was distorted with jealousy and prudish rage. "Cat! You call yourself cat? You're a pig, you're a dog, you're an animal. You may be working for Earth, but don't ever get the idea that you're as good as a person. I think it's a crime that the instrumentality lets monsters like you greet real human beings from outside. I can't stop it. But may the bell help you, girl, if you ever touch a real Earthman, if you ever get near one, if you ever try tricks here. Do you understand me?" "Yes, ma'am," Kamel had said. To herself she thought, "That poor thing doesn't know how to select her own clothes or how to do her own hair. No wonder she resents somebody who manages to be pretty." Perhaps the policewoman thought that raw hatred would be shocking to Kamel. It wasn't. Underpeople were used to hatred, and it was not any worse raw than it was when cooked with politeness and served like poison. They had to live with it. But now it was all changed. She had fallen in love with Gestacost. Did he love her? Impossible. No, not impossible. Unlawful, unlikely, indecent. Yes, all these, but not impossible. Surely he felt something of her love. If he did, he gave no sign of it. People and underpeople had fallen in love many times before. The underpeople were always destroyed and the real people brainwashed. There were laws against that kind of thing. The scientists among people had created the underpeople, had given them capacities which real people did not have. The 50-meter jump, the telepath 2 miles underground, the turtle man waiting 1,000 years next to an emergency door, the cowman guarding a gate without reward. And the scientists had also given many of the underpeople the human shape. It was handier that way. The human eye, the 5-fingered hand, the human size, these were convenient for engineering reasons. By making underpeople the same size and shape as people, more or less, the scientists eliminated the need for 2 or 3 or a dozen different sets of furniture. The human form was good enough for all of them. But they had forgotten the human heart. And now she, Kamel, had fallen in love with a man, a true man old enough to have been her father's grandfather. But she didn't feel daughterly about him at all. She remembered that with her own father there was an easy comradeship, an innocent and forthcoming affection which masked the fact that he was considerably more cat-like than she was. Between them there was an aching void of forever unspoken words, things that couldn't quite be said by either of them, perhaps things that couldn't be said at all. They were so close to each other that they could get no closer. This created enormous distance, which was heartbreaking but unutterable. Her father had died, and now this true man was here with all the kindness— "That's it," she whispered to herself, "with all the kindness that none of these passing men have ever really shown, with all the depth which my poor underpeople can never get. Not that it's not in them, but they're born like dirt, treated like dirt, put away like dirt when they die. How can any of my own men develop real kindness? There's a special sort of majesty to kindness. It's the best part there is to being people, and he has whole oceans of it in him, and it's strange, strange, strange that he's never given his real love to any human woman." She stopped cold. Then she consoled herself and whispered on, "Or if he did, it's so long ago that it doesn't matter now. He's got me. Does he know it?" 4. The Lord Gestacost did know, and yet he didn't. He was used to getting loyalty from people because he offered loyalty and honor in his daily work. He was even familiar with loyalty becoming obsessive and seeking physical form, particularly from women, children, and underpeople. He had always coped with it before. He was gambling on the fact that Kamel was a wonderfully intelligent person, and that as a girly girl, working on the hospitality staff of the Earthport Police, she must have learned to control her personal feelings. "We're born in the wrong age," he thought, "when I meet the most intelligent and beautiful female I've ever met, and then have to put business first. But this stuff about people and underpeople is sticky, sticky. We've got to keep personalities out of it." So he thought. Perhaps he was right. If the nameless one, whom he did not dare to remember, commanded an attack on the bell itself, that was worth their lives. Their emotions could not come into it. The bell mattered. Justice mattered. The perpetual return of mankind to progress mattered. He did not matter, because he had already done most of his work. Kamel did not matter because their failure would leave her with mere underpeople forever. The bell did count. The price of what he proposed to do was high, but the entire job could be done in a few minutes if it were done at the bell itself. The bell, of course, was not a bell. It was a three-dimensional situation table, 3 times the height of a man. It was set 1 story below the meeting room and shaped roughly like an ancient bell. The meeting table of the Lords of the Instrumentality had a circle cut out of it, so that the Lords could look down into the bell at whatever situation one of them called up either manually or telepathically. The bank below it, hidden by the floor, was the key memory bank of the entire system. Duplicates existed at 30-odd other places on Earth. 2 duplicates lay hidden in interstellar space, one of them beside the 90-million-mile gold-colored ship left over from the war against Raumsog, and the other masked as an asteroid. Most of the Lords were off-world on the business of the instrumentality. Only 3 besides Gestacost were present. The Lady Johanna Nade, the Lord Isan Olaskoga, and the Lord William Not-From-Here. The Not-From-Heres were a great Norstrilian family, which had migrated back to Earth many generations before. The Itelikeli told Gestacost the rudiments of a plan. He was to bring Kamel into the chambers on a summons. The summons was to be serious. They should avoid her summary death by automatic justice, if the relays began to trip. Kamel would go into partial trance in the chamber. He was then to call the items in the bell which Itelikeli wanted traced. A single call would be enough. Itelikeli would take the responsibility for tracing them. The other Lords would be distracted by him, Itelikeli. It was simple in appearance. The complication came in action. The plan seemed flimsy, but there was nothing which Gestacost could do at this time. He began to curse himself for letting his passion for policy involve him in the intrigue. It was too late to back out with honor. Besides, he had given his word. Besides, he liked Kamel as a being, not as a girly girl, and he would hate to see her marked with disappointment for life. He knew how the underpeople cherished their identities and their status. With heavy heart but quick mind, he went to the council chamber. A dog girl, one of the routine messengers, whom he had seen many months outside the door, gave him the minutes. He wondered how Kamel or Itelikeli would reach him, once he was inside the chamber with its tight net of telepathic intercepts. He sat wearily at the table, and almost jumped out of his chair. The conspirators had forged the minutes themselves, and the top item was, Kamel, daughter to Kamacintosh, Catstock, pure, Lot 1138, confession of. Subject, conspiracy to export homuncular material. Reference, planet de Prinzensmacht. The Lady Johanna Nade had already pushed the buttons for the planet concerned. The people there, Earth by origin, were enormously strong, but they had gone to great pains to maintain the original Earth appearance. One of their first men was at the moment on Earth. He bore the title of the Twilight Prince, Prinz van de Schemmering, and he was on a mixed diplomatic and trading mission. Since Gestacost was a little late, Kamel was being brought into the room as he glanced over the minutes. The Lord Not-From-Here asked Gestacost if he would preside. "I beg you, Sir and Scholar," he said, "to join me in asking the Lord Isan to preside this time." The presidency was a formality. Gestacost could watch the bell and bank better if he did not have to chair the meeting, too. Kamel wore the clothing of a prisoner. On her it looked good. He had never seen her wearing anything but girly-girl clothes before. The pale blue prison tunic made her look very young, very human, very tender, and very frightened. The cat family showed only in the fiery cascade of her hair and the lithe power of her body as she sat, demure and erect. Lord Isan asked her, "You have confessed, confess again." This man, and she pointed at a picture of the Twilight Prince, wanted to go to the place where they torment human children for a show. "What?" cried 3 of the lords together. "What place?" said the Lady Johanna, who was bitterly in favor of kindness. "It's run by a man who looks like this gentleman here," said Kamel, pointing at Gestacost, quickly so that nobody could stop her, but modestly, so that none of them thought to doubt her, She circled the room and touched Jesticost's shoulder. He felt a thrill of contact telepathy and heard bird cackle in her brain. Then he knew that the Italy Kelly was in touch with her. "The man who has the place," said Kamel, "is 5 pounds lighter than this gentleman, 2 inches shorter, and he has red hair. His place is at the cold sunset corner of Earthport, down the boulevard and under the boulevard. Underpeople, some of them with bad reputations, live in that neighborhood." The bell went milky, flashing through hundreds of combinations of bad underpeople in that part of the city. Jesticost felt himself staring at the casual milkiness with unwanted concentration. The bell cleared. It showed the vague image of a room in which people were playing Halloween tricks. The Lady Johanna laughed. "Those aren't people, they're robots. It's just a dull old play." "Then," added Kamel, "he wanted $1 and a shilling to take home. Real ones. There was a robot who had found some." "What are those?" said Lord Isan. "Ancient money, the real money of old America and old Australia," cried Lord William. "I have copies, but there are no originals outside the State Museum." He was an ardent, passionate collector of coins. The robot found them in an old hiding place right under Earthport. Lord William almost shouted at the bell. "Run through every hiding place and get me that money!" The bell clouded. In finding the bad neighborhoods, it had flashed every police point in the northwest sector of the tower. Now it scanned all the police points under the tower and ran dizzily through thousands of combinations before it settled on an old tool room. A robot was polishing circular pieces of metal. When Lord William saw the polishing, he was furious. "Get that here!" he shouted. "I want to buy those myself." "All right," said Lord Isan. "It's a little irregular, but all right." The machine showed the key search devices and brought the robot to the escalator. The Lord Isan said, "This isn't much of a case." Kamel snivelled. She was a good actress. Then he wanted me to get a homunculus egg, one of the E-type derived from birds, for him to take home. Isan put on the search device. "Maybe," said Kamel, "somebody has already put it in the disposal series." The bell and bank ran through all the disposal devices at high speed. Jesticost felt his nerves go on edge. No human being could have memorized these thousands of patterns as they flashed across the bell too fast for human eyes, but the brain reading the bell through his eyes was not human. It might even be locked into a computer of its own. It was, thought Jesticost, an indignity for a lord of the instrumentality to be used as a human spyglass. The machine blotted up. "You're a fraud," cried the Lord Isan. "There's no evidence." "Maybe the off-worlder tried," said the Lady Johanna. "Shadow him," said Lord William. "If he would steal ancient coins, he would steal anything." The Lady Johanna turned to Kamel. "You're a silly thing. You have wasted our time, and you have kept us from serious interworld business." "It is interworld business," wept Kamel. She let her hand slip from Jesticost's shoulder, where it had rested all the time. The body-to-body relay broke, and the telepathic link broke with it. "We should judge that," said Lord Isan. "You might have been punished," said Lady Johanna. The Lord Jesticost had said nothing, but there was a glow of happiness in him. If the Italy Kelly was half as good as he seemed, the underpeople had a list of checkpoints and escape routes which would make it easier to hide from the capricious sentence of painless death which human authorities meted out. 5. There was singing in the corridors that night. Underpeople burst into happiness for no visible reason. Kamel danced a wild cat dance for the next customer who came in from outworld stations that very evening. When she got home to bed, she knelt before the picture of her father, Kamacintosh, and thanked the Italy Kelly for what Jesticost had done. But the story became known a few generations later, when the Lord Jesticost had won acclaim for being the champion of the underpeople, and when the authorities, still unaware of Italy Kelly, accepted the elected representatives of the underpeople as negotiators for better terms of life, and Kamel had died long since. She had first had a long, good life. She became a female chef when she was too old to be a girly girl. Her food was famous. Gestacost once visited her. At the end of the meal he had asked, "There's a silly rhyme among the underpeople. No human beings know it except me." "I don't care about rhymes," she said. "This is called the What She Did." Kamel blushed all the way down to the neckline of her capacious blouse. She had filled out a lot in middle age. Running the restaurant had helped. "Oh, that rhyme," she said. "It's silly." "It says you were in love with a hominid." "No," she said. "I wasn't." Her green eyes, as beautiful as ever, stared deeply into his. Gestacost felt uncomfortable. This was getting personal. He liked political relationships. Personal things made him uncomfortable. The light in the room shifted, and her cat eyes blazed at him. She looked like the magical fire-haired girl he had known. "I wasn't in love. You couldn't call it that." Her heart cried out, "It was you, it was you, it was you." "But the rhyme," insisted Gestacost, "says it was a hominid. It wasn't that Prinz van der Schemmering." "Who was he?" Kamel asked the question quietly, but her emotions cried out, "Darling, will you never, never know?" "The strong man." "Oh, him. I've forgotten him." Gestacost rose from the table. "You've had a good life, Kamel. You've been a citizen, a committee woman, a leader, and do you even know how many children you have had?" 73, she snapped at him. "Just because they're multiple doesn't mean we don't know them." His playfulness left him. His face was grave, his voice kindly. "I meant no harm, Kamel." He never knew that when he left she went back to the kitchen and cried for a while. It was Gestacost, whom she had vainly loved ever since they had been comrades, many long years ago. Even after she died, at the full age of 63, he kept seeing her about the corridors and shafts of Earthport. Many of her great-granddaughters looked just like her, and several of them practiced the girly-girl business with huge success. They were not half-slaves. They were citizens, reserved grade, and they had photopasses which protected their property, their identity, and their rights. Gestacost was the godfather to them all. He was often embarrassed when the most voluptuous creatures in the universe threw playful kisses at him. All he asked was fulfillment of his political passions, not his personal ones. He had always been in love, madly in love, with justice itself. At last his own time came, and he knew that he was dying, and he was not sorry. He had had a wife, hundreds of years ago, and had loved her well. Their children had passed into the generations of man. In the ending he wanted to know something, and he called to a nameless one, or to his successor, far beneath the world. He called with his mind till it was a scream. "I have helped your people." "Yes," came back the faintest of faraway whispers. Inside his head, "I am dying. I must know. Did she love me?" "She went on without you, so much did she love you. She let you go for your sake, not for hers. She really loved you, more than death, more than life, more than time. You will never be apart." "Never apart?" Not in the memory of man," said the voice, and was then still. Gestacost lay back on his pillow and waited for the day to end. Think Blue, Count 2. 1. Before the great ships whispered between the stars by means of planoforming, people had to fly from star to star with immense sails, huge films assorted in space on long, rigid, cold-proof rigging. A small spaceboat provided room for a sailor to handle the sails, check the course, and watch the passengers who were sealed like knots in immense threads, in their little adiabatic pods which trailed behind the ship. The passengers knew nothing, except for going to sleep on Earth and waking up on a strange new world 40, 50, or 200 years later. This was a primitive way to do it, but it worked. On such a ship, Helen America had followed Mr. Gray no more. On such ships, the scanners retained their ancient authority over space. 200 planets and more were settled in this fashion, including old North Australia, destined to be the treasure house of them all. The emigration port was a series of low, square buildings, nothing like Earthport, which towers above the clouds like a frozen nuclear explosion. Emigration port is dour, drab, dreary, and efficient. The walls are black-red, like old blood, merely because they are cheaper to heat that way. The rockets are ugly and simple, the rocket pits as inglorious as machine shops. Earth has a few show places to tell visitors about. Emigration port is not one of them. The people who work there get the privilege of real work and secure professional honors. The people who go there become unconscious very soon. What they remember about Earth is a little room like a hospital room, a little bed, some music, some talk, the sleep, and, perhaps, the cold. From emigration port, they go to their pods, sealed in. The pods go to the rockets, and these to the sailing ship. That's the old way of doing it. The new way is better. All a person does now is visit the pleasant lounge, or play a game of cards, or eat a meal or two. All he needs is half the wealth of a planet, or a couple 100 years' seniority marked excellent without a single break. The photonic sails were different. Everyone took chances. A young man, bright of skin and hair, merry at heart, set out for a new world. An older man, his hair touched with gray, went with him. So, too, did 30,000 others, and also the most beautiful girl on Earth. Earth could have kept her, but the new worlds needed her. She had to go. She went by light sail ship, and she had to cross space, space where the danger always waits. Space sometimes commands strange tools to its uses, the screams of a beautiful child, the laminated brain of a long-dead mouse, the heartbroken weeping of a computer. Most space offers no respite, no relay, no rescue, no repair. All dangers must be anticipated, otherwise they become mortal. And the greatest of all hazards is the risk of man himself. "She's beautiful," said the first technician. "She's just a child," said the second. "She won't look like much of a child when they're 200 years out," said the first. "But she is a child," said the second, smiling. "A beautiful doll with blue eyes, just going tiptoe into the beginnings of grown-up life." He sighed. "She'll be frozen," said the first. "Not all the time," said the second. "Sometimes they wake up. They have to wake up. The machines defreeze them. You remember the crimes on the old 22? Nice people, but the wrong combinations. And everything went wrong. Dirtily, brutally wrong." They both remembered old 22. The hell ship had drifted between the stars for a long time before its beacon brought rescue. Rescue was much too late. The ship was in immaculate condition. The sails were set at a correct angle. The thousands of frozen sleepers strung out behind the ship in their one-body adiabatic pods would have been in excellent condition, but they had merely been left in open space too long, and most of them had spoiled. The inside of the ship, there was the trouble. The sailor had failed or died. The reserve passengers had been awakened. They did not get on well with one another, or else they got on too horribly well, in the wrong way. Out between the stars, encased only by a frail, limited cabin, they had invented new crimes and committed them upon each other. Crimes which a million years of Earth's old wickedness had never brought to the surface of man before. The investigators of Old 22 had become very sick, reconstructing the events that followed the awakening of the reserve crew. 2 of them had asked for blanking, and had obviously retired from service. The two technicians knew all about old 22 as they watched the 15-year-old woman sleeping on the table. Was she a woman? Was she a girl? What would happen to her if she did wake up on the flight? She breathed delicately. The two technicians looked across her figure at one another, and then the first one said, "We'd better call the psychological guard. It's a job for him." "He can try," said the second. The psychological guard, a man whose number name ended in the digits Tyga Bayless, came cheerfully into the room a half-hour later. He was a dreamy-looking old man, sharp and alert, probably in his fourth rejuvenation. He looked at the beautiful girl on the table and inhaled sharply. "What's this for? A ship?" "No," said the first technician. "It's a beauty contest." "Don't be a fool," said the psychological guard. "You mean they are really sending that beautiful child into the up-and-out?" "It's stock," said the second technician. "The people out on Wereld Shemmering are running dreadfully ugly, and they flashed a sign to the big blink that they had to have better-looking people. The instrumentality is doing right by them. All the people on this ship are handsome or beautiful." "If she's that precious, why don't they freeze her and put her in a pod? That way she would either get there or she would not. A face as pretty as that," said Tyga Bayless, "could start trouble anywhere, let alone a ship. What's her name number?" "On the board there," said the first technician. "It's all on the board there. You'll want the others, too. They're listed, too, and ready to go on the board." "Veezy Koozy," read the psychological guard, saying the words aloud. "Or 5-6. That's a silly name, but it's rather cute." With one last look back at the sleeping girl, he bent to his work of reading the case histories of the people added to the reserve crew. Within 10 lines he saw why the girl was being kept ready for emergencies, instead of sleeping the whole trip through. She had a daughter potential of 999.999, meaning that any normal adult of either sex could and would accept her as a daughter after a few minutes of relationship. She had no skill in herself, no learning, no trained capacities, but she could remotivate almost anyone older than herself, and she showed a probability of making that remotivated person put up a gigantic fight for life, for her sake, and secondarily, the adopters. That was all, but it was special enough to put her in the cabin. She had tested out into the literal truth of the ancient poetic scrap, the fairest of the daughters of old Earth. When Tyga Bayless finished taking his notes from the records, the working time was almost over. The technicians had not interrupted him. He turned around to look one last time at the lovely girl. She was gone. The second technician had left, and the first was cleaning his hands. "You haven't frozen her?" cried Tyga Bayless. "I'll have to fix her, too, if the safeguard is to work." "Of course you do," said the first technician. "We've left you 2 minutes for it." "You give me 2 minutes," said the first technician, "to protect a trip of 450 years? "Do you need more?" said the technician, and it was not even a question, except in form. "Do I?" said Tyga Bayless. He broke into a smile. "No, I don't. That girl will be safe long after I am dead." "When do you die?" said the technician, socially. 73 years, 2 months, 4 days, said Tyga Bayless, agreeably. "I'm a fourth and last." "I thought so," said the technician. "You're smart. Nobody starts off that way. We all learn. I'm sure you'll take care of that girl." They left the laboratory together and ascended to the surface and the cool, restful night of Earth. 2. Late the next day, Tyga Bayless came in, very cheerful indeed. In his left hand he held a drama spool, full commercial size. In his right hand there was a black plastic cube with shimmering silver contact points gleaming on its sides. The two technicians greeted him politely. The psychological guard could not hide his excitement and his pleasure. "I've got that beautiful child taken care of. The way she is going to be fixed, she'll keep her daughter potential, but it's going to be a lot closer to 1000.00 than it was with all those 9s. I've used a mouse brain." "If it's frozen," said the first technician, "we won't be able to put it in the computer. It will have to go forward with the emergency stores." "This brain isn't frozen," said Tyga Bayless indignantly. "It's been laminated. We stiffened it with Celluprime, and then we veneered it down, about 7,000 layers. Each one has plastic of at least 2 molecular thicknesses. This mouse can't spoil. As a matter of fact, this mouse is going to go on thinking forever. He won't think much unless we put the voltage on him, but he'll think. And he can't spoil. This is ceramic plastic, and it would take a major weapon to break it." "The contacts?" said the second technician. "They don't go through," said Tyga Bayless. "This mouse is tuned into that girl's personality up to 1,000 meters. You can put him anywhere in the ship. The case has been hardened. The contacts are just attached on the outside. They feed to nickel-steel counterpart contacts on the inside. I told you this mouse is going to be thinking when the last human being on the last known planet is dead, and it's going to be thinking about that girl forever." "Forever is an awfully long time," said the first technician, with a shiver. "We only need a safety period of 2,000 years. The girl herself would spoil in less than 1,000 years if anything did go wrong." "Never you mind," said Tyga Bayless. "That girl is going to be guarded whether she is spoiled or not." He spoke to the cube. "You're going along with VZ, fellow, and if she is an old 22, you'll turn the whole thing into a toddle garden frolic complete with ice cream and hymns to the west wind." Tyga Bayless looked up at the other men and said, quite unnecessarily, "He can't hear me." "Of course not," said the first technician, very dryly. They all looked at the cube. It was a beautiful piece of engineering. The psychological guard had reason to be proud of it. "Do you need the mouse any more?" said the first technician. "Yes," said Tyga Bayless. 1/3 of a millisecond at 40 megadynes. I want him to get her whole life printed on his left cortical lobe, particularly her screams. She screamed badly at 10 months. Something she got in her mouth. She screamed at 10 when she thought the air had stopped in her drop shaft. It hadn't, or she wouldn't be here. They're in her record. I want the mouse to have those screams. And she had a pair of red shoes for her 4th birthday. Give me the full 2 minutes with her. I've printed the key on the complete series of Marcia and the Moon Men. That was the best box drama for teenage girls that they ran last year. VZ saw it. This time she'll see it again, but the mouse will be tied in. She won't have the chance of a snowball in hell of forgetting it," said the first technician. "What was that?" "Huh?" said Tyga Bayless. "What was that you just said, that at the end? Are you deaf?" "No," said the technician huffily. "I just didn't understand what you meant." "I said that she would not have the chance of a snowball in hell of forgetting it." "That's what I thought you said," replied the technician. "What is a snowball? What is hell? What sort of chances do they make?" The second technician interrupted eagerly. "I know," he explained. "Snowballs are ice formations on Neptune. Hell is a planet out near Khufu 7. I don't know how anybody would get them together." Tyga Bayless looked at them with the weary amazement of the very old. He did not feel like explaining, so he said gently, "Let's leave the literature till another time. All I meant was VZ will be safe when she's cued into this mouse. The mouse will outlast her and everybody else, and no teenage girl is going to forget Marcia and the Moon Men. Not when she saw every single episode twice over. This girl did. She's not going to render the other passengers ineffectual. That wouldn't help," said the first technician. "Not a bit," said Tyga Bayless. "Give me those strengths again," said the first technician. "Mouse, 1/3 millisecond at 40 megadynes. "They'll hear that way beyond the moon," said the technician. "You can't put that sort of stuff into people's heads without a permit. Do you want us to get a special permit from the instrumentality? For 1/3 of a millisecond?" The two men faced each other for a moment. Then the technician began creasing his forehead. His mouth began to smile, and they both laughed. The second technician did not understand it, and Tyga Bayliss said to him, "I'm putting the girl's whole lifetime into 1/3 of a millisecond at top power. It will drain over into the mouse brain inside this cube. What is the normal human reaction within 1/3 millisecond?" 15 milliseconds. The second technician started to speak and stopped himself. "That's right," said Tyga Bayliss. "People don't get anything at all in less than 15 milliseconds. This mouse isn't only veneered and laminated, he's fast. The lamination is faster than his own synapses ever were. Bring on the girl." The first technician had already gone to get her. The second technician turned back for one more question. "Is the mouse dead?" "No. Yes, of course not. What do you mean? Who knows?" said Tyga Bayliss, all in one breath. The younger man stared, but the couch with the beautiful girl had already rolled into the room. Her skin had chilled down from pink to ivory, and her respiration was no longer visible to the naked eye. But she was still beautiful. The deep freezing had not yet begun. The first technician began to whistle. "Mouse, 40 megadynes, 1/3 of a millisecond. Girl, output maximum, same time. Girl input, 2 minutes. What volume?" "Anything," said Tyga Bayliss. "Anything, whatever you use for deep personality engraving." "Set," said the technician. "Take the cube," said Tyga Bayliss. The technician took it and fitted it into the coffin-like box near the girl's head. "Goodbye, immortal mouse," said Tyga Bayliss. "Think about the beautiful girl when I am dead, and don't get too tired of Marcia and the Moon Men when you've seen it for 1,000,000 years." "Record," said the second technician. He took it from Tyga Bayliss and put it into a standard drama shower, but one with output cables heavier than any home had ever installed. "Do you have a code word?" said the first technician. "It's a little poem," said Tyga Bayliss. He reached in his pocket. "Don't read it aloud. If any of us misspoke a word, there is a chance she might hear it, and it would heterodyne the relationship between her and the laminated mouse." The two looked at a scrap of paper. In clear, archaic writing, there appeared the lines, "Lady, if a man tries to bother you, you can think blue, count 2, and look for a red shoe." The technicians laughed warmly. "That'll do it," said the first technician. Tyga Bayliss gave them an embarrassed smile of thanks. "Turn them both on," he said. "Goodbye, girl," he murmured to himself. "Goodbye, mouse. Maybe I'll see you in 74 years." The room flashed with a kind of invisible light inside their heads. In moon orbit, a navigator wondered about his mother's red shoes. 2,000,000 people on Earth started to count 1, 2, and then wondered why they had done so. A bright young parakeet in an orbital ship began reciting the whole verse and baffled the crew as to what the meaning might be. Apart from this, there were no side effects. The girl in the coffin arched her body with terrible strain. The electrodes had scorched the skin at her temples. The scars stood bright red against the chilled, fresh skin of the girl. The cube showed no sign from the dead live, live dead mouse. While the second technician put ointment on Veezy's scars, Tyga Bayliss put on a headset and touched the terminals of the cube very gently, without moving it from the snap-in position it held in the coffin-shaped box. He nodded, satisfied. He stepped back. "You're sure the girl got it?" "We'll read it back before she goes to deep freeze." "Marcia and the Moon Men. What?" "Can't miss it," said the first technician. "I'll let you know if there's anything missing. There won't be." Tyga Bayliss took one last look at the lovely, lovely girl. 73 years, 2 months, 3 days, he thought to himself, and she, beyond Earth rules, may be awarded 1,000 years, and the mouse brain has got 1,000,000 years. Veezy never knew any of them. Neither the first technician, nor the second technician, nor Tyga Bayliss, the psychological guard. To the day of her death, she knew that Marcia and the Moon Men had included the most wonderful blue lights, the hypnotic count of 1, 2, 1, 2, and the prettiest red shoes that any girl had seen on or off Earth. 3. 326 years later, she had to wake up. Her box had opened. Her body ached in every muscle and nerve. The ship was screaming emergency, and she had to get up. She wanted to sleep, or to die. The ship kept screaming. She had to get up. She lifted an arm to the edge of her coffin bed. She had practiced getting in and out of the bed in the long training period before they sent her underground to be hypnotized and frozen. She knew just what to reach for, just what to expect. She pulled herself over on her side. She opened her eyes. The lights were yellow and strong. She closed her eyes again. This time a voice sounded from somewhere near her. It seemed to be saying, "Take the straw in your mouth." Veezy groaned. The voice kept on saying things. Something scratchy pressed against her mouth. She opened her eyes. The outline of a human head had come between her and the light. She squinted, trying to see if it might be one more of the doctors. No, this was the ship. The face came into focus. It was the face of a very handsome and very young man. His eyes looked into hers. She had never seen anyone who was both handsome and sympathetic, quite the way that he was. She tried to see him clearly and found herself beginning to smile. The drinking tube thrust past her lips and teeth. Automatically, she sucked at it. The fluid was something like soup, but it had a medicinal taste, too. The face had a voice. "Wake up," he said. "Wake up. It doesn't do any good to hold back now. You need some exercise as soon as you can manage it." She let the tube slip from her mouth and gasped. "Who are you?" "Trace," he said. "And that's Talatashar over there. We've been up for 2 months rescuing the robots. We need your help." "Help?" she murmured. "My help?" Trace's face wrinkled and crinkled in a delightful grin. "Well, we sort of needed you. We really do need a third mind to watch the robots when we think we've fixed them. And besides, we're lonely. Talatashar and I aren't much company to each other. We looked over the list of reserve crew and we decided to wake you." He reached out a friendly hand to her. When she sat up, she saw the other man, Talatashar. She immediately recoiled. She had never seen anyone so ugly. His hair was gray and cropped. Piggy little eyes peered out of eye sockets which looked flooded with fat. His cheeks hung down in monstrous jowls on either side. On top of all that, his face was lopsided. One side seemed wide awake, but the other was twisted in an endless spasm which looked like agony. She could not help putting her hand to her mouth, and it was with the back of her hand against her lips that she spoke. I thought everybody on this ship was supposed to be handsome." One side of Talatashar's face smiled at her, while the other half stayed with its expression of frozen hurt. "We were," his voice rumbled, and it was not of itself an unpleasant voice. "We all were. Some of us always get spoiled in the freezing. It will take you a while to get used to me." He laughed grimly. "It took me a while to get used to me. In 2 months I've managed. Pleased to meet you. Maybe you'll be pleased to meet me after a while. What do you think of that, eh, Trace?" "What?" said Trace, who had watched them both with a friendly worry. "The girl, so tactful, the direct diplomacy of the very young. Was I handsome?" she said. "No, say I. What is she, anyhow?" Trace turned to her. "Let me help you sit," he said. She sat up on the edge of her box. Wordlessly, he passed the skin of fluid to her with its drinking tube, and she went back to sucking her broth. Her eyes peered up at the two men like the eyes of a small child. They were as innocent and troubled as the eyes of a kitten which has met worry for the first time. "What are you?" said Trace. She took her lips away from the tube for a moment. "A girl," she said. Half of Talatashar's face smiled a sophisticated smile. The other half moved a little with muscular drag, but expressed nothing. "We see that," said he, grimly. "He means," said Trace conciliatorily, "what have you been trained for?" She took her mouth away again. "Nothing," said she. The men laughed, both of them. First Trace laughed with all the evil in the world in his voice, then Talatashar laughed, and he was too young to laugh his own way. His laughter, too, was cruel. There was something masculine, mysterious, threatening, and secret in it, as though he knew all about things which girls could find out only at the cost of pain and humiliation. He was as alien for the moment as men have always been from women, filled with secret motives and concealed desires, driven by bright, sharp thoughts which women neither had nor wished to have, perhaps more than his body had spoiled. There was nothing in Veazey's own life to make her fear that laugh, but the instinctive reaction of 1,000,000 years of womanhood behind her was to disregard the evil, go on the alert for more trouble, and hope for the best at the moment. She knew, from books and tapes, all about sex. This laugh had nothing to do with babies, or with love. There was contempt, and power, and cruelty in it. The cruelty of men who are cruel merely because they are men. For an instant she hated both of them, but she was not alarmed enough to set off the trigger of the protective devices which the psychological guard had built into her mind itself. Instead, she looked down the cabin, 10 meters long and 4 meters wide. This was home now, perhaps forever. There were sleepers somewhere, but she did not see their boxes. All she had was this small space and the two men. Trace, with his warm smile, his nice voice, his interesting gray-blue eyes, and Talatashar with his ruined face, and their laughter, that wretchedly mysterious masculine laughter, hostile and laughing at in its undertones. Life's life, she thought, and I must live it, here. Talatashar, who had finished laughing, now spoke in a very different voice. There will be times for the fun and games later. First, we have to get the work done. The photonic sails aren't picking up enough starlight to get us anywhere. The mainsail is ripped by a meteor. We can't repair it, not when it's 20 miles across, so we have to jury-rig the ship. That's the right old word. How does it work? Asked Veazey, sadly, not much interested in her own question. The aches and pains of the long freeze were beginning to bedevil her. Talatashar said, It's simple. The sails are coated. We were put into orbit by rockets. The pressure of light is bigger on one side than on the other. With some pressure on one side and virtually no pressure on the other, the ship has to go somewhere. Interstellar matter is very fine and does not give us enough drag to slow us down. The sails pull away from the brightest source of light at any time. For the first 80 years it was the sun. Then we began trying to get both the sun and some bright patches of light behind it. Now we have more light coming at us than we want, and we will be pulled away from our destination if we do not point the blind side of the sails at the goal and the pushing sides at the next best source. The sailor died, for some reason we can't figure out. The ship's automatic mechanism woke us up, and the navigation board explained the situation to us. Here we are. We have to fix the robots. But what's the matter with them? Why don't they do it themselves? Why did they have to wake up people? They're supposed to be so smart. She particularly wondered, why did they have to wake up me? But she suspected the answer, that the men had done it, not the robots, and she did not want to make them say it. She still remembered how their masculine laughter had turned ugly. The robots weren't programmed to tear up sails, only to fix them. We've got to condition them to accept the damage that we want to leave and to go ahead with the new work which we are adding. Could I have something to eat? Asked Veazey. Let me get it, cried Trace. Why not? Said Talatashar. While she ate, they went over the proposed work in detail, the three of them talking it out calmly. Veazey felt more relaxed. She had the sensation that they were taking her in as a partner. By the time they completed their work schedules, they were sure it would take between 35 and 42 normal days to get the sails stiffened and rehung. The robots did the outside work, but the sails were 70,000 miles long by 20,000 miles wide. 42 days. The work was not 42 days at all. It was 1 year and 3 days before they finished. The relationships in the cabin had not changed much. Talatashar left her alone except to make ugly remarks. Nothing he had found in the medicine cabinet had made him look any better, but some of the things drugged him so that he slept long and well. Trace had long since become her sweetheart, but it was such an innocent romance that it might have been conducted on grass, under elms, at the edge of an earthside silky river. Once she had found them fighting, and had exclaimed, "Stop it! Stop it! You can't!" When they did stop hitting each other, she said wonderingly, "I thought you couldn't. Those boxes, those safeguards, those things they put in with us." And Talatashar said, in a voice of infinite ugliness and finality, "That's what they thought. I threw those things out of the ship months ago. Don't want them around." The effect on Trace was dramatic, as bad as if he had walked into one of the ancient unselfing grounds unaware. He stood utterly still, his eyes wide and his voice filled with fear, when at last he did speak. "So that's why we fought." "You mean the boxes? They're gone, all right." "But," gasped Trace, "each was protected by each one's box. We were all protected from ourselves. God help us all." "What is God?" said Talatashar. "Never mind. It's an old word. I heard it from a robot. But what are we going to do? What are you going to do?" said he accusingly to Talatashar. "Me?" said Talatashar. "I'm doing nothing. Nothing has happened." The working side of his face twisted in a hideous smile. Vizi watched both of them. She did not understand it, but she feared it, that unspecific danger. Talatashar gave them his ugly masculine laugh, but this time Trace did not join him. He stared open-mouthed at the other man. Talatashar put on a show of courage and indifference. "Shift's up," he said, "and I'm turning in." Vizi nodded and tried to say good night, but no words came. She was frightened and inquisitive. Of the two, feeling inquisitive was worse. There were 30-odd thousand people all around her, but only these two were alive and present. They knew something which she did not know. Talatashar made a brave show of it by bidding her. "Mix up something special for the big eating tomorrow. Mind you do it, girl." He climbed into the wall. When Vizi turned toward Trace, it was he who fell into her arms. "I'm frightened," he said. "We can face anything in space, but we can't face us. I'm beginning to think that the sailor killed himself. His psychological guard broke down too, and now we're all alone with just us." Vizi looked instinctively around the cabin. "It's all the same as before, just the three of us and this little room, and the up-and-out outside." "Don't you see it, darling?" He grabbed her by the shoulders. "The little boxes protected us from ourselves, and now there aren't any. We are helpless. There isn't anything here to protect us from us. What hurts man like man? What kills people like people? What danger to us could be more terrible than ourselves?" She tried to pull away. "It's not that bad." Without answering, he pulled her to him. He began tearing at her clothes. The jacket and shorts, like his own, were omni-textile, and fitted tight. She fought him off, but she was not the least bit frightened. She was sorry for him. And at this moment the only thing that worried her was that Talatashar might wake up and try to help her. That would be too much. Trace was not hard to stop. She got him to sit down, and they drifted into the big chair together. His face was as tear-stained as her own. That night they did not make love. In whispers, in gasps, he told her the story of Old 22. He told her that people poured out among the stars, and that the ancient things inside people woke up, so that the deeps of their minds were more terrible than the blackest depth of space. Space never committed crimes, it just killed. Nature could transmit death, but only man could carry crime from world to world. Without the boxes, they looked into the bottomless depths of their own unknown selves. She did not really understand, but she tried as well as she possibly could. He went to sleep. It was long after his shift should have ended, murmuring over and over again, "Veezy, Veezy, protect me from me. What can I do now, so that I won't do something terrible later on? What can I do? Now I'm afraid of me, Veezy, and afraid of old 22. Veezy, Veezy, you've got to save me from me. What can I do now? She had no answer, and after he slept, she slept. The yellow lights burned brightly on them both. The robot board, reading that no human being was in the on position, assumed complete control of the ship and sails. Talatashar woke them in the morning. No one that day, nor any of the succeeding days, said anything about the boxes. There was nothing to say. But the two men watched each other like unrelated beasts, and Veezy herself began watching them in turn. Something wrong and vital had come into the room, some exuberance of life which she had never known existed. It did not smell, she could not see it, she could not reach it with her fingers. It was something real, nevertheless. Perhaps it was what people once called danger. She tried to be particularly friendly to both the men. It made the feeling diminish within her. But Trace became surly and jealous, and Talatashar smiled his untruthful, lopsided smile. 4. Danger came to them by surprise. Talatashar's hands were on her, pulling her out of her own sleeping box. She tried to fight, but he was as remorseless as an engine. He pulled her free, turned her around, and let her float in the air. She would not touch the floor for a minute or two, and he obviously counted on getting control of her again. As she twisted in the air, wondering what had happened, she saw Trace's eyes rolling as they followed her movement. Only a fraction of a second later did she realize that she saw Trace, too. He was tied up with emergency wire, and the wire which bound him was tied to one of the stanchions in the wall. He was more helpless than she. A cold, deep fear came upon her. "Is this a crime?" she whispered to the empty air. "Is this what crime is? What you are doing to me?" Talatashar did not answer her, but his hands took a firm, terrible grip on her shoulders. He turned her around. She slapped at him. He slapped her back, hitting so hard that her jaw felt like a wound. She had hurt herself accidentally a few times. The doctor robots had always hurried to her aid, but no other human being had ever hurt her. Hurting people? Why, that wasn't done, except for the games of men. It wasn't done. It couldn't happen. It did. All in a rush, she remembered what Trace had told her about old 22, and about what happened to people when they lost their own outsides in space and began making up evil from the people insides, which, after 1,000,000 and more years of becoming human, still followed them everywhere, even into space itself. This was crime come back to man. She managed to say it to Talatashar. "You are going to commit crimes? On this ship? With me?" His expression was hard to read, with half of his face frozen in a perpetual rictus of unfulfilled laughter. They were facing each other now. Her face was feverish from the pain of his slap, but the good side of his face showed no corresponding imprint of pain from having been struck by her. It showed nothing but strength, alertness, and a kind of attunement which was utterly and unimaginably wrong. At last he answered her, and it was as if he wandered among the wonders of his own soul. "I'm going to do what I please. What I please. Do you understand?" "Why don't you just ask us?" she managed to say. "Trace and I will do anything you want. We're all alone in this little ship millions of miles from nowhere. Why shouldn't we do what you want? Let him go, and talk to me. We'll do what you want. Anything. You have rights, too." His laugh was close to a crazy scream. He put his face close to her, and hissed at her so sharply that droplets of his spittle sprayed against her cheek and ear. "I don't want rights!" he shouted at her. I don't want what's mine. I don't want to do right. Do you think I haven't heard the two of you night after night making soft, loving sounds when the cabin has gone dark? Why do you think I threw the cubes out of the ship? Why do you think I needed power?" "I don't know," she said, sadly and meekly. She had not given up hope. As long as he was talking, he might talk himself out and become reasonable again. She had heard of robots blowing their circuits, so that they had to be hunted down by other robots. But she had never thought that it might happen to people, too. Talatashar groaned. The history of man was in his groan, the anger at life which promises so much and gives so little, and despair about time, which tricks man while it shapes him. He sat back on the air and let himself drift toward the floor of the cabin, where the magnetic carpeting drew the silky iron filaments in their clothing. "You're thinking he'll get over this, aren't you?" said he, speaking of himself. She nodded. "You're thinking he'll get reasonable and let both of us alone, aren't you?" She nodded again. "You're thinking, Talatashar, he'll get well when we arrive at Werreld Shimmering, and the doctors will fix his face, and then we'll all be happy again. That's what you're thinking, isn't it?" She still nodded. Behind her, she heard Trace give a loud groan against his gag, but she did not dare take her eyes off Talatashar and his spoiled, horrible face. "Well, it won't be that way, Veezy," he said. The finality in his voice was almost calm. "Veezy, you're not going to get there. I'm going to do what I have to do. I'm going to do things to you that no one ever did in space before, and then I'm going to throw your body out the disposal door. But I'll let Trace watch it all before I kill him too. And then, do you know what I'll do?" Some strange emotion, it was probably fear, began tightening the muscles in her throat. Her mouth had become dry. She barely managed to croak, "No, I don't know what you'll do then." Talatashar looked as though he were staring inward. "I don't either," said he, "except that it's not something I want to do. I don't want to do it at all. It's cruel and messy, and when I get through I won't have you and him to talk to. But this is something I have to do. It's justice in a strange way. You've got to die because you're bad, and I'm bad too, but if you die, I won't be so bad." He looked up at her brightly, almost as though he were normal. "Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you understand any of it?" "No, no, no," Veezy stammered, but she could not help it. Talatashar stared not at her, but at the invisible face of his crime to come, and said almost cheerfully, "You might as well understand. It's you who will die for it, and then him. Long ago you did me a wrong, a dirty, intolerable wrong. It wasn't the you who's sitting here. You're not big enough or smart enough to do anything as awful as the things that were done to me. It wasn't this you who did it. It was the real, true you instead. And now you are going to be cut and burned and choked and brought back with medicines and cut and choked and hurt again, as long as your body can stand it. And when your body stops, I'm going to put on an emergency suit and shove your dead body out into space with him. He can go out alive, for all I care. Without a suit, he'll last 2 gasps. And then part of my justice will be done. That's what people have called crime. It's just justice. Private justice that comes out of the deep insides of man. Do you understand, Veezy?" She nodded. She shook her head. She nodded again. She didn't know how to respond. "And then there are more things which I'll have to do," he went on with a sort of purr. "Do you know what there is outside this ship waiting for my crime?" She shook her head, and so he answered himself. "There are 30,000 people following in their pods behind this ship. I'll pull them in 2 and 2, and I will get young girls. The others I'll throw loose in space. And with the girls, I'll find out what it is I've always had to do and never knew. Never knew, Veezy, till I found myself out in space with you." His voice almost went dreamy as he lost himself in his own thoughts. The twisted side of his face showed its endless laugh, but the mobile side looked thoughtful and melancholy, so that she felt there was something inside him which might be understood, if only she had the quickness and the imagination to think of it. Her throat still dry, she managed to half-whisper at him, "Do you hate me? Why do you want to hurt me? Do you hate girls?" "I don't hate girls," he blazed. "I hate me! Out here in space, I found it out. You're not a person. Girls aren't people. They are soft and pretty and cute and cuddly and warm, but they have no feelings. I was handsome before my face spoiled, but that didn't matter. I always knew that girls weren't people. They're something like robots. They have all the power in the world and none of the worry. Men have to obey. Men have to beg. Men have to suffer because they are built to suffer, and to be sorry, and to obey. All a girl has to do is smile her pretty smile, or to cross her pretty legs, and the man gives up everything he has ever wanted and fought for, just to be her slave. And then the girl—" And at this point he got to screaming again, in a high, shrill shout. "And then the girl gets to be a woman, and she has children. More girls to pester men, more men to be the victims of girls, more cruelty and more slaves. You're so cruel to me, Veezy. You're so cruel that you don't even know you're cruel. If you'd known how I wanted you, you'd have suffered like a person. But you didn't suffer. You're a girl. Well, you're going to find out now. You will suffer, and then you will die. But you won't die until you know how men feel about women." "Tala," she said, using the nickname they had so rarely used to him. "Tala, that's not so. I never meant you to suffer." "Of course you didn't," he snapped. "Girls don't know what they do. That's what makes them girls. They're worse than snakes, worse than machines." He was mad, crazy mad, in the outer deep of space. He stood up so suddenly that he shot through the air and had to catch himself on the ceiling. A noise in the side of the cabin made them both turn for a moment. Trace was trying to break loose from his bonds. It did no good. Veezy flung herself toward Trace, but Talatashar caught her by the shoulder. He twisted her around. His eyes blazed at her out of his poor, misshapen face. Veezy had sometime wondered what death would be like. She thought, "This is it." Her body still fought Talatashar, there in the spaceboat cabin. Trace groaned behind his shackles and his gag. She tried to scratch at Talatashar's eyes, but the thought of death made her seem far away, inside herself. Inside herself, where other people could not reach, ever, no matter what happened. Out of that deep, nearby remoteness, words came into her head. "Lady, if a man tries to bother you, you can think blue, count 2, and look for a red shoe." Thinking blue was not hard. She just imagined the yellow cabin lights turning blue. Counting 1, 2 was the simplest thing in the world. And even with Talatashar straining to catch her free hand, she managed to remember the beautiful, beautiful red shoes which she had seen in Marcia and the Moon Men. The lights dimmed momentarily, and a huge voice roared at them from the control board. "Emergency! Top emergency! People! People out of repair!" Talatashar was so astonished that he let her go. The board whined at them like a siren. It sounded as though the computer had become flooded with weeping. In an utterly different voice from his impassioned, talkative rage, Talatashar looked directly at her and asked very soberly, "Your cube. Didn't I get your cube too?" There was a knocking on the wall, a knocking from the millions of miles of emptiness outside, a knocking out of nowhere. A person they had never seen before stepped into the ship, walking through the double wall as though it had been nothing more than a streamer of mist. It was a man, a middle-aged man, sharp of face, strong in torso and limbs, clad in very old-style clothes. In his belt he had a whole collection of weapons, and in his hand a whip. "You there," said the stranger to Talatashar. "Untie that man." He gestured with the whip butt toward Trace, still bound and gagged. Talatashar got over his surprise. "You're a cube, ghost. You're not real." The whip hissed in the air, and a long red welt appeared on Talatashar's wrist. The drops of blood began to float beside him in the air before he could speak again. Veezy could say nothing. Her mind and body seemed to be blanking out. As she sank to the floor, she saw Talatashar shake himself, walk over to Trace, and begin untying the knots. When Talatashar got the gag out of Trace's mouth, Trace spoke, not to him, but to the stranger. "Who are you?" "I do not exist," said the stranger, "but I can kill you, any of you, if I wish. You had better do as I say. Listen carefully. You too," he added, turning halfway around and looking at Veezy. "You listen too, because it's you who called me." All three listened. The fight was gone out of them. Trace rubbed his wrists and shook his hands to get the circulation going in them again. The stranger turned, in courtly and elegant fashion, so that he spoke most directly to Talatashar. "I derive from the young lady's cube. Did you notice the lights dim? Tygabelas left a false cube in her freeze box, but he hid me in the ship. When she thought the key notions at me, there was a fraction of a microvolt which called for more power at my terminals. I am made from the brain of some small animal, but I bear the personality and the strength of Tygabelas. I shall last 1 billion years. When the currents came on full power, I became operative as a distortion in your minds. I do not exist," said he, specifically addressing himself to Talatashar. "But if I needed to take out my imaginary pistol and to shoot you in the head with it, my control is so strong that your bone would comply with my command. The hole would appear in your head, and your blood and your brains would pour out, just as much as blood is pouring from your hand just now. Look at your hand and believe me, if you wish." Talatashar refused to look. The stranger went on, in a very deliberate tone. "No bullet would come from my pistol, no ray, no blast, nothing at all. But your flesh would believe me, even if your thoughts did not. Your bone structure would believe me, whether you thought so or not. I am communicating to every separate single cell in your body, to everything which I feel to be alive. If I think bullet at you, your bone will pull aside for the imaginary wound. Your skin will part. Your blood will pour out. Your brains will splash. They will not do it by physical force, but by communication from me. Communication direct, you fool. That may not be real violence, but it serves my purpose just as well. Now, do you understand me? Look at your wrist." Talatashar did not avert his eyes from the stranger. In an odd, cold voice he said, "I believe you. I guess I am crazy. Are you going to kill me?" "I don't know," said the stranger. Trace said, "Please, are you a person or machine?" "I don't know," said the stranger to him, too. "What's your name?" asked Veezy. "Did you get a name when they made you and sent you with us?" "My name," said the stranger with a bow to her, "is Shasan." "Glad to meet you, Shasan," said Trace, holding out his own hand. They shook hands. "I felt your hand," said Trace. He looked at the other two in amazement. "I felt his hand, I really did. What were you doing out in space all this time?" The stranger smiled. "I have work to do, not talk to make." "What do you want us to do?" said Talatashar, "now that you've taken over?" "I haven't taken over," said Shasan, "and you will do what you have to do. Isn't that the nature of people?" "But please," said Veezy. The stranger had vanished, and the three of them were alone in the spaceboat cabin again. Trace's gag and bindings had finally drifted down to the carpet, but Tala's blood hung gently in the air beside him. Very heavily, Talatashar spoke. Well, we're through that. Would you say I was crazy? Crazy? Said Veazey. I don't know the word. Damaged in the thinking, explained Trace to her. Turning to Talatashar, he began to speak seriously. I think that— He was interrupted by the control board. Little bells rang and a sign lighted up. They all saw it. Visitors expected, said the glowing sign. The storage door opened and a beautiful woman came into the cabin with them. She looked at them as though she knew them all. Veazey and Trace were inquisitive and startled, but Talatashar turned white, dead white. 5. Veazey saw that the woman wore a dress of the style which had vanished a generation ago, a style now seen only in the story boxes. There was no back to it. The lady had a bold, cosmetic design fanning out from her spinal column. In front, the dress hung from the usual magnet tabs, which had been inserted into the shallow, fatty area of the chest. But in her case the tabs were above the clavicles, so that the dress rose high, with an air of old-fashioned prudishness. Magnet tabs were at the usual place just below the rib-cage, holding the half-skirt, which was very full, in a wide sweep of unpressed pleats. The lady wore a necklace and matching bracelet of off-world coral. The lady did not even look at Veazey. She went straight to Talatashar and spoke to him with peremptory love. "Tal, be a good boy. You've been bad." "Mama," gasped Talatashar. "Mama, you're dead." "Don't argue with me," she snapped. "Be a good boy. Take care of the little girl. Where is the little girl?" She looked around and saw Veazey. "That little girl," she added. "Be a good boy to that little girl. If you don't, you will break your mother's heart. You will ruin your mother's life. You will break your mother's heart just like your father did. Don't make me tell you twice." She leaned over and kissed him on the forehead, and it seemed to Veazey that both sides of the man's face were equally twisted for that moment. She stood up, looked around, nodded politely at Trace and Veazey, and walked back into the storage room, closing the door after her. Talatashar plunged after her, opening the door with a bang and shutting it with a slam. Trace called after him. "Don't stay in there too long. You'll freeze." Trace added, speaking to Veazey, "This is something your cube is doing. That Shassan, he's the most powerful warden I ever saw. Your psychological guard must have been a genius. And you know what's the matter with him?" He nodded at the closed door. "He told me once, just in general. His own mother raised him. He was born in the asteroid belt, and she didn't turn him in." "You mean his very own mother?" said Veazey. "Yes, his genealogical mother," said Trace. "How dirty," said Veazey. "I never heard of anything like it." Talatashar came back into the room and said nothing to either of them. The mother did not reappear. But Shassan, the eidetic man imprinted in the cube, continued to assert his authority over all three of them. 3 days later, Marcia herself appeared, talked to Veazey for half an hour about her adventures with the Moon Men, and then disappeared again. Marcia never pretended that she was real. She was too pretty to be real. A thick cascade of yellow hair crowned a well-formed head, dark eyebrows arched over vivid brown eyes, and an enchantingly mischievous smile pleased Veazey, Trace, and Talatashar. Marcia admitted that she was the imaginary heroine of a dramatic series from the story boxes. Talatashar had calmed down completely after the apparition of Shassan followed by that of his mother. He seemed anxious to get to the bottom of the phenomena. He tried to do it by asking Marcia. She answered his questions willingly. "What are you?" he demanded. The friendly smile on the good side of his face was more frightening than a scowl would have been. "I'm a little girl, silly," said Marcia. "But you're not real," he insisted. "No," she admitted. "But are you?" She laughed a happy, girlish laugh, the teenager tying up the bewildered adult in his own paradox. "Look," he persisted, You know what I mean. You're just something that Veezy saw in the story boxes, and you've come to give her imaginary red shoes. You can feel the shoes after I've left, said Marcia. That means the cube has made them out of something on this ship, said Talatashar, very triumphantly. Why not? Said Marcia. I don't know about ships. I guess he does. But even if the shoes are real, you're not, said Talatashar. Where do you go when you leave us? I don't know, said Marcia. I came here to visit Veezy. When I go away, I suppose that I will be where I was before I came. And where was that? Nowhere, said Marcia, looking solid and real. Nowhere. So you admit you're nothing. I will if you want me to, said Marcia. But this conversation doesn't make much sense to me. What were you before you were here? Here? You mean in this boat? I was on Earth, said Talatashar. Before you were in this universe, where were you? I wasn't born, so I didn't exist. Well, said Marcia, it's the same with me, only a little bit different. Before I existed, I didn't exist. When I exist, I'm here. I'm an echo out of Veezy's personality, and I'm helping her to remember that she is a pretty young girl. I feel as real as you feel, so there. Marcia went back to talking about her adventures with the Moon Men, and Veezy was fascinated to hear all the things they had to leave out of the Storybox version. When Marcia was through, she shook hands with the two men, gave Veezy a little peck of a kiss on her left cheek, and walked through the hull into the gnawing emptiness of space, marked only by the starless rhomboids of the sails, which cut off part of the heavens from view. Talatashar pounded his fist in his other open hand. Science has gone too far. They will kill us with their precautions. Trace said, deadly calm. And what might you have done? Talatashar fell into a gloomy silence. And on the 10th day after the apparitions began, they ended. The power of the cube drew itself into a whole thunderbolt of decision. Apparently the cube and the ship's computers had somehow filled in each other's data. The person who came in this time was a space captain, gray, wrinkled, erect, tanned by the radiation of 1,000 worlds. You know who I am, he said. Yes, sir, a captain, said Veezy. I don't know you, said Talatashar, and I'm not sure I believe in you. Has your hand healed? Asked the captain, grimly. Talatashar fell silent. The captain called them to attention. Listen, you are not going to live long enough to get to the stars on your present course. I want Trace to set the macrochronography for intervals of 95 years, and then I want to watch while he gives 2 of you at a time 5 years on watch. That will do to set the sails, check the tangling of the pod lines, and send out report beacons. This ship should have a sailor, but there is not enough equipment to turn one of you into a sailor. So, we'll have to take a chance on the robot controls while all 3 of you sleep in your freeze beds. Your sailor died of a blood clot, and the robots pushed him out of the cabin before they woke you. Trace winced. I thought he had committed suicide. Not a bit, said the captain. Now listen, you'll get through in about 3 sleeps if you obey orders. If you don't, you'll never get there. It doesn't matter about me, said Talatashar, but this little girl has got to get to Werold Shemmering while she still has some life. One of your blasted apparitions told me to take care of her, but the idea is a good one, anyhow. Me too, said Trace. I didn't realize that she was just a kid until I saw her talking to that other kid, Marcia. Maybe I'll have a daughter like her someday. The captain said nothing to these comments, but gave them the full, happy smile of an old, wise man. An hour later, they were through with the checkup of the boat. The 3 were ready to go to their separate freeze beds. The captain was getting ready to make his farewell. Talatashar spoke up. Sir, I can't help asking it, but who are you? A captain, said the captain promptly. You know what I mean, said Tala wearily. The captain seemed to be looking inside himself. I am a temporary, artificial personality created out of your minds by the personality which you call Shassan. Shassan is on the ship, but hidden from you, so that you will do him no harm. Shassan was imprinted with the personality of a man, a real man, by the name of Taiga Balas. Shassan was also imprinted with the personalities of 5 or 6 good space officers, just in case those skills might be needed. A small amount of static electricity keeps Shassan on the alert, and when he is in the right position, he has a triggering mechanism which can call for more current from the ship's supply. But what is he? What are you? Talatashar kept on, almost pleading. I was about to commit a terrible crime, and you ghosts came in and saved me. Are you imaginary? Are you real? That's philosophy. I'm made by science. I wouldn't know, said the captain. Please, said Veezy, could you tell us what it seems like to you? Not what it is, what it seems like. The captain sagged, as though the discipline had gone out of him, as though he suddenly felt terribly old. When I'm talking and doing things, I suppose that I feel about like any other space captain. If I stop to think about it, I find myself pretty upsetting. I know that I'm just an echo in your minds, combined with the experience and wisdom which has gone into the cube. So, I guess that I do what real people do. I just don't think about it very much. I mind my business. He stiffened and straightened and was himself again. My own business, he repeated. And Shassan, said Trace, how do you feel about him? A look of awe, almost a look of terror, came upon the captain's face. He? Oh, him. The tone of wonder enriched his voice and made it echo in the small cabin of the spaceboat. Shassan. He is the thinker of all thinking, the to-be of being, the doer of doings. He is powerful beyond your strongest imagination. He makes me come living out of your living minds. In fact, said the captain with a final snarl, he is a dead mouse brain laminated with plastic, and I have no idea at all of who I am. Good night to you all. The captain set his cap on his head and walked straight through the hull. Veezy ran to a viewpoint, but there was nothing outside the ship. Nothing. Certainly no captain. What can we do, said Talatashar, but obey? They obeyed. They climbed into their freeze beds. Talatashar attached the correct electrodes to Veezy and to Trace before he went to his bed and attached his own. They called to each other pleasantly as the lids came down. They slept. 6. At destination, the people of Werold Shemmering did the ingathering of pods, sails, and ship themselves. They did not wake the sleepers till they had them all assured of safety on the ground. They woke the 3 cabin mates together. Veezy, Trace, and Talatashar were so busy answering questions about the dead sailor, about the repaired sails, and about their problems on the trip, that they did not have time to talk to each other. Veezy saw that Talatashar seemed to be very handsome. The port doctors had done something to restore his face, so that he seemed a strangely dignified young old man. At last Trace had a chance to talk to her. "Goodbye, kid," he said. "Go to school for a while here, and then find yourself a good man. I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" she said, a terrible fear rising within her. "For smooching around with you before that trouble came. You're just a kid, but you're a good kid." He ran his fingers through her hair, turned on his heel, and was gone. She stood, utterly forlorn, in the middle of the room. She wished that she could weep. What use had she been on the trip? Talatashar came up to her unnoticed. He held out his hand. She took it. "Give it time, child," said he. "Is it child again?" she thought to herself. To him she said politely, "Maybe we'll see each other again. This is a pretty small world." His face lit up in an oddly agreeable smile. It made such a wonderful difference for the paralysis to be gone from one side. He did not look old at all. Not really old. His voice took on urgency. "Veezy, remember that I remember. I remember what almost happened. I remember what we thought we saw. Maybe we did see all those things. We won't see them on the ground. But I want you to remember this. You saved us all. Me too. And Trace, and the 30,000 out behind. Me? She said. What did I do? You tuned in help. You let Shassan work. It all came through you. If you hadn't been honest and kind and friendly, if you hadn't been terribly intelligent, no cube could have worked. That wasn't any dead mouse working miracles on us. It was your mind and your own goodness that saved us. The cube just added the sound effects. I tell you, if you hadn't been along, 2 dead men would be sailing off into the big nothing, with 30,000 spoiling bodies trailing along behind. You saved us all. You may not know how you did it, but you did. An official tapped him on the arm. Tala said, firmly but politely to him, "Just a moment." "That's it, I guess," he said to her. A contrary spirit seized her. She had to speak, though she risked unhappiness by talking. "And what you said about girls, then, that time?" "I remember it." His face twisted almost back to its old ugliness for a moment. "I remember it, but I was wrong. Wrong." She looked at him, and she thought in her own mind about the blue sky, about the 2 doors behind them, and about the red shoes in her luggage. Nothing miraculous happened. No Shassan, no voices, no magic cubes. Except that he turned around, came back to her, and said, "Look, let's make sure that we see each other next week. These people at the desk can tell us where we are going to be so that we'll find each other. Let's pester them." Together, they went to the immigration desk. Drunkboat. Perhaps it is the saddest, maddest, wildest story in the whole long history of space. It is true that no one else had ever done anything like it before, to travel at such a distance, and at such speeds, and by such means. The hero looked like such an ordinary man. When people looked at him for the first time, the second time, that was different. And the heroine, small she was and ash-blonde, intelligent, perky, and hurt. Hurt, yes, that's the right word. She looked as though she needed comforting or helping, even when she was perfectly all right. Men felt more like men when she was near. Her name was Elizabeth. Who would have thought that her name would ring loud and clear in the wild vomiting nothing which made up Space 3? He took an old rocket of an ancient design. With it he outflew, outfled, outjumped all the machines which had ever existed before. You might almost think that he went so fast that he shocked the great vaults of the sky, so that the ancient poem might have been written for him alone. All the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears. Go he did, so fast, so far, that people simply did not believe it at first. They thought it was a joke told by men, a farce spun forth by rumor, a wild story to while away the summer afternoon. We know his name now, and our children and their children will know it for always. Rambo, Arthur Rambo of Earth 4. But he followed his Elizabeth where no space was. He went where men could not go, had not been, did not dare, would not think. He did all this of his own free will. Of course, people thought it was a joke at first and got to making up silly songs about the reported trip. "Dig me a hole for that reeling feeling," sang one. "Push me the call for the umber number," sang another. "Where is the ship of the ochre joker?" sang a third. Then people everywhere found it was true. Some stood stock still and got gooseflesh. Others turned quickly to everyday things. Space 3 had been found, and it had been pierced. Their world would never be the same again. The solid rock had become an open door. Space itself, so clean, so empty, so tidy, now looked like a million light-years of tapioca pudding, gummy, mushy, sticky, not fit to breathe, not fit to swim in. How did it happen? Everybody took the credit, each in his own different way. 1. "He came for me," said Elizabeth. I died, and he came for me because the machines were making a mess of my life when they tried to heal my terrible, useless death. 2. I went myself, said Rambo. They tricked me and lied to me and fooled me, but I took the boat, and I became the boat, and I got there. Nobody made me do it. I was angry, but I went, and I came back, didn't I? He too was right. Even when he twisted and whined on the green grass of Earth, his ship, lost in a space so terribly far and strange that it might have been beneath his living hand, or might have been half a galaxy away. How can anybody tell with Space 3? It was Rambo who got back looking for his Elizabeth. He loved her. So the trip was his, and the credit his. 3. But the Lord Crudelta said many years later, when he spoke in a soft voice and talked confidentially among friends, "The experiment was mine. I designed it. I picked Rambo. I drove the selectors mad trying to find a man who would meet those specifications, and I had that rocket built to the old plans. It was the sort of thing which human beings first used when they jumped out of the air a little bit, leaping like flying fish from one wave to the next, and already thinking that they were eagles. If I had used one of the regular planiform ships, it would have disappeared with a sort of reverse gurgle, leaving space milky for a little bit while it faded into nastiness and obliteration. But I did not risk that. I put the rocket on a launching pad, and the launching pad itself was an interstellar ship. Since we were using an ancient rocket, we did it up right, with the old writing, mysterious letters printed all over the machine. We even had the name of our organization, I and O and M, for the instrumentality of mankind, written on it good and sharp. How would I know, went on the Lord Crudelta, that we would succeed more than we wanted to succeed, that Rambo would tear space itself loose from its hinges and leave that ship behind, just because he loved Elizabeth so sharply much, so fiercely much? Crudelta sighed. I know it, and I don't know it. I'm like that ancient man who tried to take a water boat the wrong way around the planet Earth and found a new world instead. Columbus, he was called, and the land, that was Australia or America or something like that. That's what I did. I sent Rambo out in that ancient rocket, and he found a way through Space 3. Now none of us will ever know who might come bulking through the floor or take shape out of the air in front of us. Crudelta added, almost wistfully, What's the use of telling the story? Everybody knows it anyhow. My part in it isn't very glorious. Now the end of it, that's pretty. The bungalow by the waterfall and all the wonderful children that other people gave to them. You could write a poem about that. But the next to the end, how he showed up at the hospital helpless and insane, looking for his own Elizabeth, that was sad and eerie. That was frightening. I'm glad it all came to the happy ending with the bungalow by the waterfall, but it took a crashing long time to get there. And there are parts of it that we will never quite understand. The naked skin against naked space, the eyeballs riding something much faster than light ever was. Do you know what an aoudad is? It's an ancient sheep that used to live on old Earth, and here we are, thousands of years later, with a children's nonsense rhyme about it. The animals are gone, but the rhyme remains. It'll be like that with Rambo someday. Everybody will know his name and all about his Drunkboat, but they will forget the scientific milestone that he crossed, hunting for Elizabeth in an ancient rocket that couldn't fly from Petal to Pootle. Oh, the rhyme. Don't you know that? It's a silly thing. It goes, Point your gun at a murky lurky. Now you're talking ham or turkey. Shoot a shot at a dying aoudad. Don't ask the lady why or how, Dad. Don't ask me what ham and turkey are. Probably parts of ancient animals like beefsteak or sirloin. But the children still say the words. They'll do that with Rambo and his drunken boat someday. They may even tell the story of Elizabeth, but they will never tell the part about how he got to the hospital. That part is too terrible, too real, too sad and wonderful at the end. They found him on the grass, mind you, naked on the grass, and nobody knew where he had come from. 4. They found him naked on the grass, and nobody knew where he had come from. They did not even know about the ancient rocket which the Lord Crudelta had sent beyond the end of nowhere with the letters I, O, and M written on it. They did not know that this was Rambo, who had gone through Space 3. The robots noticed him first and brought him in, photographing everything that they did. They had been programmed that way to make sure that anything unusual was kept in the records. Then the nurses found him in an outside room. They assumed that he was alive, since he was not dead, but they could not prove that he was alive either. That heightened the puzzle. The doctors were called in. Real doctors, not machines. They were very important men. Citizen Dr. Timofeyev, Citizen Dr. Grossbeck, and the director himself, Sir and Dr. Womack. They took the case. Over on the other side of the hospital, Elizabeth waited, unconscious, and nobody knew it at all. Elizabeth, for whom he had jumped space and pierced the stars, but nobody knew it yet. The young man could not speak. When they ran eye prints and fingerprints through the population machine, they found that he had been bred on Earth itself, but had been shipped out as a frozen and unborn baby to Earth 4. At tremendous cost, they queried Earth 4 with an instant message, only to discover that the young man who lay before them in the hospital had been lost from an experimental ship on an intergalactic trip. Lost. No ship, and no sign of ship. And here he was. They stood at the edge of space and did not know what they were looking at. They were doctors, and it was their business to repair or rebuild people, not to ship them around. How should such men know about Space 3, when they did not even know about Space 3, except for the fact that people got on the planiform ships and made trips through it? They were looking for sickness when their eyes saw engineering. They treated him when he was well. All he needed was time to get over the shock of the most tremendous trip ever made by a human being, but the doctors did not know that, and they tried to rush his recovery. When they put clothes on him, he moved from coma to a kind of mechanical spasm and tore the clothing off. Once again stripped, he lay himself roughly on the floor and refused food or speech. They fed him with needles while the whole energy of space, had they only known it, was radiating out of his body in new forms. They put him all by himself in a locked room and watched him through the peephole. He was a nice-looking young man, even though his mind was blank and his body was rigid and unconscious. His hair was very fair and his eyes were light blue, but his face showed character, a square chin, a handsome, resolute, sullen mouth, old lines in the face which looked as though, when conscious, he must have lived many days or months on the edge of rage. When they studied him the third day in the hospital, their patient had not changed at all. He had torn off his pajamas again and lay naked, face down on the floor. His body was as immobile and tense as it had been on the day before. 1 year later, this room was going to be a museum with a bronze sign reading, "Here lay Rambo after he left the old rocket for Space 3. But the doctors still had no idea of what they were dealing with. His face was turned so sharply to the left that the neck muscles showed. His right arm stuck out straight from the body. The left arm formed an exact right angle from the body, with the left forearm and hand pointing rigidly upward at 90 degrees from the upper arm. The legs were in the grotesque parody of a running position. Dr. Grossbeck said, "It looks to me like he's swimming. Let's drop him in a tank of water and see if he moves." Grossbeck sometimes went in for drastic solutions to problems. Timofeyev took his place at the peephole. "Spasm still," he murmured. "I hope the poor fellow is not feeling pain when his cortical defenses are down. How can a man fight pain if he does not even know what he is experiencing?" "And you, sir and doctor," said Grossbeck to Womack, "what do you see?" Womack did not need to look. He had come early, and had looked long and quietly at the patient through the peephole before the other doctors arrived. Womack was a wise man, with good insight and rich intuitions. He could guess in an hour more than a machine could diagnose in a year. He was already beginning to understand that this was a sickness which no man had ever had before. Still, there were remedies waiting. The 3 doctors tried them. They tried hypnosis, electrotherapy, massage, subsonics, atropine, surgital, a whole family of the digitalinids, and some quasi-narcotic viruses which had been grown in orbit where they mutated fast. They got the beginning of a response when they tried gas hypnosis combined with an electronically amplified telepath. This showed that something still went on inside the patient's mind. Otherwise, the brain might have seemed to be mere fatty tissue, without a nerve in it. The other attempts had shown nothing. The gas showed a faint stirring away from fear and pain. The telepath reported glimpses of unknown skies. The doctors turned the telepath over to the space police promptly, so they could try to code the star patterns which he had seen in the patient's mind, but the patterns did not fit. The telepath, though a keen-witted man, could not remember seeing them in enough detail for them to be scanned against the samples of piloting sheets. The doctors went back to their drugs and tried ancient, simple remedies, morphine and caffeine to counteract each other, and a rough massage to make him dream again, so that the telepath could pick it up. There was no further result that day, or the next. Meanwhile, the Earth authorities were getting restless. They thought, quite rightly, that the hospital had done a good job of proving that the patient had not been on Earth until a few moments before the robots found him on the grass. How had he gotten on the grass? The airspace of Earth reported no intrusion at all. No vehicle marking a blazing arc of air incandescing against metal, no whisper of the great forces which drove a planiform ship through space too. Crudelta, using faster-than-light ships, was creeping slow as a snail back toward Earth, racing his best to see if Rambo had gotten there first. On the 5th day, there was the beginning of a breakthrough. 5. Elizabeth had passed. This was found out only much later, by a careful check of the hospital records. The doctors only knew this much. Patients had been moved down the corridor, sheet-covered figures immobile on wheeled beds. Suddenly, the beds stopped rolling. A nurse screamed. The heavy steel and plastic wall was bending inward. Some slow, silent force was pushing the wall into the corridor itself. The wall ripped. A human hand emerged. One of the quick-witted nurses screamed, "Push those beds! Push them out of the way!" The nurses and robots obeyed. The beds rocked like a group of boats crossing a wave when they came to the place where the floor, bonded to the wall, had bent upward to meet the wall as it tore inward. The peach-colored glow of the lights flicked. Robots appeared. A second human hand came through the wall. Pushing in opposite directions, the hands tore the wall as though it had been wet paper. The patient from the grass put his head through. He looked blindly up and down the corridor, his eyes not quite focusing, his skin glowing a strange red-brown from the burns of open space. "No," he said. Just that one word. But that "no" was heard. Though the volume was not loud, it carried through the hospital. The internal telecommunications system relayed it. Every switch in the place went negative. Frantic nurses and robots, with even the doctors helping them, rushed to turn all the machines back on. The pumps, the ventilators, the artificial kidneys, the brain re-recorders, even the simple air engines which kept the atmosphere clean. Far overhead, an aircraft spun giddily. Its off switch, surrounded by triple safeguards, had suddenly been thrown into the negative position. Fortunately, the robot pilot got it going again before crashing into Earth. The patient did not seem to know that his word had this effect. Later, the world knew that this was part of the Drunkboat effect. The man himself had developed the capacity for using his neurophysical system as a machine control. In the corridor, the machine robot who served as policeman arrived. He wore sterile, padded velvet gloves with a grip of 60 metric tons inside his hands. He approached the patient. The robot had been carefully trained to recognize all kinds of danger from delirious or psychotic humans. Later, he reported that he had an input of danger extreme on every band of sensation. He had been expecting to seize the prisoner with irreversible firmness and to return him to his bed, but with this kind of danger sizzling in the air, the robot took no chances. His wrist itself contained a hypodermic pistol, which operated on compressed argon. He reached out toward the unknown, naked man who stood in the big torn gap of the wall. The wrist weapon hissed, and a sizable injection of condamine, the most powerful narcotic in the known universe, spat its way through the skin of Rambo's neck. The patient collapsed. The robot picked him up gently and tenderly, lifted him through the torn wall, pushed the door open with a kick which broke the lock, and put the patient back on his bed. The robot could hear doctors coming, so he used his enormous hands to pat the steel wall back into its proper shape. Work robots or underpeople could finish the job later, but meanwhile it looked better to have that part of the building set at right angles again. Dr. Vomacht arrived, followed closely by Groesbeck. "What happened?" he yelled, shaken out of a lifelong calm. The robot pointed at the ripped wall. "He tore it open. I put it back," said the robot. The doctors turned to look at the patient. He had crawled off his bed again and was on the floor, but his breathing was light and natural. "What did you give him?" cried Vomacht to the robot. "Condamine," said the robot. "According to Rule 47B, the drug is not to be mentioned outside the hospital." "I know that," said Vomacht absent-mindedly and a little crossly. "You can go along now. Thank you." "It is not usual to thank robots," said the robot, "but you can read a commendation into my record if you want to." "Get the blazes out of here!" shouted Vomacht at the officious robot. The robot blinked. "There are no blazes, but I have the impression you mean me. I shall leave with your permission." He jumped with odd gracefulness around the two doctors, fingered the broken door lock absent-mindedly, as though he might have wished to repair it, and then, seeing Vomacht glare at him, left the room completely. A moment later, soft, muted thuds began. Both doctors listened a moment, and then gave up. The robot was out in the corridor, gently patting the steel floor back into shape. He was a tidy robot, probably animated by an amplified chicken brain, and when he got tidy, he became obstinate. "2 questions, Groesbeck," said the Sir and Dr. Vomacht. "Your service, sir." "Where was the patient standing when he pushed the wall into the corridor, and how did he get the leverage to do it?" Groesbeck narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "Now that you mention it, I have no idea of how he did it. In fact, he could not have done it, but he has. And the other question? What do you think of condamine? Dangerous, of course, as always. Addiction can— Can you have addiction with no cortical activity?" interrupted Vomacht. "Of course," said Groesbeck promptly. "Tissue addiction." "Look for it, then," said Vomacht. Groesbeck knelt beside the patient and felt with his fingertips for the muscle endings. He felt where they knotted themselves into the base of the skull, the tips of the shoulders, the striped area of the back. When he stood up, there was a look of puzzlement on his face. "I never felt a human body like this one before. I am not even sure that it is human any longer." Vomacht said nothing. The two doctors confronted one another. Groesbeck fidgeted under the calm stare of the senior man. Finally, he blurted out, "Sir and Doctor, I know what we could do." "And that," said Vomacht levelly, without the faintest hint of encouragement or of warning, "is what?" "It wouldn't be the first time that it's been done in a hospital." "What?" said Vomacht, his eyes, those dreaded eyes, making Groesbeck say what he did not want to say. Groesbeck flushed. He leaned toward Vomacht so as to whisper, even though there was no one standing near them. His words, when they came, had the hasty indecency of a lover's improper suggestion. "Kill the patient, sir and doctor, kill him! We have plenty of records of him. We can get a cadaver out of the basement and make it into a good simulacrum. Who knows what we will turn loose among mankind if we let him get well?" "Who knows?" said Wehrmacht, without tone or quality to his voice. "But, citizen and doctor, what is the 12th duty of a physician? Not to take the law into his own hands, keeping healing for the healers and giving to the state or the instrumentality whatever properly belongs to the state or the instrumentality." Groesbeck sighed as he retracted his own suggestion. "Sir and doctor, I take it back. It wasn't medicine which I was talking about. It was government and politics which were really in my mind." "And now?" asked Wehrmacht. "Heal him or let him be until he heals himself." "And which would you do?" "I'd try to heal him." "How?" said Wehrmacht. "Sir and doctor," cried Groesbeck, "do not ride my weaknesses in this case. I know that you like me because I am a bold, confident sort of man. Do not ask me to be myself when we do not even know where this body came from. If I were bold as usual, I would give him typhoid and condamine, stationing telepaths nearby. But this is something new in the history of man. We are people, and perhaps he is not a person any more. Perhaps he represents the combination of people with some kind of a new force. How did he get here from the far side of nowhere? How many million times has he been enlarged or reduced? We do not know what he is or what has happened to him. How can we treat a man when we are treating the cold of space, the heat of suns, the frigidity of distance? We know what to do with flesh, but this is not quite flesh any more. Feel him yourself, sir and doctor. You will touch something which nobody has ever touched before." "I have," Wehrmacht declared, "already felt him." "You are right. We will try typhoid and condamine for half a day. 12 hours from now let us meet each other at this place. I will tell the nurses and the robots what to do in the interim." They both gave the red-tanned, spread-eagled figure on the floor a parting glance. Groesbeck looked at the body with something like distaste mingled with fear. Wehrmacht was expressionless, save for a wry, wan smile of pity. At the door the head nurse awaited them. Groesbeck was surprised at his chief's orders. "Ma'am and nurse, do you have a weapon-proof vault in this hospital?" "Yes, sir," she said. "We used to keep our records in it until we telemetered all our records into computer orbit. Now it is dirty and empty." "Clean it out. Run a ventilator tube into it. Who is your military protector?" "My what?" she cried in surprise. "Everyone on Earth has military protection. Where are the forces, the soldiers, who protect this hospital of yours?" "My sir and doctor," she called out. "My sir and doctor, I'm an old woman, and I have been allowed to work here for 300 years. But I never thought of that idea before. Why would I need soldiers?" "Find who they are and ask them to stand by. They are specialists, too, with a different kind of art from ours. Let them stand by. They may be needed before this day is out. Give my name as authority to their lieutenant or sergeant. Now, here is the medication which I want you to apply to this patient." Her eyes widened as he went on talking, but she was a disciplined woman, and she nodded as she heard him out, point by point. Her eyes looked very sad and weary at the end, but she was a trained expert herself, and she had enormous respect for the skill and wisdom of the Sir and Dr. Wehrmacht. She also had a warm, feminine pity for the motionless young male figure on the floor, swimming forever on the heavy floor, swimming between archipelagos which no man living had ever dreamed before. 6. Crisis came that night. The patient had worn handprints into the inner wall of the vault, but he had not escaped. The soldiers, looking oddly alert with their weapons, gleaming in the bright corridor of the hospital, were really very bored, as soldiers always become when they are on duty with no action. Their lieutenant was keyed up. The wire point in his hand buzzed like a dangerous insect. Sir and Dr. Wehrmacht, who knew more about weapons than the soldiers thought he knew, saw that the wire point was set to high, with the capacity of paralyzing people 5 stories up, 5 stories down, or a kilometer sideways. He said nothing. He merely thanked the lieutenant and entered the vault, closely followed by Grossbeck and Timofeyev. The patient swam here, too. He had changed to an arm-over-arm motion, kicking his legs against the floor. It was as though he had swum on the other floor with the sole purpose of staying afloat, and had now discovered some direction in which to go, albeit very slowly. His motions were deliberate, tense, rigid, and so reduced in time that it seemed as though he hardly moved at all. The ripped pajamas lay on the floor beside him. Vohmocht glanced around, wondering what forces the man could have used to make those handprints on the steel wall. He remembered Grossbeck's warning that the patient should die, rather than subject all mankind to new and unthought risks, but though he shared the feeling, he could not condone the recommendation. Almost irritably, the great doctor thought to himself, where could the man be going? To Elizabeth, the truth was. To Elizabeth, now only 60 meters away. Not till much later did people understand what Rambo had been trying to do, crossing 60 mere meters to reach his Elizabeth, when he had already jumped an uncount of light-years to return to her, to his own, his dear, his well-beloved who needed him. The Condamine did not leave its characteristic mark of deep lassitude and glowing skin. Perhaps the typhoid was successfully contradicting it. Rambo did seem more lively than before. The name had come through on the regular message system, but it still did not mean anything to the Sir and Dr. Vohmocht. It would. It would. Meanwhile, the other 2 doctors, briefed ahead of time, got busy with the apparatus which the robots and the nurses had installed. Vohmocht murmured to the others, I think he's better off. Looser all around. I'll try shouting. So busy were they that they just nodded. Vohmocht screamed at the patient. Who are you? What are you? Where do you come from? The sad blue eyes of the man on the floor glanced at him with a surprisingly quick glance, but there was no other real sign of communication. The limbs kept up their swim against the rough concrete floor of the vault. 2 of the bandages which the hospital staff had put on him had worn off again. The right knee, scraped and bruised, deposited a 60-centimeter trail of blood, some old and black and coagulated, some fresh, new and liquid, on the floor as it moved back and forth. Vohmocht stood up and spoke to Grossbeck and Timofeyev. Now, he said, let us see what happens when we apply the pain. The 2 stepped back without being told to do so. Timofeyev waved his hand at a small, white-enameled orderly robot who stood in the doorway. The pain net, a fragile cage of wires, dropped down from the ceiling. It was Vohmocht's duty as senior doctor to take the greatest risk. The patient was wholly encased by the net of wires, but Vohmocht dropped to his hands and knees, lifted the net at one corner with his right hand, thrust his own head into it next to the head of the patient. Dr. Vohmocht's robe trailed on the clean concrete, touching the black old stains of blood left from the patient's swim throughout the night. Now Vohmocht's mouth was centimeters from the patient's ear. Said Vohmocht, "Oh." The net hummed. The patient stopped his slow motion, arched his back, looked steadfastly at the doctor. Dr. Grossbeck and Timofeyev could see Vohmocht's face go white with the impact of the pain machine, but Vohmocht kept his voice under control and said evenly and loudly to the patient, "Who are you?" The patient said flatly, "Elizabeth." The answer was foolish, but the tone was rational. Vohmocht pulled his head out from under the net, shouting again at the patient, "Who are you?" The naked man replied, speaking very clearly, "Twinkle, twinkle, little Tweeble, I am feeling very feeble." Vohmocht frowned and murmured to the robot, "More pain. Turn it up to pain ultimate." The body threshed under the net, trying to resume its swim on the concrete. A loud, wild, braying cry came from the victim under the net. It sounded like a screamed distortion of the name Elizabeth echoing out from endless remoteness. It did not make sense. Wehrmacht screamed back, "Who are you?" With unexpected clarity and resonance, the voice came back to the three doctors from the twisting body under the net of pain. "I'm the shipped man, the ripped man, the gypped man, the dipped man, the hipped man, the tripped man, the tipped man, the slipped man, the flipped man, the nipped man, the ripped man, the clipped man. Ah!" His voice choked off with a cry, and he went back to swimming on the floor, despite the intensity of the pain net immediately above him. The doctor lifted his hand. The pain net stopped buzzing and lifted high into the air. He felt the patient's pulse. It was quick. He lifted an eyelid. The reactions were much closer to normal. "Stand back," he said to the others. "Pain on both of us," he said to the robot. The net came down on the two of them. "Who are you?" shrieked Wehrmacht right into the patient's ear, holding the man halfway off the floor, and not quite knowing whether the body which tore steel walls might not somehow tear both of them apart as they stood. The man babbled back at him. "I'm the most man, the post man, the host man, the ghost man, the coast man, the boast man, the dosed man, the grossed man, the toast man, the roast man. No, no, no!" He struggled in Wehrmacht's arms. Grossbeck and Timofeyev stepped forward to rescue their chief when the patient added very calmly and clearly, "Your procedure is all right, doctor, whoever you are. More fever, please. More pain, please. Some of that dope to fight the pain. You're pulling me back. I know I am on Earth. Elizabeth is near. For the love of God, get me Elizabeth. But don't rush me. I need days and days to get well." The rationality was so startling that Grossbeck, without waiting for orders from Wehrmacht as chief doctor, ordered the pain net lifted. The patient began babbling again. "I'm the three-man, the he-man, the tree-man, the me-man, the three-man, the three-man." His voice faded, and he slumped unconscious. Wehrmacht walked out of the vault. He was a little unsteady. His colleagues took him by the elbows. He smiled wanly at them. "I wish it were lawful. I could use some of that condamine myself. No wonder the pain nets wake the patients up and even make dead people do twitches. Get me some liquor. My heart is old." Grossbeck sat him down while Timofeyev ran down the corridor in search of medicinal liquor. Wehrmacht murmured, "How are we going to find his Elizabeth? There must be millions of them. And he's from Earth 4, too." "Sir and Doctor, you have worked wonders," said Grossbeck. "To go under the net, to take those chances, to bring him to speech. I will never see anything like it again. It's enough for any one lifetime to have seen this day." "But what do we do next?" asked Wehrmacht wearily, almost in confusion. That particular question needed no answer. 7. The Lord Crewdelta had reached Earth. His pilot landed the craft and fainted at the controls with sheer exhaustion. Of the escort cats who had ridden alongside the spacecraft in the miniature spaceships, 3 were dead, 1 was comatose, and the 5th was spitting and raving. When the port authorities tried to slow the Lord Crewdelta down to ascertain his authority, he invoked top emergency, took over the command of troops in the name of the instrumentality, arrested everyone in sight but the troop commander, and requisitioned the troop commander to take him to the hospital. The computers at the port had told him that one Rambo, sans origine, had arrived mysteriously on the grass of a designated hospital. Outside the hospital, the Lord Crewdelta invoked top emergency again, placed all armed men under his own command, ordered a recording monitor to cover all his actions if he should later be channeled into a court-martial, and arrested everyone in sight. The tramp of heavily armed men marching in combat order overtook Timofeyev as he hurried back to Wehrmacht with a drink. The men were jogging along on the double. All of them had live helmets, and their wire points were buzzing. Nurses ran forward to drive the intruders out, ran backward when the sting of the stun rays brushed cruelly over them. The whole hospital was in an uproar. The Lord Crudelta later admitted that he had made a serious mistake. The 2 minutes war broke out immediately. You have to understand the pattern of the instrumentality to see how it happened. The instrumentality was a self-perpetuating body of men with enormous powers and a strict code. Each was a plenum of the low, the middle, and the high justice. Each could do anything he found necessary or proper to maintain the instrumentality and to keep the peace between the worlds. But if he made a mistake or committed a wrong, then it was suddenly different. Any lord could put another lord to death in an emergency, but he was assured of death and disgrace himself if he assumed this responsibility. The only difference between ratification and repudiation came in the fact that lords who killed in an emergency and were proved wrong were marked down on a very shameful list, while those who killed other lords rightly, as later examination might prove, were listed on a very honorable list, but still killed. With 3 lords, the situation was different. 3 lords made an emergency court. If they acted together, acted in good faith, and reported to the computers of the instrumentality, they were exempt from punishment, though not from blame or even reduction to citizen status. 7 lords, or all the lords on a given planet at a given moment, were beyond any criticism except that of a dignified reversal of their actions, should a later ruling prove them wrong. This was all the business of the instrumentality. The instrumentality had the perpetual slogan, "Watch, but do not govern. Stop war, but do not wage it. Protect, but do not control. And first, survive." The Lord Crudelta had seized the troops. Not his troops, but the light regular troops of man-home government, because he feared that the greatest danger in the history of man might come from the person whom he himself had sent through Space 3. He never expected that the troops would be plucked out from his command. An overriding power reinforced by robotic telepathy and the incomparable communications net, both open and secret, reinforced by thousands of years in trickery, defeat, secrecy, victory, and sheer experience, which the instrumentality had perfected since it emerged from the ancient wars. Overriding! Overridden! These were the commands which the instrumentality had used before recorded time began. Sometimes they suspended their antagonists on points of law, sometimes by the deft and deadly insertion of weapons, most often by cutting in on other people's mechanical and social controls and doing their will, only to drop the controls as suddenly as they had taken them. But not Crudelta's hastily called troops. 8. The war broke out with a change of pace. 2 squads of men were moving into that part of the hospital where Elizabeth lay, waiting the endless returns to the jelly baths which would rebuild her poor, ruined body. The squads changed pace. The survivors could not account for what happened. They all admitted to great mental confusion afterward. At the time it seemed that they had received a clear, logical command to turn and to defend the women's section by counterattacking their own main battalion right in their rear. The hospital was a very strong building. Otherwise it would have melted to the ground or shot up in flame. The leading soldiers suddenly turned around, dropped for cover, and blazed their wire points at the comrades who followed them. The wire points were cued to organic material, though fairly harmless to inorganic. They were powered by the power relays which every soldier wore on his back. In the first 10 seconds of the turnaround, 27 soldiers, 2 nurses, 3 patients, and 1 orderly were killed. 109 other people were wounded in that first exchange of fire. The troop commander had never seen battle, but he had been well trained. He immediately deployed his reserves around the external exits of the building and sent his favorite squad, commanded by a Sergeant Lansdale, whom he trusted well, down into the basement, so that it could rise vertically from the basement into the women's quarters and find out who the enemy was. As yet he had no idea that it was his own leading troops turning and fighting their comrades. He testified later at the trial that he personally had no sensations of eerie interference with his own mind. He merely knew that his men had unexpectedly come upon armed resistance from antagonists, identity unknown, who had weapons identical with theirs. Since the Lord Crudelta had brought them along in case there might be a fight with unspecified antagonists, he felt right in assuming that a lord of the instrumentality knew what he was doing. This was the enemy, all right. In less than a minute, the two sides had balanced out. The line of fire had moved right into his own force. The lead men, some of whom were wounded, simply turned around and began defending themselves against the men immediately behind them. It was as though an invisible line, moving rapidly, had parted the two sections of the military force. The oily black smoke of dissolving bodies began to glut the ventilators. Patients were screaming, doctors cursing, robots stamping around, and nurses trying to call each other. The war ended when the troop commander saw Sergeant Lansdale, whom he himself had sent upstairs, leading a charge out of the women's quarters, directly at his own commander. The officer kept his head. He dropped to the floor and rolled sideways as the air chittered at him, the emanations of Lansdale's wire point killing all the tiny bacteria in the air. On his helmet phone he pushed the manual controls to top volume and to non-coms only, and he commanded, with a sudden flash of brilliant mother wit, "Good job, Lansdale." Lansdale's voice came back as weak as if it had been off-planet. "We'll keep them out of this section yet, sir." The troop commander called back very loudly but calmly, not letting on that he thought his sergeant was psychotic. "Easy now. Hold on. I'll be with you." He changed to the other channel and said to his nearby men, "Cease fire. Take cover and wait." A wild scream came to him from the phones. It was Lansdale. "Sir! Sir! I'm fighting you, sir! I just caught on! It's getting me again! Watch out!" The buzz and burr of the weapons suddenly stopped. The wild human uproar of the hospital continued. A tall doctor with the insignia of high seniority came gently to the troop commander and said, "You can stand up and take your soldiers out now, young fellow. The fight was a mistake." "I'm not under your orders," snapped the young officer. "I'm under the Lord Crudelta. He requisitioned this force from the man-home government. Who are you?" "You may salute me, Captain," said the doctor. "I am Colonel General Wehrmacht of the Earth Medical Reserve, but you had better not wait for the Lord Crudelta." "But where is he?" "In my bed," said Wehrmacht. "Your bed?" cried the young officer, in complete amazement. "In bed. Doped to the teeth. I fixed him up. He was excited. Take your men out. We'll treat the wounded on the lawn. You can see the dead in the refrigerators downstairs in a few minutes, except for the ones that went smoky from direct hits." "But the fight—" "A mistake, young man, or else—" "Or else what?" shouted the young officer, horrified at the utter mess of his own combat experience. "Or else a weapon no man has ever seen before. Your troops fought each other. Your command was intercepted." "I could see that," snapped the officer, "as soon as I saw Lansdale coming at me." "But do you know what took him over?" said Wehrmacht gently, while taking the officer by the arm and beginning to lead him out of the hospital. The captain went willingly, not noticing where he was going, so eagerly did he watch for the other man's words. "I think I know," said Wehrmacht. "Another man's dreams. Dreams which have learned how to turn themselves into electricity, or plastic, or stone, or anything else. Dreams coming to us out of Space 3. The young officer nodded dumbly. This was too much. "Space 3?" he murmured. It was like being told that the really alien invaders, whom men had been expecting for 14,000 years and had never met, were waiting for him on the grass. Until now, Space 3 had been a mathematical idea, a romancer's daydream, but not a fact. The Sir and Dr. Wehrmacht did not even ask the young officer. He brushed the young man gently at the nape of the neck and shot him through with tranquilizer. Wehrmacht then led him out to the grass. The young captain stood alone and whistled happily at the stars in the sky. Behind him, his sergeants and corporals were sorting out the survivors, and getting treatment for the wounded. The 2 minutes' war was over. Rambo had stopped dreaming that his Elizabeth was in danger. He had recognized, even in his deep, sick sleep, that the tramping in the corridor was the movement of armed men. His mind had set up defenses to protect Elizabeth. He took over command of the forward troops and set them to stopping the main body. The powers which Space 3 had worked into him made this easy for him to do, even though he did not know that he was doing it. 9. "How many dead?" said Wehrmacht to Grossbeck and Timofeyev. "About 200. "And how many irrecoverable dead?" "The ones that got turned into smoke? A dozen, maybe 14. The other dead can be fixed up, but most of them will have to get new personality prints." "Do you know what happened?" asked Wehrmacht. "No, sir and doctor," they both chorused. "I do. I think I do. No, I know I do. It's the wildest story in the history of man. Our patient did it. Rambo. He took over the troops and set them against each other. That lord of the instrumentality who came charging in. Krudelta, I've known him for a long, long time. He's behind this case. He thought the troops would help, not sensing that troops would invite attack upon themselves. And there is something else." "Yes," they said in unison. "Rambo's woman, the one he's looking for? She must be here." "Why?" said Timofeyev. "Because he's here." "You're assuming that he came here because of his own will, sir and doctor." Wehrmacht smiled the wise, crafty smile of his family. It was almost a trademark of the Wehrmacht house. "I am assuming all the things which I cannot otherwise prove. First, I assume that he came here naked out of space itself, driven by some kind of force which we cannot even guess. Second, I assume he came here because he wanted something. A woman named Elizabeth, who must already be here. In a moment we can go inventory all our Elizabeths. Third, I assume that the Lord Krudelta knew something about it. He has led troops into the building. He began raving when he saw me. I know hysterical fatigue, as do you, my brothers, so I condomined him for a night's sleep. Fourth, let's leave our man alone. There'll be hearings and trials enough, space knows, when all these events get scrambled out." Wehrmacht was right. He usually was. Trials did follow. It was lucky that old Earth no longer permitted newspapers or television news. The population would have been frothed up to riot and terror if they had ever found out what happened at the old main hospital just to the west of Mia Mifla. 10. 21 days later, Wehrmacht, Timofeyev, and Grossbeck were summoned to the trial of the Lord Krudelta. A full panel of 7 lords of the instrumentality was there to give Krudelta an ample hearing and, if required, a sudden death. The doctors were present both as doctors for Elizabeth and Rambo, and as witnesses for the investigating lord. Elizabeth, fresh up from being dead, was as beautiful as a newborn baby, in exquisite adult feminine form. Rambo could not take his eyes off her, but a look of bewilderment went over his face every time she gave him a friendly, calm, remote little smile. She had been told that she was his girl, and she was prepared to believe it, but she had no memory of him, or of anything else more than 60 hours back, when speech had been reinstalled in her mind, and he, for his part, was still thick of speech, and subject to strains which the doctors could not quite figure out. The investigating lord was a man named Starmount. He asked the panel to rise. They did so. He faced the Lord Krudelta with great solemnity. "You are obliged, my Lord Krudelta, to speak quickly and clearly to this court." "Yes, my lord," he answered. "We have the summary power." "You have the summary power. I recognize it." "You will tell the truth, or else you will lie." "I shall tell the truth, or I will lie." "You may lie, if you wish, about matters of fact and opinion, but you will in no case lie about human relationships. If you do lie, nevertheless, you will ask that your name be entered in the roster of dishonor." I understand the panel and the rights of this panel. I will lie if I wish, though I don't think I will need to do so." And here Crewdelta flashed a weary, intelligent smile at all of them. "But I will not lie about matters of relationship. If I do, I will ask for dishonor. You have yourself been well trained as a lord of the instrumentality?" "I have been so trained, and I love the instrumentality well. In fact, I am myself the instrumentality, as are you, and as are the honorable lords beside you. I shall behave well, for as long as I live this afternoon." "Do you credit him, my lords?" asked Starmount. The members of the panel nodded their mitred heads. They had dressed ceremonially for the occasion. "Do you have a relationship to the woman Elizabeth?" The members of the trial panel caught their breath as they saw Crewdelta turn white. "My lords!" he cried, and answered no further. "It is the custom," said Starmount firmly, "that you answer promptly, or that you die." The Lord Crewdelta got control of himself. "I am answering. I did not know who she was, except for the fact that Rambo loved her. I sent her to Earth from Earth 4, where I then was. Then I told Rambo that she had been murdered and hung desperately at the edge of death, wanting only his help to return to the green fields of life," said Starmount. "Was that the truth?" "My lord and lords, it was a lie." "Why did you tell it?" "To induce rage in Rambo and to give him an overriding reason for wanting to come to Earth faster than any man has ever come before." Ah! Two wild cries came from Rambo, more like the call of an animal than like the sound of a man. Wehrmacht looked at his patient, felt himself beginning to growl with a deep internal rage. Rambo's powers, generated in the depths of Space 3, had begun to operate again. Wehrmacht made a sign. The robot behind Rambo had been coded to keep Rambo calm. Though the robot had been enameled to look like a white, gleaming hospital orderly, he was actually a police robot of high powers, built up with an electronic cortex based on the frozen midbrain of an old wolf. A wolf was a rare animal, something like a dog. The robot touched Rambo, who dropped off to sleep. Dr. Wehrmacht felt the anger in his own mind fade away. He lifted his hand gently. The robot caught the signal and stopped applying the narcoleptic radiation. Rambo slept normally. Elizabeth looked worriedly at the man who she had been told was her own. The lords turned back from the glances at Rambo. Said Starmount icily, "And why did you do that?" "Because I wanted him to travel through Space 3. "Why?" "To show it could be done." "And do you, my Lord Crewdelta, affirm that this man has in fact traveled through Space 3? "I do." "Are you lying?" "I have the right to lie, but I have no wish to do so. In the name of the instrumentality itself, I tell you that this is the truth." The panel members gasped. Now there was no way out. Either the Lord Crewdelta was telling the truth, which meant that all former times had come to an end, and that a new age had begun for all the kinds of mankind, or else he was lying in the face of the most powerful form of affirmation which any of them knew. Even Starmount himself took a different tone. His teasing, restless, intelligent voice took on a new timbre of kindness. "You do therefore assert that this man has come back from outside our galaxy with nothing more than his own natural skin to cover him? No instruments? No power?" "I did not say that," said Crewdelta. "Other people have begun to pretend I used such words. I tell you, my lords, that I planiformed for 12 consecutive Earth days and nights. Some of you may remember where Outpost Bader Gator is. Well, I had a good go, Captain, and he took me 4 long jumps beyond there, out into intergalactic space. I left this man there. When I reached Earth, he had been here 12 days, more or less. I have assumed, therefore, that his trip was more or less instantaneous. I was on my way back to Bader Gator, counting by Earth time, when the doctor here found this man on the grass outside the hospital." Wehrmacht raised his hand. The Lord Starmount gave him the right to speak. My sirs and lords, we did not find this man on the grass. The robots did, and made a record. But even the robots did not see or photograph his arrival. We know that, said Starmount angrily, and we know that we have been told that nothing came to Earth by any means whatever in that particular quarter hour. Go on, my Lord Crudelta. What relation are you to Rambo? He is my victim. Explain yourself. I computered him out. I asked the machines where I would be most apt to find a man with a tremendous lot of rage in him, and was informed that on Earth 4 the rage level had been left high because that particular planet had a considerable need for explorers and adventurers, in whom rage was a strong survival trait. When I got to Earth 4, I commanded the authorities to find out which border cases had exceeded the limits of allowable rage. They gave me 4 men. 1 was much too large, 2 were old. This man was the only candidate for my experiment. I chose him. What did you tell him? Tell him? I told him his sweetheart was dead or dying. No, said Starmount. Not at the moment of crisis. What did you tell him to make him cooperate in the first place? I told him, said the Lord Crudelta evenly, that I was myself a lord of the instrumentality, and that I would kill him myself if he did not obey, and obey promptly. And under what custom or law did you act? Reserved material, said the Lord Crudelta promptly. There are telepaths here who are not a part of the instrumentality. I beg leave to defer until we have a shielded place. Several members of the panel nodded, and Starmount agreed with them. He changed the line of questioning. You forced this man, therefore, to do something which he did not wish to do? That is right, said the Lord Crudelta. Why didn't you go yourself, if it is that dangerous? My lords and honorables, it was the nature of the experiment that the experimenter himself should not be expended in the first try. Arthur Rambo has indeed traveled through Space 3. I shall follow him myself in due course. How the Lord Crudelta did do so is another tale, told about another time. If I had gone, and if I had been lost, that would have been the end of the Space 3 trials, at least for our time. Tell us the exact circumstances under which you last saw Arthur Rambo before you met after the battle in the old main hospital. We had put him in a rocket of the most ancient style. We also wrote writing on the outside of it, just the way the ancients did when they first ventured into space. Ah, that was a beautiful piece of engineering and archaeology. We copied everything, right down to the correct models of 15,000 years ago, when the Perovsky and Merkins were racing each other into space. The rocket was white, with a red and white gantry beside it. The letters I-O-M were on the rocket, not that the words mattered. The rocket has gone into nowhere, but the passenger sits here. It rose on a stool of fire. The stool became a column, then the landing field disappeared. And the landing field, said Starmount quietly. What was that? A modified planiform ship. We have had ships go milky in space because they faded molecule by molecule. We have had others disappear utterly. The engineers had changed this around. We took out all the machinery needed for circumnavigation, for survival, or for comfort. The landing field was to last 3 or 4 seconds, no more. Instead, we put in 14 planiform devices, all operating in tandem, so that the ship would do what other ships do when they planiform, namely, drop one of our familiar dimensions and pick up a new dimension from some unknown category of space, but do it with such force as to get out of what people call Space 2 and move over into Space 3. And Space 3? What did you expect of that? I thought that it was universal and instantaneous in relation to our universe, that everything was equally distant from everything else, that Rambo, wanting to see his girl again, would move in 1,000th of a second from the empty space beyond Outpost Bader Gator into the hospital where she was. And, my Lord Crudelta, what made you think so? A hunch, my lord, for which you are welcome to kill me. Starmount turned to the panel. I suspect, my lords, that you are more likely to doom him to long life, great responsibility, immense rewards, and the fatigue of being his own difficult and complicated self. The miters moved gently, and the members of the panel rose. You, my Lord Crudelta, will sleep till the trial is finished. A robot stroked him, and he fell asleep. Next witness, said the Lord Starmount. In 5 minutes. 11. Volmacht tried to keep Rambo from being heard as a witness. He argued fiercely with the Lord Starmount in the intermission. You lords have shot up my hospital, abducted 2 of my patients, and now you are going to torment both Rambo and Elizabeth. Can't you leave them alone? Rambo is in no condition to give coherent answers, and Elizabeth may be damaged if she sees him suffer. The Lord Starmount said to him, You have your rules, Doctor, and we have ours. This trial is being recorded inch by inch and moment by moment. Nothing is going to be done to Rambo unless we find that he has planet-killing powers. If that is true, of course, we will ask you to take him back to the hospital and to put him to death very pleasantly. But I don't think it will happen. We want his story so that we can judge my colleague Crudelta. Do you think that the instrumentality would survive if it did not have fierce internal discipline? Volmacht nodded sadly. He went back to Grossbeck and Timofeyev, murmuring sadly to them, Rambo's in for it. There's nothing we could do. The panel reassembled. They put on their judicial miters. The lights of the room darkened, and the weird blue light of justice was turned on. The robot orderly helped Rambo to the witness chair. You are obliged, said Starmount, to speak quickly and clearly to this court. You're not Elizabeth, said Rambo. I am the Lord Starmount, said the investigating lord, quickly deciding to dispense with the formalities. Do you know me? No, said Rambo. Do you know where you are? Earth, said Rambo. Do you wish to lie or to tell the truth? A lie, said Rambo, is the only truth which men can share with each other, so I will tell you lies the way we always do. Can you report your trip? No. Why not, Citizen Rambo? Words won't describe it. Do you remember your trip? Do you remember your pulse of 2 minutes ago? Countered Rambo. I am not playing with you, said Starmount. We think you have been in Space 3, and we want you to testify about the Lord Crudelta. Oh, said Rambo. I don't like him. I never did like him. Will you nevertheless try to tell us what happened also to you? Should I, Elizabeth? Asked Rambo of the girl who sat in the audience. She did not stammer. Yes, she said, in a clear voice which rang through the big room. Tell them, so that we can find our lives again. I will tell you, said Rambo. When did you last see the Lord Crudelta? When I was stripped and fitted to the rocket, 4 jumps out beyond Outpost Bader Gator. He was on the ground. He waved goodbye to me. And then what happened? The rocket rose. It felt very strange, like no craft I had ever been in before. I weighed many, many gravities. And then? The engines went on. I was thrown out of space itself. What did it seem like? Behind me I left the working ships, the cloth and the food which goes through space. I went down rivers which did not exist. I felt people around me, though I could not see them, red people shooting arrows at live bodies. Where were you? Asked a panel member. In the winter time, where there is no summer, in an emptiness like a child's mind, in peninsulas which had torn loose from the land, and I was the ship. You were what? Asked the same panel member. The rocket nose, the cone, the boat. I was drunk. It was drunk. I was the drunk boat myself, said Rambo. And where did you go? Resumed Starmount. Where crazy lanterns stared with idiot eyes, where the waves washed back and forth with the dead of all the ages, where the stars became a pool and I swam in it. where blue turns to liquor stronger than alcohol, wilder than music, fermented with the red, red reds of love. I saw all the things that men have ever thought they saw, but it was me who really saw them. I've heard phosphorescence singing and tides that seemed like crazy cattle clawing their way out of the ocean, their hooves beating the reefs. You will not believe me, but I found Floridas wilder than this, where the flowers had human skins and eyes like big cats. "What are you talking about?" asked the Lord Starmount. "What I found in Space 3, snapped Arthur Rambo. "Believe it or not, this is what I now remember. Maybe it's a dream, but it's all I have. It was years and years, and it was the blink of an eye. I dreamed green nights. I felt places where the whole horizon became one big waterfall. The boat that was me met children, and I showed them El Dorado, where the gold men live. The people drowned in space, washed gently past me. I was a boat where all the lost spaceships lay ruined and still. Seahorses which were not real ran beside me. The summer months came and hammered down the sun. I went past archipelagos of stars where the delirious skies opened up for wanderers. I cried for me. I wept for man. I wanted to be the Drunkboat sinking. I sank. I fell. It seemed to me that the grass was a lake, where a sad child on hands and knees sailed a toy boat as fragile as a butterfly in spring. I can't forget the pride of unremembered flags, the arrogance of prisons which I suspected, the swimming of the businessmen. Then I was on the grass. "This may have scientific value," said the Lord Starmount, "but it is not of judicial importance. Do you have any comment on what you did during the battle in the hospital?" Rambo was quick and looked sane. "What I did not do. What I did not do, I cannot tell. Let me go, because I am tired of you and space, big men and big things. Let me sleep and let me get well." Starmount lifted his hand for silence. The panel members stared at him. Only the few telepaths present knew that they had all said, "Aye, let the man go. Let the girl go. Let the doctors go. But bring back the Lord Crudelta later on. He has many troubles ahead of him, and we wish to add to them." 12. Between the instrumentality, the man-home government, and the authorities at the old main hospital, everyone wished to give Rambo and Elizabeth happiness. As Rambo got well, much of his Earth 4 memory returned. The trip faded from his mind. When he came to know Elizabeth, he hated the girl. This was not his girl, his bold, saucy Elizabeth of the markets and the valleys, of the snowy hills and the long boat rides. This was somebody meek, sweet, sad, and hopelessly loving. Vohmot cured that. He sent Rambo to the pleasure city of the Hesperides, where bold and talkative women pursued him because he was rich and famous. In a few weeks, a very few indeed, he wanted his Elizabeth, this strange, shy girl who had been cooked back from the dead while he rode space with his own fragile bones. "Tell the truth, darling," he spoke to her once gravely and seriously. "The Lord Crudelta did not arrange the accident which killed you." "They say he wasn't there," said Elizabeth. "They say it was an actual accident. I don't know. I will never know." "It doesn't matter now," said Rambo. "Crudelta's off among the stars, looking for trouble and finding it. We have our bungalow and our waterfall and each other." "Yes, my darling," she said, "each other, and no fantastic Floridas for us." He blinked at this reference to the past, but he said nothing. A man who has been through Space 3 needs very little in life, outside of not going back to Space 3. Sometimes he dreamed he was the rocket again, the old rocket taking off on an impossible trip. Let other men follow, he thought. Let other men go. I have Elizabeth, and I am here. On the Gem Planet. Consider the horse. He climbed up through the crevices of a cliff of gems. The force which drove him was the love of man. Consider Mizr, the resort planet, where the dictator Colonel Wedder reformed the culture so violently that whatever had been slovenly now became atrocious. Consider Genevieve, so rich that she was the prisoner of her own wealth, so beautiful that she was the victim of her own beauty, so intelligent that she knew there was nothing to be done about her fate. Consider Casher O'Neill, a wanderer among the planets, thirsting for justice, and yet hoping in his innermost thoughts that justice was not just another word for revenge. Consider Pontoppidan, that literal gem of a planet where the people were too rich and busy to have good food, open air, or much fun. All they had were diamonds, rubies, tourmalines, and emeralds. Add these together, and you have one of the strangest stories ever told from world to world. 1. When Casher O'Neill came to Pontoppidan, he found that the capital city was appropriately called Anderson. This was the 2nd century of the Rediscovery of Man. People everywhere had taken up old names, old languages, old customs, as fast as the robots and the underpeople could retrieve the data from the rubbish of forgotten star lanes or the subsurface ruins of Man-Home itself. Casher knew this very well, to his bitter cost. Reacculturation had brought him revolution and exile. He came from the dry, beautiful planet of Mizr. He was himself the nephew of the ruined ex-ruler Kuraf, whose collection of objectionable books had at one time been unmatched in the settled galaxy. He had stood aside, half assenting, when the Colonels Gibna and Wedder took over the planet in the name of reform. He had implored the instrumentality, vainly, for help, when Wedder became a tyrant, and now he traveled among the stars, looking for men or weapons who might destroy Wedder and make Kahir again the luxurious, happy city which it once had been. He felt that his cause was hopeless when he landed on Pontoppidan. The people were warm-hearted, friendly, intelligent, but they had no motives to fight for, no weapons to fight with, no enemies to fight against. They had little public spirit, such as Casher O'Neill had seen back on his native planet of Mizr. They were concerned about little things. Indeed, at the time of his arrival, the Pontoppidans were wildly excited about a horse. A horse? Who worries about one horse? Casher O'Neill himself said so. Why bother about a horse? We have lots of them on Mizr. They are 4-handed beings, 8 times the weight of a man, with only 1 finger on each of the 4 hands. The fingernail is very heavy and permits them to run fast. That's why our people have them, for running. Why run? Said the hereditary dictator of Pontoppidan. Why run when you can fly? Don't you have ornithopters? We don't run with them, said Casher indignantly. We make them run against each other, and then we pay prizes to the one which runs fastest. But then, said Philip Vincent, the hereditary dictator, you get a very illogical situation. When you have tried out these 4-fingered beings, you know how fast each one goes. So what? Why bother? His niece interrupted. She was a fragile little thing, smaller than Casher O'Neill liked women to be. She had clear gray eyes, well-marked eyebrows, a very artificial coiffure of silver blonde hair, and the most sensitive little mouth he had ever seen. She conformed to the local fashion by wearing some kind of powder or face cream, which was flesh-pink in color, but which had overtones of lilac. On a woman as old as 22, such a coloration would have made the wearer look like an old hag. But on Genevieve, it was pleasant, if rather startling. It gave the effect of a happy child playing grown-up, and doing the job joyfully and well. Casher knew that it was hard to tell ages in these off-trail planets. Genevieve might be a grande dame in her 3rd or 4th rejuvenation. He doubted it on second glance. What she said was sensible, young, and pert. But, Uncle, they're animals. I know that, he rumbled. But, Uncle, don't you see it? Stop saying but, Uncle, and tell me what you mean, growled the dictator very fondly. Animals are always uncertain. Of course, said the uncle. "That makes it a game, Uncle," said Genevieve. "They're never sure that any one of them would do the same thing twice. Imagine the excitement. The beautiful big beings from Earth running around and around on their 4 middle fingers, the big fingernails making the gems jump loose from the ground." "I'm not at all sure it's that way. Besides, Miser may be covered with something valuable, such as earth or sand, instead of gemstones like the ones we have here on Pontoppidan. You know, your flower pots with their rich, warm, wet, soft earth." "Of course I do, Uncle, and I know what you paid for them. You were very generous. And still are," she added diplomatically, glancing quickly at Casher O'Neill to see how the familial piety went across with the visitor. "We're not that rich on Miser. It's mostly sand with farmland along the 12 Niles, our big rivers." "I've seen pictures of rivers," said Genevieve. "Imagine living on a whole world full of flower pot stuff." "You're getting off the subject, darling. We were wondering why anyone would bring one horse, just one horse, to Pontoppidan. I suppose you could race a horse against himself if you had a stopwatch, but would it be fun? Would you do that, young man?" Casher O'Neill tried to be respectful. "In my home we used to have a lot of horses. I've seen my uncle time them one by one." "Your uncle?" said the dictator, interestedly. "Who was your uncle that he had all these 4-fingered horses running around? They're all earth animals and very expensive." Casher felt the coming of the low, slow blow he had met so many times before, right from the whole outside world into the pit of his stomach. "My uncle," he stammered. "My uncle, I thought you knew, was the old dictator of Miser, Kuraf." Philip Vincent jumped to his feet, very lightly for so well-fleshed a man. The young mistress, Genevieve, clutched at the throat of her dress. "Kuraf!" cried the old dictator. "Kuraf? We know about him, even here. But you were supposed to be a Miser patriot, not one of Kuraf's people." "He doesn't have any children," Casher began to explain. "I should think not with those habits," snapped the old man. "So I'm his nephew and his heir, but I'm not trying to put the dictatorship back, even though I should be dictator. I just want to get rid of Colonel Wetter. He has ruined my people, and I am looking for money or weapons or help to make my home world free." This was the point, Casher O'Neill knew, at which people either started believing him or did not. If they did not, there was not much he could do about it. If they did, he was sure to get some sympathy. So far, no help, just sympathy. But the instrumentality, while refusing to take action against Colonel Wetter, had given young Casher O'Neill an all-world travel pass, something which 100 lifetimes of savings could not have purchased for the ordinary man. His obscene old uncle had gone off to Sunvale on Titiole, the resort planet, to live out his years between the casino and the beach. Casher O'Neill held the conscience of Miser in his hand. Only he, among the star travelers, cared enough to fight for the freedom of the 12 Niles. Here now, in this room, there was a turning point. "I won't give you anything," said the hereditary dictator, but he said it in a friendly voice. His niece started tugging at his sleeve. The older man went on. "Stop it, girl. I won't give you anything, not if you're part of that rotten lot of Kurafs, not unless— Anything, sir, anything, just so that I get help or weapons to go home to the 12 Niles. "All right, then. Unless you open your mind to me. I'm a good telepath myself." "Open my mind? Whatever for?" The incongruous indecency of it shocked Casher O'Neill. He'd had men and women and governments ask a lot of strange things from him, but no one before had had the cold impudence to ask him to open his mind. "And why you?" he went on. "What would you get out of it? There's nothing much in my mind." "To make sure," said the hereditary dictator, "that you are not too honest and sharp in your beliefs. If you're positive that you know what to do, you might be another Colonel Wetter, putting your people through a dozen torments for a utopia which never quite comes true. If you don't care at all, you might be like your uncle. He did no real harm. He just stole his planet blind, and he had some extraordinary habits which got him talked about between the stars. He never killed a man in his life, did he?" "No, sir," said Cashier O'Neill. "He never did." It relieved him to tell the one little good thing about his uncle. There was so very, very little which could be said in Kuroff's favor. "I don't like slobbering old libertines like your uncle," said Philip Vincent. "But I don't hate them either. They don't hurt other people much. As a matter of actual fact, they don't hurt anyone but themselves. They waste property, though. Like these horses you have on Miser. We'd never bring living beings to this world of Pontoppidan just to play games with. And you know we're not poor. We're no old North Australia, but we have a good income here." That, thought Cashier O'Neill, is the understatement of the year, but he was a careful young man with a great deal at stake, so he said nothing. The dictator looked at him shrewdly. He appreciated the value of Cashier's tactful silence. Genevieve tugged at his sleeve, but he frowned her interruption away. "If," said the hereditary dictator, "if," he repeated, "you pass 2 tests, I will give you a green ruby as big as my head, if my committee will allow me to do so. But I think I can talk them around. 1 test is that you let me peep all over your mind to make sure that I am not dealing with one more honest fool. If you're too honest, you're a fool, and a danger to mankind. I'll give you a dinner and ship you off-planet as fast as I can. And the other test is, solve the puzzle of this horse. The one horse on Pontoppidan. Why is the animal here? What should we do with it? If it's good to eat, how should we cook it? Or can we trade to some other world, like your planet, Miser, which seems to set a value on horses?" "Thank you, sir," said Cashier O'Neill. "But, Uncle," said Genevieve. "Keep quiet, my darling, and let the young man speak," said the dictator. "All I was going to ask is," said Cashier O'Neill, "what's a green ruby good for? I didn't even know they came green." "That, young man, is a Pontoppidan specialty. We have a geology based on ultra-heavy chemistry. This planet was once a fragment from a giant planet which imploded. The use is simple. With a green ruby you can make a laser beam which will boil away your city of Kahir in a single sweep. We don't have weapons here, and we don't believe in them, so I won't give you a weapon. You'll have to travel further to find a ship and to get the apparatus for mounting your green ruby, if I give it to you. But you will be one more step along in your fight with Colonel Wedder." Thank you, most honorable sir," cried Cashier O'Neill. "But, Uncle," said Genevieve, "you shouldn't have picked those 2 things because I know the answers." "You know all about him," said the hereditary dictator, "by some means of your own?" Genevieve flushed under her lilac-hued foundation cream. "I know enough for us to know." "How do you know it, my darling?" "I just know," said Genevieve. Her uncle made no comment, but he smiled widely and indulgently, as if he had heard that particular phrase before. She stamped her foot. "And I know about the horse, too. All about it." "Have you seen it?" "No." "Have you talked to it?" "Horses don't talk, Uncle." "Most under-people do," he said. "This isn't an under-person, Uncle. It's a plain, unmodified old Earth animal. It never did talk." "Then what do you know, my honey?" The uncle was affectionate, but there was the crackle of impatience under his voice. "I taped it, the whole thing. The story of the Horse of Pontoppidan. And I've edited it, too. I was going to show it to you this morning, but your staff sent that young man in." Cashier O'Neill looked his apologies at Genevieve. She did not notice him. Her eyes were on her uncle. "Since you've done this much, we might as well see it." He turned to the attendants. "Bring chairs and drinks. You know mine. The young lady will take tea with lemon. Real tea. Will you have coffee, young man?" "You have coffee?" cried Cashier O'Neill. As soon as he said it, he felt like a fool. Pontoppidan was a rich planet. On most world's exchanges, coffee came out to about 2 man-years per kilo. Here, half-tracks crunched their way through gems as they went to load up the frequent trading vessels. The chairs were put in place. The drinks arrived. The hereditary dictator had been momentarily lost in a brown study, as though he were wondering about his promise to Cashier O'Neill. He had even murmured to the young man, Our bargain stands. Never mind what my niece says." Casher had nodded vigorously. The old man had gone back to frowning at the servants and did not relax until a tiger man bounded into the room, carrying a tray with acrobatic precision. The chairs were already in place. The uncle held his niece's chair for her as a command that she sit down. He nodded Casher O'Neill into a chair on the other side of himself. He commanded, "Dim the lights." The room plunged into semi-darkness. Without being told, the people took their places immediately behind the three main seats, and the under-people perched or sat on benches and tables behind them. Very little was spoken. Casher O'Neill could sense that Pontoppidan was a well-run place. He began to wonder if the hereditary dictator had much real work left to do if he could fuss that much over a single horse. Perhaps all he did was boss his niece and watch the robots load truckloads of gems into sacks while the under-people weighed them, listed them, and wrote out the bills for the customers. 2. There was no screen. This was a good machine. The planet Pontoppidan came into view, its airless brightness giving strong hints of the mineral riches which might be found. Here and there enormous domes, such as the one in which this palace was located, came into view. Genevieve's own voice, girlish, impulsive, and yet didactic, rang out with the story of her planet. It was as though she had prepared the picture not only for her own uncle, but for off-world visitors as well. "By Joan, that's it," thought Casher O'Neill. "If they don't raise much food here, outside of the hydroponics, and don't have any real people places, they have to trade. That does mean visitors, and many, many of them." The story was interesting, but the girl herself was more interesting. Her face shone in the shifting light which the images, a meter, perhaps a little more from the floor, reflected across the room. Casher O'Neill thought that he had never before seen a woman who so peculiarly combined intelligence and charm. She was girl, girl, girl all the way through, but she was also very smart and pleased with being smart. It betokened a happy life. He found himself glancing covertly at her. Once he caught her glancing, equally covertly, at him. The darkness of the scene enabled them both to pass it off as an accident without embarrassment. Her view-tape had come to the story of the Dipseas, enormous canyons which lay like deep gashes on the surface of the planet. Some of the color views were spectacular beyond belief. Casher O'Neill, as the appointed one of Miser, had had plenty of time to wander through the non-salacious parts of his uncle's collections, and he had seen pictures of the most notable worlds. Never had he seen anything like this. One view showed a sunset against a 6-kilometer cliff of a material which looked like solid emerald. The peculiar bright sunshine of Pontoppidan's small, penetrating, lilac-hued sun ran like living water over the precipice of gems. Even the reduced image, 1 meter by 1 meter, was enough to make him catch his breath. The bottom of the Dipsea had vapor emerging in curious cylindrical columns, which seemed to erode as they reached 2 or 3 times the height of a man. The recorded voice of Genevieve was explaining that the very thin atmosphere of Pontoppidan would not be breathable for another 2,520 years, since the settlers did not wish to squander their resources on a luxury like breathing, when the whole planet only had 60,000 inhabitants. They would rather go on with masks and use their wealth in other ways. After all, it was not as though they did not have their domed cities, some of them many kilometers in radius. Besides the usual hydroponics, they had even imported 7.2 hectares of garden soil, 5.5 centimeters deep, together with enough water to make the gardens rich and fruitful. They had bought worms, too, at the price of 8 carats of diamond per living worm, in order to keep the soil of the gardens loose and living. Genevieve's transcribed voice rang out with pride as she listed these accomplishments of her people. But a note of sadness came in which she returned to the subject of the Dipseas. "And though we would like to live in them and develop their atmospheres, we dare not. There is too much escape of radioactivity. The geysers themselves may or may not be contaminated from one hour to the next. So we just look at them. Not one of them has ever been settled, except for the Hippy Dipsy, where the horse came from. Watch this next picture. The camera sheared up from the surface of the planet. Where it had wandered among mountains of diamonds and valleys of tourmalines, it now took to the blue-black of near inner space. One of the canyons showed, from high altitude, the grotesque pattern of a human woman's hips and legs, though what might have been the upper body was lost in a confusion of broken hills, which ended in a bright, almost iridescent plain to the north. "That," said the real Genevieve, overriding her own voice on the screen, "is the Hippy Dipsy. There, see the blue? That's the only lake on all of Pontoppidan, and here we drop to the hermit's house." Casher O'Neill almost felt vertigo as the camera plummeted from off-planet into the depths of that immense canyon. The edges of the canyon almost seemed to move like lips with the plunge, opening and folding inward to swallow him up. Suddenly, they were beside a beautiful little lake. A small hut stood beside the shore. In the doorway there sat a man, dead. His body had been there a long time. It was already mummified. Genevieve's recorded voice explained the matter. In Norstrilian law and custom, they told him that his time had come. They told him to go to the dying house, since he was no longer fit to live. In Old North Australia, they are so rich that they let everyone live as long as he wants, unless the old person can't take rejuvenation anymore, even with Stroon, and unless he or she gets to be a real pest to the living. If that happens, they are invited to go to the dying house, where they shriek and pant with delirious joy for weeks or days, until they finally die of an overload of sheer happiness and excitement. There was a hesitation, even in the recording. We never knew why this man refused. He stood off-planet and said that he had seen views of the Hippy Dipsy. He said it was the most beautiful place on all the worlds, and that he wanted to build a cabin there, to live alone, except for his non-human friend. We thought it was some small pet. When we told him that the Hippy Dipsy was very dangerous, he said that this did not matter in the least to him, since he was old and dying anyhow. Then he offered to pay us 12 times our planetary income if we would lease him 12 hectares on the condition of absolute privacy. No pictures, no scanners, no help, no visitors. Just solitude and scenery. His name was Perino. My great-grandfather asked for nothing more except the written transfer of credit. When he paid it, Perino even asked that he be left alone after he was dead. Not even a vault rocket, so that he could either orbit Pontoppidan forever or start a very slow journey to nowhere, the way so many people like it. So, this is our first picture of him. We took it when the light went off in the people room, and one of the tiger men told us that he was sure a human consciousness had come to an end in the Hippy Dipsy. And we never even thought of the pet. After all, we had never made a picture of him. This is the way he arrived from Perino's shack. A robot was shown in a control room calling excitedly in the old common tongue. "People! People! Judgment needed! Moving object coming out of the Hippy Dipsy. Object has improper shape. Not a correct object. Should not rise. Does so anyhow. People tell me! People tell me! Destroy or not destroy? This is an improper object. It should fall, not rise. Coming out of the Hippy Dipsy." A firm click shut off the robot's chatter. A well-shaped woman took over. From the nature of her work and the lithe, smooth tread with which she walked, Casher O'Neill suspected that she was of cat origin. But there was nothing in her dress or in her manner to show that she was under people. The woman in the picture lighted a screen. She moved her hands in the air in front of her like a blind person feeling his way through open day. The picture on the inner screen came to resolution. A face showed in it. What a face, thought Casher O'Neill, and he heard the other people around him in the viewing room. The horse! Imagine a face like that of a newborn cat, thought Casher. Miser is full of cats, but imagine the face with a huge mouth, with big yellow teeth, a nose long beyond imagination. Imagine eyes which look friendly. In the picture they were rolling back and forth with exertion, but even there, when they did not feel observed, there was nothing hostile about the set of the eyes. They were tame, companionable eyes. 2 ridiculous ears stood high, and a little tuft of golden hair showed on the crest of the head between the ears. The viewed scene was comical, too. The Catwoman was as astonished as the viewers. It was lucky that she had touched the emergency switch, so that she not only saw the horse but had recorded herself and her own actions while bringing him into view. Genevieve whispered across the chest of the hereditary dictator. "Later we found he was a Palomino pony. That's a very special kind of horse, and Perino had made him immortal, or almost immortal." "Shh," said her uncle. The screen within the screen showed the Catwoman waving her hands in the air some more. The view broadened. The horse had 4 hands and no legs, or 4 legs and no hands, whichever way you want to count them. The horse was fighting his way up a narrow cleft of rubies which led out of the hippy-dipsy. He panted heavily. The oxygen bottles on his sides swung wildly as he clambered. He must have seen something, perhaps the image of the Catwoman, because he said a word. "Way-yay, way-yay!" The Catwoman in the nearer picture spoke very distinctly. "Give your name, age, species, and authority for being on this planet." She spoke clearly, and with the utmost possible authority. The horse obviously heard her. His ears tipped forward, but his reply was the same as before. "Way-yay-yay!" Casher O'Neill realized that he had followed the mood of the picture and had seen the horse the way that the people on Pontoppidan would have seen him. On second thought, the horse was nothing special, by the standards of the 12 Niles, or the little horse market in the city of Cahir. It was an old pony stallion, no longer fit for breeding, and probably not for riding either. The hair had whitened among the gold. The teeth were worn. The animal showed many injuries and burns. Its only use was to be killed, cut up, and fed to the racing dogs. But he said nothing to the people around him. They were still spellbound by the picture. The Catwoman repeated, "Your name isn't Way-yay-yay. Identify yourself properly. Name first." The horse answered her with the same word in a higher key. Apparently forgetting that she had recorded herself as well as the emergency screen, the Catwoman said, "I'll call real people if you don't answer. They'll be annoyed at being bothered." The horse rolled his eyes at her and said nothing. The Catwoman pressed an emergency button on the side of the room. One could not see the other communications screen which lighted up, but her end of the conversation was plain. "I want an ornithopter. Big one. Emergency." A mumble from the side screen. "To go to the hippy-dipsy. There's an underperson there, and he's in so much trouble that he won't talk." From the screen beside her, the horse seemed to have understood the sense of the message, if not the words, because he repeated, "Way-yay, way-yay-yay." "See," said the Catwoman to the person in the other screen, "that's what he's doing. It's obviously an emergency." The voice from the other screen came through, tinny and remote by double recording. "Fool yourself, Catwoman. Nobody can fly an ornithopter into a dipsy. Tell your silly friend to go back to the floor of the dipsy, and we'll pick him up by space rocket." "Way-yay-yay," said the horse impatiently. "He's not my friend," said the Catwoman, with brisk annoyance. "I just discovered him a couple of minutes ago. He's asking for help. Any idiot can see that, even if we don't know his language." The picture snapped off. The next scene showed tiny human figures working with searchlights at the top of an immeasurably high cliff. Here and there, the beam of the searchlight caught the cliff face. The translucent, faceted material of the cliff looked almost like rows of eerie windows, their lights snapping on and off as the searchlight moved. Far down there was a red glow. Fire came from inside the mountain. Even with telescopic lenses, the cameraman could not get the close-up of the glow. On one side there was the figure of the horse, his 4 arms stretched at impossible angles as he held himself firm in the crevasse. On the other side of the fire, there were the even tinier figures of men, laboring to fit some sort of sling to reach the horse. For some odd reason having to do with the techniques of recording, the voices came through very plainly, even the heavy, tired breathing of the old horse. Now and then he uttered one of the special horse words, which seemed to be the limit of his vocabulary. He was obviously watching the men, and was firmly persuaded of their friendliness to him. His large, tame, yellow eyes rolled wildly in the light of the searchlight, and every time the horse looked down, he seemed to shudder. Casher O'Neill found this entirely understandable. The bottom of the hippy-dipsy was nowhere in sight. The horse, even with nothing more than the enlarged fingernails of his middle fingers to help him climb, had managed to get about 4 of the 6 kilometers height of the cliff face behind him. The voice of a tiger man sounded clearly from among the shift of men, underpeople, and robots who were struggling on the face of the cliff. "It's a gamble, but not much of a gamble. I weigh 600 kilos myself, and do you know, I don't think I've ever had to use my full strength since I was a kitten. I know that I can jump across the fire and help that thing be more comfortable. I can even tie a rope around him so that he won't slip and fall after all the work we've done. And the work he's done, too," added the tiger man grimly. "Perhaps I can just take him in my arms and jump back with him. It will be perfectly safe if you have a safety rope around each of us. After all, I never saw a less prehensile creature in my life. You can't call those fingers of his fingers. They look like little boxes of bone, designed for running around, and not much good for anything else." There was a murmur of other voices, and then the command of the supervisor. "Go ahead." No one was prepared for what happened next. The cameraman got the tiger man right in the middle of his frame, showing the attachment of one rope around the tiger man's broad waist. The tiger man was a modified type, whom the authorities had not bothered to put into human cosmetic form. He still had his ears on top of his head, yellow and black fur over his face, huge incisors overlapping his lower jaw, and enormous antenna-like whiskers sticking out from his mustache. He must have been thoroughly modified inside, however, because his temperament was calm, friendly, and even a little humorous. He must have had a carefully redone mouth, because the utterance of human speech came to him clearly and without distortion. He jumped, a mighty jump, right through the top edges of the flame. The horse saw him. The horse jumped, too, almost in the same moment, also through the top of the flame, going the other way. The horse had feared the tiger man more than he did the cliff. The horse landed right in the group of workers. He tried not to hurt them with his flailing limbs, but he did knock one man, a true man, at that, off the cliff. The man's scream faded as he crashed into the impenetrable darkness below. The robots were quick. Having no emotions except on, off, and high, they did not get excited. They had the horse trussed, and before the true men and underpeople had ensured their footing, they had signaled the crane operator at the top of the cliff. The horse, his forearms swinging limply, disappeared upward. The tiger man jumped back through the flames to the nearer ledge. The picture went off. In the viewing room, the hereditary dictator Philip Vincent stood up. He stretched, looking around. Genevieve looked at Casher O'Neill expectantly. "That's the story," said the dictator mildly. "Now you solve it." "Where is the horse now?" said Casher O'Neill. "In the hospital, of course. My niece can take you to see him." 3. After a short, painful, and very thorough peeping of his own mind by the hereditary dictator, Casher O'Neill and Genevieve set off for the hospital in which the horse was being kept in bed. The people of Pontoppidan had not known what else to do with him, so they had placed him under strong sedation and were trying to feed him with sugar-water compounds going directly into his veins. Genevieve told Casher that the horse was wasting away. They walked to the hospital over amethyst pebbles. Instead of wearing his spacesuit, Casher wore a surface helmet, which enriched his oxygen. His hosts had not counted on his getting spells of uncontrollable itching from the sharply reduced atmospheric pressure. He did not dare mention the matter, because he was still hoping to get the green ruby as a weapon in his private war for the liberation of the 12 Niles from the rule of Colonel Wedder. Whenever the itching became less than excruciating, he enjoyed the walk and the company of the slight, beautiful girl who accompanied him across the fields of jewels to the hospital. In later years, he sometimes wondered what might have happened. Was the itching a part of his destiny, which saved him for the freedom of the city of Cahir and the planet Mizar? Might not the innocent, brilliant loveliness of the girl have otherwise tempted him to forswear his duty and stay forever on Pontoppidan? The girl wore a new kind of cosmetic for outdoor walking, a warm, peach-hued powder, which let the natural pink of her cheeks show through. Her eyes, he saw, were a living, deep gray, her eyelashes long, her smile innocently provocative beyond all ordinary belief. It was a wonder that the hereditary dictator had not had to stop duels and murders between young men vying for her favor. They finally reached the hospital, just as Casher O'Neill thought he could stand it no longer, and would have to ask Genevieve for some kind of help or carriage to get indoors and away from the frightful itching. The building was underground. The entrance was sumptuous. Diamonds and rubies the size of building bricks on Mizar had been set to frame the doorway, which was apparently enameled steel. Kuraf, at his most lavish, had never wasted money on anything like this door frame. Genevieve saw his glance. "It did cost a lot of credits. We had to bring a blind artist all the way from Olympia to paint that enamel work. The poor man. He spent most of his time trying to steal extra gemstones when he should have known that we paid justly and never allowed anyone to get away with stealing." "What do you do?" asked Casher O'Neill. "We cut thieves up in space, just at the edge of the atmosphere. We have more manned boats in orbit than any other planet I know of. Maybe old North Australia has more, but then nobody ever gets close enough to old North Australia to come back alive and tell." They went on into the hospital. A respectful chief surgeon insisted on keeping them in the office and entertaining them with tea and confectionery, when they both wanted to go see the horse. Common politeness prohibited their pushing through. Finally, they got past the ceremony and into the room in which the horse was kept. Close up, they could see how much he had suffered. There were cuts and abrasions over almost all of his body. One of his hooves, the doctor told them that was the correct name, hoof, for the big middle fingernail on which he walked, was split. The doctor had put a cadmium silver bar through it. The horse lifted his head when they entered, but he saw that they were just more people, not horsey people, so he put his head down, very patiently. "What's the prospect, Doctor?" asked Casher O'Neill, turning away from the animal. "Could I ask you, sir, a foolish question first?" Surprised, Casher could only say yes. "You're an O'Neill. Your uncle is Kuraf. How do you happen to be called Casher?" "That's simple," laughed Casher. "This is my young man name. On Mizar, everybody gets a baby name, which nobody uses. Then he gets a nickname. Then he gets a young man name, based on some characteristic or some friendly joke, until he picks out his career. When he enters his profession, he picks out his own career name. If I liberate Mizar and overthrow Colonel Wedder, I'll have to think up a suitable career name for myself." "But why Casher, sir?" persisted the doctor. "When I was a little boy and people asked me what I wanted, I always asked for cash. I guess that contrasted with my uncle's wastefulness, so they called me Casher." "But what is cash? One of your crops?" It was Casher's time to look amazed. "Cash is money. Paper credits. People pass them back and forth when they buy things." "Here on Pontoppidan, all the money belongs to me." "All of it," said Genevieve. "My uncle is trustee for me, but I have never been allowed to touch it or to spend it. It's all just planet business." The doctor blinked respectfully. "Now this horse, sir, if you will pardon my asking about your name, is a very strange case. Physiologically, he is a pure earth type. He is suited only for a vegetable diet, but otherwise he is a very close relative of man. He has a single stomach and a very large cone-shaped heart. That's where the trouble is. The heart is in bad condition. He's dying." "Dying?" cried Genevieve. "That's the sad, horrible part," said the doctor. "He is dying, but he cannot die. He could go on like this for many years. Perino wasted enough strewn on this animal to make a planet immortal. Now the animal is worn out, but cannot die." Casher O'Neill let out a long, low, ululating whistle. Everybody in the room jumped. He disregarded them. It was the whistle he had used near the stables, back among the 12 Niles when he wanted to call a horse. The horse knew it. The large head lifted. The eyes rolled at him so imploringly that he expected tears to fall from them, even though he was pretty sure that horses could not lacrimate. He squatted on the floor close to the horse's head with a hand on its mane. "Quick," he murmured to the surgeon. "Get me a piece of sugar and an underperson telepath. The underperson telepath must not be of carnivorous origin." The doctor looked stupid. He snapped, "Sugar!" at an assistant, but he squatted down next to Casher O'Neill and said, "You will have to repeat that about an underperson. This is not an underperson hospital at all. We have very few of them here. The horse is here only by command of His Excellency Philip Vincent, who said that the horse of Perino should be given the best of all possible care. He even told me," said the doctor, "that if anything wrong happened to this horse, I would ride patrol for it for the next 80 years. So I'll do what I can. Do you find me too talkative? Some people do. What kind of an underperson do you want?" "I need," said Casher very calmly, "a telepathic underperson, both to find out what this horse wants and to tell the horse that I am here to help him. Horses are vegetarians, and they do not like meat-eaters. Do you have a vegetarian underperson around the hospital?" "We used to have some squirrel men," said the chief surgeon, "but when we changed the air-circulating system, the squirrel men went away with the old equipment. I think they went to a mine. We have tiger men, cat men, and my secretary is a wolf." "Oh, no," said Casher O'Neill. "Can you imagine a sick horse confiding in a wolf?" "It's no more than you are doing," said the surgeon, very softly, glancing up to see if Genevieve were in hearing range, and apparently judging that she was not. "The hereditary dictators here sometimes cut suspicious guests to pieces on their way off the planet. That is, unless the guests are licensed regular traders. You are not. You might be a spy planning to rob us. How do I know? I wouldn't give a diamond chip for your chances of being alive next week. What do you want to do about the horse? That might please the dictator, and you might live." Casher O'Neill was so staggered by the confidence of the surgeon that he squatted there thinking about himself, not about the patient. The horse licked him, seemingly sensing that he needed solace. The surgeon had an idea. "Horses and dogs used to go together, didn't they, back in the old days of Man-Home, when all the people lived on a planet Earth?" "Of course," said Casher. "We still run them together in hunts on Mizar, but under these new laws of the instrumentality, we've run out of under-people criminals to hunt." "I have a good dog," said the chief surgeon. "She talks pretty well, but she is so sympathetic that she upsets the patients by loving them too much. I have her down in the second under-basement tending the dish-sterilizing machinery." "Bring her up," said Casher in a whisper. He remembered that he did not need to whisper about this, so he stood up and spoke to Genevieve. "They have found a good dog telepath who may reach through to the mind of the horse. It may give us the answer." She put her hand on his forearm gently, with the approbatory gesture of a princess. Her fingers dug into his flesh. Was she wishing him well against her uncle's habitual treachery, or was this merely the impulse of a kind young girl who knew nothing of the way the world was run? 4. The interview went extremely well. The dog-woman was almost perfectly humaniform. She looked like a tired, cheerful, worn-out old woman, not valuable enough to be given the life-prolonging Santa Clara drug called Stroon. Work had been her life, and she had had plenty of it. Casher O'Neill felt a twinge of envy when he realized that happiness goes by the petty chances of life, and not by the large destiny. This dog-woman, with her haggard face and her stringy gray hair, had more love, happiness, and sympathy than Kurov had found with his pleasures, Colonel Wedder with his powers, or himself with his crusade. Why did life do that? Was there no justice ever? Why should a worn-out, worthless old underwoman be happy when he was not? "Never mind," she said. "You'll get over it, and then you will be happy." "Over what?" he said. "I didn't say anything." "I'm not going to say it," she retorted, meaning that she was telepathic. "You're a prisoner of yourself. Some day you will escape to unimportance and happiness. You're a good man. You're trying to save yourself, but you really like this horse." "Of course I do," said Casher O'Neill. "He's a brave old horse, climbing out of that hell to get back to people." When he said the word hell, her eyes widened, but she said nothing. In his mind he saw the sign of a fish scrawled on a dark wall, and he felt her think at him. "So, you too know something of the dark, wonderful knowledge, which is not yet to be revealed to all mankind?" He thought a cross back at her, and then turned his thinking to the horse, lest their telepathy be monitored, and strange punishments await them both. She spoke in words. "Shall we link?" "Link," he said. Genevieve stepped up. Her clear-cut, pretty, sensitive face was alight with excitement. Could I be cut in?" "Why not?" said the dog-woman, glancing at him. He nodded. The three of them linked hands, and then the dog-woman put her left hand on the forehead of the old horse. The sand splashed beneath their feet as they ran toward Cahir. The delicious pressure of a man's body was on their backs. The red sky of Miser gleamed over them. There came the shout. "I'm a horse! I'm a horse! I'm a horse!" "You're from Miser," thought Casher O'Neill. "From Cahir itself." "I don't know names," thought the horse, "but you're from my land, the good land." "What are you doing here?" "Dying," thought the horse. "Dying for hundreds and thousands of sundowns. The old one brought me. No riding, no running, no people. Just the old one and the small ground. I have been dying since I came here." Casher O'Neill got a glimpse of Perino sitting and watching the horse, unconscious of the cruelty and loneliness which he had inflicted on his large pet by making it immortal and then giving it no work to do. "Do you know what dying is?" thought the horse promptly. "Certainly. No horse." "Do you know what life is?" "Yes, being a horse." "I'm not a horse," thought Casher O'Neill, "but I am alive." "Don't complicate things," thought the horse at him, though Casher realized it was his own mind and not the horse's which supplied the words. "Do you want to die?" "To no horse? Yes, if this room forever is the end of things." "What would you like better?" thought Genevieve, and her thoughts were like a cascade of newly minted silver coins falling into all their minds, brilliant, clean, bright, innocent. The answer was quick. "Dirt beneath my hooves and wet air again, and a man on my back." The dog-woman interrupted. "Dear horse, you know me?" "You're a dog," thought the horse. "Good dog." "Right," thought the happy old slattern, "and I can tell these people how to take care of you. Sleep now, and when you waken you will be on the way to happiness." She thought the command "sleep" so powerfully at the old horse that Casher O'Neill and Genevieve both started to fall unconscious and had to be caught by the hospital attendants. As they regathered their wits, she was finishing her commands to the surgeon and put about 40% supplementary oxygen into the air. "You'll have to have a real person to ride him, but some of your orbiting sentries would rather ride a horse up there than do nothing. You can't repair the heart. Don't try it. Hypnosis will take care of the sand of Miser. Just load his mind with 1 or 2 of the drama cubes packed full of desert adventure. Now, don't you worry about me. I'm not going to give you any more suggestions. People man, you," she laughed. "You can forgive us dogs anything except for being right. It makes you feel inferior for a few minutes. Never mind, I'm going back downstairs to my dishes. I love them, I really do. Goodbye, you pretty thing," she said to Genevieve. "And goodbye, wanderer. Good luck to you," she said to Casher O'Neill. "You will remain miserable as long as you seek justice, but when you give up, righteousness will come to you, and you will be happy. Don't worry. You're young, and it won't hurt you to suffer a few more years. Youth is an extremely curable disease, isn't it?" She gave them a full curtsy, like one lady of the instrumentality saying goodbye to another. Her wrinkled old face was lit up with smiles, in which happiness was mixed with the tiniest bit of playful mockery. "Don't mind me, boss," she said to the surgeon. "Dishes, here I come." She swept out of the room. "See what I mean?" said the surgeon. "She's so horribly happy. How can anyone run a hospital if a dishwasher gets all over the place making people happy? We'd be out of jobs." Her ideas were good, though. They were. They worked, down to the last letter of the dog-woman's instructions. There was argument from the council. Casher O'Neill went along to see them in session. One councillor, Bashnak, was particularly vociferous in objecting to any action concerning the horse. "Sire," he cried, "Sire, we don't even know the name of the animal. I must protest this action when we don't know—" "That we don't," assented Philip Vincent. "But what does a name have to do with it? The horse has no identity, not even the identity of an animal. It is just a pile of meat left over from the estate of Perino. We should kill the horse and eat the meat ourselves. Or if we do not want to eat the meat, then we should sell it off-planet. There are plenty of peoples around here who would pay a pretty price for genuine earth meat. Pay no attention to me, sire. You are the hereditary dictator, and I am nothing. I have no power, no property, nothing. I am at your mercy. All I can tell you is to follow your own best interests. I have only a voice. You cannot reproach me for using my voice when I am trying to help you, sire, can you? That's all I am doing, helping you. If you spend any credits at all on this animal, you will be doing wrong, wrong, wrong. We are not a rich planet. We have to pay for expensive defenses just in order to stay alive. We cannot even afford to pay for air that our children can go out and play. And you want to spend money on a horse which cannot even talk? I tell you, sire, this council is going to vote against you just to protect your own interests and the interests of the Honorable Genevieve as eventual title holder of all Pontoppidan. You are not going to get away with this, sire. We are helpless before your power, but we will insist on advising you." "Hear, hear!" cried several of the councillors, not the least dismayed by the slight frown of the hereditary dictator. "I will take the word," said Philip Vincent himself. Several had had their hands raised, asking for the floor. One obstinate man kept his hand up, even when the dictator announced his intention to speak. Philip Vincent took note of him, too. "You can talk when I am through, if you want to." He looked calmly around the room, smiled imperceptibly at his niece, gave Casher O'Neill the briefest of nods, and then announced, "Gentlemen, it's not the horse which is on trial. It's Pontoppidan. It's we who are trying ourselves. And before whom are we trying ourselves, gentlemen? Each of us is before that most awful of courts, his own conscience. If we kill that horse, gentlemen, we will not be doing the horse a great wrong. He is an old animal, and I do not think that he will mind dying very much, now that he is away from the ordeal of loneliness which he feared more than death. After all, he has already had his great triumph, the climb up the cliff of gems, the jump across the volcanic vent, the rescue by people whom he wanted to find. The horse has done so well that he is really beyond us. We can help him a little, or we can hurt him a little. Beside the immensity of his accomplishment, we cannot really do very much either way. No, gentlemen, we are not judging the case of the horse, we are judging space. What happens to a man when he moves out into the big nothing? Do we leave old Earth behind? Why did civilization fall? Will it fall again? Is civilization a gun, or a blaster, or a laser, or a rocket? Is it even a planiforming ship, or a pinlighter at his work? You know as well as I do, gentlemen, that civilization is not what we can do. If it had been, there would have been no fall of ancient man. Even in the Dark Ages they had a few fusion bombs. They could make some small guided missiles, and they even had weapons like the Kaskaskas effect, which we have never been able to rediscover. The Dark Ages weren't dark because people lost techniques or science. They were dark because people lost people. It's a lot of work to be human, and it's work which must be kept up, or it begins to fade. Gentlemen, the horse judges us. Take the word, gentlemen. Civilization is itself a lady's word. There were female writers in a country called France who made that word popular in the 3rd century before space travel. To be civilized meant for people to be tame, to be kind, to be polished. If we kill this horse, we are wild. If we treat the horse gently, we are tame. Gentlemen, I have only one witness, and that witness will utter only one word. Then you shall vote, and vote freely. There was a murmur around the table at this announcement. Philip Vincent obviously enjoyed the excitement he had created. He let them murmur on a full minute or two before he slapped the table gently and said, "Gentlemen, the witness. Are you ready?" There was a murmur of assent. Bashnak tried to say, "It's still a question of public funds," but his neighbors shushed him. The table became quiet. All faces turned toward the hereditary dictator. "Gentlemen, the testimony. Genevieve, is that what you yourself told me to say? Is civilization always a woman's choice first, and only later a man's?" "Yes," said Genevieve, with a happy, open smile. The meeting broke up amid laughter and applause. 5. A month later, Casher O'Neill sat in a room in a medium-sized planoforming liner. They were out of reach of Pontoppidan. The hereditary dictator had not changed his mind and cut him down with green beams. Casher had strange memories, not bad ones for a young man. He remembered Genevieve weeping in the garden. "I'm romantic," she cried, and wiped her eyes on the sleeve of his cape. "Legally, I'm the owner of this planet, rich, powerful, free, but I can't leave here. I'm too important. I can't marry whom I want to marry. I'm too important. My uncle can't do what he wants to do. He's hereditary dictator, and he always must do what the council decides after weeks of chatter. I can't love you. You're a prince and a wanderer, with travels and battles and justice and strange things ahead of you. I can't go. I'm too important. I'm too sweet. I'm too nice. I hate myself sometimes. Please, Casher, could you take a flyer and run away with me into space? Your uncle's lasers could cut us to pieces before we got out." He held her hands and looked gently down into her face. At this moment he did not feel the fierce, aggressive, happy glow which an able young man feels in the presence of a beautiful and tender young woman. He felt something much stranger, softer, quieter. An emotion very sweet to the mind and restful to the nerves. It was the simple, clear compassion of one person for another. He took a chance for her sake, because the dark knowledge was wonderful, but very dangerous in the wrong hands. He took both her beautiful little hands in his, so that she looked up at him and realized that he was not going to kiss her. Something about his stance made her realize that she was being offered a more precious gift than a sky-lit romantic kiss in a garden. Besides, it was just touching helmets. He said to her with passion and kindness in his voice, "You remember that dog woman, the one who works with the dishes in the hospital?" "Of course. She was good and bright and happy, and helped us all." "Go work with her, now and then. Ask her nothing. Tell her nothing. Just work with her at her machines. Tell her I said so. Happiness is catching. You might catch it. I think I did myself a little." "I think I understand you," said Genevieve softly. "Casher, goodbye, and good luck to you. My uncle expects us." Together they went back into the palace. Another memory was the farewell to Philip Vincent, the hereditary dictator of Pontoppidan. The calm, clean-shaven, ruddy, well-fleshed face looked at him with benign regard. Casher O'Neill felt more respect for this man when he realized that ruthlessness is often the price of peace, and vigilance the price of wealth. "You're a clever young man, a very clever young man. You may win back the power of your Uncle Kuraf." "I don't want that power," cried Casher O'Neill. "I have advice for you," said the hereditary dictator, and it is good advice, or I would not be here to give it. I have learned the political arts well, otherwise I would not be alive. Do not refuse power. Just take it and use it wisely. Do not hide from your wicked uncle's name. Obliterate it. Take the name yourself and rule so well that in a few decades no one will remember your uncle, just you. You are young. You can't win now, but it is in your fate to grow and to triumph. I know it. I am good at these things. I have given you your weapon. I am not tricking you. It is packed safely, and you may leave with it." Casher O'Neill was breathing softly, believing it all, and trying to think of words to thank the stout, powerful older man, when the dictator added with a little laugh in his voice, "Thank you, too, for saving me money. You've lived up to your name, Casher." "Saved you money?" "The alfalfa. The horse wanted alfalfa." "Oh, that idea," said Casher O'Neill. "It was obvious. I don't deserve much credit for that." "I didn't think of it," said the hereditary dictator, "and my staff didn't either. We're not stupid. That shows you are bright. You realized that Perino must have had a food converter to keep the horse alive in the hippy-dipsy. All we did was set it to alfalfa, and we saved ourselves the cost of a shipload of horse food twice a year. We're glad to save that credit. We're well off here, but we don't like to waste things. You may bow to me now and leave." Casher O'Neill had done so, with one last glance at the lovely Genevieve, standing fragile and beautiful beside her uncle's chair. His last memory was very recent. He had paid 200,000 credits for it, right on this liner. He had found the stop captain, bored now that the ship was in flight and the go captain had taken over. "Can you get me a telepathic fix on a horse?" "What's a horse?" said the stop captain. "Where is it? Do you want to pay for it?" "A horse," said Casher O'Neill patiently, "is an unmodified earth animal, not under people. A big one, but quite intelligent. This one is in orbit right around Pontoppidan, and I will pay the usual price." "1,000,000 earth credits," said the stop captain. "Ridiculous," cried Casher O'Neill. They settled on 200,000 credits for a good fix and 10,000 for the use of the ship's equipment, even if there were failure. It was not a failure. The technician was a snake man. He was deft, cool, and superb at his job. In only a few minutes he passed the headset to Casher O'Neill, saying politely, "This is it, I think." It was. He had reached right into the horse's mind. The endless sands of Miser swam before Casher O'Neill. The long lines of the 12 Niles converged in the distance. He galloped steadily and powerfully. There were other horses nearby, other riders, other things, but he himself was conscious only of the beat of the hooves against the strong, moist sand, the firmness of the appreciative rider upon his back. Dimly, as in a hallucination, Casher O'Neill could also see the little orbital ship in which the old horse cantered in mid-air, with an amused cadet sitting on his back. Up there with no weight, the old worn-out heart would be good for many, many years. Then he saw the horse's paradise again. The flash of hooves threatened to overtake him, but he outran them all. There was the expectation of a stable at the end, a rub-down, good succulent green food, and the glimpse of a filly in the morning. The horse of Pontoppidan felt extremely wise. He had trusted people, the source of all kindness, all cruelty, all power among the stars, and the people had been good. The horse felt very much horse again. Casher felt the old body course along the river's edge like a dream of power, like a completion of service, like an ultimate fulfillment of companionship. The Crime and the Glory of Commander Suzdal. Do not read this story. Turn the page quickly. The story may upset you. Anyhow, you probably know it already. It is a very disturbing story. Everyone knows it. The glory and the crime of Commander Suzdal have been told in 1,000 different ways. Don't let yourself realize that the story is the truth. It isn't. Not at all. There's not a bit of truth to it. There is no such planet as Ericosia, No such people as Klops. No such world as Catland. These are all just imaginary. They didn't happen. Forget about it. Go away and read something else. The beginning. Commander Suzdal was sent forth in a shell ship to explore the outermost reaches of our galaxy. His ship was called a cruiser, but he was the only man in it. He was equipped with hypnotics and cubes to provide him the semblance of company, a large crowd of friendly people who could be convoked out of his own hallucinations. The instrumentality even offered him some choice in his imaginary companions, each of whom was embodied in a small ceramic cube containing the brain of a small animal, but imprinted with the personality of an actual human being. Suzdal, a short, stocky man with a jolly smile, was blunt about his needs. "Give me 2 good security officers. I can manage the ship, but if I'm going into the unknown, I'll need help in meeting the strange problems which might show up." The loading official smiled at him. "I never heard of a cruiser commander who asked for security officers. Most people regard them as an utter nuisance." "That's all right," said Suzdal. "I don't." "Don't you want some chess players?" "I can play chess," said Suzdal. "All I want to, using the spare computers. All I have to do is set the power down and they start losing. On full power, they always beat me." The official then gave Suzdal an odd look. He did not exactly leer, but his expression became both intimate and a little unpleasant. "What about other companions?" he asked, with a funny little edge to his voice. "I've got books," said Suzdal. "A couple of thousand. I'm going to be gone only a couple of years Earth time." "Local subjective, it might be several thousand years," said the official, "though the time will wind back up again as you reapproach Earth. And I wasn't talking about books," he repeated, with the same funny, prying lilt to his voice. Suzdal shook his head with momentary worry, ran his hand through his sandy hair. His blue eyes were forthright, and he looked straightforwardly into the official's eyes. "What do you mean, then, if not books? Navigators? I've got them, not to mention the turtle men. They're good company if you just talk to them slowly enough and then give them plenty of time to answer. Don't forget, I've been out before." The official spat out his offer. "Dancing girls, women, concubines. Don't you want any of those? We could even cube your own wife for you and print her mind on a cube for you. That way she could be with you every week that you were awake." Suzdal looked as though he would spit on the floor in sheer disgust. "Alice? You mean you want me to travel around with a ghost of her? How would the real Alice feel when I came back? Don't tell me that you're going to put my wife on a mouse brain. You're just offering me delirium. I've got to keep my wits out there with space and time rolling in big waves around me. I'm going to be crazy enough just as it is. Don't forget, I've been out there before. Getting back to a real Alice is going to be one of my biggest reality factors. It will help me to get home." At this point, Suzdal's own voice took on the note of intimate inquiry, as he added, "Don't tell me that a lot of cruiser commanders ask to go flying around with imaginary wives. That would be pretty nasty, in my opinion. Do many of them do it?" "We're here to get you loaded on board ship, not to discuss what other officers do or do not do. Sometimes we think it good to have a female companion on the ship with the commander, even if she is imaginary. If you ever found anything among the stars which took on female form, you'd be mighty vulnerable to it." "Females among the stars? Bosh!" said Suzdal. "Strange things have happened," said the official. "Not that," said Suzdal. "Pain, craziness, distortion, panic without end, a craze for food. Yes, those I can look for and face. They will be there. But females? No, there aren't any. I love my wife. I won't make females up out of my own mind. After all, I'll have the turtle people aboard, and they will be bringing up their young. I'll have plenty of family to watch and to take part in. I can even give Christmas parties for the young ones." "What kind of parties are those?" asked the official. "Just a funny little ancient ritual that I heard about from an outer pilot. You give all the young things presents, once every local subjective year." "It sounds nice," said the official, his voice growing tired and final. "You still refuse to have a cube woman on board? You wouldn't have to activate her unless you really needed her." "You haven't flown yourself, have you?" asked Suzdal. It was the official's turn to flush. "No," he said flatly. "Anything that's in that ship I'm going to think about. I'm a cheerful sort of man, and very friendly. Let me just get along with my turtle people. They're not lively, but they are considerate and restful. 2,000 or more years, local subjective, is a lot of time. Don't give me additional decisions to make. It's work enough running the ship. Just leave me alone with my turtle people. I've gotten along with them before." "You, Suzdal, are the commander," said the loading official. "We'll do as you say." "Fine," smiled Suzdal. "You may get a lot of queer types on this run, but I'm not one of them." The two men smiled agreement at one another, and the loading of the ship was completed. The ship itself was managed by turtlemen, who aged very slowly, so that while Suzdal coursed the outer rim of the galaxy and let the thousands of years, local count, go past while he slept in his frozen bed, the turtlemen rose generation by generation, trained their young to work the ship, taught the stories of the Earth that they would never see again, and read the computers correctly, to awaken Suzdal only when there was a need for human intervention and for human intelligence. Suzdal awakened from time to time, did his work, and then went back. He felt that he had been gone from Earth only a few months. Months, indeed. He had been gone more than a subjective 10,000 years when he met the Siren capsule. It looked like an ordinary distress capsule, the kind of thing that was often shot through space to indicate some complication of the density of man among the stars. This capsule had apparently been flung across an immense distance, and from the capsule, Suzdal got the story of Arakosia. The story was false. The brains of a whole planet, the wild genius of a malevolent, unhappy race, had been dedicated to the problem of ensnaring and attracting a normal pilot from old Earth. The story which the capsule sang conveyed the rich personality of a wonderful woman with a contralto voice. The story was true in part. The appeals were real in part. Suzdal listened to the story, and it sank, like a wonderfully orchestrated piece of grand opera, right into the fibers of his brain. It would have been different if he had known the real story. Everybody now knows the real story of Arakosia, the bitter, terrible story of the planet which was a paradise which turned into a hell. The story of how people got to be something different from people. The story of what happened way out there in the most dreadful place among the stars. He would have fled if he knew the real story. He couldn't understand what we now know. Mankind could not meet the terrible people of Arakosia without the people of Arakosia following them home and bringing to mankind a grief greater than grief, a craziness worse than mere insanity, a plague surpassing all imaginable plagues. The Arakosians had become un-people, and yet in their innermost imprinting of their personalities, they remained people. They sang songs which exalted their own deformity, and which praised themselves for what they had so horribly become, and yet in their own songs, in their own ballads, the organ tones of the refrain rang out, "And I mourn man." They knew what they were, and they hated themselves. Hating themselves, they pursued mankind. Perhaps they are still pursuing mankind. The instrumentality has by now taken good pains that the Arakosians will never find us again, has flung networks of deception out along the edge of the galaxy to make sure that those lost, ruined people cannot find us. The instrumentality knows and guards our world and all the other worlds of mankind against the deformity which has become Arakosia. We want nothing to do with Arakosia. Let them hunt for us. They won't find us. How could Suzdal know that? This was the first time someone had met the Arakosians, and he met them only with a message in which an elfin voice sang the elfin song of ruin, using perfectly clear words in the old common tongue to tell a story so sad, so abominable, that mankind has not forgotten it yet. In its essence, the story was very simple. This is what Suzdal heard, and what people have learned ever since then. The Aracosians were settlers. Settlers could go out by sail ship, trailing behind them the pods. That was the first way. Or they could go out by planiform ship, ships piloted by skillful men, who went into space and came out again and found man. Or for very long distances, indeed, they could go out in the new combination, individual pods packed into an enormous shell ship, a gigantic version of Suzdal's own ship. The sleepers frozen, the machines waking, the ship fired to and beyond the speed of light, flung below space, coming out at random and homing on a suitable target. It was a gamble, but brave men took it. If no target was found, their machines might course space forever, while the bodies, protected by freezing as they were, spoiled bit by bit, and while the dim light of life went out in the individual frozen brains. The shell ships were the answers of mankind to an overpopulation, which neither the old planet Earth nor its daughter planets could quite respond to. The shell ships took the bold, the reckless, the romantic, the willful, sometimes the criminals, out among the stars. Mankind lost track of these ships over and over again. The advance explorers, the organized instrumentality, would stumble upon human beings, cities, and cultures, high or low, tribes or families, where the shell ships had gone on, far, far beyond the outermost limits of mankind, where the instruments of search had found an Earth-like planet, and the shell ship, like some great dying insect, had dropped to the planet, awakened its people, broken open and destroyed itself with its delivery of newly reborn men and women to settle a world. Aracosia looked like a good world to the men and women who came to it. Beautiful beaches, with cliffs like endless Rivieras rising above, 2 bright big moons in the sky, a sun not too far away. The machines had pre-tested the atmosphere and sampled the water, had already scattered the forms of old Earth life into the atmosphere and in the seas, so that as the people awakened they heard the singing of earth birds, and they knew that earth fish had already been adapted to the oceans and flung in, there to multiply. It seemed a good life. A rich life. Things went well. Things went very, very well for the Aracosians. This is the truth. This was thus far the story told by the capsule. But here they diverged. The capsule did not tell the dreadful, pitiable truth about Aracosia. It invented a set of plausible lies. The voice which came telepathically out of the capsule was that of a mature, warm, happy female, some woman of early middle age with a superb speaking contralto. Suzdal almost fancied that he talked to it, so real was the personality. How could he know that he was being beguiled, trapped? It sounded right, really right. "And then," said the voice, "the Aracosian sickness has been hitting us. Do not land, stand off. Talk to us, tell us about medicine. Our young die, without reason. Our farms are rich, and the wheat here is more golden than it was on earth, the plums more purple, the flowers whiter. Everything does well, except people. Our young die," said the womanly voice, ending in a sob. "Are there any symptoms?" thought Suzdal. Almost as though it had heard his question, the capsule went on. "They die of nothing. Nothing which our medicine can test, nothing which our science can show. They die. Our population is dropping. People, do not forget us. Man, whoever you are, come quickly, come now, bring help. But for your own sake, do not land. Stand off-planet and view us through screens, so that you can take word back to the home of man about the lost children of mankind among the strange and outermost stars." Strange, indeed. The truth was far stranger, and very ugly indeed. Suzdal was convinced of the truth of the message. He had been selected for the trip because he was good-natured, intelligent, and brave. This appeal touched all 3 of his qualities. Later, much later, when he was arrested, Suzdal was asked, "Suzdal, you fool, why didn't you test the message? You've risked the safety of all the mankind's for a foolish appeal." "It wasn't foolish," snapped Suzdal. "That distress capsule had a sad, wonderful, womanly voice, and the story checked out true." "With whom?" said the investigator, flatly and dully. Suzdal sounded weary and sad when he replied to the point. "It checked out with my books, with my knowledge." Reluctantly he added, "and with my own judgment." "Was your judgment good?" said the investigator. "No," said Suzdal, and let the single word hang on the air, as though it might be the last word he would ever speak. But it was Suzdal himself who broke the silence when he added, "Before I set course and went to sleep, I activated my security officers in cubes and had them check the story. They got the real story of Arakosia, all right. They cross-ciphered it out of patterns in the distress capsule, and they told me the whole real story very quickly, just as I was waking up." "And what did you do?" "I did what I did. I did that for which I expect to be punished. The Arakosians were already walking around the outside of my hull by then. They had caught my ship. They had caught me. How was I to know that the wonderful sad story was true only for the first 20 full years that the woman told about? And she wasn't even a woman, just a klopt. Only the first 20 years. Things had gone well for the Arakosians for the first 20 years. Then came disaster. But it was not the tale told in the distress capsule. They couldn't understand it. They didn't know why it had to happen to them. They didn't know why it waited 20 years, 3 months, and 4 days. But their time came. We think it must have been something in the radiation of their sun, or perhaps a combination of that particular sun's radiation and the chemistry, which even the wise machines in the shell ship had not fully analyzed, which reached out and was spread from within. The disaster hit. It was a simple one and utterly unstoppable. They had doctors, they had hospitals. They even had a limited capacity for research. But they could not research fast enough. Not enough to meet this disaster. It was simple, monstrous, enormous. Femininity became carcinogenic. Every woman on the planet began developing cancer at the same time, on her lips, in her breasts, in her groin, sometimes along the edge of her jaw, the edge of her lip, the tender portions of her body. The cancer had many forms, and yet it was always the same. There was something about the radiation which reached through, which reached into the human body, and which made a particular form of desoxycorticosterone turn into a subform, unknown on Earth, of pragnandiol, which infallibly caused cancer. The advance was rapid. The little baby girls began to die first. The women clung, weeping, to their fathers, their husbands. The mothers tried to say goodbye to their sons. One of the doctors herself was a woman, a strong woman. Remorselessly, she cut live tissue from her living body, put it under the microscope, took samples of her own urine, her blood, her spit, and she came up with the answer. There is no answer. And yet there was something better and worse than an answer. If the sun of Arakosia killed everything which was female, if the female fish floated upside down on the surface of the sea, if the female birds sang a shriller, wilder song as they died above the eggs which would never hatch, if the female animals grunted and growled in the lairs where they hid away with pain, female human beings did not have to accept death so tamely. The doctor's name was Astarte Kraus. The magic of the Klopts. The human female could do what the animal female could not. She could turn male. With the help of equipment from the ship, tremendous quantities of testosterone were manufactured, and every single girl and woman still surviving was turned into a man. Massive injections were administered to all of them. Their faces grew heavy, they all returned to growing a little bit, their chests flattened out, their muscles grew stronger, and in less than 3 months they were indeed men. Some lower forms of life had survived because they were not polarized clearly enough to the forms of male and female, which depended on that particular organic chemistry for survival. With the fish gone, plants clotted the oceans. The birds were gone, but the insects survived. Dragonflies, butterflies, mutated versions of grasshoppers, beetles, and other insects swarmed over the planet. The men who had lost women worked side by side with the men who had been made out of the bodies of women. When they knew each other, it was unutterably sad for them to meet. Husband and wife, both bearded, strong, quarrelsome, desperate, and busy. The little boys somehow realizing that they would never grow up to have sweethearts, to have wives, to get married, to have daughters. But what was a mere world to stop the driving brain and the burning intellect of Dr. Astarte Krauss? She became the leader of her people, the men and the men-women. She drove them forward. She made them survive. She used cold brains on all of them. Perhaps if she had been a sympathetic person, she would have let them die. But it was the nature of Dr. Krauss not to be sympathetic, just brilliant, remorseless, implacable against the universe which had tried to destroy her. Before she died, Dr. Krauss had worked out a carefully programmed genetic system. Little bits of the men's tissues could be implanted by a surgical routine in the abdomens, just inside the peritoneal wall, crowding a little bit against the intestines. An artificial womb, and artificial chemistry and artificial insemination by radiation, by heat, made it possible for men to bear boy children. What was the use of having girl children if they all died? The people of Arachosia went on. The first generation lived through the tragedy, half insane with the grief and disappointment. They sent out message capsules, and they knew that their messages would reach Earth in 6 million years. As new explorers, they had gambled on going further than other ships went. They had found a good world, but they were not quite sure where they were. Were they still within the familiar galaxy, or had they jumped beyond to one of the nearby galaxies? They couldn't quite tell. It was a part of the policy of old Earth not to over-equip the exploring parties, for fear that some of them, taking violent cultural change or becoming aggressive empires, might turn back on Earth and destroy it. Earth always made sure that it had the advantages. The third and fourth and fifth generations of Arachosians were still people. All of them were male. They had the human memory, they had human books. They knew the words mama, sister, sweetheart, but they no longer really understood what these terms referred to. The human body, which had taken 4 million years on Earth to grow, has immense resources within it. Resources greater than the brain, or the personality, or the hopes of the individual. And the bodies of the Arachosians decided things for them. Since the chemistry of femininity meant instant death, and since an occasional girl baby was born dead and buried casually, the bodies made the adjustment. The men of Arachosia became both men and women. They gave themselves the ugly nickname Klopt. Since they did not have the rewards of family life, they became strutting cockerels, who mixed their love with murder, who blended their songs with duels, who sharpened their weapons, and who earned the right to reproduce within a strange family system which no decent Earthman would find comprehensible. But they did survive. And the method of their survival was so sharp, so fierce, that it was indeed a difficult thing to understand. In less than 400 years, the Arachosians had civilized into groups of fighting clans. They still had just one planet, around just one sun. They lived in just one place. They had a few spacecraft they had built themselves. Their science, their art, and their music moved forward with strange lurches of inspired neurotic genius, because they lacked the fundamentals in the human personality itself, the balance of male and female, the family, the operations of love, of hope, of reproduction. They survived, but they themselves had become monsters, and did not know it. Out of their memory of old mankind, they created a legend of old Earth. Women in that memory were deformities, who should be killed, misshapen beings who should be erased. The family, as they recalled it, was filth and abomination, which they were resolved to wipe out if they should ever meet it. They themselves were bearded homosexuals, with rouged lips, ornate earrings, fine heads of hair, and very few old men among them. They killed off their men before they became old. The things they could not get from love or relaxation or comfort, they purchased with battle and death. They made up songs proclaiming themselves to be the last of the old men and the first of the new, and they sang their hate to mankind when they should meet, and they sang, "Woe is earth that we should find it." And yet something inside them made them add to almost every song a refrain which troubled even them, "And I mourn man." They mourned mankind, and yet they plotted to attack all of humanity. The Trap. Suzdal had been deceived by the message capsule. He put himself back in the sleeping compartment, and he directed the turtle men to take the cruiser to Arakosia, wherever it might be. He did not do this crazily or wantonly. He did it as a matter of deliberate judgment, a judgment for which he was later heard, tried, judged fairly, and then put to something worse than death. He deserved it. He sought for Arakosia without stopping to think of the most fundamental rule. How could he keep the Arakosians, singing monsters that they were, from following him home to the eventual ruin of Earth? Might not their condition be a disease, which could be contagious, or might not their fierce society destroy the other societies of men, and leave Earth and all of men's other worlds in ruin? He did not think of this, so he was heard and tried and punished much later. We will come to that. The Arrival. Suzdal awakened in orbit off Arakosia, and he awakened knowing he had made a mistake. Strange ships clung to his shell ship like evil barnacles from an unknown ocean, attached to a familiar watercraft. He called to his turtlemen to press the controls, and the controls did not work. The outsiders, whoever they were, man or woman, or beast or god, had enough technology to immobilize his ship. Suzdal immediately realized his mistake. Naturally, he thought of destroying himself and the ship, but he was afraid that if he destroyed himself and missed destroying the ship completely, there was a chance that his cruiser, a late model with recent weapons, would fall into the hands of whoever it was walking on the outer dome of his own cruiser. He could not afford the risk of mere individual suicide. He had to take a more drastic step. This was not time for obeying Earth rules. His security officer, a cube ghost wakened to human form, whispered the whole story to him in quick, intelligent gasps. "They are people, sir. More people than I am. I'm a ghost, an echo working out of a dead brain. These are real people, Commander Suzdal, but they are the worst people ever to get loose among the stars. You must destroy them, sir." "I can't," said Suzdal, still trying to come fully awake. "They're people." "Then you've got to beat them off. By any means, sir, by any means whatever. Save Earth. Stop them. Warn Earth." "And I?" asked Suzdal, and was immediately sorry that he had asked the selfish, personal question. "You will die, or you will be punished," said the security officer sympathetically, "and I do not know which one will be worse." "Now?" "Right now. There is no time left for you, no time at all." "But the rules?" "You have already strayed far outside of rules." There were rules, but Suzdal left them all behind. Rules. Rules for ordinary times, for ordinary places, for understandable dangers. This was a nightmare cooked up by the flesh of man, motivated by the brains of man. Already his monitors were bringing him news of who these people were, these seeming maniacs, these men who had never known women, these boys who had grown to lust and battle, who had a family structure which the normal human brain could not accept, could not believe, could not tolerate. The things on the outside were people, and they weren't. The things on the outside had the human brain, the human imagination, and the human capacity for revenge, and yet Suzdal, a brave officer, was so frightened by the mere nature of them that he did not respond to their efforts to communicate. He could feel the turtle women among his crew aching with fright itself, as they realized who was pounding on their ship, and who it was that sang through loud, announcing machines that they wanted in. Suzdal committed a crime. It is the pride of the instrumentality that the instrumentality allows its officers to commit crimes or mistakes or suicide. The instrumentality does the things for mankind that a computer cannot do. The instrumentality leaves the human brain, the human choice, in action. The instrumentality passes dark knowledge to its staff, things not usually understood in the inhabited world, things prohibited to ordinary men and women because the officers of the instrumentality, the captains and the sub-chiefs and the chiefs, must know their jobs. If they do not, all mankind might perish. Suzdal reached into his arsenal. He knew what he was doing. The larger moon of Arakosia was habitable. He could see that there were earth plants already on it, and earth insects. His monitors showed him that the Arakosian men-women had not bothered to settle on the planet. He threw an agonized inquiry at his computers and cried out, "Read me the age it's in." The machine sang back, "More than 30 million years." Suzdal had strange resources. He had twins or quadruplets of almost every earth animal. The earth animals were carried in tiny capsules, no larger than a medicine capsule, and they consisted of the sperm and the ovum of the higher animals, ready to be matched for sowing, ready to be imprinted. He also had small life bombs, which could surround any form of life with at least a chance of survival. He went to the bank and he got cats, 8 pairs, 16 earth cats. Felis domesticus, the kind of cat that you and I know, the kind of cat which is bred, sometimes for telepathic uses, sometimes to go along on the ships and serve as auxiliary weapons when the minds of the pinlighters direct the cats to fight off dangers. He coded these cats. He coded them with messages, just as monstrous as the messages which had made the men-women of Arakosia into monsters. This is what he coded. Do not breed true. Invent new chemistry. You will serve man. Become civilized. Learn speech. You will serve man. When man calls, you will serve man. Go back and come forth. Serve man. These instructions were no mere verbal instructions. They were imprints on the actual molecular structure of the animals. They were changes in the genetic and biological coding which went with these cats. And then Suzdal committed his offense against the laws of mankind. He had a chronopathic device on board the ship, a time distorter, usually to be used for a moment or a second or two to bring the ship away from utter destruction. The men-women of Arakosia were already cutting through the hull. He could hear their high, hooting voices screaming delirious pleasure at one another, as they regarded him as the first of their promised enemies that they had ever met, the first of the monsters from old Earth who had finally overtaken them, the true evil people on whom they, the men-women of Arakosia, would be revenged. Suzdal remained calm. He coded the genetic cats. He loaded them into life bombs. He adjusted the controls of his chronopathic machine illegally, so that instead of reaching 1 second for a ship of 80,000 tons, they reached 2 million years for a load of less than 4 kilos. He flung the cats into the nameless moon of Arakosia, and he flung them back in time, and he knew he did not have to wait. He didn't. The catland Suzdal made. The cats came. Their ships glittered in the naked sky above Arakosia. Their little combat craft attacked. The cats who had not existed a moment before, but who had then had 2 million years in which to follow a destiny printed into their brains, printed down their spinal cords, etched into the chemistry of their bodies and personalities. The cats had turned into people of a kind, with speech, intelligence, hope, and a mission. Their mission was to reach Suzdal, to rescue him, to obey him, and to damage Arakosia. The cat ships screamed their battle warnings. This is the day of the year of the promised age, and now come cats. The Aracosians had waited for battle for 4,000 years, and now they got it. The cats attacked them. 2 of the catcraft recognized Suzdal, and the cats reported, "O Lord, O God, O Maker of all things, O Commander of time, O Beginner of life, we have waited since everything began to serve you, to serve your name, to obey your glory. May we live for you, may we die for you. We are your people." Suzdal cried and threw his message to all the cats. "Harry the Klops, but don't kill them all." He repeated, "Harry them and stop them until I escape." He flung his cruiser into non-space and escaped. Neither cat nor Aracosian followed him. And that's the story. But the tragedy is that Suzdal got back, and the Aracosians are still there, and the cats are still there. Perhaps the instrumentality knows where they are. Perhaps the instrumentality does not. Mankind does not really want to find out. It is against all law to bring up a form of life superior to man. Perhaps the cats are. Perhaps somebody knows whether the Aracosians won and killed the cats and added the cat science to their own, and are now looking for us somewhere, probing like blind men through the stars for us true human beings to meet, to hate, to kill. Or perhaps the cats won. Perhaps the cats are imprinted by a strange mission, by weird hopes of serving men they don't recognize. Perhaps they think we are all Aracosians, and should be saved only for some particular cruiser commander, whom they will never see again. They won't see Suzdal, because we know what happened to him. The Trial of Suzdal. Suzdal was brought to trial on a great stage in the open world. His trial was recorded. He had gone in when he should not have gone in. He had searched for the Aracosians without waiting and asking for advice and reinforcements. What business was it of his to relieve a distress ages old? What business indeed? And then the cats. We had the records of the ship to show that something came out of that moon. Spacecraft, things with voices, things that could communicate with the human brain. We're not even sure, since they transmitted directly into the receiver computers, that they spoke an Earth language. Perhaps they did it with some sort of direct telepathy. But the crime was, Suzdal had succeeded. By throwing the cats back 2 million years, by coding them to survive, coding them to develop civilization, coding them to come to his rescue, he had created a whole new world in less than 1 second of objective time. His chronopathic device had flung the little life bombs back to the wet earth of the big moon over Aracosia, and in less time than it takes to record this, the bombs came back in the form of a fleet built by a race, an Earth race, though of cat origin, 2 million years old. The court stripped Suzdal of his name and said, "You will not be named Suzdal any longer." The court stripped Suzdal of his rank. "You will not be a commander of this or any other navy, neither imperial nor of the instrumentality." The court stripped Suzdal of his life. "You will not live longer, former commander and former Suzdal." And then the court stripped Suzdal of death. "You will go to the planet Sheol, the place of uttermost shame from which no one ever returns. You will go there with the contempt and hatred of mankind. We will not punish you. We do not wish to know about you any more. You will live on, but for us, you will have ceased to exist." That's the story. It's a sad, wonderful story. The instrumentality tries to cheer up all the different kinds of mankind by telling them it isn't true. It's just a ballad. Perhaps the records do exist. Perhaps somewhere the crazy Klops of Aracosia breed their boyish young, deliver their babies, always by cesarean, feed them always by bottle, generations of men who have known fathers and who have no idea of what the word mother might be. And perhaps the Aracosians spend their crazy lives in endless battle with intelligent cats who are serving a mankind that may never come back. That's the story. Furthermore, it isn't true. The Dead Lady of Clowntown. 1. You already know the end, the immense drama of the Lord Gestacost, seventh of his line, and how the cat-girl Camel initiated the vast conspiracy. But you do not know the beginning, how the first Lord Gestacost got his name, because of the terror and inspiration which his mother, Lady Garroque, obtained from the famous real-life drama of the dog-girl Dijon. It is even less likely that you know the other story, the one behind Dijon. This story is sometimes mentioned as the matter of the nameless witch, which is absurd because she really had a name. The name was Elaine, an ancient and forbidden one. Elaine was a mistake. Her birth, her life, her career were all mistakes. The ruby was wrong. How could that have happened? Go back to Anfang, the Peace Square at Anfang, the beginning place at Anfang, where all things start. Bright it was, red square, dead square, clear square, under a yellow sun. This was Earth Original, Man-Home itself, where Earthport thrusts its way up through hurricane clouds that are higher than the mountains. Anfang was near a city, the only living city with a pre-atomic name. The lovely, meaningless name was Mia Mifla, where the lines of ancient roadways, untouched by a wheel for thousands of years, forever paralleled the warm, bright, clear beaches of the old southeast. The headquarters of the People Programmer was at Anfang, and there the mistake happened. A ruby trembled. 2 tourmaline nets failed to rectify the laser beam. A diamond noted the error. Both the error and the correction went into the general computer. The error assigned on the general account of births for Fomalhaut 3, the profession of lay therapist, female, intuitive capacity for correction of human physiology with local resources. On some of the early ships they used to call these people witch women, because they worked unaccountable cures. For pioneer parties, these lay therapists were invaluable. In settled post-Riemannian societies, they became an awful nuisance. Sickness disappeared with good conditions, accidents dwindled down to nothing, medical work became institutional. Who wants a witch, even a good witch, when a 1,000-bed hospital is waiting with its staff eager for clinical experience, and only 7 out of its 1,000 beds filled with real people? The remaining beds were filled with lifelike robots, on which the staff could practice, lest they lose their morale. They could, of course, have worked on underpeople, animals in the shape of human beings, who did the heavy and the weary work which remained as the caput mortuum of a really perfected economy. But it was against the law for animals, even when they were underpeople, to go to a human hospital. When underpeople got sick, the instrumentality took care of them. In slaughterhouses, it was easier to breed new underpeople for the jobs than it was to repair sick ones. Furthermore, the tender, loving care of a hospital might give them ideas, such as the idea that they were people. This would have been bad, from the prevailing point of view. Therefore, the human hospitals remained almost empty, while an underperson who sneezed 4 times or who vomited once was taken away, never to be ill again. The empty beds kept on with the robot patients, who went through endless repetitions of the human patterns of injury or disease. This left no work for witches, bred and trained. Yet the ruby had trembled. The program had indeed made a mistake. The birth number for a lay therapist, general female, immediate use, had been ordered for Fomalhaut 3. Much later, when the story was all done down to its last historic detail, there was an investigation into the origins of Elaine. When the laser had trembled, both the original order and the correction were fed simultaneously into the machine. The machine recognized the contradiction and promptly referred both papers to the human supervisor, an actual man who had been working on the job for 7 years. He was studying music, and he was bored. He was so close to the end of his term that he was already counting the days to his own release. Meanwhile, he was rearranging 2 popular songs. One was The Big Bamboo, a primitive piece which tried to evoke the original magic of man. The other was about a girl, Elaine, whom the song asked to refrain from giving pain to her loving swain. Neither of the songs was important, but between them they influenced history, first a little bit, and then very much. The musician had plenty of time to practice. He had not had to meet a real emergency in all his 7 years. From time to time the machine made reports to him, but the musician just told the machine to correct its own errors, and it infallibly did so. On the day that the accident of Elaine happened, he was trying to perfect his fingerwork on the guitar, a very old instrument believed to date from the pre-space period. He was playing the big bamboo for the 100th time. The machine announced its mistake with an initial musical chime. The supervisor had long since forgotten all the instructions which he had so worrisomely memorized 7 long years ago. The alert did not really and truly matter because the machine invariably corrected its own mistakes, whether the supervisor was on duty or not. The machine, not having its chime answered, moved into a second-stage alarm. From a loudspeaker set in the wall of the room, it shrieked in a high, clear human voice, the voice of some employee who had died thousands of years earlier. "Alert! Alert! Emergency! Correction needed! Correction needed!" The answer was one which the machine had never heard before, old though it was. The musician's fingers ran madly, gladly over the guitar strings, and he sang clearly, wildly back to the machine a message strange beyond any machine's belief. "Beat, beat the big bamboo! Beat, beat, beat the big bamboo for me!" Hastily the machine set its memory banks and computers to work, looking for the code reference to bamboo, trying to make that word fit the present context. There was no reference at all. The machine pestered the man some more. "Instructions unclear! Instructions unclear! Please correct!" "Shut up," said the man. "Cannot comply," stated the machine. "Please state and repeat. Please state and repeat. Please state and repeat." "Do shut up," said the man. But he knew the machine would not obey this. Without thinking, he turned to his other tune and sang the first 2 lines twice over. "Elaine, Elaine, go cure the pain. Elaine, Elaine, go cure the pain." Repetition had been inserted as a safeguard into the machine on the assumption that no real man would repeat an error. The name Elaine was not correct number code, but the 4-fold emphasis seemed to confirm the need for a lay therapist female. The machine itself noted that a genuine man had corrected the situation card presented as a matter of emergency. "Accepted," said the machine. This word, too late, jolted the supervisor away from his music. "Accepted what?" he asked. There was no answering voice. There was no sound at all except for the whisper of slightly moistened warm air through the ventilators. The supervisor looked out the window. He could see a little of the blood-black red color of the peace square of Anfang. Beyond lay the ocean, endlessly beautiful and endlessly tedious. The supervisor sighed hopefully. He was young. "Guess it doesn't matter," he thought, picking up his guitar. 37 years later, he found out that it did matter. The Lady Gorok herself, one of the chiefs of the instrumentality, sent a sub-chief of the instrumentality to find out what had caused Dijon. When the man found that the witch Elaine was the source of the trouble, she sent him on to find out how Elaine had gotten into a well-ordered universe. The supervisor was found. He was still a musician. He remembered nothing of the story. He was hypnotized. He still remembered nothing. The sub-chief invoked an emergency and police drug 4, clear memory, was administered to the musician. He immediately remembered the whole silly scene, but insisted that it did not matter. The case was referred to Lady Gorok, who instructed the authorities that the musician be told the horrible, beautiful story of Dijon at Fomalhaut, the very story which you are now being told, and he wept. He was not punished otherwise, but the Lady Gorok commanded that those memories be left in his mind for so long as he might live. The man picked up his guitar, but the machine went on about its work. It selected a fertilized human embryo, tagged it with the freakish name Elaine, irradiated the genetic code with strong aptitudes for witchcraft, and then marked the person's card for training in medicine, transportation by sail ship to Fomalhaut 3, and release for service on the planet. Elaine was born without being needed, without being wanted, without having a skill which could help or hurt any existing human being. She went into life doomed and useless. It is not remarkable that she was misbegotten. Errors do happen. Remarkable was the fact that she managed to survive without being altered, corrected, or killed by the safety devices which mankind has installed in society for its own protection. Unwanted, unused, she wandered through the tedious months and useless years of her own existence. She was well-fed, richly clothed, variously housed. She had machines and robots to serve her, under-people to obey her, people to protect her against others or against herself, should the need arise. But she could never find work. Without work, she had no time for love. Without work or love, she had no hope at all. If she had only stumbled into the right experts or the right authorities, they would have altered or retrained her. This would have made her into an acceptable woman. But she did not find the police, nor did they find her. She was helpless to correct her own programming, utterly helpless. It had been imposed on her at Anfang, way back at Anfang, where all things begin. The ruby had trembled, the tourmaline failed, the diamond passed unsupported. Thus, a woman was born doomed. 2. Much later, when people made songs about the strange case of the dog-girl Dijon, the minstrels and singers had tried to imagine what Elaine felt like, and they had made up the Song of Elaine for her. It is not authentic, but it shows how Elaine looked at her own life before the strange case of Dijon began to flow from Elaine's own actions. Other women hate me, men never touch me. I am too much me, I'll be a witch. Mama never toweled me, Daddy never growled me. Little kiddies grate me, I'll be a bitch. People never named me, dogs never shamed me. Oh, I am a such me, I'll be a witch. I'll make them shun me, they'll never run me. Could they even stun me? I'll be a witch. Let them all attack me, they can only rack me. Me, I can hack me, I'll be a witch. Other women hate me, men never touch me. I am too much me, I'll be a witch. The song overstates the case. Women did not hate Elaine. They did not look at her. Men did not shun Elaine. They did not notice her either. There were no places on Fomalhaut 3 where she could have met human children, for the nurseries were far underground because of chancy radiation and fierce weather. The song pretends that Elaine began with the thought that she was not human, but under people, and had herself been born a dog. This did not happen at the beginning of the case, but only at the very end, when the story of Dijon was already being carried between the stars and developing with all the new twists of folklore and legend. She never went mad. Madness is a rare condition, consisting of a human mind which does not engage its environment correctly. Elaine approached it before she met Dijon. Elaine was not the only case, but she was a rare and genuine one. Her life, thrust back from all attempts at growth, had turned back on itself, and her mind had spiraled inward to the only safety she could really know, psychosis. Madness is always better than X, and X to each patient is individual, personal, secret, and overwhelmingly important. Elaine had gone normally mad. Her imprinted and destined career was the wrong one. Lay therapists, female, were coded to work decisively, autonomously, on their own authority, and with great rapidity. These working conditions were needed on new planets. They were not coded to consult other people. Most places, there would be no one to consult. Elaine did what was set for her at Anfang, all the way down to the individual chemical conditions of her spinal fluid. She was herself the wrong, and she never knew it. Madness was much kinder than the realization that she was not herself, should not have lived, and amounted at the most to a mistake committed between a trembling ruby and a young, careless man with a guitar. She found Dijon, and the worlds reeled. Their meeting occurred at a place nicknamed the Edge of the World, where the Undercity met daylight. This was itself unusual, but Fomalhaut III was an unusual and uncomfortable planet, where wild weather and men's caprice drove architects to furious design and grotesque execution. Elaine walked through the city, secretly mad, looking for sick people whom she could help. She had been stamped, imprinted, designed, born, bred, and trained for this task. There was no task. She was an intelligent woman. Bright brains serve madness as well as they serve sanity, namely, very well indeed. It never occurred to her to give up her mission. The people of Fomalhaut III, like the people of Manhome Earth itself, are almost uniformly handsome. It is only in the far-out, half-unreachable worlds that the human stock, strained by the sheer effort to survive, becomes ugly, weary, or varied. She did not look much different from the other intelligent, handsome people who flocked the streets. Her hair was black, and she was tall. Her arms and legs were long, the trunk of her body short. She wore her hair brushed straight back from a high, narrow, square forehead. Her eyes were an odd, deep blue. Her mouth might have been pretty, but it never smiled, so that no one could really tell whether it was beautiful or not. She stood erect and proud, but so did everyone else. Her mouth was strange in its very lack of communicativeness, and her eyes swept back and forth like ancient radar, looking for the sick, the needy, and stricken, whom she had a passion to serve. How could she be unhappy? She had never had time to be happy. It was easy for her to think that happiness was something which disappeared at the end of childhood. Now and then, here and there, perhaps, when a fountain murmured in sunlight, or when leaves exploded in the startling Fomalhautian spring, she wondered that other people as responsible as herself by the doom of age, grade, sex, training, and career number, should be happy when she alone seemed to have no time for happiness. But she always dismissed the thought, and walked the ramps and streets until her arches ached, looking for work which did not yet exist. Human flesh, older than history, more dogged than culture, has its own wisdom. The bodies of people are marked with the archaic ruses of survival, so that on Fomalhaut III, Elaine herself preserved the skills of ancestors she never even thought about. Those ancestors who, in the incredible and remote past, had mastered terrible Earth itself. Elaine was mad, but there was a part of her which suspected that she was mad. Perhaps this wisdom seized her as she walked from Water-Rocky Road toward the bright esplanades of the shopping bar. She saw a forgotten door. The robots could clean near it, but because of the old, odd architectural shape, they could not sweep and polish right at the bottom line of the door. A thin, hard line of old dust and caked polish lay like a sealant at the base of the door line. It was obvious that no one had gone through for a long, long time. The civilized rule was that prohibited areas were marked both telepathically and with symbols. The most dangerous of all had robot or underpeople guards, but everything which was not prohibited was permitted. Thus, Elaine had no right to open the door, but she had no obligation not to do so. She opened it, by sheer caprice. Or so she thought. This was a far cry from the "I'll be a witch" motif attributed to her in the later Ballad. She was not yet frantic, not yet desperate. She was not yet even noble. That opening of a door changed her own world and changed life on thousands of planets for generations to come. But the opening was not itself strange. It was the tired caprice of a thoroughly frustrated and mildly unhappy woman. Nothing more. All the other descriptions of it have been improvements, embellishments, falsifications. She did get a shock when she opened the door, but not for the reasons attributed backwards to her by balladists and historians. She was shocked because the door opened on steps, and the steps led down to landscape and sunlight, truly an unexpected sight on any world. She was looking from the new city to the old city. The new city rose on its shell out over the old city, and when she looked indoors, she saw the sunset in the city below. She gasped at the beauty and the unexpectedness of it. There, the open door, with another world beyond it. Here, the old familiar street, clean, handsome, quiet, useless, where her own useless self had worked 1,000 times. There, something. Here, the world she knew. She did not know the words fairyland or magic place, but if she had known them, she would have used them. She glanced to the right, to the left. The passers-by noticed neither her nor the door. The sunset was just beginning to show in the upper city. In the lower city it was already blood-red with streamers of gold, like enormous frozen flame. Elaine did not know that she sniffed the air. She did not know that she trembled on the edge of tears. She did not know that a tender smile, the first smile in years, relaxed her mouth and turned her tired, tense face into a passing loveliness. She was too intent on looking around. People walked about their business. Down the road, an under-people type, female, possibly cat, detoured far around a true human who was walking at a slower pace. Far away, a police ornithopter flapped slowly around one of the towers. Unless the robots used a telescope on her, or unless they had one of the rare hawk undermen, who were sometimes used as police, they could not see her. She stepped through the doorway and pulled the door itself back into the closed position. She did not know it, but therewith unborn futures reeled out of existence, rebellion flamed into coming centuries, people and underpeople died in strange causes, mothers changed the names of unborn lords, and starships whispered back from places which men had not even imagined before. Space 3, which had always been there, waiting for men's notice, would come the sooner, because of her, because of the door, because of her next few steps, what she would say, and the child she would meet. The ballad writers told the whole story later on, but they told it backwards, from their own knowledge of Dijon and what Ellen had done to set the worlds afire. The simple truth is the fact that a lonely woman went through a mysterious door. That is all. Everything else happened later. At the top of the steps she stood, door closed behind her, the sunset gold of the unknown city streaming out in front of her. She could see where the great shell of the new city of Calma arched out toward the sky. She could see that the buildings here were older, less harmonious than the ones she had left. She did not know the concept, picturesque, or she would have called it that. She knew no concept to describe the scene which lay peacefully at her feet. There was not a person in sight. Far in the distance, a fire detector throbbed back and forth on top of an old tower. Outside of that, there was nothing but the yellow-gold city beneath her, and a bird. Was it a bird, or a large storm-swept leaf in the middle distance? Filled with fear, hope, expectation, and the surmisal of strange appetites, she walked downward with quiet, unknown purpose. 3. At the foot of the stairs, 9 flights of them there had been, a child waited, a girl about 5. The child had a bright blue smock, wavy red-brown hair, and the daintiest hands which Elaine had ever seen. Elaine's heart went out to her. The child looked up at her and shrank away. Elaine knew the meaning of those handsome brown eyes, of that muscular supplication of trust, that recoil from people. It was not a child at all, just some animal in the shape of a person, a dog perhaps, which would later be taught to speak, to work, to perform useful services. The little girl rose, standing as though she were about to run. Elaine had the feeling that the little dog girl had not decided whether to run toward her or from her. She did not wish to get involved with an underperson. What woman would? But neither did she wish to frighten the little thing. After all, it was small, very young. The two confronted each other for a moment, the little thing uncertain. Elaine relaxed. Then the little animal girl spoke. "Ask her," she said, and it was a command. Elaine was surprised. Since when did animals command? "Ask her," repeated the little thing. She pointed at a window which had the words "Traveler's Aid" above it. Then the girl ran. A flash of blue from her dress, a twinkle of white from her running sandals, and she was gone. Elaine stood quiet and puzzled in the forlorn and empty city. The window spoke to her. "You might as well come on over. You will, you know." It was the wise, mature voice of an experienced woman, a voice with a bubble of laughter underneath its phonic edge, with a hint of sympathy and enthusiasm in its tone. The command was not merely a command. It was, even at its beginning, a happy private joke between two wise women. Elaine was not surprised when a machine spoke to her. Recordings had been telling her things all her life. She was not sure of this situation, however. "Is there somebody there?" she said. "Yes and no," said the voice. "I'm Traveler's Aid, and I help everybody who comes through this way. You're lost, or you wouldn't be here. Put your hand in my window." "What I mean is," said Elaine, "are you a person or are you a machine?" "Depends," said the voice. "I'm a machine, but I used to be a person, long, long ago. A lady, in fact, and one of the instrumentality. But my time came, and they said to me, 'Would you mind if we made a machine print of your whole personality? It would be very helpful for the information booths.' So, of course, I said yes, and they made this copy, and I died, and they shot my body into space with all the usual honors, but here I was. It felt pretty odd inside this contraption, me looking at things and talking to people and giving good advice, and staying busy, until they built the new city. So what do you say? Am I me, or aren't I?" "I don't know, ma'am." Elaine stood back. The warm voice lost its humor and became commanding. "Give me your hand, then, so I can identify you and tell you what to do." "I think," said Elaine, "that I'll go back upstairs and go through the door into the upper city." "And cheat me?" said the voice in the window. "Out of my first conversation with a real person in 4 years?" There was demand in the voice, but there was still the warmth and the humor. There was loneliness, too. The loneliness decided Elaine. She stepped up to the window and put her hand flat on the ledge. "You're Elaine!" cried the window. "You're Elaine! The worlds wait for you. You're from Anfang, where all things begin, the Peace Square at Anfang, on old Earth itself." "Yes," said Elaine. The voice bubbled over with enthusiasm. "He is waiting for you. Oh, he has waited for you a long, long time. And the little girl you met, that was Dijon herself. The story has begun. The world's great age begins anew, and I can die when it is over. So sorry, my dear, I don't mean to confuse you. I am Lady Pank-as-Hash. You're Elaine. Your number originally ended 783, and you shouldn't even be on this planet. All the important people here end with the number 5 and 6. You're a lay therapist, and you're in the wrong place, but your lover is already on his way, and you've never been in love yet, and it's all too exciting." Elaine looked quickly around her. The old lower town was turning more red and less gold as the sunset progressed. The steps behind her seemed terribly high as she looked back, the door at the top very small. Perhaps it had locked on her when she closed it. Maybe she wouldn't ever be able to leave the old lower city. The window must have been watching her in some way, because the voice of the Lady Pank-as-Hash became tender. "Sit down, my dear," said the voice from the window. "When I was me, I used to be much more polite. I haven't been me for a long, long time. I'm a machine, and still I feel like myself. Do sit down, and do forgive me." Elaine looked around. There was the roadside marble bench behind her. She sat on it obediently. The happiness which had been in her at the top of the stairs bubbled forth anew. If this wise old machine knew so much about her, perhaps it could tell her what to do. What did the voice mean by wrong planet? By lover? By he is coming for you now? Or was that what the voice had actually said? "Take a breath, my dear," said the voice of the Lady Pank-as-Hash. She might have been dead for hundreds or thousands of years, but still spoke with the authority and kindness of a great lady. Elaine breathed deep. She saw a huge red cloud like a pregnant whale getting ready to butt the rim of the upper city, far above her and far out over the sea. She wondered if clouds could possibly have feelings. The voice was speaking again. What had it said? Apparently the question was repeated. "Did you know you were coming?" said the voice from the window. "Of course not." Elaine shrugged. "There was just this door, and I didn't have anything special to do, so I opened it. And here was a whole new world inside a house. It looked strange and rather pretty, so I came down. Wouldn't you have done the same thing?" "I don't know," said the voice candidly. "I'm really a machine. I haven't been me for a long, long time. Perhaps I would have when I was alive. I don't know that, but I know about things. Maybe I can see the future. Or perhaps the machine part of me computes such good probabilities that it just seems like it. I know who you are and what is going to happen to you. You had better brush your hair." "Whatever for?" said Elaine. "He is coming," said the happy old voice of the Lady Pank-as-Hash. "Who is coming?" said Elaine, almost irritably. "Do you have a mirror? I wish you would look at your hair. It could be prettier. Not that it isn't pretty right now. You want to look your best. Your lover, that's who is coming, of course." "I haven't got a lover," said Elaine. "I haven't been authorized one, not till I've done some of my life work, and I haven't even found my life work yet. I'm not the kind of girl who would go ask a sub-chief for the dreamies, not when I'm not entitled to the real thing. I may not be much of a person, but I have some self-respect." Elaine got so mad that she shifted her position on the bench and sat with her face turned away from the all-watching window. The next words gave her goose-flesh down her arms. They were uttered with such real earnestness, such driving sincerity. "Elaine, Elaine, do you really have no idea of who you are?" Elaine pivoted on the bench so that she looked toward the window. Her face was caught redly by the rays of the setting sun. She could only gasp. "I don't know what you mean." The inexorable voice went on. "Think, Elaine, think. Does the name Dijon mean nothing to you?" "I suppose it's an underperson, a dog. That's what the D is for, isn't it?" "That was the little girl you met," said the Lady Pank-as-Hash, as though the statement were something tremendous. "Yes," said Elaine dutifully. She was a courteous woman, and never quarreled with strangers. "Wait a minute," said the Lady Pank-as-Hash. "I'm going to get my body out. God knows when I wore it last, but it'll make you feel more at easy terms with me. Forgive the clothes. They're old stuff, but I think the body will work all right. This is the beginning of the story of Dijon, and I want that hair of yours brushed even if I have to brush it myself. Just wait right there, girl. Wait right there. I'll just take a minute." The clouds were turning from dark red to liver black. What could Elaine do? She stayed on the bench. She kicked her shoe against the walk. She jumped a little when the old-fashioned street lights of the lower city went on with sharp, geometrical suddenness. They did not have the subtle shading of the newer lights in the other city upstairs, where day phased into the bright, clear night with no sudden shift in color. The door beside the little window creaked open. Ancient plastic crumbled to the walk. Elaine was astonished. Elaine knew she must have been unconsciously expecting a monster, but this was a charming woman of about her own height, wearing weird, old-fashioned clothes. The strange woman had glossy black hair, no evidence of recent or current illness, no signs of severe lesions in the past, no impairment evident of sight, gait, reach, or eyesight. There was no way she could check on smell or taste right off, but this was the medical checkup she had built into her from birth on, the checklist which she had run through with every adult person she had ever met. She had been designed as a lay therapist female, and she was a good one, even when there was no one at all to treat. Truly, the body was a rich one. It must have cost the landing charges of 40 or 50 planetfalls. The human shape was perfectly rendered. The mouth moved over genuine teeth. The words were formed by throat, palate, tongue, teeth, and lips, and not just by a microphone mounted in the head. The body was really a museum piece. It was probably a copy of the Lady Pankashash herself in time of life. When the face smiled, the effect was indescribably winning. The lady wore the costume of a bygone age, a stately frontal dress of heavy blue material, embroidered with a square pattern of gold at hem, waist, and bodice. She had a matching cloak of dark, faded gold, embroidered in blue with the same pattern of squares. Her hair was upswept and set with jeweled combs. It seemed perfectly natural, but there was dust on one side of it. The robot smiled. "I'm out of date. It's been a long time since I was me, but I thought, my dear, that you would find this old body easier to talk to than the window over there." Elaine nodded mutely. "You know this is not me," said the body, sharply. Elaine shook her head. She didn't know. She felt that she didn't know anything at all. The Lady Pankashash looked at her earnestly. "This is not me. It's a robot body. You looked at it as though it were a real person, and I'm not me either. It hurts sometimes. Did you know a machine could hurt? I can, but I'm not me." "Who are you?" said Elaine to the pretty old woman. "Before I died, I was the Lady Pankashash, just as I told you. Now I am a machine and a part of your destiny. We will help each other to change the destiny of worlds, perhaps even to bring mankind back to humanity." Elaine stared at her in bewilderment. This was no common robot. It seemed like a real person and spoke with such warm authority. And this thing, whatever it was, this thing seemed to know so much about her. Nobody else had ever cared. The nurse mothers at the child house on Earth had said, "Another witch child, and pretty too, they're not much trouble," and had let her life go by. At last Elaine could face the face, which was not really a face. The charm, the humor, the expressiveness were still there. What, stammered Elaine, "do I do now?" "Nothing," said the long-dead Lady Pankashash, "except to meet your destiny." "You mean my lover?" "So impatient!" laughed the dead woman's record in a very human way. "Such a hurry. Lover first and destiny later. I was like that myself when I was a girl." "But what do I do?" persisted Elaine. The night was now complete above them. The streetlights glared on the empty and unswept streets. A few doorways, not one of them less than a full street crossing away, were illuminated with rectangles of light or shadow. Light if they were far from the streetlights, so that their own interior lights shone brightly. Shadow if they were so close under the big lights that they cut off the glare from overhead. "Go through this door," said the old nice woman. But she pointed at the undistinguished white of an uninterrupted wall. There was no door at all in that place. "But there's no door there," said Elaine. "If there were a door," said the Lady Pankashash, "you wouldn't need me to tell you to go through it, and you do need me." "Why?" said Elaine. "Because I've waited for you hundreds of years, that's why." "That's no answer," snapped Elaine. "It is so an answer," smiled the woman, and her lack of hostility was not robot-like at all. It was the kindliness and composure of a mature human being. She looked up into Elaine's eyes and spoke emphatically and softly. "I know because I do know. Not because I'm a dead person, that doesn't matter anymore, but because I am now a very old machine. You will go into the brown and yellow corridor, and you will think of your lover, and you will do your work, and men will hunt you. But you will come out happily in the end. Do you understand this?" "No," said Elaine. "No, I don't." But she reached out her hand to the sweet old woman. The lady took her hand. The touch was warm and very human. "You don't have to understand it. Just do it. And I know you will. So since you are going, go." Elaine tried to smile at her, but she was troubled, more consciously worried than ever before in her life. Something real was happening to her own individual self, at a very long last. "How will I get through the door?" "I'll open it," smiled the lady, releasing Elaine's hand, "and you'll know your lover when he sings you the poem." "Which poem?" said Elaine, stalling for time and frightened by a door which did not even exist. "It starts, 'I knew you and loved you and won you in Kalma.' You'll know it. Go on in. It'll be bothersome at first, but when you meet the hunter, it will all seem different." "Have you ever been in there yourself?" "Of course not," said the dear old lady. "I'm a machine. That whole place is thought-proof. Nobody can see, hear, think, or talk in or out of it. It's a shelter left over from the ancient wars, when the slightest sign of a thought would have brought destruction on the whole place. That's why the Lord Englot built it, long before my time. But you can go in, and you will. Here's the door." The old robot lady waited no longer. She gave Elaine a strange, friendly, crooked smile, half proud and half apologetic. She took Elaine with firm fingertips, holding Elaine's left elbow. They walked a few steps down toward the wall. "Here now," said the Lady Pankashash, and pushed. Elaine flinched as she was thrust toward the wall. Before she knew it, she was through. Smells hit her like a roar of battle. The air was hot. The light was dim. It looked like a picture of the Pain Planet, hidden somewhere in space. Poets later tried to describe Elaine at the door with a verse which begins, "There were brown ones and blue ones and white ones and whiter, in the hidden and forbidden downtown of Clown Town. There were horrid ones and horrider in the brown and yellow corridor." The truth was much simpler. Trained witch, born witch that she was, she perceived the truth immediately. All these people, all she could see at least, were sick. They needed help. They needed herself. But the joke was on her, for she could not help a single one of them. Not one of them was a real person. They were just animals, things in the shape of man, under people, dirt. And she was conditioned to the bone, never to help them. She did not know why the muscles of her legs made her walk forward, but they did. There are many pictures of that scene. The Lady Pankashash, only a few moments in her past, seemed very remote, and the city of Kalma itself, the new city, 10 stories above her, almost seemed as though it had never existed at all. This was real. She stared at the underpeople. And this time, for the first time in her life, they stared right back at her. She had never seen anything like this before. They did not frighten her. They surprised her. The fright Elaine felt was to come later. Soon, perhaps, but not here, not now. 4. Something which looked like a middle-aged woman walked right up to her and snapped at her. "Are you Death?" Elaine stared. "Death? What do you mean? I'm Elaine." "Be damned to that," said the woman-thing. "Are you Death?" Elaine did not know the word damned, but she was pretty sure that death, even to these things, meant simply termination of life. "Of course not," said Elaine. "I'm just a person, a witch woman, ordinary people would call me. We don't have anything to do with you under-people, nothing at all." Elaine could see that the woman-thing had an enormous coiffure of soft, brown, sloppy hair, a sweat-reddened face, and crooked teeth, which showed when she grinned. "They all say that. They never know that they're Death. How do you think we die if you people don't send contaminated robots in with diseases? We all die off when you do that, and then some more underpeople find this place again later on and make a shelter of it and live in it for a few generations until the death machines, things like you, come sweeping through the city and kill us off again. This is Clown Town, the underpeople place. Haven't you heard of it?" Elaine tried to walk past the woman thing, but she found her arm grabbed. This couldn't have happened before, not in the history of the world, an underperson seizing a real person. "Let go!" she yelled. The woman thing let her arm go and faced toward the others. Her voice had changed. It was no longer shrill and excited, but low and puzzled instead. "I can't tell. Maybe it is a real person. Isn't that a joke? Lost in here with us. Or maybe she is death. I can't tell. What do you think, Charlie, is my darling?" The man she spoke to stepped forward. Elaine thought in another time, in some other place, that underperson might pass for an attractive human being. His face was illuminated by intelligence and alertness. He looked directly at Elaine as though he had never seen her before, which indeed he had not. But he continued looking with so sharp, so strange a stare that she became uneasy. His voice, when he spoke, was brisk, high, clear, friendly. Set in this tragic place, it was the caricature of a voice, as though the animal had been programmed for speech from the habits of a human, persuader by profession, whom one saw in the story boxes telling people messages which were neither good nor important but merely clever. The handsomeness was itself deformity. Elaine wondered if he had come from goat stock. "Welcome, young lady," said Charlie is my darling. "Now that you are here, how are you going to get out?" "If we turned her head around, Mabel," said he to the underwoman who had first greeted Elaine, "turned it around 8 or 10 times, it would come off. Then we could live a few weeks or months longer before our lords and creators found us and put us all to death. What do you say, young lady? Should we kill you?" "Kill? You mean terminate life? You cannot. It is against the law. Even the instrumentality does not have the right to do that without trial. You can't. You're just underpeople." "But we will die," said Charlie is my darling, flashing his quick, intelligent smile. "If you go back out of that door, the police will read about the brown and yellow corridor in your mind, and they will flush us out with poison, or they will spray disease in here so that we and our children will die." Elaine stared at him. The passionate anger did not disturb his smile or his persuasive tones, but the muscles of his eye sockets and forehead showed the terrible strain. The result was an expression which Elaine had never seen before, a sort of self-control reaching out beyond the limits of insanity. He stared back at her. She was not really afraid of him. Underpeople could not twist the heads of real persons. It was contrary to all regulations. A thought struck her. Perhaps regulations did not apply in a place like this, where illegal animals waited perpetually for sudden death. The being which faced her was strong enough to turn her head around 10 times clockwise or counterclockwise. From her anatomy lessons, she was pretty sure that the head would come off somewhere during that process. She looked at him with interest. Animal-type fear had been conditioned out of her, but she had, she found, an extreme distaste for the termination of life under random circumstances. Perhaps her witch training would help. She tried to pretend that he was in fact a man. A diagnosis: hypertension, chronic aggression, now frustrated, leading to overstimulation and neurosis, poor nutritional record, hormone disorder probable, leapt into her mind. She tried to speak in a new voice. "I am smaller than you," she said, "and you can kill me just as well later as now. We might as well get acquainted. I'm Elaine, assigned here from Man-Home Earth." The effect was spectacular. Charlie is my darling stepped back. Mabel's mouth dropped open. The others gaped at her. One or two, more quick-witted than the rest, began whispering to their neighbors. At last, Charlie is my darling spoke to her. "Welcome, my lady. Can I call you my lady? I guess not. "Welcome, Elaine. We are your people. We will do whatever you say. Of course you got in. The Lady Pank as Hash sent you. She has been telling us for 100 years that somebody would come from Earth, a real person with an animal name, not a number, and that we should have a child named Dijon ready to take up the threads of destiny. Please, please sit down. Will you have a drink of water? We have no clean vessel here. We are all under people here, and we have used everything in the place, so that it is contaminated for a real person." A thought struck him. "Baby, do you have a new cup in the kiln?" Apparently he saw someone nod because he went right on talking. "Get it out, then, for our guest, with tongs. New tongs. Do not touch it. Fill it with water from the top of the little waterfall. That way our guest can have an uncontaminated drink. A clean drink." He beamed with a hospitality which was as ridiculous as it was genuine. Elaine did not have the heart to say she did not want a drink of water. She waited. They waited. By now her eyes had become accustomed to the darkness. She could see that the main corridor was painted a yellow, faded and stained, and a contrasting light brown. She wondered what possible human mind could have selected so ugly a combination. Cross corridors seemed to open into it. At any rate, she saw illuminated archways further down, and people walking out of them briskly. No one can walk briskly and naturally out of a shallow alcove, so she was pretty sure that the archways led to something. The under people, too, she could see. They looked very much like people. Here and there, individuals reverted to the animal type, a horseman whose muzzle had regrown to its ancestral size, a rat woman with normal human features, except for nylon-like white whiskers, 12 or 14 on each side of her face, reaching 20 centimeters to either side. One looked very much like a person indeed, a beautiful young woman seated on a bench some 8 or 10 meters down the corridor, and paying no attention to the crowd, to Mabel, to Charlie is my darling, or to herself. "Who is that?" said Elaine, pointing with a nod at the beautiful young woman. Mabel, relieved from the tension which had seized her when she had asked if Elaine were death, babbled with a sociability which was outré in this environment. "That's Crawley." "What does she do?" asked Elaine. "She has her pride," said Mabel, her grotesque red face now jolly and eager, her slack mouth spraying spittle as she spoke. "But doesn't she do anything?" said Elaine. Charlie is my darling intervened. "Nobody has to do anything here, Lady Elaine." "It's illegal to call me lady," said Elaine. "I'm sorry, human being Elaine. Nobody has to do anything at all here. The whole bunch of us are completely illegal. This corridor is a thought shelter, so that no thoughts can escape or enter it. Wait a bit. Watch the ceiling. Now." A red glow moved across the ceiling and was gone. "The ceiling glows," said Charlie is my darling, "whenever anything thinks against it. The whole tunnel registers sewage tank, organic waste to the outside, so that dim perceptions of life which may escape here are not considered too unaccountable. People built it for their own use 1,000,000 years ago." "They weren't here on Fomalhaut 3 1,000,000 years ago," snapped Elaine. Why, she wondered, did she snap at him? He wasn't a person, just a talking animal who had missed being dropped down the nearest incinerator. "I'm sorry, Elaine," said Charlie is my darling. "I should have said a long time ago. We under people don't get much chance to study real history. But we use this corridor. Somebody with a morbid sense of humor named this place Clown Town. We live along for 10 or 20 or 100 years, and then people or robots find us and kill us all. That's why Mabel was upset. She thought you were death for this time, but you're not. You're Elaine. That's wonderful. Wonderful." His sly, too clever face beamed with transparent sincerity. It must have been quite a shock to him, to be honest. "You were going to tell me what the undergirl is for?" said Elaine. "That's Crawley," said he. "She doesn't do anything. None of us really have to. We're all doomed anyhow. She's a little more honest than the rest of us. She has her pride. She scorns the rest of us. She puts us in our place. She makes everybody feel inferior. We think she is a valuable member of the group. We all have our pride, which is hopeless anyway, but Crawley has her pride all by herself, without doing anything whatever about it. She sort of reminds us. If we leave her alone, she leaves us alone. Elaine thought, "You're funny things, so much like people, but so inexpert about it. As though you all had to die before you really learned what it is to be alive." Aloud, she could only say, "I never met anybody like that." Crawley must have sensed that they were talking about her, because she looked at Elaine with a short, quick stare of blazing hatred. Crawley's pretty face locked itself into a glare of concentrated hostility and scorn. Then her eyes wandered, and Elaine felt that she, Elaine, no longer existed in the thing's mind, except as a rebuke which had been administered and forgotten. She had never seen privacy as impenetrable as Crawley's, and yet the being, whatever she might have been made from, was very lovely in human terms. A fierce old hag covered with mouse-grey fur rushed up to Elaine. The mouse woman was the baby who had been sent on the errand. She held a ceramic cup and a pair of long tongs. Water was in it. Elaine took the cup. 60 to 70 underpeople, including the little girl in the blue dress whom she had seen outside, watched her as she sipped. The water was good. She drank it all. There was a universal exhalation, as though everyone in the corridor had waited for this moment. Elaine started to put the cup down, but the old mouse woman was too quick for her. She took the cup from Elaine, stopping her at mid-gesture and using the tongs, so that the cup would not be contaminated by the touch of an underperson. "That's right, baby," said Charlie is my darling. "We can talk. It is our custom not to talk with a newcomer until we have offered our hospitality. Let me be frank. We may have to kill you if this whole business turns out to be a mistake, but let me assure you that if I do kill you, I will do it nicely and without the least bit of malice. Right?" Elaine did not know what was so right about it, and said so. She visualized her head being twisted off. Apart from the pain and the degradation, it seemed so terribly messy to terminate life in a sewer with things which did not even have a right to exist. He gave her no chance to argue, but just went on explaining. "Suppose things turn out just right. Suppose that you are the Esther Elaine or Eleanor that we have all been waiting for, the person who will do something to Dijon and bring us all help and deliverance. Give us life, in short, real life. Then what do we do?" "I don't know where you get all these ideas about me. Why am I Esther Elaine or Eleanor? What do I do to Dijon? Why me?" Charlie is my darling stared at her as though he could not believe her question. Mabel frowned as though she could not think of the right words to put forth her opinions. Baby, who had glided back to the group with swift, mouse-like suddenness, looked around, as though she expected someone from the rear to speak. She was right. Crawley turned her face toward Elaine and said with infinite condescension, "I did not know that real people were ill-informed or stupid. You seem to be both. We have all our information from the Lady Pankashash. Since she is dead, she has no prejudices against us underpeople. Since she has not had much of anything to do, she has run through billions and billions of probabilities for us. All of us know what most probabilities come to. Sudden death by disease or gas, or maybe being hauled off to the slaughterhouses in big police ornithopters. But Lady Pankashash found that perhaps a person with a name like yours would come, a human being with an old name and not a number name, that person would meet the hunter, that she and the hunter would teach the underchild Dijon a message, and that the message would change the worlds. We have kept one child after another named Dijon waiting for 100 years. Now you show up. Maybe you are the one. You don't look very competent to me. What are you good for?" "I'm a witch," said Elaine. Crawley could not keep the surprise from showing in her face. "A witch? Really?" "Yes," said Elaine, rather humbly. "I wouldn't be one," said Crawley. "I have my pride." She turned her face away and locked her features in their expression of perennial hurt and disdain. Charlie is my darling whispered to the group nearby, not caring whether Elaine heard his words or not. "That's wonderful, wonderful! She is a witch, a human witch. Perhaps the great day is here." "Elaine," said he humbly, "will you please look at us?" Elaine looked. When she stopped to think about where she was, it was incredible that the empty old lower city of Kalma should be just outside, just beyond the wall, and the busy new city a mere 35 meters higher. This corridor was a world to itself. It felt like a world, with the ugly yellows and browns, the dim old lights, the stenches of man and animal mixed under intolerably bad ventilation. Baby, Crawley, Mabel, and Charlie is my darling were part of this world. They were real, but they were outside. Outside, so far as Elaine herself was concerned. "Let me go," she said. "I'll come back some day." Charlie is my darling, who was so plainly the leader, spoke as if in a trance. "You don't understand, Elaine. The only going you are going to go is death. There is no other direction. We can't let the old you go out of this door, not when the Lady Pankaz-Hash has thrust you into us. Either you go forward to your destiny, to our destiny too. Either you do that, and all works out all right, so that you love us and we love you," he added dreamily, "or else I kill you with my own hands, right here, right now. I could give you another clean drink of water first, but that is all. There isn't much choice for you, human being Elaine. What do you think would happen if you went outside?" "Nothing, I hope," said Elaine. "Nothing," snorted Mabel, her face regaining its original indignation. "The police would come flapping by in their ornithopter." "And they'd pick your brains," said Baby. "And they'd know about us," said a tall, pale man who had not spoken before. "And we," said Crawley from her chair, "would all of us die within an hour or two at the longest. Would that matter to you, ma'am and Elaine?" "And," added Charlie is my darling, "they would disconnect the Lady Pankaz-Hash, so that even the recording of that dear dead lady would be gone at last, and there would be no mercy at all left upon this world." "What is mercy?" asked Elaine. "It's obvious you never heard of it," said Crawley. The old mouse-hag Baby came close to Elaine. She looked up at her and whispered through yellow teeth, "Don't let them frighten you, girl. Death doesn't matter all that much, not even to you true humans with your 400 years, or to us animals with the slaughterhouse around the corner. Death is a when, not a what. It's the same for all of us. Don't be scared. Go straight ahead, and you may find mercy and love. They're much richer than death, if you can only find them. Once you do find them, death won't be very important." "I still don't know mercy," said Elaine, "but I thought I knew what love was, and I don't expect to find my lover in a dirty old corridor full of underpeople." "I don't mean that kind of love," laughed Baby, brushing aside Mabel's attempted interruption with a wave of her hand-paw. The old mouse face was on fire with sheer expressiveness. Elaine could suddenly imagine what Baby had looked like to a mouse underman when she was young and sleek and gray. Enthusiasm flushed the old features with youth as Baby went on. "I don't mean love for a lover, girl. I mean love for yourself, love for life, love for all things living, love even for me. Your love for me. Can you imagine that?" Elaine swam through fatigue, but she tried to answer the question. She looked in the dim light at the wrinkled old mouse-hag with her filthy clothes and her little red eyes. The fleeting image of the beautiful young mousewoman had faded away. There was only this cheap, useless old thing, with her inhuman demands and her senseless pleading. People never loved under-people. They used them, like chairs or door-handles. Since when did a door-handle demand the charter of ancient rights? "No," said Elaine calmly and evenly. "I can't imagine ever loving you." "I knew it!" said Crawley from her chair. There was triumph in the voice. Charlie is my darling shook his head, as if to clear his sight. "Don't you even know who controls Fomalhaut 3? "The instrumentality," said Elaine. "But do we have to go on talking? Let me go or kill me or something. This doesn't make sense. I was tired when I got here, and I'm a million years tireder now." Mabel said, "Take her along." "All right," said Charlie is my darling. "Is the hunter there?" The child Dijon spoke. She had stood at the back of the group. He came in the other way when she came in the front. Elaine said to Charlie is my darling, "You lied to me. You said there was only one way." "I did not lie," said he. "There is only one way for you or me or for the friends of the Lady Pankaz-Hash, the way you came. The other way is death." "What do you mean?" "I mean," he said, "that it leads straight into the slaughterhouses of the men you do not know, the lords of the instrumentality who are here on Fomalhaut 3. There is the Lord Femtiasex, who is just and without pity. There is the Lord Limauno, who thinks that underpeople are a potential danger and should not have been started in the first place. There is the Lady Gorok, who does not know how to pray, but who tries to ponder the mystery of life and who has shown kindnesses to underpeople as long as the kindnesses were lawful ones. And there is the Lady Arabella Underwood, whose justice no man can understand, nor underpeople either," he added with a chuckle. "Who is she? I mean, where did she get the funny name? It doesn't have a number in it. It's as bad as your names, or my own," said Elaine. "She's from old North Australia, the strewn world, on loan to the instrumentality, and she follows the laws she was born to. The hunter can go through the rooms and the slaughterhouses of the instrumentality, but could you? Could I?" "No," said Elaine. "Then forward," said Charlie is my darling, "to your death or to great wonders. May I lead the way, Elaine?" Elaine nodded wordlessly. The mouse-hag baby patted Elaine's sleeve, her eyes alive with strange hope. As Elaine passed Crawley's chair, the proud, beautiful girl looked straight at her, expressionless, deadly, and severe. The dog-girl Dijon followed the little procession as if she had been invited. They walked down and down and down. Actually, it could not have been a full half-kilometer, but with the endless browns and yellows, the strange shapes of the lawless and untended underpeople, the stenches and the thick, heavy air, Elaine felt as if she were leaving all known worlds behind. In fact, she was doing precisely that. But it did not occur to her that her own suspicion might be true. 5. At the end of the corridor there was a round gate with a door of gold or brass. Charlie is my darling stopped. "I can't go further," he said. "You and Dijon will have to go on. This is the forgotten antechamber between the tunnel and the upper palace. The hunter is there. Go on. You're a person. It is safe. Underpeople usually die in there. Go on." He nudged her elbow and pulled the sliding door apart. "But the little girl," said Elaine. "She's not a girl," said Charlie is my darling. "She's just a dog, as I'm not a man, just a goat brightened and cut and trimmed to look like a man. If you come back, Elaine, I will love you like God, or I will kill you. It depends." "Depends on what?" asked Elaine. "And what is God?" Charlie is my darling smiled the quick, tricky smile which was wholly insincere and completely friendly, both at the same time. It was probably the trademark of his personality in ordinary times. "You'll find out about God somewhere else, if you do. Not from us. And the depending is something you'll know for yourself. You won't have to wait for me to tell you. Go along now. The whole thing will be over in the next few minutes." "But Dijon?" persisted Elaine. "If it doesn't work," said Charlie as my darling, "we can always raise another Dijon and wait for another you. The Lady Panka's hash had promised us that. Go on in." He pushed her roughly so that she stumbled through. Bright light dazzled her, and the clean air tasted as good as fresh water on her first day out of the spaceship pod. The little dog girl had trotted in beside her. The door, gold or brass, clanged to behind them. Elaine and Dijon stood still, side by side, looking forward and upward. There are many famous paintings of that scene. Most of the paintings show Elaine in rags, with the distorted, suffering face of a witch. This is strictly unhistorical. She was wearing her everyday culottes, blouse, and twin over-the-shoulder purses when she went in the other end of Clowntown. This was the usual dress on Fomalhaut 3 at that time. She had done nothing at all to spoil her clothes, so she must have looked the same when she came out. And Dijon? Well, everyone knows what Dijon looked like. The hunter met them. The hunter met them, and new worlds began. He was a shortish man with black curly hair, black eyes that danced with laughter, broad shoulders and long legs. He walked with a quick, sure step. He kept his hands quiet at his side, but the hands did not look tough and calloused, as though they had been terminating lives, even the lives of animals. "Come up and sit down," he greeted them. "I've been waiting for you both." Elaine stumbled upward and forward. "Waiting?" she gasped. "Nothing mysterious," he said. "I had the view screen on, the one into the tunnel. Its connections are shielded so the police could not have peeped it." Elaine stopped dead still. The little dog girl, one step behind her, stopped too. She tried to draw herself up to her full height. She was about the same tallness that he was. It was difficult, since he stood 4 or 5 steps above them. She managed to keep her voice even when she said, "You know, then?" "What?" "All those things they said?" "Sure I know them," he smiled. "Why not?" "But," stammered Elaine, "about you and me being lovers? That too?" "That too," he smiled again. "I've been hearing it half my life. Come on up, sit down and have something to eat. We have a lot of things to do tonight, if history is to be fulfilled through us. What do you eat, little girl?" said he kindly to Dijon. "Raw meat or people food?" "I'm a finished girl," said Dijon, "so I prefer chocolate cake with vanilla ice cream." "That you shall have," said the hunter. "Come, both of you, and sit down." They had topped the steps. A luxurious table, already set, was waiting for them. There were 3 couches around it. Elaine looked for the third person who would join them. Only as she sat down did she realize that he meant to invite the dog-child. He saw her surprise but did not comment on it directly. Instead, he spoke to Dijon. "You know me, girl, don't you?" The child smiled and relaxed for the first time since Elaine had seen her. The dog girl was really strikingly beautiful when the tension went out of her. The wariness, the quietness, the potential disquiet. These were dog qualities. Now the child seemed wholly human and mature, far beyond her years. Her white face had dark, dark brown eyes. "I've seen you lots of times, Hunter, and you've told me what would happen if I turned out to be the Dijon. How I would spread the word and meet great trials. How I might die and might not. But people and underpeople would remember my name for thousands of years. You've told me almost everything I know, except the things that I can't talk to you about. You know them too, but you won't talk, will you?" said the little girl imploringly. "I know you've been to Earth," said the hunter. "Don't say it, please don't say it," pleaded the girl. "Earth, Manhome itself?" cried Elaine. "How by the stars did you get there?" The hunter intervened. "Don't press her, Elaine. It's a big secret, and she wants to keep it. You'll find out more tonight than mortal woman was ever told before." "What does mortal mean?" asked Elaine, who disliked antique words. "It just means having a termination of life." "That's foolish," said Elaine. "Everything terminates. Look at those poor, messy people who went on beyond the legal 400 years. She looked around. Rich black and red curtains hung from ceiling to floor. On one side of the room there was a piece of furniture she had never seen before. It was like a table, but it had little broad, flat doors on the front, reaching from side to side. It was richly ornamented with unfamiliar woods and metals. Nevertheless, she had more important things to talk about than furniture. She looked directly at the hunter. No organic disease, wounded in left arm at an earlier period, somewhat excessive exposure to sunlight, might need correction for near vision, and demanded of him, "Am I captured by you too?" "Captured?" "You're a hunter. You hunt things. To kill them, I suppose. That underman back there, the goat who calls himself Charlie is my darling." "He never does!" cried the dog girl, Dijon, interrupting. "Never does what?" said Elaine, cross at being interrupted. "He never calls himself that. Other people, under people, I mean, call him that. His name is Balthazar, but nobody uses it." "What does it matter, little girl?" said Elaine. "I'm talking about my life. Your friend said he would take my life from me if something did not happen." Neither Dijon nor the hunter said anything. Elaine heard a frantic edge go into her voice. "You heard it." She turned to the hunter. "You saw it on the view screen." The hunter's voice was serenity and assurance. "We three have things to do before this night is out. We won't get them done if you are frightened or worried. I know the underpeople, but I know the lords of the instrumentality as well, all four of them, right here. The lords Limauno, and Femtiosex, and the Lady Garok, and the Norstrillian, too. They will protect you. Charlie is my darling might want to take your life from you because he is worried, afraid that the tunnel of Englock, where you just were, will be discovered. I have ways of protecting him and yourself as well. Have confidence in me for a while. That's not so hard, is it?" "But," protested Elaine, "the man, or the goat, or whatever he was, Charlie is my darling. He said it would all happen right away, as soon as I came up here with you." "How can anything happen," said little Dijon, "if you keep talking all the time?" The hunter smiled. "That's right," he said. "We've talked enough. Now we must become lovers." Elaine jumped to her feet. "Not with me, you don't. Not with her here. Not when I haven't found my work to do. I'm a witch. I'm supposed to do something, but I've never really found out what it was." "Look at this," said the hunter calmly, walking over to the wall and pointing with his finger at an intricate circular design. Elaine and Dijon both looked at it. The hunter spoke again, his voice urgent. "Do you see it, Dijon? Do you really see it? The ages turn, waiting for this moment, little child. Do you see it? Do you see yourself in it?" Elaine looked at the little dog girl. Dijon had almost stopped breathing. She stared at the curious symmetrical pattern as though it were a window into enchanting worlds. The hunter roared at the top of his voice, "Dijon! Joan! Joni!" The child made no response. The hunter stepped over to the child, slapped her gently on the cheek, shouted again. Dijon continued to stare at the intricate design. "Now," said the hunter, "you and I make love. The child is absent in a world of happy dreams. That design is a mandala, something left over from the unimaginable past. It locks the human consciousness in place. Dijon will not see us or hear us. We cannot help her go toward her destiny, unless you and I make love first." Elaine, her hand to her mouth, tried to inventory symptoms as a means of keeping her familiar thoughts in balance. It did not work. A relaxation spread over her, a happiness and quiet that she had not once felt since her childhood. "Did you think," said the hunter, "that I hunted with my body and killed with my hands? Didn't anyone ever tell you that the game comes to me rejoicing, that the animals die while they scream with pleasure? I'm a telepath, and I work under license, and I have my license now from the dead Lady Pankazash." Elaine knew that they had come to the end of the talking. Trembling, happy, frightened, she fell into his arms and let him lead her over to the couch at the side of the black and gold room. 1,000 years later she was kissing his ear and murmuring loving words at him, words that she did not even realize she knew. She must, she thought, have picked up more from the story boxes than she ever realized. "You're my love," she said, "my only one, my darling. Never, never leave me. Never throw me away. Oh, Hunter, I love you so." "We part," he said, "before tomorrow is gone, but shall meet again. Do you realize that all this has only been a little more than an hour?" Elaine blushed. "And I," she stammered, I'm hungry." "Natural enough," said the hunter. "Pretty soon we can waken the little girl and eat together, and then history will happen, unless somebody walks in and stops us." "But, darling," said Elaine, "can't we go on, at least for a while? A year, a month, a day? Put the little girl back in the tunnel for a while." "Not really," said the hunter, "but I'll sing you the song that came into my mind about you and me. I've been thinking bits of it for a long time, but now it has really happened. Listen." He held her 2 hands in his 2 hands, looked easily and frankly into her eyes. There was no hint in him of telepathic power. He sang to her the song which we know as "I Loved You and Lost You." "I knew you and loved you and won you in Kalma. I loved you and won you and lost you, my darling. The dark skies of Water Rock swept down against us, lightning lit only by our own love, my lovely. Our time was a short time, a sharp hour of glory. We tasted delight, and we suffered denial. The tale of us two is a bittersweet story, short as a shot, but as long as death. We met and we loved, and vainly we plotted to rescue beauty from a smothering war. Time had no time for us, the minutes no mercy. We have loved and lost, and the world goes on. We have lost and have kissed and have parted, my darling. All that we have we must save in our hearts, love. The memory of beauty and the beauty of memory. I've loved you and won you and lost you in Kalma." His fingers, moving in the air, produced a soft organ-like music in the room. She had noticed music beams before, but she had never had one played for herself. By the time he was through singing, she was sobbing. It was all so true, so wonderful, so heartbreaking. He had kept her right hand in his left hand. Now he released her suddenly. He stood up. "Let's work first, eat later. Someone is near us." He walked briskly over to the little dog girl who was still seated on the chair, looking at the mandala with open, sleeping eyes. He took her head firmly and gently between his 2 hands and turned her eyes away from the design. She struggled momentarily against his hands and then seemed to wake up fully. She smiled. "That was nice. I rested. How long was it? 5 minutes?" "More than that," said the hunter gently. "I want you to take Elaine's hand." A few hours ago, and Elaine would have protested at the grotesquerie of holding hands with an underperson. This time she said nothing, but obeyed. She looked with much love toward the hunter. "You two don't have to know much," said the hunter. "You, Dijon, are going to get everything that is in our minds and in our memories. You will become us, both of us, forevermore. You will meet your glorious fate." The little girl shivered. "Is this really the day?" "It is," said the hunter. "Future ages will remember this night. And you, Elaine," said he to her, "have nothing to do but to love me and to stand very still. Do you understand? You will see tremendous things, some of them frightening, but they won't be real. Just stand still." Elaine nodded wordlessly. "In the name," said the hunter, "of the first forgotten one, in the name of the second forgotten one, in the name of the third forgotten one, for the love of people that will give them life, for the love that will give them a clean death and true—" His words were clear, but Elaine could not understand them. The day of days was here. She knew it. She did not know how she knew it, but she did. The Lady Pank-as-Hash crawled up through the solid floor, wearing her friendly robot body. She came near to Elaine and murmured, "Have no fear, no fear." "Fear?" thought Elaine. "This is no time for fear. It is much too interesting." As if to answer Elaine, a clear, strong, masculine voice spoke out of nowhere. "This is the time for the daring sharing." When these words were spoken, it was as if a bubble had been pricked. Elaine felt her personality and Dijon's mingling. With ordinary telepathy, it would have been frightening. But this was not communication. It was being. She had become Joan. She felt the clean little body in its tidy clothes. She became aware of the girl's shape again. It was oddly pleasant and familiar, in terribly far-away kinds of feeling, to remember that she had had that shape once, the smooth, innocent, flat chest, the uncomplicated groin, the fingers which still felt as though they were separate and alive and extending from the palm of the hand. But the mind, that child's mind. It was like an enormous museum illuminated by rich stained glass windows, cluttered with variegated heaps of beauty and treasure, scented by strange incense which moved slowly in unpropelled air. Dijon had a mind which reached all the way back to the color and glory of man's antiquity. Dijon had been a lord of the instrumentality, a monkey man riding the ships of space, a friend of the dear dead Lady Pank-as-Hash, and Pank-as-Hash herself. No wonder the child was rich and strange. She had been made the heir of all the ages. "This is the time for the glaring top of the truth, at the wearing sharing," said the nameless, clear, loud voice in her mind. "This is the time for you and him." Elaine realized that she was responding to hypnotic suggestions which the Lady Pank-as-Hash had put into the mind of the little dog girl, suggestions which were triggered into full potency the moment that the three of them came into telepathic contact. For a fraction of a second, she perceived nothing but astonishment within herself. She saw nothing but herself, every detail, every secrecy, every thought and feeling and contour of flesh. She was curiously aware of how her breasts hung from her chest, the tension of her belly muscles holding her female backbone straight and erect. Female backbone? Why had she thought that she had a female backbone? And then she knew. She was following the hunter's mind as his awareness rushed through her body, drank it up, enjoyed it, loved it all over again, this time from the inside out. She knew somehow that the little dog girl watched everything quietly, wordlessly, drinking in from them both the full nuance of being truly human. Even with the delirium, she sensed embarrassment. It might be a dream, but it was still too much. She began to close her mind, and the thought had come to her that she should take her hands away from the hands of Hunter and the dog-child. But then, fire came. 6. Fire came up from the floor, burning about them intangibly. Elaine felt nothing, but she could sense the touch of the little girl's hand. "Flames around the dames, Games," said an idiot voice from nowhere. "Fire around the pyre, sire," said another. "Hot is what we got, Tot," said a third. Suddenly Elaine remembered Earth, but it was not the Earth she knew. She was herself Dijon, and not Dijon. She was a tall, strong monkey man, indistinguishable from a true human being. He had tremendous alertness in his heart as he walked across the Peace Square at Anfang, the old square at Anfang where all things begin. He noticed a discrepancy. Some of the buildings were not there. The real Elaine thought to herself, so that's what they did with the child, printed her with the memories of other underpeople, other ones who dared things and went places. The fire stopped. Elaine saw the black and gold room clean and untroubled for a moment before the green, white-topped ocean rushed in. The water poured over the three of them without getting them wet in the least. The greenness washed around them without pressure, without suffocation. Elaine was the hunter. Enormous dragons floated in the sky above Fomalhaut 3. She felt herself wandering across a hill, singing with love and yearning. She had the hunter's own mind, his own memory. The dragon sensed him and flew down. The enormous reptilian wings were more beautiful than a sunset, more delicate than orchids. Their beat in the air was as gentle as the breath of a baby. She was not only hunter, but dragon, too. She felt the minds meeting, and the dragon dying in bliss, in joy. Somehow the water was gone. So too were Dijon and the hunter. She was not in the room. She was taut, tired, worried Elaine, looking down a nameless street for hopeless destinations. She had to do things which could never be done. The wrong me, the wrong time, the wrong place. And I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone, her mind screamed. The room was back again. So too were the hands of the hunter and the little girl. Mist began rising. Another dream? Thought Elaine. Aren't we done? But there was another voice somewhere, a voice which grated like the rasp of a saw cutting through bone, like the grind of a broken machine still working at ruinous top speed. It was an evil voice, a terror-filling voice. Perhaps this really was the death which the tunnel underpeople had mistaken her for. The hunter's hand released hers. She let go of Dijon. There was a strange woman in the room. She wore the baldric of authority and the leotards of a traveller. Elaine stared at her. "You'll be punished," said the terrible voice, which now was coming out of the woman. What?" stammered Elaine. "You're conditioning an underperson without authority. I don't know who you are, but the hunter should know better. The animal will have to die, of course," said the woman, looking at little Dijon. Hunter muttered, half in greeting to the stranger, half in explanation to Elaine, as though he did not know what else to say. Lady Arabella Underwood. Elaine could not bow to her, though she wanted to. The surprise came from the little dog girl. "I am your sister Joan," she said, "and no animal to you." The Lady Arabella seemed to have trouble hearing. Elaine herself could not tell whether she was hearing spoken words or taking the message with her mind. "I am Joan, and I love you." The Lady Arabella shook herself as though water had splashed on her. "Of course you're Joan. You love me, and I love you." People and underpeople meet on the terms of love. "Love! Love, of course. You're a good little girl, and so right." "You will forget me," said Joan, "until we meet and love again." "Yes, darling. Goodbye for now." At last Dijon did use words. She spoke to the hunter and Elaine, saying, "It is finished. I know who I am and what I must do. Elaine had better come with me. We will see you soon, hunter, if we live." Elaine looked at the Lady Arabella, who stood stock still, staring like a blind woman. The hunter nodded at Elaine with his wise, kind, rueful smile. The little girl led Elaine down to the door, which led back to the tunnel of Englock. Just as they went through the brass door, Elaine heard the voice of the Lady Arabella say to the hunter, "What are you doing here all by yourself? The room smells funny. Have you had animals here? Have you killed something?" "Yes, ma'am," said the hunter, as Dijon and Elaine stepped through the door. "What?" cried the Lady Arabella. Hunter must have raised his voice to a point of penetrating emphasis, because he wanted the other two to hear him, too. "I have killed, ma'am," he said, "as always. With love. This time it was a system. They slipped through the door while the Lady Arabella's protesting voice, heavy with authority and inquiry, was still sweeping against the hunter. Joan led. Her body was the body of a pretty child, but her personality was the full awakening of all the underpeople who had been imprinted on her. Elaine could not understand it because Joan was still the little dog girl, but Joan was now also Elaine, also Hunter. There was no doubt about their movement. The child, no longer an undergirl, led the way, and Elaine, human or not, followed. The door closed behind them. They were back in the brown and yellow corridor. Most of the underpeople were awaiting them. Dozens stared at them. The heavy animal-human smells of the old tunnel rolled against them like thick, slow waves. Elaine felt the beginning of a headache at her temples, but she was much too alert to care. For a moment, Dijon and Elaine confronted the underpeople. Most of you have seen paintings or theatricals based upon this scene. The most famous of all is, beyond doubt, the fantastic one-line drawing of San Shigananda, the board of the background almost uniformly gray, with a hint of brown and yellow on the left, a hint of black and red on the right, and in the center the strange white line, almost a smear of paint, which somehow suggests the bewildered girl Elaine and the doom-blessed child Joan. Charlie Is My Darling was, of course, the first to find his voice. Elaine did not notice him as a goat man anymore. He seemed an earnest, friendly man of middle age, fighting poor health and an uncertain life with great courage. She now found his smile persuasive and charming. Why, thought Elaine, didn't I see him that way before? Have I changed? Charlie Is My Darling had spoken before Elaine found her wits. He did it. Are you Dijon? Am I Dijon? Said the child, asking the crowd of deformed, weird people in the tunnel. Do you think I am Dijon? No, no! You are the lady who was promised. You are the bridge to man, cried a tall, yellow-haired old woman, whom Elaine could not remember seeing before. The woman flung herself to her knees in front of the child and tried to get Dijon's hand. The child held her hands away, quietly but firmly, so the woman buried her face in the child's skirt and wept. I am Joan, said the child, and I am dog no more. You are people now, people, and if you die with me, you will die men. Isn't that better than it has ever been before? And you, Ruthie, said she to the woman at her feet, stand up and stop crying. Be glad. These are the days that I shall be with you. I know your children were all taken away and killed, Ruthie, and I am sorry. I cannot bring them back. But I give you womanhood. I have even made a person out of Elaine. Who are you? Said Charlie Is My Darling. Who are you? I'm the little girl you put out to live or die an hour ago, but now I am Joan, not Dijon. And I bring you a weapon. You are women. You are men. You are people. You can use the weapon. What weapon? The voice was Crawley's, from about the third row of spectators. Life and life with, said the child Joan. Don't be a fool, said Crawley. What's the weapon? Don't give us words. We've had words and death ever since the world of underpeople began. That's what people give us. Good words, fine principles, and cold murder, year after year, generation after generation. Don't tell me I'm a person. I'm not. I'm a bison, and I know it. An animal fixed up to look like a person. Give me a something to kill with. Let me die fighting. Little Joan looked incongruous in her young body and short stature, still wearing the little blue smock in which Elaine had first seen her. She commanded the room. She lifted her hand, and the buzz of low voices, which had started while Crawley was yelling, dropped off to silence again. Crawley, she said in a voice that carried all the way down the hall, peace be with you in the everlasting now. Crawley scowled. She did have the grace to look puzzled at Joan's message to her, but she did not speak. "Don't talk to me, dear people," said little Joan. "Get used to me first. I bring you life with. It's more than love. Love's a hard, sad, dirty word, a cold word, an old word. It says too much and it promises too little. I bring you something much bigger than love. If you're alive, you're alive. If you're alive with, then you know the other life is there too. Both of you, any of you, all of you. Don't do anything. Don't grab, don't clench, don't possess. Just be. That's the weapon. There's not a flame or a gun or a poison that can stop it." "I want to believe you," said Mabel, "but I don't know how to." "Don't believe me," said little Joan. "Just wait and let things happen. Let me through, good people. I have to sleep for a while. Elaine will watch me while I sleep, and when I get up I will tell you why you are under people no longer." Joan started to move forward. A wild, ululating screech split the corridor. Everyone looked around to see where it came from. It was almost like the shriek of a fighting bird, but the sound came from among them. Elaine saw it first. Crawley had a knife, and just as the cry ended she flung herself on Joan. Child and woman fell on the floor, their dresses a tangle. The large hand rose up twice with the knife, and the second time it came up red. From the hot, shocking burn in her side, Elaine knew that she must herself have taken one of the stabs. She could not tell whether Joan was still living. The undermen pulled Crawley off the child. Crawley was white with rage. "Words! Words! Words! She'll kill us all with her words!" A large, fat man with the muzzle of a bear on the front of an otherwise human-looking head and body stepped around the man who held Crawley. He gave her one tremendous slap. She dropped to the floor unconscious. The knife, stained with blood, fell on the old, worn carpet. Elaine thought automatically. Restorative for her later. Check neck vertebrae. No problem of bleeding. For the first time in her life, Elaine functioned as a wholly efficient witch. She helped the people pull the clothing from little Joan. The tiny body with the heavy, purple-dark blood pumping out from just below the rib cage looked hurt and fragile. Elaine reached in her left-hand bag. She had a surgical radar pen. She held it to her eye and looked through the flesh, up and down the wound. The peritoneum was punctured, the liver cut, the upper folds of the large intestine were perforated in 2 places. When she saw this, she knew what to do. She brushed the bystanders aside and got to work. First, she glued the cuts from the inside out, starting with the damage to the liver. Each touch of the organic adhesive was preceded by a tiny spray of recoding powder, designed to reinforce the capacity of the injured organ to restore itself. The probing, pressing, squeezing took 11 minutes. Before it was finished, Joan had awakened and was murmuring, "Am I dying?" "Not at all," said Elaine, "unless these human medicines poison your dog blood." "Who did it?" "Crawley?" "Why?" said the child. "Why? Is she hurt too? Where is she?" "Not as hurt as she is going to be," said the goat man. "Charlie is my darling. If she lives, we'll fix her up and try her and put her to death." "No, you won't," said Joan. "You're going to love her. You must." The goat man looked bewildered. He turned in his perplexity to Elaine. "Better have a look at Crawley," said he. "Maybe Orson killed her with that slap. He's a bear, you know." "So I saw," said Elaine, dryly. "What did the man think that thing looked like? A hummingbird?" She walked over to the body of Crawley. As soon as she touched the shoulders, she knew that she was in for trouble. The outer appearances were human, but the musculature beneath was not. She suspected that the laboratories had left Crawley terribly strong, keeping the buffalo's strength and obstinacy for some remote industrial reason of their own. She took out a brain link, a close-range telepathic hookup, which worked only briefly and slightly to see if the mind still functioned. As she reached for Crawley's head to attach it, the unconscious girl sprang suddenly to life, jumped to her feet, and said, "No, you don't. You don't peep me, you dirty human. Crawley, stand still. Don't boss me, you monster." "Crawley, that's a bad thing to say." It was eerie to hear such a commanding voice coming from the throat and mouth of a small child. Small she might have been, but Joan commanded the scene. "I don't care what I say. You all hate me." "That's not true, Crawley. You're a dog, and now you're a person. You're born a traitor. Dogs have always sided with people. You hated me even before you went into that room and changed into something else. Now you are going to kill us all." "We may die, Crawley, but I won't do it." "Well, you hate me anyhow. You've always hated me." "You may not believe it," said Joan, "but I've always loved you. You were the prettiest woman in our whole corridor." Crawley laughed. The sound gave Elaine gooseflesh. "Suppose I believed it. How could I live if I thought that people loved me? If I believed you, I would have to tear myself to pieces, to break my brains on the wall, to do—" The laughter changed to sobs, but Crawley managed to resume talking. "You things are so stupid that you don't even know that you're monsters. You're not people. You never will be people. I'm one of you myself. I'm honest enough to admit what I am. We're dirt. We're nothing. We're things that are less than machines. We hide in the earth like dirt, and when people kill us, they do not weep. At least we were hiding. Now you come along, you and your tame human woman." Crawley glared briefly at Elaine. "And you try to change even that. I'll kill you again if I can, you dirt, you slut, you dog. What are you doing with that child's body? We don't even know who you are now. Can you tell us?" The bear man had moved up close to Crawley, unnoticed by her, and was ready to slap her down again if she moved against little Joan. Joan looked straight at him, and with a mere movement of her eyes she commanded him not to strike. "I'm tired," she said. "I'm tired, Crawley. I'm 1,000 years old when I am not even 5. And I am Elaine now, and I am Hunter too, and I am the Lady Pank as Hash, and I know a great many more things than I thought I would ever know. I have work to do, Crawley, because I love you, and I think I will die soon. But please, good people, first, let me rest." The bear man was on Crawley's right. On her left there had moved up a snake woman. The face was pretty and human, except for the thin, forked tongue which ran in and out of the mouth like a dying flame. She had good shoulders and hips, but no breasts at all. She wore empty golden brassiere cups which swung against her chest. Her hands looked as though they might be stronger than steel. Crawley started to move toward Joan, and the snake woman hissed. It was the snake hiss of old Earth. For a second, every animal person in the corridor stopped breathing. They all stared at the snake woman. She hissed again, looking straight at Crawley. The sound was an abomination in that narrow space. Elaine saw that Joan tightened up like a little dog. Charlie, as my darling, looked as though he was ready to leap 20 meters in one jump, and Elaine herself felt an impulse to strike, to kill, to destroy. The hiss was a challenge to them all. The snake woman looked around calmly, fully aware of the attention she had obtained. "Don't worry, dear people. See, I'm using Joan's name for all of us. I'm not going to hurt Crawley, not unless she hurts Joan. But if she hurts Joan, if anybody hurts Joan, they will have me to deal with. You have a good idea who I am. We S people have great strength, high intelligence, and no fear at all. You know we cannot breed. People have to make us one by one out of ordinary snakes. Do not cross me, dear people. I want to learn about this new love which Joan is bringing, and nobody is going to hurt Joan while I am here. Do you hear me, people? Nobody. Try it and you die. I think I could kill almost all of you before I died, even if you all attacked me at once. Do you hear me, people? Leave Joan alone. That goes for you too, you soft human woman. I am not afraid of you either. You there, said she to the bear man, pick little Joan up and carry her to a quiet bed. She must rest. She must be quiet for a while. You be quiet too, all you people, or you will meet me. Me. Her black eyes roved across their faces. The snake woman moved forward and they parted in front of her, as though she were the only solid being in a throng of ghosts. Her eyes rested a moment on Elaine. Elaine met the gaze, but it was an uncomfortable thing to do. The black eyes, with neither eyebrows nor lashes, seemed full of intelligence and devoid of emotion. Orson, the bear man, followed obediently behind. He carried little Joan. As the child passed Elaine, she tried to stay awake. She murmured, "Make me bigger, please make me bigger, right away." "I don't know how," said Elaine. The child struggled to full awakening. "I'll have work to do, work, and maybe my death to die. It will all be wasted if I am this little. Make me bigger." "But," protested Elaine again, "if you don't know, ask the lady." "What lady?" The yes-woman had paused, listening to the conversation. She cut in. "The Lady Pank-as-Hash, of course, the dead one. Do you think that a living lady of the instrumentality would do anything but kill us all?" As the snake woman and Orson carried Joan away, Charlie is my darling came up to Elaine and said, "Do you want to go?" "Where?" "To the Lady Pank-as-Hash, of course." "Me?" said Elaine. "Now?" said Elaine, even more emphatically. "Of course not," said Elaine, pronouncing each word as though it were a law. "What do you think I am? A few hours ago I did not even know that you existed. I wasn't sure about the word death. I just assumed that everything terminated at 400 years, the way it should. It's been hours of danger, and everybody has been threatening everybody else for all that time. I'm tired, and I'm sleepy, and I'm dirty, and I've got to take care of myself, and besides—" She stopped suddenly and bit her lip. She had started to say, "And besides, my body is all worn out with that dreamlike love-making which the hunter and I had together." That was not the business of Charlie as my darling. He was goat enough as he was. His mind was goatish, and would not see the dignity of it all. The goat man said very gently, "You are making history, Elaine, and when you make history you cannot always take care of all the little things, too. Are you happier and more important than you ever were before? Yes? Aren't you a different you from the person who met Balthazar just a few hours ago?" Elaine was taken aback by the seriousness. She nodded. "Stay hungry and tired. Stay dirty. Just a little longer. Time must not be wasted. You can talk to the Lady Pank-as-Hash. Find out what we must do about little Joan. When you come back with further instructions, I will take care of you myself. This tunnel is not as bad a town as it looks. We will have everything you could need in the room of Englok. Englok himself built it long ago. Work just a little longer, and then you can eat and rest. We have everything here. I am the citizen of no mean city. But first you must help Joan. You love Joan, don't you?" "Oh, yes, I do," she said. "Then help us just a little bit more." With death, she thought. With murder, with violation of law. But it was all for Joan. It was thus that Elaine went to the camouflaged door, went out under the open sky again, saw the great saucer of Upper Calma reaching out over the old lower city. She talked to the voice of Lady Pank-as-Hash, and obtained certain instructions, together with other messages. Later she was able to repeat them, but she was too tired to make out their real sense. She staggered back to the place in the wall where she thought the door to be, leaned against it, and nothing happened. "Further down, Elaine, further down. Hurry! When I used to be me, I too got tired," came the strong whisper of the Lady Pank-as-Hash. "But do hurry!" Elaine stepped away from the wall, looking at it. A beam of light struck her. The instrumentality had found her. She rushed wildly at the wall. The door gaped briefly. The strong, welcome hand of Charlie Is My Darling helped her in. "The light! The light!" cried Elaine. "I've killed us all! They saw me!" "Not yet," smiled the goat man, with his quick, crooked, intelligent smile. "I may not be educated, but I am pretty smart." He reached toward the inner gate, glanced back at Elaine appraisingly, and then shoved a man-sized robot through the door. "There it goes, a sweeper about your size. No memory bank. A worn-out brain. Just simple motivations. If they come down to see what they thought they saw, they will see this instead. We keep a bunch of these at the door. We don't go out much, but when we do, it's handy to have these to cover up with." He took her by the arm. "While you eat, you can tell me. Can we make her bigger?" "Who?" "Joan, of course. Our Joan. That's what you went to find out for us." Elaine had to inventory her own mind to see what the Lady Pankashash had said on that subject. In a moment she remembered. "You need a pod, and a jelly bath, and narcotics, because it will hurt. 4 hours." "Wonderful," said Charlie Is My Darling, leading her deeper and deeper into the tunnel. "But what's the use of it," said Elaine, "if I've ruined us all? The instrumentality saw me coming in. They will follow. They will kill all of you, even Joan. Where is the hunter? Shouldn't I sleep first?" She felt her lips go thick with fatigue. She had not rested or eaten since she took that chance on the strange little door between Water Rocky Road and the shopping bar. "You're safe, Elaine, you're safe," said Charlie Is My Darling, his sly smile very warm, and his smooth voice carrying the ring of sincere conviction. For himself, he did not believe a word of it. He thought they were all in danger. But there was no point in terrifying Elaine. Elaine was the only real person on their side, except for the hunter, who was a strange one, almost like an animal himself, and for the Lady Pankashash, who was very benign, but who was, after all, a dead person. He was frightened himself, but he was afraid of fear. Perhaps they were all doomed. In a way, he was right. 7. The Lady Arabella Underwood had called the Lady Garroch. "Something has tampered with my mind." The Lady Garroch felt very shocked. She threw back the inquiry. "Put a probe on it." "I did. Nothing." "Nothing?" More shock for the Lady Garroch. "Sound the alert, then." "Oh, no. Oh, no. It was a friendly, nice tampering." The Lady Arabella Underwood, being an old North Australian, was rather formal. She always thought full words at her friends, even in telepathic contact. She never sent mere raw ideas. "But that's utterly unlawful. You're part of the instrumentality. It's a crime," thought the Lady Garroch. She got a giggle for reply. "You laugh?" she inquired. "I just thought a new lord might be here, from the instrumentality, having a look at me." The Lady Garroch was very proper and easily shocked. "We wouldn't do that." The Lady Arabella thought to herself, but did not transmit. "Not to you, my dear. You're a blooming prude." To the other she transmitted, "Forget it, then." Puzzled and worried, the Lady Garroch thought, "Well, all right. Break?" "Right-ho, break." The Lady Garroch frowned to herself. She slapped her wall. "Planet Central," she thought at it. A mere man sat at a desk. "I am the Lady Garroch," she said. "Of course, my lady," he replied. "Police fever 1 degree, 1 degree only, till rescinded. Clear?" "Clear, my lady. The entire planet?" "Yes," she said. "Do you wish to give a reason?" His voice was respectful and routine. "Must I?" "Of course not, my lady." "None given, then. Close." He saluted, and his image faded from the wall. She raised her mind to the level of a light, clear call. Instrumentality only, instrumentality only. I have raised the police fever level 1 degree by command. Reason? Personal disquiet. You know my voice, you know me. Garok. Far across the city, a police ornithopter flapped slowly down the street. The police robot was photographing a sweeper, the most elaborately malfunctioning sweeper he had ever seen. The sweeper raced down the road at unlawful speeds, approaching 300 kilometers an hour, stopped with a sizzle of plastic on stone, and began picking dust motes off the pavement. When the ornithopter reached it, the sweeper took off again, rounded 2 or 3 corners at tremendous speed, and then settled down to its idiot job. The third time this happened, the robot in the ornithopter put a disabling slug through it, flew down, and picked it up with the claws of his machine. He saw it in close view. Bird brain, old model. Bird brain. Good, they don't use those anymore. The thing could have hurt a man. Now I'm printed from a mouse. A real mouse with lots and lots of brains. He flew toward the central junkyard with the worn-out sweeper. The sweeper, crippled but still conscious, was trying to pick dust off the iron claws which held it. Below them, the old city twisted out of sight with its odd geometrical lights. The new city, bathed in its soft, perpetual glow, shone out against the night of Fomalhaut III. Beyond them, the everlasting ocean boiled in its private storms. On the actual stage, the actors cannot do much with the scene of the interlude, where Joan was cooked in a single night from the size of a child 5 years old to the tallness of a miss 15 or 16. The biological machine did work well, though at the risk of her life. It made her into a vital, robust young person, without changing her mind at all. This is hard for any actress to portray. The story boxes have the advantage. They can show the machine with all sorts of improvements, flashing lights, bits of lightning, mysterious rays. Actually, it looked like a bathtub full of boiling brown jelly, completely covering Joan. Elaine, meanwhile, ate hungrily in the palatial room of Englock himself. The food was very, very old, and she had doubts, as a witch, about its nutritional value, but it stilled her hunger. The denizens of Clowntown had declared this room off-limits to themselves, for reasons which Charlie as my darling could not make plain. He stood in the doorway and told her what to do to find food, to activate the bed out of the floor, to open the bathroom. Everything was very old-fashioned, and nothing responded to a simple thought or to a mere slap. A curious thing happened. Elaine had washed her hands, had eaten, and was preparing for her bath. She had taken most of her clothes off, thinking only that Charlie as my darling was an animal, not a man, so that it did not matter. Suddenly she knew it did matter. He might be an underperson, but he was a man to her. Blushing deeply all the way down to her neck, she ran into the bathroom and called back to him, "Go away. I will bathe and then sleep. Wake me when you have to, not before." "Yes, Elaine. And, yes." "Thank you," she said. "Thank you very much. Do you know I never said thank you to an underperson before?" "That's all right," said Charlie as my darling, with a smile. "Most real people don't. Sleep well, my dear Elaine. When you awaken, be ready for great things. We shall take a star out of the skies and shall set thousands of worlds on fire." "What's that?" she said, putting her head around the corner of the bathroom. "Just a figure of speech," he smiled. "Just meaning that you won't have much time. Rest well. Don't forget to put your clothes in the ladies' maid machine. The ones in Clowntown are all worn out. But since we haven't used this room, yours ought to work." "Which is it?" she said. "The red lid with the gold handle. Just lift it." On that domestic note, he left her to rest, while he went off and plotted the destiny of 100 billion lives. They told her it was mid-morning when she came out of the room of Englock. How could she have known it? The brown and yellow corridor, with its gloomy old yellow lights, was just as dim and stench-ridden as ever. The people all seemed to have changed. Baby was no longer a mouse hag, but a woman of considerable force and much tenderness. Crawley was as dangerous as a human enemy, staring at Elaine, her beautiful face gone bland with hidden hate. Charlie, as my darling, was gay, friendly, and persuasive. She thought she could read expressions on the faces of Orson and the S-woman, odd though their features were. After she had gotten through some singularly polite greetings, she demanded, "What's happening now?" A new voice spoke up, a voice she knew and did not know. Elaine glanced over at a niche in the wall. The Lady Pank-as-Hash, and who was that with her? Even as she asked herself the question, Elaine knew the answer. It was Joan, grown, only half a head less tall than the Lady Pank-as-Hash, or herself. It was a new Joan, powerful, happy, and quiet, but it was all the dear little old de Joan, too. "Welcome," said the Lady Pank-as-Hash, "to our revolution." "What's a revolution?" asked Elaine. "And I thought you couldn't come in here with all the thought-shielding." The Lady Pank-as-Hash lifted a wire which trailed back from her robot body. "I rigged this up so that I could use the body. Precautions are no use anymore. It's the other side which will need the precautions now. A revolution is a way of changing systems and people. This is one. You go first, Elaine. This way." "To die? Is that what you mean?" The Lady Pank-as-Hash laughed warmly. "You know me by now. You know my friends here. You know what your own life has been down to now. A useless witch in a world which did not want you. We may die, but it's what we do before we die that counts. This is Joan going to meet her destiny. You lead as far as the upper city. Then Joan will lead, and then we shall see." "You mean all these people are going too?" Elaine looked at the ranks of the underpeople who were beginning to form into two queues down the corridor. The queues bulged wherever mothers led their children by the hand or carried small ones in their arms. Here and there the line was punctuated by a giant underperson. "They have been nothing," thought Elaine, "and I was nothing too. Now we are all going to do something, even though we may be terminated for it." "May be," thought she. "Shall be is the word. But it is worth it if Joan can change the worlds even a little bit, even for other people." Joan spoke up. Her voice had grown with her body, but it was the same dear voice which the little dog girl had had 16 hours, they seem 16 years, thought Elaine, ago, when Elaine first met her at the door to the tunnel of Englock. Joan said, "Love is not something special reserved for men alone. Love is not proud. Love has no real name. Love is for life itself, and we have life. We cannot win by fighting. People outnumber us, outgun us, outrun us, outfight us. But people did not create us. Whatever made people, made us too. You all know that. But will we say the name?" There was a murmur of "No" and "Never" from the crowd. "You have waited for me. I have waited too. It is time to die, perhaps. But we will die the way people did in the beginning, before things became easy and cruel for them. They live in a stupor, and they die in a dream. It is not a good dream. And if they awaken, they will know that we are people too. Are you with me?" They murmured, "Yes." "Do you love me?" Again they murmured agreement. "Shall we go out and meet the day?" They shouted their acclaim. Joan turned to the Lady Pank-as-Hash. "Is everything as you wished and ordered?" "Yes," said the dear dead woman in the robot body. "Joan first to lead you, Elaine preceding her to drive away robots or ordinary underpeople. When you meet real people, you will love them. That is all. You will love them. If they kill you, you will love them. Joan will show you how. Pay no further attention to me. Ready?" Joan lifted her right hand and said words to herself. The people bowed their heads before her, faces and muzzles and snouts of all sizes and colors. A baby of some kind mewed in a tiny falsetto to the rear. Just before she turned to lead the procession, Joan turned back to the people and said, "Crawley, where are you?" "Here, in the middle," said a clear, calm voice far back. "Do you love me now, Crawley?" "No, de Joan. I like you less than when you were a little dog. But these are my people, too, as well as yours. I am brave. I can walk. I won't make trouble." "Crawley," said Joan, "will you love people if we meet them?" All faces turned toward the beautiful bison girl. Elaine could just see her, way down the murky corridor. Elaine could see that the girl's face had turned utter dead white with emotion. Whether rage or fear, she could not tell. At last Crawley spoke. "No, I won't love people, and I won't love you. I have my pride." Softly, softly like death itself at a quiet bedside, Joan spoke. "You can stay behind, Crawley. You can stay here. It isn't much of a chance, but it's a chance." Crawley looked at her. "Bad luck to you, dog-woman, and bad luck to the rotten human being up there beside you." Elaine stood on tiptoe to see what would happen. Crawley's face suddenly disappeared, dropping downward. The snake-woman elbowed her way to the front, stood close to Joan where the others could see her, and sang out in a voice as clear as metal itself. "Sing poor, poor Crawley, dear people. Sing I love Crawley, dear people. She is dead. I just killed her so that we would all be full of love. I love you, too," said the S-woman, on whose reptilian features no sign of love or hate could be seen. Joan spoke up, apparently prompted by the Lady Pankaz-Hash. "We do love Crawley, dear people. Think of her, and then let us move forward." Charlie, as my darling, gave Elaine a little shove. "Here, you lead." In a dream, in a bewilderment, Elaine led. She felt warm, happy, brave when she passed close to the strange Joan, so tall and yet so familiar. Joan gave her a full smile and whispered, "Tell me I'm doing well, human woman. I'm a dog, and dogs have lived 1,000,000 years for the praise of man." "You're right, Joan. You're completely right. I'm with you. Shall I go now?" responded Elaine. Joan nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Elaine led. Joan and the Lady Pankaz-Hash followed, dog and dead woman championing the procession. The rest of the under people followed them in turn, in a double line. When they made the secret door open, daylight flooded the corridor. Elaine could almost feel the stale, odor-ridden air pouring out with them. When she glanced back into the tunnel for the last time, she saw the body of Crawley lying all alone on the floor. Elaine herself turned to the steps and began going up them. No one had yet noticed the procession. Elaine could hear the wire of the Lady Pankaz-Hash dragging on the stone and metal of the steps as they climbed. When she reached the top door, Elaine had a moment of indecision and panic. "This is my life, she thought. "I have no other. What have I done? Oh, Hunter, Hunter, where are you? Have you betrayed me?" Said Joan softly behind her. Go on, go on. This is a war of love. Keep going." Elaine opened the door to the upper street. The roadway was full of people. 3 police ornithopters flapped slowly overhead. This was an unusual number. Elaine stopped again. "Keep walking," said Joan, "and warn the robots off." Elaine advanced, and the revolution began. 8. The revolution lasted 6 minutes and covered 112 meters. The police flew over as soon as the underpeople began pouring out of the doorway. The first one glided in like a big bird, his voice asking, "Identify, who are you?" Elaine said, "Go away, that is a command." "Identify yourself," said the bird-like machine, banking steeply with the lens-eyed robot peering at Elaine out of its middle. "Go away," said Elaine. "I am a true human, and I command." The first police ornithopter apparently called to the others by radio. Together they flapped their way down the corridor between the big buildings. A lot of people had stopped. Most of their faces were blank, a few showing animation or amusement or horror at the sight of so many underpeople all crowded in one place. Joan's voice sang out in the clearest possible enunciation of the old common tongue, "Dear people, we are people. We love you. We love you." The underpeople began to chant, "Love, love, love," in a weird plain song full of sharps and halftones. The true humans shrank back. Joan herself set the example by embracing a young woman of about her own height. Charlie Is My Darling took a human man by the shoulders and shouted at him, "I love you, my dear fellow. Believe me, I do love you. It's wonderful meeting you." The human man was startled by the contact, and even more startled by the glowing warmth of the goat man's voice. He stood mouth slack and body relaxed with sheer, utter, and accepted surprise. Somewhere to the rear a person screamed. A police ornithopter came flapping back. Elaine could not tell if it was one of the three she had sent away, or a new one altogether. She waited for it to get close enough to hail, so that she could tell it to go away. For the first time she wondered about the actual physical character of danger. Could the police machine put a slug through her, or shoot flame at her, or lift her screaming, carrying her away with its iron claws to some place where she would be pretty and clean and never herself again? "Oh, Hunter, Hunter, where are you now? Have you forgotten me? Have you betrayed me?" The underpeople were still surging forward and mingling with the real people, clutching them by their hands or their garments and repeating in the queer medley of voices, "I love you. Oh, please, I love you. We are people. We are your sisters and brothers." The snake woman wasn't making much progress. She had seized a human man with her more-than-iron hand. Elaine hadn't seen her saying anything, but the man had fainted dead away. The snake woman had him draped over her arm like an empty overcoat and was looking for somebody else to love. Behind Elaine, a low voice said, "He's coming soon." "Who?" said Elaine to the Lady Pankashash, knowing perfectly well whom she meant, but not wanting to admit it, and busy with watching the circling ornithopter at the same time. "The hunter, of course," said the robot with the dear dead lady's voice. "He'll come for you. You'll be all right. I'm at the end of my wire. Look away, my dear. They are about to kill me again, and I am afraid that the sight would distress you." 14 robots, foot models, marched with military decision into the crowd. The true humans took heart from this, and some of them began to slip away into doorways. Most of the real people were still so surprised that they stood around with the underpeople, pawing at them, babbling the accents of love over and over again, the animal origin of their voices showing plainly. The robot sergeant took no note of this. He approached the Lady Pankashash only to find Elaine standing in his way. "I command you," she said, with all the passion of a working witch, "I command you to leave this place." His eye lenses were like dark blue marbles floating in milk. They seemed swimmy and poorly focused as he looked her over. He did not reply but stepped around her, faster than her own body could intercept him. He made for the dear, dead Lady Pankashash. Elaine, bewildered, realized that the lady's robot body seemed more human than ever. The robot sergeant confronted her. This is the scene which we all remember. The first authentic picture tape of the entire incident. The gold and black sergeant, his milky eyes staring at the Lady Pankashash. The lady herself in the pleasant old robot body lifting a commanding hand. Elaine, distraught, half-turning as though she would grab the robot by his right arm. Her head is moving so rapidly that her black hair swings as she turns. Charlie Is My Darling shouting, "I love, love, love!" at a small, handsome man with mouse-colored hair. The man is gulping and saying nothing. All this we know. Then comes the unbelievable, which we now believe, the event for which the stars and worlds were unprepared. Mutiny. Robot mutiny. Disobedience in open daylight. The words are hard to hear on the tape, but we can still make them out. The recording device on the police ornithopter had gotten a square fix on the face of the Lady Pankaz-Hash. Lip readers can see the words plainly. Non-lip readers can hear the words the third or fourth time the tape is run through the eye-box. Said the lady. Overridden. Said the sergeant. No, you're a robot. See for yourself. Read my brain. I am a robot. I am also a woman. You cannot disobey people. I am people. I love you. Furthermore, you are people. You think. We love each other. Try. Try to attack. I cannot, said the robot sergeant, his milky eyes seeming to spin with excitement. You love me? You mean I'm alive? I exist? With love you do, said the Lady Pankaz-Hash. Look at her, said the lady, pointing to Joan, because she has brought you love. The robot looked and disobeyed the law. His squad looked with him. He turned back to the lady and bowed to her. Then you know what we must do, if we cannot obey you and cannot disobey the others. Do it, she said sadly, but know what you are doing. You are not really escaping two human commands. You are making a choice. You. That makes you men. The sergeant turned to his squad of man-sized robots. You hear that? She says we are men. I believe her. Do you believe her? We do, they cried almost unanimously. This is where the picture tape ends, but we can imagine how the scene was concluded. Elaine had stopped short, just behind the sergeant robot. The other robots had come up behind her. Charlie, as my darling, had stopped talking. Joan was in the act of lifting her hands in blessing, her warm brown dog eyes gone wide with pity and understanding. People wrote down the things that we cannot see. Apparently, the robot sergeant said, Our love, dear people, and goodbye. We disobey and die. He waved his hand to Joan. It is not certain whether he did or did not say, Goodbye, Our Lady and our Liberator. Maybe some poet made up the second saying. The first one we are sure about. And we are sure about the next word, the one which historians and poets all agree on. He turned to his men and said, Destruct. 14 robots, the black and gold sergeant and his 13 silver-blue foot soldiers, suddenly spurted white fire in the street of Kalma. They detonated their suicide buttons, thermite caps in their own heads. They had done something with no human command at all, on an order from another robot, the body of the Lady Pankaz-Hash, and she, in turn, had no human authority, but merely the word of the little dog girl Joan, who had been made an adult in a single night. 14 white flames made people and underpeople turn their eyes aside. Into the light there dropped a special police ornithopter. Out of it came the two ladies, Arabella Underwood and Gorok. They lifted their forearms to shield their eyes from the blazing, dying robots. They did not see the hunter, who had moved mysteriously into an open window above the street, and who watched the scene by putting his hands over his eyes and peeking through the slits between his fingers. While the people still stood blinded, they felt the fierce telepathic shock of the mind of the Lady Gorok taking command of the situation. That was her right as a chief of the instrumentality. Some of the people, but not all of them, felt the outre countershock of Joan's mind reaching out to meet the Lady Gorok. I command, thought the Lady Gorok. Her mind kept open to all beings. Indeed you do, but I love you, thought Joan. The First Order forces met. They engaged. The revolution was over. Nothing had really happened, but Joan had forced people to meet her. This was nothing like the poem about people and under-people getting all mixed up. The mix-up came much later, even after the time of Kamel. The poem is pretty, but it is dead wrong, as you can see for yourself. You should ask me, because I know. I used to live on the eastern shore. Men aren't men, and women aren't women, and people aren't people anymore. There is no eastern shore on Famalho 3 anyhow. The people-under-people crisis came much later than this. The revolution had failed, but history had reached its new turning point, the quarrel of the two ladies. They left their minds open out of sheer surprise. Suicidal robots and world-loving dogs were unheard of. It was bad enough to have illegal under-people on the prowl, but these new things? Ah! "Destroy them all," said the Lady Garroque. "Why?" thought the Lady Arabella Underwood. "Malfunction," replied Garroque. "But they're not machines." "Then they're animals, under-people. Destroy! Destroy!" Then came the answer which has created our own time. It came from the Lady Arabella Underwood, and all Calma heard it. "Perhaps they are people. They must have a trial." The dog-girl Joan dropped to her knees. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. You can kill me, dear people, but I love you." The Lady Pancashash said quietly to Elaine, "I thought I would be dead by now, really dead at last, but I am not. I have seen the worlds turn, Elaine, and you have seen them turn with me." The under-people had fallen quiet as they heard the high-volume telepathic exchange between the two great ladies. The real soldiers dropped out of the sky, their ornithopters whistling as they hawked down to the ground. They ran up to the under-people and began binding them with cord. One soldier took a single look at the robot body of the Lady Pancashash. He touched it with his staff, and the staff turned cherry-red with heat. The robot body, its heat suddenly drained, fell to the ground in a heap of icy crystals. Elaine walked between the frigid rubbish and the red-hot staff. She had seen Hunter. She missed seeing the soldier who came up to Joan, started to bind her, and then fell back, weeping, babbling, "She loves me! She loves me!" The Lord Femtiosex, who commanded the in-flying soldiers, bound Joan with cord, despite her talking. Grimly he answered her, "Of course you love me. You're a good dog. You'll die soon, doggy. But till then, you'll obey." "I'm obeying," said Joan, "but I'm a dog and a person. Open your mind, man, and you'll feel it." Apparently he did open his mind and felt the ocean of love riptiding into him. It shocked him. His arm swung up and back, the edge of the hand striking at Joan's neck for the ancient kill. "No, you don't," thought the Lady Arabella Underwood. "That child is going to get a proper trial." He looked at her and glared. "Chief doesn't strike chief, my lady. Let go my arm." Thought the Lady Arabella at him, openly and in public. "A trial, then?" In his anger he nodded at her. He would not think or speak to her in the presence of all the other people. A soldier brought Elaine and Hunter before him. "Sir and master, these are people, not under-people, but they have dog thoughts, cat thoughts, goat thoughts, and robot ideas in their heads. Do you wish to look?" "Why, look," said the Lord Femtiosex, who was as blond as the ancient pictures of Baldur, and oftentimes that arrogant as well. "The Lord Limaulno is arriving. That's all of us. We can have the trial here and now." Elaine felt cords bite into her wrists. She heard the hunter murmur comforting words to her, words which she did not quite understand. "They will not kill us," he murmured, "though we will wish they had before this day is out. Everything is happening as she said it would, and—" "Who is that she?" interrupted Elaine. "She? The lady, of course, the dear, dead Lady Pankaz-Hash, who has worked wonders after her own death, merely with the print of her personality on the machine. Who do you think told me what to do? Why did we wait for you to condition Joan to greatness? Why did the people way down in Clowntown keep on raising one Dijon after another, hoping that hope and a great wonder would occur?" "You knew?" said Elaine. "You knew? Before it happened?" "Of course," said the hunter. "Not exactly, but more or less. She had had hundreds of years after death inside that computer. She had time for billions of thoughts. She saw how it would be if it had to be, and I—" "Shut up, you people!" roared the Lord Femtiosex. "You are making the animals restless with your babble. Shut up, or I will stun you." Elaine fell silent. The Lord Femtiosex glanced around at her, ashamed at having made his anger naked before another person. He added quietly, "The trial is about to begin. The one that the tall lady ordered." 9. You all know about the trial, so there is no need to linger over it. There is another picture of San Shigonanda, the one from his conventional period, which shows it very plainly. The street had filled full of real people, crowding together to see something which would ease the boredom of perfection and time. They all had numbers or number codes instead of names. They were handsome, well, dully happy. They even looked a great deal alike, similar in their handsomeness, their health, and their underlying boredom. Each of them had a total of 400 years to live. None of them knew real war, even though the extreme readiness of the soldiers showed vain practice of hundreds of years. The people were beautiful, but they felt themselves useless, and they were quietly desperate without knowing it themselves. This is all clear from the painting, and from the wonderful way that San Shigonanda has of forming them in informal ranks and letting the calm blue light of day shine down on their handsome, hopeless features. With the under-people, the artist performs real wonders. Joan herself is bathed in light. Her light brown hair and her doggy brown eyes express softness and tenderness. He even conveys the idea that her new body is terribly new and strong, that she is virginal and ready to die, that she is a mere girl and yet completely fearless. The posture of love shows in her legs. She stands lightly. Love shows in her hands. They are turned outward toward the judges. Love shows in her smile. It is confident. And the judges! The artist has them too. The Lord Femtiosex, calm again, his narrow, sharp lips expressing perpetual rage against a universe which has grown too small for him. The Lord Limauno, wise, twice reborn, sluggardly, but alert as a snake behind the sleepy eyes and the slow smile. The Lady Arabella Underwood, the tallest true human present, with her Norstrian pride and the arrogance of great wealth, along with the capricious tenderness of great wealth, showing in the way that she sat, judging her fellow judges instead of the prisoners. The Lady Gorok, bewildered at last, frowning at a play of fortune which she does not understand. The artist has it all. And you have the real view tapes, too, if you want to go to a museum. The reality is not as dramatic as the famous painting, but it has value of its own. The voice of Joan, dead these many centuries, is still strangely moving. It is the voice of a dog carved into man, but it is also the voice of a great lady. The image of the Lady Pankaz-Hash must have taught her that, along with what she had learned from Elaine and Hunter in the antechamber above the brown and yellow corridor of Englock. The words of the trial, they too have survived. Many of them have become famous all across the worlds. Joan said during inquiry, "But it is the duty of life to find more than life, and to exchange itself for that higher goodness." Joan commented upon sentence, "My body is your property, but my love is not. My love is my own, and I shall love you fiercely while you kill me." When the soldiers had killed Charlie as my darling and were trying to hack off the head of the S-woman until one of them thought to freeze her into crystals, Joan said, "Should we be strange to you, we animals of earth that you have brought to the stars? We shared the same sun, the same oceans, the same sky. We are all from man-home. How do you know that we would not have caught up with you if we had all stayed at home together? My people were dogs. They loved you before you made a woman-shaped thing out of my mother. Should I not love you still? The miracle is not that you have made people out of us. The miracle is that it took us so long to understand it. We are people now, and so are you. You will be sorry for what you are going to do to me, but remember that I shall love your sorrow too, because great and good things will come out of it." The Lord Limauno slyly asked, "What is a miracle?" And her words were, "There is knowledge from earth which you have not yet found again. There is the name of the Nameless One. There are secrets hidden in time from you. Only the dead and the unborn can know them right now. I am both." The scene is familiar, and yet we will never understand it. We know what the Lords Femtiosex and Limauno thought they were doing. They were maintaining established order, and they were putting it on tape. The minds of men can live together only if the basic ideas are communicated. Nobody has, even now, found out a way of recording telepathy directly into an instrument. We get pieces and snatches and wild jumbles, but we never get a satisfactory record of what one of the great ones was transmitting to another. The two male chiefs were trying to put on record all those things about the episode which would teach careless people not to play with the lives of the underpeople. They were even trying to make underpeople understand the rules and designs by virtue of which they had been transformed from animals into the highest servants of man. This would have been hard to do, given the bewildering events of the last few hours, even from one chief of the instrumentality to another. For the general public, it was almost impossible. The outpouring from the brown and yellow corridor was wholly unexpected, even though the Lady Garoque had surprised Dijon. The mutiny of the robot police posed problems which would have to be discussed halfway across the galaxy. Furthermore, the dog girl was making points which had some verbal validity. If they were left in the form of mere words without proper context, they might affect heedless or impressionable minds. A bad idea can spread like a mutated germ. If it is at all interesting, it can leap from one mind to another halfway across the universe before it has a stop put to it. Look at the ruinous fads and foolish fashions which have nuisanced mankind even in the ages of the highest orderliness. We today know that variety, flexibility, danger, and the seasoning of a little hate can make love and life bloom as they never bloomed before. We know it is better to live with the complications of 13,000 old languages resurrected from the dead ancient past than it is to live with the cold, blind alley perfection of the old common tongue. We know a lot of things which the Lords Femtiosex and Limauno did not, and before we consider them stupid or cruel, we must remember that centuries passed before mankind finally came to grips with the problem of the underpeople and decided what life was within the limits of the human community. Finally, we have the testimony of the two lords themselves. They both lived to very advanced ages, and toward the end of their lives they were worried and annoyed to find that the episode of Dijon overshadowed all the bad things which had not happened during their long careers, bad things which they had labored to forestall for the protection of the planet Fomalhaut III, and they were distressed to see themselves portrayed as casual, cruel men, when in fact they were nothing of the sort. If they had seen that the story of Joan on Fomalhaut III would get to be what it is today, one of the great romances of mankind, along with the story of Camel, or the romance of the lady who sailed the Soul, they would not only have been disappointed, but they would have been justifiably angry at the fickleness of mankind as well. Their roles are clear, because they made them clear. The Lord Femtiosex accepts the responsibility for the notion of fire. The Lord Limauno agrees that he concurred in the decision. Both of them, many years later, reviewed the tapes of the scene and agreed that something which the Lady Arabella Underwood had said or thought, something had made them do it. But even with the tapes to refresh and clarify their memories, they could not say what. We have even put computers on the job of cataloging every word and every inflection of the whole trial, but they have not pinpointed the critical point either. And the Lady Arabella. Nobody ever questioned her. They didn't dare. She went back to her own planet of old North Australia, surrounded by the immense treasure of the Santa Clara drug, and no planet is going to pay at the rate of 2,000 million credits a day for the privilege of sending an investigator to talk to a lot of obstinate, simple, wealthy Norstrilian peasants who will not talk to off-worlders anyhow. The Norstrilians charge that sum for the admission of any guest not selected by their own invitation, so we will never know what the Lady Arabella Underwood said or did after she went home. The Norstrilians said they did not wish to discuss the matter, and if we do not wish to go back to living a mere 70 years, we had better not anger the only planet which produces Stroon. And the Lady Garok, she, poor thing, went mad. Mad for a period of years. People did not know it till later, but there was no word to be gotten out of her. She performed the odd actions which we now know to be a part of the dynasty of Lords Gestacost, who forced themselves by diligence and merit upon the instrumentality for 200 and more years, but on the case of Joan she had nothing to say. The trial is therefore a scene about which we know everything and nothing. We think that we know the physical facts of the life of Dijon who became Joan. We know about the Lady Pank as Hash, who whispered endlessly to the underpeople about a justice yet to come. We know the whole life of the unfortunate Elaine and of her involvement with the case. We know that there were in those centuries, when underpeople first developed, many warrens in which illegal underpeople used their near-human wits, their animal cunning, and their gift of speech to survive even when mankind had declared them surplus. The brown and yellow corridor was not by any means the only one of its kind. We even know what happened to the hunter. For the other underpeople, Charlie is my darling, Baby, Mabel, the S-woman, Orson, and all the others, we have the tapes of the trial itself. They were not tried by anybody. They were put to death by the soldiers on the spot, as soon as it was plain that their testimony would not be needed. As witnesses, they could live a few minutes or an hour. As animals, they were already outside the regulations. We know all about that now, and yet know nothing. Dying is simple, though we tend to hide it away. The how of dying is a minor scientific matter. The when of dying is a problem to each of us, whether he lives on the old-fashioned 400-year life planets or on the radical new ones where the freedoms of disease and accident have been reintroduced. The why of it is still as shocking to us as it was to pre-atomic man, who used to cover farmland with the boxed bodies of his dead. These underpeople died as no animals had ever died before, joyfully. One mother held her children up for the soldier to kill them all. She must have been of rat origin because she had septuplets in closely matching form. The tape shows us the picture of the soldier getting ready. The rat woman greets him with a smile and holds up her 7 babies. Little blondes they are, wearing pink or blue bonnets, all of them with glowing cheeks and bright little eyes. "Put them on the ground," said the soldier. "I'm going to kill you and them too." On the tape we can hear the nervous, peremptory edge of his voice. He added one word as though he had already begun to think that he had to justify himself to these underpeople. "Orders," he added. "It doesn't matter if I hold them, soldier. I'm their mother. They'll feel better if they die easily with their mother near. I love you, soldier. I love all people. You are my brother, even though my blood is rat blood and yours is human. Go ahead and kill them, soldier. I can't even hurt you. Can't you understand it? I love you, soldier. We share a common speech, common hopes, common fears, and a common death. That is what Joan has taught us all. Death is not bad, soldier. It just comes badly, sometimes. But you will remember me after you have killed me and my babies. You will remember that I love you now. The soldier we see on the tape can stand it no longer. He clubs his weapon, knocks the woman down, the babies scatter on the ground. We see his booted heel rise up and crush down against their heads. We hear the wet popping sound of the little heads breaking, the sharp cut-off of the baby wails as they die. We get one last view of the rat woman herself. She has stood up again by the time the 7th baby is killed. She offers her hand to the soldier to shake. Her face is dirty and bruised, a trickle of blood running down her left cheek. Even now, we know she is a rat, an underperson, a modified animal, a nothing. And yet even we across the centuries, feel that she has somehow become more of a person than we are, that she dies human and fulfilled. We know that she has triumphed over death. We have not. We see the soldier looking straight at her with eerie horror, as though her simple love were some unfathomable device from an alien source. We hear her next words on the tape, "Soldier, I love all of you." His weapon could have killed her in a fraction of a second, if he had used it properly, but he didn't. He clubbed it and hit her as though his heat remover had been a wooden club, and himself a wild man instead of part of the elite guard of Kalma. We know what happens then. She falls under his blows. She points straight at Joan, wrapped in fire and smoke. The rat woman screams one last time, screams into the lens of the robot camera, as though she were talking not to the soldier but to all mankind. "You can't kill her! You can't kill love! I love you, soldier, love you! You can't kill that! Remember!" His last blow catches her in the face. She falls back on the pavement. He thrusts his foot, as we can see by the tape, directly on her throat. He leaps forward in an odd little jig, bringing his full weight down on her fragile neck. He swings while stamping downward, and we then see his face full on in the camera. It is the face of a weeping child, bewildered by hurt and shocked by the prospect of more hurt to come. He had started to do his duty, and duty had gone wrong, all wrong. Poor man. He must have been one of the first men in the New World who tried to use weapons against love. Love is a sour and powerful ingredient to meet in the excitement of battle. All the underpeople died that way. Most of them died smiling, saying the word love, or the name Joan. The bear man Orson had been kept to the very end. He died very oddly. He died laughing. The soldier lifted his pellet thrower and aimed it straight at Orson's forehead. The pellets were 22 millimeters in diameter and had a muzzle velocity of only 125 meters per second. In that manner they could stop recalcitrant robots or evil underpeople, without any risk of penetrating buildings and hurting the true people who might be inside out of sight. Orson looks, on the tape the robots made, as though he knows perfectly well what the weapon is. He probably did. Underpeople used to live with the danger of a violent death hanging over them from birth until removal. He shows no fear of it. In the pictures we have, he begins to laugh. His laughter is warm, generous, relaxed, like the friendly laughter of a happy foster father who has found a guilty and embarrassed child, knowing full well that the child expects punishment, but will not get it. "Shoot, man! You can't kill me, man! I'm in your mind. I love you. Joan taught us. Listen, man, there is no death. Not for love. Ho, 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 poor fellow. Don't be afraid of me. Shoot! You're the unlucky one. You're going to live. And remember, and remember, and remember, I've made you human, fellow." The soldier croaks. "What did you say?" I'm saving you, man. I'm turning you into a real human being, with the power of Joan, the power of love. Poor guy. Go ahead and shoot me if it makes you uncomfortable to wait. You'll do it anyhow. This time we do not see the soldier's face, but the tightness of his back and neck betray his own internal stress. We see the big, broad, bare face blossom forth in an immense splash of red, as the soft, heavy pellets plow into it. Then the camera turns to something else. A little boy, probably a fox, but very finished in his human shape. He was bigger than a baby, but not big enough, like the larger under-children, to have understood the deathless importance of Joan's teaching. He was the only one of the group who behaved like an ordinary under-person. He broke and ran. He was clever. He ran among the spectators so that the soldier could not use pellets or heat reducers on him without hurting an actual human being. He ran and jumped and dodged, fighting passively but desperately for his life. At last, one of the spectators, a tall man with a silver hat, tripped him up. The fox boy fell to the pavement, skinning his palms and knees. Just as he looked up to see who might be coming at him, a bullet caught him neatly in the head. He fell a little way forward, dead. People die. We know how they die. We have seen them die shy and quiet in the dying houses. We have seen others go into the 400-year rooms, which have no doorknobs and no cameras on the inside. We have seen pictures of many dying in natural disasters, where the robot crews took picture tapes for the record and the investigation later on. Death is not uncommon, and it is very unpleasant. But this time death itself was different. All the fear of death, except for the one little fox boy, too young to understand, and too old to wait for death in his mother's arms, had gone out of the underpeople. They met death willingly, with love and calmness in their bodies, their voices, their demeanor. It did not matter whether they lived long enough to know what happened to Joan herself. They had perfect confidence in her anyway. This indeed was the new weapon, love and the good death. Crawley, with her pride, had missed it all. The investigators later found the body of Crawley in the corridor. It was possible to reconstruct who she had been and what had happened to her. The computer in which the bodiless image of the Lady Pancashash survived for a few days after the trial was, of course, found and disassembled. Nobody thought at the time to get her opinions and last words. A lot of historians have gnashed their teeth over that. The details are therefore clear. The archives even preserve the long interrogation and responses concerning Elaine, when she was processed and made clear after the trial. But we do not know how the idea of fire came in. Somewhere, beyond sight of the tape scanner, the word must have been passed between the 4 chiefs of the instrumentality who were conducting the trial. There is the protest of the chief of birds, robot, or police chief of Kelma, a sub-chief named Feezy. The records show his appearance. He comes in at the right side of the scene, bows respectfully to the 4 chiefs, and lifts his right hand in the traditional sign for "beg to interrupt," an odd twist of the elevated hand which the actors had found it very difficult to copy when they tried to put the whole story of Joan and Elaine into a single drama. In fact, he had no more idea that future ages would be studying his casual appearance than did the others. The whole episode was characterized by haste and precipitateness, in the light of what we now know. The Lord Limauno says, "Interruption refused. We are making a decision." The chief of birds spoke up anyhow. "My words are for your decision, my lords and my ladies." "Say it then," commanded the Lady Gorok, "but be brief." "Shut down the viewers, destroy that animal, brainwash the spectators, get amnesia yourselves for this 1 hour. This whole scene is dangerous. I am nothing but a supervisor of ornithopters, keeping perfect order, but I—" "We have heard enough," said the Lord Femtiosex. "You manage your birds, and we'll run the worlds. How do you dare to think like a chief? We have responsibilities which you can't even guess at. Stand back!" Feezy, in the pictures, stands back, his face sullen. In that particular frame of scenes, one can see some of the spectators going away. It was time for lunch, and they had become hungry. They had no idea that they were going to miss the greatest atrocity in history, about which 1,000 and more grand operas would be written. Femme to your sex then moved to the climax. More knowledge, not less, is the answer to this problem. I have heard about something which is not as bad as the planet Sheol, but which can do just as well for an exhibit on a civilized world. You there, said he to Feezy, the chief of birds, bring oil and a spray. Immediately. Joan looked at him with compassion and longing, but she said nothing. She suspected what he was going to do. As a girl, as a dog, she hated it. As a revolutionary, she welcomed it as the consummation of her mission. The Lord Femme to your sex lifted his right hand. He curled the ring finger and the little finger, putting his thumb over them. That left the first two fingers extended straight out. At that time the sign from one chief to another, meaning private channels, telepathic, immediate. It has since been adopted by underpeople as their emblem for political unity. The four chiefs went into a trance-like state and shared the judgment. Joan began to sing in a soft, protesting, dog-like wail, using the off-key plain song, which the underpeople had sung just before their hour of decision when they left the brown and yellow corridor. Her words were nothing special, repetitions of the "People, dear people, I love you," which she had been communicating ever since she came to the surface of Kalma. But the way she did it has defied imitation across the centuries. There are thousands of lyrics and melodies which call themselves, one way and another, the Song of Joan, but none of them come near to the heart-wrenching pathos of the original tapes. The singing, like her own personality, was unique. The appeal was deep. Even the real people tried to listen, shifting their eyes from the four immobile chiefs of the instrumentality to the brown-eyed singing girl. Some of them just could not stand it. In true human fashion, they forgot why they were there and went absent-mindedly home to lunch. Suddenly, Joan stopped. Her voice ringing clearly across the crowd, she cried out, "The end is near, dear people! The end is near!" Eyes all shifted to the two lords and the two ladies of the instrumentality. The lady Arabella Underwood looked grim after the telepathic conference. The lady Gorok was haggard with wordless grief. The two lords looked severe and resolved. It was the Lord Femme to your sex who spoke. "We have tried you, animal. Your offense is great. You have lived illegally. For that, the penalty is death. You have interfered with robots in some manner which we do not understand. For that brand-new crime, the penalty should be more than death, and I have recommended a punishment which was applied on a planet of the violet star. You have also said many unlawful and improper things, detracting from the happiness and security of mankind. For that, the penalty is re-education, but since you have 2 death sentences already, this does not matter. Do you have anything to say before I pronounce sentence?" "If you light a fire today, my lord, it will never be put out in the hearts of men. You can destroy me. You can reject my love. You cannot destroy the goodness in yourselves, no matter how much goodness may anger you." "Shut up!" he roared. "I asked for a plea, not a speech. You will die by fire here and now. What do you say to that?" "I love you, dear people." Femme to your sex nodded to the men of the chief of birds who had dragged a barrel and a spray into the street in front of Joan. "Tie her to that post," he commanded. "Spray her, light her. Are the tape-makers in focus? We want this to be recorded and known. If the underpeople try this again, they will see that mankind controls the worlds." He looked at Joan, and his eyes seemed to go out of focus. In an unaccustomed voice he said, "I am not a bad man, little dog girl, but you are a bad animal, and we must make an example of you. Do you understand that?" "Femme to your sex," she cried, leaving out his title. "I am very sorry for you. I love you too." With these words of hers, his face became clouded and angry again. He brought his right hand down in a chopping gesture. Feezy copied the gesture, and the men operating the barrel and spray began to squirt a hissing stream of oil on Joan. 2 guards had already chained her to the lamp-post, using an improvised chain of handcuffs to make sure that she stood upright and remained in plain sight of the crowd. "Fire!" said Femtiosex. Elaine felt the hunter's body beside her cramp sharply. He seemed to strain intensely. For herself, she felt the way she had felt when she was defrozen and taken out of the adiabatic pod in which she had made the trip from Earth, sick to her stomach, confused in her mind, emotions rocking back and forth inside her. Hunter whispered to her, "I tried to reach her mind so that she would die easy. Somebody else got there first. I don't know who it is." Elaine stared. The fire was being brought. Suddenly it touched the oil, and Joan flamed up like a human torch. 10. The burning of Dijon at Fomalhaut took very little time, but the ages will not forget it. Femtiosex had taken the cruelest step of all. By telepathic invasion he had suppressed her human mind, so that only the primitive canine remained. Joan did not stand still like a martyred queen. She struggled against the flames, which licked her and climbed her. She howled and shrieked like a dog in pain, like an animal whose brain, good though it is, cannot comprehend the senselessness of human cruelty. The result was directly contrary to what the Lord Femtiosex had planned. The crowd of people stirred forward, not with curiosity, but because of compassion. They had avoided the broad areas of the street on which the dead under-people lay, as they had been killed, some pooled in their own blood, some broken by the hands of robots, some reduced to piles of frozen crystal. They walked over the dead to watch the dying. But their watching was not the witless boredom of people who never see a spectacle. It was the movement of living things, instinctive and deep, toward the sight of another living thing in a position of danger and ruin. Even the guard who had held Elaine and Hunter by gripping Hunter's arm, even he moved forward a few unthinking steps. Elaine found herself in the first row of the spectators, the acrid, unfamiliar smell of burning oil making her nose twitch, the howls of the dying dog-girl tearing through her eardrums into her brain. Joan was turning and twisting in the fire now, trying to avoid the flames which wrapped her tighter than clothing. The odor of something sickening and strange reached the crowd. Few of them had ever smelled the stink of burning meat before. Joan gasped. In the ensuing seconds of silence, Elaine heard something she had never expected to hear before, the weeping of grown human beings. Men and women stood there sobbing and not knowing why they sobbed. Femtiosex loomed over the crowd, obsessed by the failure of his demonstration. He did not know that the hunter, with 1,000 kills behind him, was committing the legal outrage of peeping the mind of a chief of the instrumentality. The hunter whispered to Elaine, "In a minute I'll try it. She deserves something better than that." Elaine did not ask what. She too was weeping. The whole crowd became aware that a soldier was calling. It took them several seconds to look away from the burning, dying Joan. The soldier was an ordinary one. Perhaps he was the one who had been unable to tie Joan with bonds a few minutes ago, when the lords decreed that she be taken into custody. He was shouting now, shouting frantically and wildly, shaking his fist at the Lord Femtiosex. "You're a liar! You're a coward! You're a fool! And I challenge you!" The Lord Femtiosex became aware of the man and of what he was yelling. He came out of his deep concentration and said mildly for so wild a time, "What do you mean?" "This is a crazy show! There is no girl here, no fire, nothing! You are hallucinating the whole lot of us for some horrible reason of your own, and I'm challenging you for it! You animal! You fool! You coward!" In normal times, even a lord had to accept a challenge, or adjust the matter with clear talk. This was no normal time. The Lord Femtiosex said, "All this is real. I deceive no one." "If it's real, Joan, I'm with you!" shrieked the young soldier. He jumped in front of the jet of oil before the other soldiers could turn it off, and then he leapt into the fire beside Joan. Her hair had burned away, but her features were still clear. She had stopped the dog-like whining shriek. Femtiasex had been interrupted. She gave the soldier, who had begun to burn as he stood voluntarily beside her, the gentlest and most feminine of smiles. Then she frowned, as though there were something which she should remember to do despite the pain and terror which surrounded her. "Now," whispered the hunter. He began to hunt the Lord Femtiasex as sharply as he had ever sought the alien native mines of Fomalhaut III. The crowd could not tell what had happened to the Lord Femtiasex. Had he turned coward? Had he gone mad? Actually, the hunter, by using every gram of the power of his mind, had momentarily taken Femtiasex courting in the skies. He and Femtiasex were both male, bird-like beasts, singing wildly for the beautiful female, who lay hidden in the landscape far, far below. Joan was free, and she knew she was free. She sent out her message. It knocked both Hunter and Femtiasex out of thinking. It flooded Elaine. It made even Feezy, the chief of birds, breathe quietly. She called so loudly that within the hour messages were pouring in from the other cities to Calma, asking what had happened. She thought a single message, not words, but in words it came to this: "Loved ones, you kill me. This is my fate. I bring love, and love must die to live on. Love asks nothing, does nothing. Love thinks nothing. Love is knowing yourself and knowing all other people and things. Know and rejoice. I die for all of you now, dear ones." She opened her eyes for a last time, opened her mouth, sucked in the raw flame, and slumped forward. The soldier, who had kept his nerve while his clothing and body burned, ran out of the fire, a fire himself, toward his squad. A shot stopped him, and he pitched flat forward. The weeping of the people was audible throughout the streets. Underpeople, tame and licensed ones, stood shamelessly among them and wept too. The Lord Femtiasex turned wearily back to his colleagues. The face of Lady Garroque was a sculptured, frozen caricature of sorrow. He turned to the Lady Arabella Underwood. "I seem to have done something wrong, my lady. Take over, please." The Lady Arabella stood up. She called to Feezy. "Put out that fire." She looked out over the crowd. Her hard, honest, Nostrilian features were unreadable. Elaine, watching her, shivered at the thought of a whole planet full of people as tough, obstinate, and clever as these. "It's over," said the Lady Arabella. "People, go away. Robots, clean up. Under people, to your jobs." She looked at Elaine and the hunter. "I know who you are, and I suspect what you have been doing. Soldiers, take them away." The body of Joan was fire-blackened. The face did not look particularly human anymore. The last burst of fire had caught her in the nose and eyes. Her young, girlish breasts showed with heart-wrenching immodesty that she had been young and female once. Now she was dead, just dead. The soldiers would have shoveled her into a box if she had been an underperson. Instead, they paid her the honors of war that they would have given to one of their own comrades, or to an important civilian in time of disaster. They unslung a litter, put the little blackened body on it, and covered the body with their own flag. No one had told them to do so. As their own soldier led them up the road toward the water rock, where the houses and offices of the military were located, Elaine saw that he too had been crying. She started to ask him what he thought of it, but Hunter stopped her with a shake of the head. He later told her that the soldier might be punished for talking with them. When they got to the office, they found the Lady Garroque already there. The Lady Garroque already there. It became a nightmare in the weeks that followed. She had gotten over her grief and was conducting an inquiry into the case of Elaine and Dijon. The Lady Garroque already there. She was waiting when they slept. Her image, or perhaps herself, sat in on all the endless interrogations. She was particularly interested in the chance meeting of the dead Lady Pankashash, the misplaced witch Elaine, and the non-adjusted man, the hunter. The Lady Garok, already there. She asked them everything, but she told them nothing. Except for once. Once she burst out, violently personal after endless hours of formal official work. "Your minds will be cleansed when we get through, so it wouldn't matter how much else you know. Do you know that this has hurt me, all the way to the depths of everything I believe in?" They shook their heads. "I'm going to have a child, and I'm going back to Man Home to have it, and I'm going to do the genetic coding myself. I'm going to call him Gestacost. That's one of the ancient tongues, the Perovsky one, for cruelty, to remind him where he comes from and why. And he or his son will bring justice back into the world and solve the puzzle of the underpeople. What do you think of that? On second thought, don't think. It's none of your business, and I am going to do it anyway." They stared at her sympathetically, but they were too wound up in the problems of their own survival to extend her much sympathy or advice. The body of Joan had been pulverized and blown into the air, because the Lady Garok was afraid that the underpeople would make a good place out of it. She felt that way herself, and she knew that if she herself were tempted, the underpeople would be even more tempted. Elaine never knew what happened to the bodies of all the other people who had turned themselves, under Joan's leadership, from animals into mankind, and who had followed the wild, foolish march out of the tunnel of Englock into the upper city of Kalma. Was it really wild? Was it really foolish? If they had stayed where they were, they might have had a few days or months or years of life, but sooner or later the robots would have found them, and they would have been exterminated like the vermin which they were. Perhaps the death they had chosen was better. Joan did say, "It's the mission of life always to look for something better than itself, and then to try to trade life itself for meaning." At last the Lady Garok called them in and said, "Goodbye, you two. It's foolish saying goodbye, when an hour from now you will remember neither me nor Joan. You've finished your work here. I've set up a lovely job for you. You won't have to live in a city. You will be weather watchers, roaming the hills and watching for all the little changes which the machines can't interpret fast enough. You will have whole lifetimes of marching and picnicking and camping together. I've told the technicians to be very careful, because you two are very much in love with each other. When they reroute your synapses, I want that love to be there with you." They each knelt and kissed her hand. They never wittingly saw her again. In later years, they sometimes saw a fashionable ornithopter soaring gently over their camp, with an elegant woman peering out of the side of it. They had no memories to know that it was the Lady Garok, recovered from madness, watching over them. Their new life was their final life. Of Joan and the brown and yellow corridor, nothing remained. They were both very sympathetic toward animals, but they might have been this way, even if they had never shared in the wild political gamble of the dear, dead Lady Pankashash. One time a strange thing happened. An underman from an elephant was working in a small valley, creating an exquisite rock garden for some important official of the instrumentality who might later glimpse the garden once or twice a year. Elaine was busy watching the weather, and the hunter had forgotten that he had ever hunted, so that neither of them tried to peep the underman's mind. He was a huge fellow, right at the maximum permissible size, 5 times the gross stature of a man. He had smiled at them friendlily in the past. One evening he brought them fruit. Such fruit! Rare off-world items which a year of requests would not have obtained for ordinary people like them. He smiled his big, shy elephant smile, put the fruit down, and prepared to lumber off. "Wait a minute!" cried Elaine. "Why are you giving us this? Why us?" "For the sake of Joan," said the elephant man. "Who's Joan?" said the hunter. The elephant man looked sympathetically at them. "That's all right. You don't remember her, "But I do." "But what did Joan do?" said Elaine. "She loved you. She loved us all," said the Elephant Man. He turned quickly so as to say no more. With incredible deftness for so heavy a person, he climbed speedily into the fierce, lovely rocks above them and was gone. "I wish we had known her," said Elaine. "She sounds very nice." In that year there was born the man who was to be the first Lord Gestacost. On the Storm Planet. 1. At 2:75 in the morning, said the administrator to Casher O'Neill, you will kill this girl with a knife. At 2:77, a fast ground car will pick you up and bring you back here. Then the power cruiser will be yours. Is that a deal? He held out his hand as if he wanted Casher O'Neill to shake it, then and there, making some kind of an oath or bargain. Casher did not want to slight the man, so he picked up his glass and said, "Let's drink to the deal first." The administrator's quick, restless, darting eyes looked Casher up and down very suspiciously. The warm, sea-wet air blew through the room. The administrator seemed wary, suspicious, alert, but underneath his slight hostility there was another emotion, of which Casher could perceive just the edge. Fatigue with its roots in bottomless despair. Despair set deep in irrecoverable fatigue. That other emotion, which Casher could barely discern, was very strange indeed. On all his voyages back and forth through the inhabited worlds, Casher had met many odd types of men and women. He had never seen anything like this administrator before. Brilliant, erratic, boastful. His title was Mr. Commissioner, and he was an ex-lord of the instrumentality on this planet of Henrietta, where the population had dropped from 600 million persons down to some 40,000. Indeed, local government had disappeared into limbo, and this odd man with the title of administrator was the only law and civil authority which the planet knew. Nevertheless, he had a surplus power cruiser, and Casher O'Neill was determined to get that cruiser as a part of his long plot to return to his home planet of Miser and to unseat the usurper, Colonel Wedder. The administrator stared sharply, wearily at Casher, and then he too lifted his glass. The green twilight colored his liquor, and made it seem like some strange poison. It was only Earth Bygar, though a little on the strong side. With a sip, only a sip, the elder man relaxed a little. "You may be out to trick me, young man. You may think that I am an old fool running an abandoned planet. You may even be thinking that killing this girl is some kind of a crime. It is not a crime at all. I am the administrator of Henrietta, and I have ordered that girl killed every year for the last 80 years. She isn't even a girl to start with, just an underperson. Some kind of an animal turned into a domestic servant. I can even appoint you a deputy sheriff, or chief of detectives. That might be better. I haven't had a chief of detectives for 100 years and more. You are my chief of detectives. Go in tomorrow. The house is not hard to find. It's the biggest and best house left on this planet. Go in tomorrow morning. Ask for her master and be sure that you use the correct title, Mr. and Owner Murray Madigan. The robots will tell you to keep out. If you persist, she will come to the door. That's when you will stab her through the heart, right there in the doorway. My ground car will race up 1 metric minute later. You jump in and come back here. We've been through this before. Why don't you agree? Don't you know who I am?" "I know perfectly well," Casher O'Neill smiled. "Who you are, Mr. Commissioner and Administrator. You are the Honorable Rankin Michael John, once of Earth 2. After all, the instrumentality itself gave me a permit to land on this planet on private business. They know who I was, too, and what I wanted. There's something funny about all this. Why should you give me a power cruiser, the best ship, you yourself say, in your whole fleet, just for killing one modified animal which looks and talks like a girl? Why me? Why the visitor? Why the man from off-world? Why should you care whether this particular underperson is killed or not? If you've given the order for her death 80 times in 80 years, why hasn't it been carried out long ago? Mind you, Mr. Administrator, I'm not saying no. I want that cruiser. I want it very much indeed. But what's the deal? What's the trick? Is it the house you want? Beauregard? No, I don't want Beauregard. Old Madigan can rot in it for all that I care. It's between Amberluxy and Motil on the Gulf of Esperanza. You can't miss it. The road is good. You could drive yourself there. What is it, then? Casher's voice had an edge of persistence to it. The administrator's response was singular indeed. He filled his huge inhaler glass with the potent Bygar. He stared over the full glass at Casher O'Neill as if he were an enemy. He drained the glass. Casher knew that much liquor, taken suddenly, could kill the normal human being. The administrator did not fall over dead. He did not even become noticeably more drunk. His face turned red and his eyes almost popped out as the harsh 160-proof liquor took effect, but he still did not say anything. He just stared at Casher. Casher, who had learned in his long exile to play many games, just stared back. The administrator broke first. He leaned forward and burst into a bird-like shriek of laughter. The laughter went on and on until it seemed that the man had hogged all the merriment in the galaxy. Casher snorted a little laugh along with the man, more out of nervous reflex than anything else, but he waited for the administrator to stop laughing. The administrator finally got control of himself. With a broad grin and a wink at Casher, he poured himself 4 fingers more of the Bygar into his glass, drank it down as if he had had a sip of cream, and then, only very slightly unsteady, stood up, came over, and patted Casher on the shoulder. "You're a smart boy, my lad. I'm cheating you. I don't care whether the power cruiser is there or not. I'm giving you something which has no value at all to me. Who's ever going to take a power cruiser off this planet? It's ruined, it's abandoned, and so am I. Go ahead, you can have the cruiser. For nothing, just take it, free, unconditionally." This time it was Casher who leaped to his feet and stared down into the face of the feverish, wanton little man. "Thank you, Mr. Administrator," he cried, trying to catch the hand of the administrator so as to seal the deal. Rankin Michaeljohn looked awfully sober for a man with that much liquor in him. He held his right hand behind his back and would not shake. "You can have the cruiser, all right. No terms, no conditions, no deal. It's yours, but kill that girl first, just as a favor to me. I've been a good host. I like you. I want to do you a favor. Do me one. Kill that girl at 2:75 in the morning, tomorrow." "Why?" asked Casher, his voice loud and cold, trying to wring some sense out of the chattering man. Just because I say so," stammered the administrator. "Why?" asked Casher, cold and loud again. The liquor suddenly took over inside the administrator. He groped back for the arm of his chair, sat down suddenly, and then looked up at Casher. He was very drunk indeed. The strange emotion, the elusive, fatigued despair, had vanished from his face. He spoke straightforwardly. Only the excessive care of his articulation would have shown a passer-by that he was drunk. "Because, you fool," said Michaeljohn. "Those people, more than 80 years, that I have sent to Beauregard with orders to kill the girl, those people," he repeated, and stopped speaking, clamping his lips together. "What happened to them?" asked Casher calmly and persuasively. The administrator grinned again and seemed to be on the edge of one of his wild laughs. "What happened?" shouted Casher at him. "I don't know," said the administrator. "For the life of me, I don't know. Not one of them ever came back." "What happened to them? Did she kill them?" cried Casher. "How would I know?" said the drunken man, getting visibly more sleepy. "Why didn't you report it?" This seemed to rouse the administrator. Report that one little girl had stopped me, the planetary administrator? Just one little girl, and not even a human being? They would have sent help, and laughed at me. By the bell, young man, I've been laughed at enough. I need no help from outside. You're going in there tomorrow morning, at 2:75 with a knife, and a ground car waiting. He stared fixedly at Casher, and then suddenly fell asleep in his chair. Casher called to the robots to show him to his room. They tended to the master as well. 2. The next morning at 2:75 sharp, nothing happened. Casher walked down the Baroque corridor, looking into beautiful barren rooms. All the doors were open. Through one door he heard a sick, deep, bubbling snore. It was the administrator, sure enough. He lay twisted on his bed. A small nursing machine was beside him, her white enameled body only slightly rusty. She held up a mechanical hand for silence and somehow managed to make the gesture seem light, delicate, and pretty, even from a machine. Casher walked lightly back to his own room, where he ordered hot cakes, bacon, and coffee. He studied a tornado through the armored glass of his window, while the robots prepared his food. The elastic trees clung to the earth with a fury which matched the fury of the wind. The trunk of the tornado reached like the nose of a mad elephant down into the gardens, but the flora fought back. A few animals whipped upward and out of sight. The tornado then came straight for the house, but did not damage it outside of making a lot of noise. "We have 200 or 300 of those a day," said a butler robot. "That is why we store all spacecraft underground and have no weather machines. It would cost more," the people said, "to make this planet livable than the planet could possibly yield. The radio and news are in the library, sir. I do not think that the Honorable Rankin Michaeljohn will wake until evening, say 7:50 or 8 o'clock. "Can I go out?" "Why not, sir? You are a true man. You can do what you wish." "I mean, is it safe for me to go out?" "Oh, no, sir. The wind would tear you apart, or carry you away." "Don't people ever go out?" "Yes, sir, with ground cars, or with automatic body armor. I have been told that if it weighs 50 tons or better, the person inside is safe. I would not know, sir. As you see, I am a robot. I was made here, though my brain was formed on Earth too, and I have never been outside this house." Casher looked at the robot. This one seemed unusually talkative. He chanced the opportunity of getting some more information. "Have you ever heard of Beauregard?" "Yes, sir. It is the best house on this planet. I have heard people say that it is the most solid building on Henrietta. It belongs to the Mr. and owner Murray Madigan. He is an old North Australian, a renunciant who left his home planet and came here when Henrietta was a busy world. He brought all his wealth with him. The underpeople and robots say that it is a wonderful place on the inside." "Have you seen it?" "Oh, no, sir. I have never left this building." "Does the man Madigan never come here?" The robot seemed to be trying to laugh, but did not succeed. He answered very unevenly. "Oh, no, sir. He never goes anywhere." "Can you tell me anything about the female who lives with him?" "No, sir," said the robot. "Do you know anything about her?" "Sir, it is not that. I know a great deal about her." "Why can't you talk about her, then?" "I have been commanded not to, sir." "I am," said Casher O'Neill, "a true human being. I herewith countermand those orders. Tell me about her." The robot's voice became formal and cold. "The orders cannot be countermanded, sir." "Why not?" snapped Casher. "Are they the administrators?" "No, sir." "Whose, then?" "Hers," said the robot softly, and left the room. 3. Casher O'Neill spent the rest of the day trying to get information. He obtained very little. The deputy administrator was a young man who hated his chief. When Casher, who dined with him, the two of them having a poorly cooked state luncheon in a dining room, which would have seated 500 people, tried to come to the point by asking bluntly, "What do you know about Murray Madigan?" he got an answer which was blunt to the point of incivility. "Nothing." "You never heard of him?" cried Casher. "Keep your troubles to yourself, Mr. Visitor," said the deputy administrator. "I've got to stay on this planet long enough to get promoted off. You can leave. You shouldn't have come." "I have," said Casher, "an all-world pass from the instrumentality." "All right," said the young man. "That shows that you are more important than I am. Let's not discuss the matter. Do you like your lunch?" Casher had learned diplomacy in his childhood, when he was the heir apparent to the dictatorship of Mizr. When his horrible uncle, Kuraf, lost the rulership, Casher had approved of the coup by the colonels Wedder and Gibna, but now Wedder was supreme and enforcing a period of terror and virtue. Casher thus knew courts and ceremony, big talk and small talk, and on this occasion he let the small talk do. The young deputy administrator had only one ambition: to get off the planet Henrietta and never to see or hear of Rankin Michaeljohn again. Casher could understand the point. Only one curious thing happened during dinner. Toward the end, Casher slipped in the question, very informally, "Can underpeople give orders to robots?" "Of course," said the young man. "That's one of the reasons we use underpeople. They have more initiative. They amplify our orders to robots on many occasions." Casher smiled. "I didn't mean it quite that way. Could an underperson give an order to a robot which a real human being could not then countermand?" The young man started to answer, even though his mouth was full of food. He was not a very polished young man. Suddenly he stopped chewing and his eyes grew wide. Then, with his mouth half full, he said, "You are trying to talk about this planet, I guess. You can't help it. You're on the track. Stay on the track, then. Maybe you will get out of it alive. I refuse to get mixed up with it, with you, with him and his hateful schemes. All I want to do is to leave when my time comes." The young man resumed chewing, his eyes fixed steadfastly on his plate. Before Casher could pass off the matter by making some casual remark, the butler robot stopped behind him and leaned over. "Honorable sir, I heard your question. May I answer it?" "Of course," said Casher softly. "The answer, sir," said the butler robot, softly but clearly, "to your question is, no, no, never. That is the general rule of the civilized worlds. But on this planet of Henrietta, sir, the answer is yes." "Why?" asked Casher. "It is my duty, sir," said the robot butler, "to recommend to you this dish of fresh artichokes. I am not authorized to deal with other matters." "Thank you," said Casher, straining a little to keep himself looking imperturbable. Nothing much happened that night, except that Michaeljohn got up long enough to get drunk all over again. Though he invited Casher to come and drink with him, he never seriously discussed the girl except for one outburst. "Leave it till tomorrow, fair and square, open and above board, frank and honest. That's me. I'll take you around Beauregard myself. You'll see it's easy. A knife, eh? A traveled young man like you would know what to do with a knife. And a little girl, too. Not very big. Easy job. Don't give it another thought. Would you like some apple juice in your Bygar?" Casher had taken 3 contra-intoxicant pills before going to drink with the ex-lord, but even at that he could not keep up with Michaeljohn. He accepted the dilution of apple juice gravely, gracefully, and gratefully. The little tornadoes stamped around the house. Michaeljohn, now launched into some drunken story of ancient injustices, which had been done to him on other worlds, paid no attention to them. In the middle of the night, past 9:50 in the evening, Casher woke alone in his chair, very stiff and uncomfortable. The robots must have had standing instructions concerning the administrator and had apparently taken him off to bed. Casher walked wearily to his own room, cursed the thundering ceiling, and went to sleep again. 4. The next day was very different indeed. The administrator was as sober, brisk, and charming as if he had never taken a drink in his life. He had the robots call Casher to join him at breakfast and said, by way of greeting, "I'll wager you thought I was drunk last night." "Well," said Casher, "planet fever, that's what it was, planet fever. A bit of alcohol keeps it from developing too far. Let's see, it's 3:60 now. Could you be ready to leave by 4? Casher frowned at his watch, which had the conventional 24 hours. The administrator saw the glance and apologized. "Sorry, my fault 1,000 times. I'll get you a metric watch right away. 10 hours a day, 100 minutes an hour. We're very progressive here on Henrietta." He clapped his hands and ordered that a watch be taken to Casher's room, along with the watch-repairing robot to adjust it to Casher's body rhythms. "4 then," he said, rising briskly from the table. "Dress for a trip by ground car. The servants will show you how." There was a man already waiting in Casher's room. He looked like a plump, wise, ancient Hindu, as shown in the archaeology books. He bowed pleasantly and said, "My name is Gosigo. I am a Forgeti, settled on this planet, but for this day I am your guide and driver from this place to the mansion of Beauregard." Forgetis were barely above underpeople in status. They were persons convicted of various major crimes, to whom the courts of the worlds, or the instrumentality, had allowed total amnesia instead of death, or some punishment worse than death, such as the planet Sheol. Casher looked at him seriously. The man did not carry with him the permanent air of bewilderment which Casher had noticed in many Forgetis. Gosigo saw the glance and interpreted it. "I'm well enough now, sir, and I am strong enough to break your back, if I had the orders to do it." "You mean damage my spine? What a hostile, unpleasant thing to do," said Casher. "Anyhow, I rather think I could kill you first if you tried it. Whatever gave you such an idea?" "The administrator is always threatening people that he will have me do it to them." "Have you ever really broken anybody's back?" asked Casher, looking Gosigo over very carefully and rejudging him. The man, though shorter than Casher, was luxuriously muscled, like many plump men. He looked pleasant on the outside, but could be very formidable to an enemy. Gosigo smiled briefly, almost happily. "Well, no, not exactly." "Why haven't you? Does the administrator always countermand his own orders? I should think that he would sometimes be too drunk to remember to do it." "It's not that," said Gosigo. "Why don't you, then?" "I have other orders," said Gosigo, rather hesitantly, "like the orders I have today. 1 set from the administrator, 1 set from the deputy administrator, and a 3rd set from an outside source." "Who's the outside source?" "She has told me not to explain just yet." Casher stood stock still. "Do you mean who I think you mean?" Gosigo nodded very slowly, pointing at the ventilator as though it might have a microphone in it. "Can you tell me what your orders are?" "Oh, certainly. The administrator has told me to drive both himself and you to Beauregard, to take you to the door, to watch you stab the undergirl, and to call the 2nd ground car to your rescue. The deputy administrator has told me to take you to Beauregard and to let you do as you please, bringing you back here by way of Ambiluxy if you happen to come out of Mr. Murray's house alive." "And the other orders?" "To close the door upon you when you enter, and to think of you no more in this life, because you will be very happy." "Are you crazy?" cried Casher. "I am a Forgeti," said Gosigo, with some dignity, "but I am not insane." "Whose orders are you going to obey, then?" Gosigo smiled a warmly human smile at him. "Doesn't that depend on you, sir, and not on me? Do I look like a man who is going to kill you soon?" "No, you don't," said Casher. "Do you think what you look like to me?" went on Gosigo, with a purr. "Do you really think that I would help you if I thought that you would kill a small girl?" "You know it," cried Casher, feeling his face go white. "Who doesn't?" said Gosigo. "What else have we got to talk about here on Henrietta? Let me help you on with these clothes, so that you will at least survive the ride." With this he handed shoulder padding and padded helmet to Casher, who began to put on the garments very clumsily. Gosigo helped him. When Casher was fully dressed, he thought that he had never dressed this elaborately for space itself. The world of Henrietta must be a tumultuous place if people needed this kind of clothing to make a short trip. Gosigo had put on the same kind of clothes. He looked at Casher in a friendly manner, with an arch smile which came close to humor. "Look at me, honorable visitor. Do I remind you of anybody?" Casher looked honestly and carefully, and then said, "No, you don't." The man's face fell. "It's a game," he said. "I can't help trying to find out who I really am. Am I a lord of the instrumentality who has betrayed his trust? Am I a scientist who twisted knowledge into unimaginable wrong? Am I a dictator so foul that even the instrumentality, which usually leaves things alone, had to step in and wipe me out? Here I am, healthy, wise, alert. I have the name Gosigo on this planet. Perhaps I am a mere native of this planet who has committed a local crime. I am triggered. If anyone ever did tell me my true name or my actual past, I have been conditioned to shriek loud, fall unconscious, and forget anything which might be said on such an occasion. People told me that I must have chosen this instead of death. Maybe. Death sometimes looks tidy to a forgetty. Have you ever screamed and fainted? I don't even know that, said Gosigo. No more than you know where you are going this very day. Casher was tied to the man's mystifications, so he did not let himself be provoked into a useless show of curiosity. Inquisitive about the forgetty himself, he asked, Does it hurt? Does it hurt to be a forgetty? No, said Gosigo. It doesn't hurt. No more than you will. Gosigo stared suddenly at Casher. His voice changed tone and became at least 1 octave higher. He clapped his hands to his face and panted through his hands, as if he would never speak again. But oh, the fear, the eerie, dreary fear of being me! He still stared at Casher. Quieting down at last, he pulled his hands away from his face, as if by sheer force, and said in an almost normal voice, Shall we get on with our trip? Gosigo led the way out into the bare, bleak corridor. A perceptible wind was blowing through it, though there was no sign of an open window or door. They followed a majestic staircase, with steps so broad that Casher had to keep changing pace on them, all the way down to the bottom of the building. This must at some time have been a formal reception hall. Now it was full of cars. Curious cars. Land vehicles of a kind which Casher had never seen before. They looked a little bit like the ancient fighting tanks, which he had seen in pictures. They also looked a little like submarines of a singularly short and ugly shape. They had high, spiked wheels, but their most complicated feature was a set of giant corkscrews, 4 on each side, attached to the car by intricate yet operational apparatus. Since Casher had been landed right into the palace by planoform, he had never had occasion to go outside among the tornadoes of Henrietta. The administrator was waiting, wearing a coverall on which was stenciled his insignia of rank. Casher gave him a polite bow. He glanced down at the handsome metric wristwatch which Gosigo had strapped on his wrist outside the coverall. It read $3.95. Casher bowed to Rankin Michaeljohn and said, "I'm ready, sir, if you are." "Watch him," whispered Gosigo, half a step behind Casher. The administrator said, "Might as well be going." The man's voice trembled. Casher stood polite, alert, immobile. Was this danger? Was this foolishness? Could the administrator already be drunk again? Casher watched the administrator carefully but quietly, waiting for the older man to precede him into the nearest ground car, which had its door standing opened. Nothing happened except that the administrator began to turn pale. There must have been 6 or 8 people present. The others must have seen the same sort of thing before, because they showed no sign of curiosity or bewilderment. The administrator began to tremble. Casher could see it, even through the bulk of the travelwear. The man's hands shook. The administrator said in a high, nervous voice, "Your knife. You have it with you?" Casher nodded. "Let me see it," said the administrator. Casher reached down to his boot and brought out the beautiful, superbly balanced knife. Before he could stand erect, he felt the clamp of Gosigo's heavy fingers on his shoulder. "Master," said Gosigo to Michaeljohn, "tell your visitor to put his weapon away. It is not allowed for any of us to show weapons in your presence." Casher tried to squirm out of the heavy grip without losing his balance or his dignity. He found that Gosigo was knowledgeable about karate, too. The forgetti held ground, even when the 2 men waged an immobile, invisible sort of wrestling match, the leverage of Casher's shoulder working its way hither and yon against the strong grip of Gosigo's powerful hand. The administrator ended it. He said, "Put away your knife," in that high, funny voice of his. The watch had almost reached 4 o'clock, but no one had yet gotten into the car. Gosigo spoke again, and when he did, there was a contemptuous laugh from the deputy administrator, who had stood by in ordinary indoor clothes. "Master, isn't it time for one for the road?" Of course," chattered the administrator. He began breathing almost normally again. "Join me," he said to Casher. "It's a local custom." Casher had let his knife slip back into his boot sheath. When the knife dropped out of sight, Gosigo released his shoulder. He now stood facing the administrator and rubbed his bruised shoulder. He said nothing, but shook his head gently, showing that he did not want to drink. One of the robots brought the administrator a glass, which appeared to contain at least 1.5 liters of water. The administrator said very politely, "Sure you won't share it?" This close, Casher could smell the reek of it. It was pure Bygar, and at least 160 proof. He shook his head again, firmly but also politely. The administrator lifted the glass. Casher could see the muscles of the man's throat work as the liquid went down. He could hear the man breathing heavily between swallows. The clear liquid went lower and lower in the gigantic glass. At last it was all gone. The administrator cocked his head sidewise and said to Casher in a parrot-like voice, "Well, toodaloo." "What do you mean, sir?" asked Casher. The administrator had a pleasant glow on his face. Casher was surprised that the man was not dead after that big and sudden a drink. "I just mean goodbye. I'm not feeling well." With that he fell straight forward, as stiff as a rock tower. One of the servants, perhaps another forgetty, caught him before he hit the ground. "Does he always do this?" asked Casher of the miserable and contemptuous deputy administrator. "Oh, no," said the deputy. "Only at times like these." "What do you mean, like these?" "When he sends one more armed man against the girl at Beauregard. They never come back. You won't come back either. You could have left earlier, but you can't now. Go along and try to kill the girl. I'll see you here about 5:25 if you succeed. As a matter of fact, if you come back at all, I'll try to wake him up. But you won't come back. Good luck. I suppose that's what you need." "Good luck." Casher shook hands with the man without removing his gloves. Gosigo had already climbed into the driver's seat of the machine and was testing the electric engines. The big corkscrews began to plunge down, but before they touched the floor, Gosigo had reversed them and thrown them back into the up position. The people in the room ran for cover as Casher entered the machine, though there was no immediate danger in sight. Two of the human servants dragged the administrator up the stairs, the deputy administrator following them rapidly. "Seatbelt," said Gosigo. Casher found it and snapped it closed. "Headbelt," said Gosigo. Casher stared at him. He had never heard of a headbelt. "Pull it down from the roof, sir. Put the net under your chin." Casher glanced up. There was a net fitted snug against the roof of the vehicle, just above his head. He started to pull it down, but it did not yield. Angrily he pulled harder, and it moved slowly downward. "By the bell and bank, do they want to hang me in this?" he thought to himself as he dragged the net down. There was a strong fiber belt attached to each end of the net, while the net itself was only 15 to 20 centimeters wide. He ended up in a foolish position, holding the head belt with both hands, lest it snap back into the ceiling, and not knowing what to do with it. Gosigo leaned over and, half impatiently, helped him adjust the web under his chin. It pinched for a moment, and Casher felt as though his head were being dragged by a heavy weight. "Don't fight it," said Gosigo. "Relax." Casher did. His head was lifted several centimeters into a foam pocket, which he had not previously noticed, in the back of the seat. After a second or two he realized that the position was odd but comfortable. Gosigo had adjusted his own head belt and had turned on the lights of the vehicle. They blazed so bright that Casher almost thought they might be a laser, capable of charring the inner doors of the big room. The lights must have keyed the door. 5. 2 panels slid open and a wild uproar of wind and vegetation rushed in. It was rough and stormy, but far below hurricane velocity. The machine rolled forward clumsily and was out of the house and on the road very quickly. The sky was brown, bright, luminous brown, shot through with streaks of yellow. Casher had never seen a sky of that color on any other world he had visited, and in his long exile he had seen many planets. Gosigo, staring straight ahead, was preoccupied with keeping the vehicle right in the middle of the black, soft, tarry road. "Watch it," said a voice, speaking right into his head. It was Gosigo using an intercom which must have been built into the helmets. Casher watched, though there was nothing to see except for the rush of mad wind. Suddenly the ground car turned dark, spun upside down, and was violently shaken. An oily, pungent stench of pure foetor immediately drenched the whole car. Gosigo pulled out a panel with a console of buttons. Light and fire, intolerably bright, burned in on them through the windshield and the portholes on the side. The battle was over before it began. The ground car lay in a sort of swamp. The road was visible 30 or 35 meters away. There was a grinding sound inside the machine, and the ground car righted itself. A singular sucking noise followed, then the grinding sound stopped. Casher could glimpse the big corkscrews on the side of the car eating their way into the ground. At last the machine was steady, pelted only by branches, leaves, and what seemed like kelp. A small tornado was passing over them. Gosigo took time to twist his head sidewise and to talk to Casher. "An air whale swallowed us, and I had to burn our way out." "A what?" cried Casher. "An air whale," repeated Gosigo calmly on the intercom. "There are no indigenous forms of life on this planet, but the imported Earth forms have changed wildly since we brought them in. The tornadoes lifted the whales around enough so that some of them got adapted to flying. They were the meat-eating kind, so they like to crack our ground cars open and eat the goodies inside. We're safe enough from them for the time being, provided we can make it back to the road. There are a few wild men who live in the wind, but they would not become dangerous to us unless we found ourselves really helpless. Pretty soon I can unscrew us from the ground and try to get back on the road. It's not really too far from here to Ambeluxy." The trip to the road was a long one, even though they could see the road itself all the time when they tried various approaches. The first time the ground car tipped ominously forward. Red lights showed on the panel and buzzers buzzed. The great spiked wheels spun in vain as they chewed their way into a bottomless quagmire. Gosigo, calling back to his passenger, cried, "Hold steady! We're going to have to shoot ourselves out of this one backward." Casher did not know how he could be any steadier, belted, hooded, and strapped as he was, but he clutched the arms of his seat. The world went red with fire as the front of the car spat flame in rocket-like quantities. The swamp ahead of them boiled into steam, so that they could see nothing. Gosigo changed the windshield over from visual to radar, and even with radar there was not much to be seen, nothing but a gray swirl of formless wraiths and the weird lurching sensation as the machine fought its way back to solid ground. The console suddenly showed green, and Gosigo cut the controls. They were back where they had been, with the repulsive burnt entrails of the air whale scattered among the coral trees. "Try again," said Gosigo, as though Casher had something to do with the matter. He fiddled with the controls, and the ground car rose several feet. The spikes on the wheels had been hydraulically extended until they were each at least 150 centimeters long. In sensation, the car felt like a large, enclosed bicycle as it teetered on its big wheels. The wind was strong and capricious, but there was no tornado in sight. "Here we go," said Gosigo, redundantly. The ground car pressed forward in a mad rush, hastening obliquely through the vegetation and making for the highway on Casher's right. A bone-jarring crash told them that they had not made it. For a moment he was too dizzy to see where they were. He was glad of his helmet, and happy about the web brace which held his neck. That crash would have killed him if he had not had full protection. Gosigo seemed to think the trip normal. His classic Hindu features relaxed in a wise smile as he said, "Hit a boulder. Fell on our side. Try again." Casher managed to gasp, "Is the machine unbreakable?" There was a laugh in Gosigo's voice when he answered, "Almost. We're the most vulnerable items in it." Again fire spat at the ground, this time from the side of the ground car. It balanced itself precariously on the 4 high wheels. Gosigo turned on the radar screen to look through the steam which their own jets had called up. There the road was, plain and near. "Try again!" he shouted, as the machine lunged forward, and then performed a veritable ballet on the surface of the marsh. It rushed, slowed, turned around on a hummock, gave itself an assist with the jets, and then scrambled through the water. Casher saw the inverted cone of a tornado, half a kilometer or less away, veering toward them. Gosigo sensed his unspoken thought because he answered, "Problem. Who gets to the road first, that or we?" The machine bucked, lurched, twisted, spun. Casher could see nothing any more from the windscreen in front, but it was obvious that Gosigo knew what he was doing. There was the sickening, stomach-wrenching twist of a big drop, and then a new sound was heard, a grinding, as of knives. Gosigo, unworried, took his head out of the headset and looked over at Casher with a smile. "The twister will probably hit us in a minute or two, but it doesn't matter now. We're on the road, and I've bolted us to the surface." "Bolted?" gasped Casher. "You know those big screws on the outside of the car? They were made to go right into the road. All the roads here are neo-asphaltum and self-repairing. There will be traces of them here when the last known person on the last known planet is dead. These are good roads." He stopped for the sudden hush. "Storm's going over us." It began again before he could finish his sentence. Wild, raving winds tore at the machine, which sat so solid that it seemed bedded in permastone. Gosigo pushed 2 buttons and then calibrated a dial. He squinted at his instruments and then pressed the button mounted on the edge of his navigator's seat. There was a sharp explosion, like a blasting of rock by chemical methods. Casher started to speak, but Gosigo held out a warning hand for silence. He turned his dials quickly. The windscreen faded out, radar came on and then went off, and at last a bright map, bright red in background with sharp gold lines, appeared across the whole width of the screen. There were a dozen or more bright points on the map. Gosigo watched these intently. The map blurred, faded, dissolved into red chaos. Gosigo pushed another button, and then could see out of the front glass screen again. "What was that?" asked Casher. "Miniaturized radar rocket. I sent it up 12 kilometers for a look around. It transmitted a map of what it saw, and I put it on our radar screen. The tornadoes are heavier than usual, but I think we can make it. Did you notice the top right of the map?" "The top right?" asked Casher. "Yes, the top right. Did you see what was there?" "Why, nothing," said Casher. "Nothing was there." "You're utterly right," said Gosigo. "What does that mean to you?" "I don't understand you," said Casher. "I suppose it means that there is nothing there?" "Right again. But let me tell you something. There never is." "Never is what?" "Anything," said Gosigo. "There never is anything on the maps at that point. That's east of Ambiloxi. That's Beauregard. It never shows on the maps. Nothing happens there." "No bad weather? Ever?" asked Casher. "Never," said Gosigo. "Why not?" asked Casher. "She will not permit it," said Gosigo firmly, as though his words made sense. "You mean her weather machines work?" said Casher, grasping for the only rational explanation possible. "Yes," said Gosigo. "Why?" "She pays for them." "How can she?" exclaimed Casher. "Your whole world of Henrietta is bankrupt." "Her part isn't." "Stop mystifying me," said Casher. "Tell me who she is and what this is all about." "Put your head in the net," said Gosigo. I'm not making puzzles because I want to do so. I have been commanded not to talk. Because you are a forgetty? What's that got to do with it? Don't talk to me that way. Remember, I am not an animal or an underperson. I may be your servant for a few hours, but I am a man. You'll find out soon enough. Hold tight!" The ground car came to a panicked stop, the spiked teeth eating into the resilient, firm neo-asphaltum of the road. At the instant they stopped, the outside corkscrews began chewing their way into the ground. First, Casher felt as though his eyes were popping out, because of the suddenness of the deceleration. Now he felt like holding the arms of his seat as the tornado reached directly for their car, plucking at it again and again. The enormous outside screws held, and he could feel the car straining to meet the gigantic suction of the storm. "Don't worry," shouted Gosigo over the noise of the storm. "I always pin us down a little bit more by firing the quick rockets straight up. These cars don't often go off the road." Casher tried to relax. The funnel of the tornado, which seemed almost like a living being, plucked after them once or twice more, and then was gone. This time, Casher had seen no sign of the air whales, which rode the storms. He had seen nothing but rain and wind and desolation. The tornado was gone in a moment. Ghost-like shapes trailed after it in enormous prancing leaps. "Windmen," said Gosigo, glancing at them incuriously. "Wild people who have learned to live on Henrietta. They aren't much more than animals. We are close to the territory of the lady. They would not dare attack us here." Casher O'Neill was too stunned to query the man, or to challenge him. Once more the car picked itself up and coursed along the smooth, narrow, winding neo-asphaltum road, almost as though the machine itself were glad to function, and to function well. 6. Casher could never quite remember when they went from the howling wildness of Henrietta into the stillness and beauty of the domains of Mr. Murray Madigan. He could recall the feeling, but not the facts. The town of Amberluxy eluded him completely. It was so normal a town, so old-fashioned a little town, that he could not think of it very much. Old people sat on the wooden boardwalk taking their afternoon look at the strangers who passed through. Horses were tethered in a row along the main street, between the parked machines. It looked like a peaceful picture from the ancient ages. Of tornadoes there was no sign, nor of the hurt and ruin which showed around the house of Rankin Michaeljohn. There were few underpeople or robots about, unless they were so cleverly contrived as to look almost exactly like real people. How can you remember something which is pleasant and non-memorable? Even the buildings did not show signs of being fortified against the frightful storms which had brought the prosperous planet of Henrietta to a condition of abandonment and ruin. Gosigo, who had a remarkable talent for stating the obvious, said tonelessly, "The weather machines are working here. There is no need for special precaution." But he did not stop in the town for rest, refreshments, conversation, or fuel. He went through deftly and quietly, the gigantic armored ground car looking out of place among the peaceful and defenseless vehicles. He went as though he had been on the same route many times before, and knew the routine well. Once beyond Amberluxy he speeded up, though at a moderate pace, compared to the frantic, elusive action he had taken against storms in the earlier part of the trip. The landscape was earth-like, wet, and most of the ground was covered with vegetation. Old radar countermissile towers stood along the road. Casher could not imagine their possible use, even though he was sure from the looks of them that they were long obsolete. "What's the countermissile radar for?" he asked, speaking comfortably, now that his head was out of the head net. Gosigo turned around and gave him a tortured glance in which pain and bewilderment were mixed. "Countermissile radar? Countermissile radar? I don't know that word, though it seems as though I should." "Radar is what you were using to see with, back in the storm, when the ceiling and visibility were zero." Gosigo turned back to his driving, narrowly missing a tree. That's just artificial vision. Why did you use the word counter-missile radar? There isn't any of that stuff here except what we have on our machine, though the mistress may be watching us if her set is on." "Those towers," said Casher. "They look like counter-missile towers from the ancient times." "Towers? There aren't any towers here," snapped Go-See-Go. "Look!" cried Casher. "Here are 2 more of them." "No man made those. They aren't buildings. It's just air coral. Some of the coral which people brought from Earth mutated, and got so it could live in the air. People used to plant it for windbreaks, before they decided to give up Henrietta and move out. They didn't do much good, but they are pretty to look at." They rode along a few minutes without asking questions. Tall trees had Spanish moss trailing over them. They were close to a sea. Small marshes appeared to the right and left of the road. Here, where the endless tornadoes were kept out, everything had a park-like effect. The domains of the estate of Beauregard were unlike anything else on Henrietta, an area of peaceful wildness in a world which was rushing otherwise toward uninhabitability and ruin. Even Go-See-Go seemed more relaxed, more cheerful as he steered the ground car along the pleasant, elevated road. Go-See-Go sighed, leaned forward, managed the controls, and brought the car to a stop. He turned around calmly and looked full face at Casher O'Neill. "You have your knife?" Casher automatically felt for it. It was there, safe enough in his boot sheath. He simply nodded. "You have your orders." "You mean killing the girl?" "Yes," said Go-See-Go. "Killing the girl." "I remember that. You didn't have to stop the car to tell me that." "I'm telling you now," said Go-See-Go, his wise Hindu face showing neither humor nor outrage. "Do it." "You mean kill her? Right at first sight?" "Do it," said Go-See-Go. "You have your orders." "I'm the judge of that," said Casher. "It will be on my conscience. Are you watching me for the administrator?" "That drunken fool?" said Go-See-Go. "I don't care about him, except that I am a Forgetty and I belong to him. We're in her territory now. You are going to do whatever she wants. You have orders to kill her. All right, kill her." "You mean she wants to be murdered?" "Of course not," said Go-See-Go, with the irritation of an adult who has to explain too many things to an inquisitive child. "Then how can I kill her without finding out what this is all about?" "She knows. She knows herself. She knows her master. She knows this planet. She knows me, and she knows something about you. Go ahead and kill her, since those are your orders. If she wants to die, that's not for you or me to decide. It's her business. If she does not want to die, you will not succeed." "I'd like to see the person," said Casher, "who could stop me in a sudden knife attack. Have you told her that I am coming?" "I've told her nothing, but she knows we are coming, and she is pretty sure what you have been sent for. Don't think about it. Just do what you are told. Jump for her with the knife. She will take care of the matter." "But," cried Casher. "Stop asking questions," said Go-See-Go. "Just follow orders and remember that she will take care of you. Even you." He started up the ground car. Within less than a kilometer they had crossed a low ridge of land, and there before them lay Beauregard, the mansion at the edge of the waters, its white pillars shining, its pergolas glistening in the bright air, its yards and palmettos tidy. Casher was a brave man, but he felt the palms of his hands go wet when he realized that in a minute or two he would have to commit a murder. 7. The ground car swung up the drive. It stopped. Without a word, Go-See-Go activated the door. The air smelled calm, sea-wet, salt, and yet coolly fresh. Casher jumped out and ran to the door. He was surprised to feel that his legs trembled as he ran. He had killed before, real men in real quarrels. Why should a mere animal matter to him? The door stopped him. Without thinking, he tried to wrench it open. The knob did not yield, and there was no automatic control in sight. This was indeed a very antique sort of house. He struck the door with his hands. The thuds sounded around him. He could not tell whether they resounded in the house. No sound or echo came from beyond the door. He began rehearsing the phrase, "I want to see Mr. and Owner Madigan." The door did open. A little girl stood there. He knew her. He had always known her. She was his sweetheart, come back out of his childhood. She was the sister he had never had. She was his own mother when young. She was at the marvelous age, somewhere between 10 and 13, where the child, as the phrase goes, becomes an old child and not a raw grown-up. She was kind, calm, intelligent, expectant, quiet, inviting, unafraid. She felt like someone he had never left behind, yet at the same moment he knew he had never seen her before. He heard his voice asking for the Mr. and Owner Madigan while he wondered, at the back of his mind, who the girl might be. Madigan's daughter? Neither Rankin Michaeljohn nor the deputy had said anything about a human family. The child looked at him levelly. He must have finished braying his question at her. "Mr. and Owner Madigan," said the child, "sees no one this day, but you are seeing me." She looked at him levelly and calmly. There was an odd hint of humor, of fearlessness in her stance. "Who are you?" he blurted out. "I am the housekeeper of this house." "You?" he cried, wild alarm beginning in his throat. "My name," she said, "is Terruth." His knife was in his hand before he knew how it had gotten there. He remembered the advice of the administrator, "Plunge, plunge, stab, stab, run." She saw the knife, but her eyes did not waver from his face. He looked at her uncertainly. If this was an underperson, it was the most remarkable one he had ever seen. But even Gosigo had told him to do his duty, to stab, to kill the woman named Terruth. Here she was. He could not do it. He spun the knife in the air, caught it by its tip, and held it out to her, handle first. "I was sent to kill you," he said, "but I find I cannot do it. I have lost a cruiser." "Kill me if you wish," she said, "because I have no fear of you." Her calm words were so far outside his experience that he took the knife in his left hand and lifted his arm as if to stab toward her. He dropped his arm. "I cannot do it," he whined. "What have you done to me?" "I have done nothing to you. You do not wish to kill a child, and I look to you like a child. Besides, I think you love me. If this is so, it must be very uncomfortable for you." Casher heard his knife clatter to the floor as he dropped it. He had never dropped it before. "Who are you," he gasped, "that you should do this to me?" "I am me," she said, her voice as tranquil and happy as that of any girl, provided that the girl was caught at a moment of great happiness and poise. "I am the housekeeper of this house." She smiled almost impishly, and added, "It seems that I must almost be the ruler of this planet as well." Her voice turned serious. "Man," she said, "can't you see it, man? I am an animal, a turtle. I am incapable of disobeying the word of man. When I was little I was trained and I was given orders. I shall carry out those orders as long as I live. When I look at you, I feel strange. You look as though you loved me already, but you do not know what to do. Wait a moment. I must let Gosigo go." The shining knife on the floor of the doorway she saw. She stepped over it. Gosigo had gotten out of the ground car and was giving her a formal, low bow. "Tell me," she cried, "what have you just seen?" There was friendliness in her call, as though the routine were an old game. "I saw Casher O'Neill bound up the steps. You yourself opened the door. He thrust his dagger into your throat, and the blood spat out in a big stream, rich and dark and red. You died in the doorway. For some reason, Casher O'Neill went on into the house without saying anything to me. I became frightened, and I fled." He did not look frightened at all. "If I am dead," she said, "how can I be talking to you?" "Don't ask me," cried Gosigo. "I am just a forgetty. I always go back to the Honorable Rankin Michaeljohn, each time that you are murdered, and I tell him the truth of what I saw. Then he gives me the medicine, and I tell him something else. At that point, he will get drunk and gloomy again, the way that he always does." "It's a pity," said the child. "I wish I could help him, but I can't. He won't come to Beauregard." "Him?" Gosigo laughed. "Oh, no, not him. Never. He just sends other people to kill you." "And he's never satisfied," said the child sadly, "no matter how many times he kills me." "Never," said Gosigo cheerfully, climbing back into the ground car. "Bye now." "Wait a moment," she called. "Wouldn't you like something to eat or drink before you drive back? There's a bad clutch of storms on the road." "Not me," said Gosigo. "He might punish me and make me a forgetty all over again. Say, maybe that's already happened. Maybe I'm a forgetty who's been put through it several times, not just once." Hope surged into his voice. "Taruth! Taruth! Can you tell me?" "Suppose I did tell you," said she. "What would happen?" His face became sad. "I'd have a convulsion and forget what I told you. Well, goodbye anyhow. I'll take a chance on the storms. If you ever see that Casher O'Neill again," called Gosigo, looking right through Casher O'Neill, "tell him I liked him, but that we'll never meet again." "I'll tell him," said the girl gently. She watched as the heavy brown man climbed nimbly into the car. The top crammed shut with no sound. The wheels turned, and in a moment the car had disappeared behind the palmettos in the drive. While she had talked to Gosigo in her clear, warm, high, girlish voice, Casher had watched her. He could see the thin shape of her shoulders under the light blue shift that she wore. There was the suggestion of a pair of panties under the dress, so light was the material. Her hips had not begun to fill. When he glanced at her in one-quarter profile, he could see that her cheek was smooth, her hair well combed, her little breasts just beginning to bud on her chest. Who was this child who acted like an empress? She turned back to him and gave him a warm, apologetic smile. "Gosigo and I always talk over the story together. Then he goes back, and Michael John does not believe it, and spends unhappy months planning my murder all over again. I suppose, since I am just an animal, that I should not call it a murder when somebody tries to kill me, but I resist, of course. I do not care about me, but I have orders, strong orders, to keep my master and his house safe from harm." "How old are you?" asked Casher. He added, "If you can tell the truth." "I can tell nothing but the truth. I am conditioned. I am 906 Earth years old." "900?" he cried. "But you look like a child." "I am a child," said the girl, "and not a child. I am an earth turtle changed into human form by the convenience of man. My life expectancy was increased 300 times when I was modified. They tell me that my normal lifespan should have been 300 years. Now it is 90,000 years, and sometimes I am afraid. You will be dead of happy old age, Casher O'Neill, while I am still opening the drapes in this house to let the sunlight in. But let's not stand in the door and talk. Come on in and get some refreshments. You're not going anywhere, you know." Casher followed her into the house, but he put his worry into words. "You mean I am your prisoner?" "Not my prisoner, Casher. Yours. How could you cross that ground which you traveled in the ground car? You could get to the ends of my estate all right, but then the storms would pick you up and whirl you away to a death which nobody would even see." She turned into a big, old room, bright with light-colored wooden furniture. Casher stood there awkwardly. He had returned his knife to its boot sheath when they left the vestibule. Now he felt very odd sitting with his victim on a sun porch. Taruth was untroubled. She rang a brass bell which stood on an old-fashioned round table. Feminine footsteps clattered in the hall. A female servant entered the room dressed in a black dress with a white apron. Casher had seen such servants in the old drama cubes, but he had never expected to meet one in the flesh. "We'll have high tea," said Taruth. "Which do you prefer, tea or coffee, Casher? Or I have beer and wines, even 2 bottles of whiskey brought all the way from Earth." "Coffee would be fine for me," said Casher. "And you know what I want, Eunice," said Taruth to the servant. "Yes, ma'am," said the maid, disappearing. Casher leaned forward. "That servant, is she human?" "Certainly," said Tarruth. "Then why is she working for an underperson like you? I mean, I don't mean to be unpleasant or anything, but I mean, that's against all laws." "Not here on Henrietta it isn't." "And why not?" persisted Casher. "Because on Henrietta I am myself the law." "But the government?" "It's gone." "The instrumentality?" Tarruth frowned. She looked like a wise, puzzled child. "Maybe you know that part better than I do. They leave an administrator here, probably because they do not have any other place to put him, and because he needs some kind of work to keep him alive. Yet they do not give him enough real power to arrest my master or to kill me. They ignore me. It seems to me that if I do not challenge them, they leave me alone." "But their rules?" insisted Casher. "They don't enforce them, neither here in Beauregard nor over in the town of Biloxi. They leave it up to me to keep these places going. I do the best I can." "That servant, then, did they lease her to you?" "Oh, no," laughed the girl-woman. "She came to kill me 20 years ago, but she was a forgetty and she had no place else to go, so I trained her as a maid. She has a contract with my master, and her wages are paid every month into the satellite above the planet. She can leave if she ever wants to. I don't think she will." Casher sighed. "This is all too hard to believe. You are a child, but you are almost 1,000 years old? You're an underperson, but you command a whole planet?" "Only when I need to," she interrupted him. "You are wiser than most of the people I have ever known, and yet you look young. How old do you feel?" "I feel like a child," she said. "A child 1,000 years old. And I have had the education and the memory and the experience of a wise lady stamped right into my brain." "Who was the lady?" asked Casher. "The owner and citizen Agatha Madigan, the wife of my master. As she was dying, they transcribed her brain on mine. That's why I speak so well and know so much." "But that's illegal!" cried Casher. "I suppose it was," said Tarruth, "but my master had it done anyhow." Casher leaned forward in his chair. He looked earnestly at the person. One part of him still loved her for the wonderful little girl that he had thought she was, but another part was in awe of a being more powerful than anyone he had seen before. She returned his gaze with that composed half-smile, which was wholly feminine and completely self-possessed. She looked tenderly upon him as their faces were reflected by the yellow morning light of Henrietta. "I begin to understand," he said, "that you are what you have to be. It is very strange here in this forgotten world." "Henrietta is strange," she said, "and I suppose that I must seem strange to you. You are right, though, about each of us being what she has to be. Isn't that liberty itself? If we each one must be something, isn't liberty the business of finding it out and then doing it? That one job, that uttermost mission compatible with our natures? How terrible it would be to be something and never know what." "Like who?" said Casher. "Like Go-See-Go, perhaps. He was a great king, and he was a good king, on some faraway world where they still need kings. But he committed an intolerable mistake, and the instrumentality made him into a forgetty and sent him here." "So that's the mystery," said Casher. "And what am I?" She looked at him calmly and steadfastly before she answered. "You are a killer, too. It must make your life very hard in many ways. You keep having to justify yourself." This was so close to the truth, so close to Casher's long worries as to whether justice might not just be a cover name for revenge, that it was his turn to gasp and be silent. "And I have work for you," added the amazing child. "Work? Here?" "Yes, something much worse than killing. And you must do it, Casher, if you want to go away from here before I die 89,000 years from now." She looked around. "Hush," she added. "Eunice is coming, and I do not want to frighten her by letting her know the terrible things that you are going to have to do." "Here?" he whispered urgently. "Right here in this house?" "Right here in this house," she said in a normal voice, as Eunice entered the room bearing a huge tray covered with plates of food and 2 pots of beverage. Casher stared at the human woman who worked so cheerfully for an animal, but neither Eunice, who was busy setting things out on the table, nor Teruthe, who, turtle and woman that she was, could not help rearranging the dishes, with gentle peremptories, paid the least attention to him. The words rang in his head. In this house, something worse than killing. They made no sense. Neither did it make sense to have high tea before 5 hours decimal time. He sighed, and they both glanced at him. Eunice with amused curiosity, Teruthe with affectionate concern. "He's taking it better than most of them do, ma'am," said Eunice. "Most of them who come here to kill you are very upset when they find out that they cannot do it." "He's a killer, Eunice, a real killer, so I think he wasn't too bothered." Eunice turned to him very pleasantly and said, "A killer, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Most of them are terrible amateurs, and then the lady has to heal them before we can find something for them to do." Casher couldn't resist a spot inquiry. "Are all the other would-be killers still here?" "Most of them, sir. The ones that nothing happened to, like me. Where else would we go? Back to the administrator, Rankin Michael John?" She said the last with heavy scorn indeed, curtsied to him, bowed deeply to the woman-girl Teruthe, and left the room. Teruthe looked friendlily at Casher O'Neill. "I can tell that you will not digest your food if you sit here waiting for bad news. When I said you had to do something worse than killing, I suppose I was speaking from a woman's point of view. We have a homicidal maniac in the house. He is a house guest, and he is covered by old North Australian law. That means we cannot kill him or expel him, though he is almost as immortal as I am. I hope that you and I can frighten him away from molesting my master. I cannot cure him or love him. He is too crazy to be reached through his emotions. Pure, utter, awful fright might do it, and it takes a man for that job. If you do this, I will reward you richly." "And if I don't?" said Casher. Again she stared at him as though she were trying to see through his eyes, all the way down to the bottom of his soul. Again he felt for her that tremor of compassion, ever so slightly tingled with male desire, which he had experienced when he first met her in the doorway of Beauregard. Their locked glances broke apart. Teruthe looked at the floor. "I cannot lie," she said, as though it were a handicap. "If you do not help me, I shall have to do the things which it is in my power to do. The chief thing is nothing. To let you live here, to let you sleep and eat in this house, until you get bored and ask me for some kind of routine work around the estate. I could make you work," she went on, looking up at him and blushing all the way to the top of her bodice, "by having you fall in love with me, but that would not be kind. I will not do it that way. Either you make a deal with me or you do not. It's up to you. Anyhow, let's eat first. I've been up since dawn expecting one more killer. I even wondered if you might be the one who would succeed. That would be terrible, to leave my master all alone." "But wouldn't you yourself mind being killed?" "Me? When I've already lived 1,000 years and have 89,000 more to go? It couldn't matter less to me. Have some coffee." And she poured his coffee. 8. 2 or 3 times Casher tried to get the conversation back to the work at hand, but Teruthe diverted him with trivialities. She even made him walk to the enormous window, where they could see far across the marshes and the bay. The sky in the remote distance was dark and full of worms. Those were tornadoes, beyond the reach of her weather machines, which coursed around the rest of Henrietta, but stopped short at the boundaries of Ambiloxi and Beauregard. She made him admire the weird coral castles, which had built themselves up from the bay bottom, hundreds of feet into the air. She tried to make him see a family of wild wind people who were slyly and gently stealing apples from her orchard. But either his eyes were not used to the landscape, or Teruthe could see much further than he could. This was a world rich in water. If it had not been located within a series of bad pockets of space, the water itself could have become an export. Mankind had done the best it could, raising kelp to provide the iron and phosphorus so often lacking in off-world diets, controlling the weather at great expense. Finally, the instrumentality recommended that they give up. The exports of Henrietta never quite balanced the imports. The subsidies had gone far beyond the usual times. The earth life had adapted with a vigor which was much too great. Ordinary forms rapidly found new shapes, challenged by the winds, the rains, the novel chemistry, and the odd radiation patterns of Henrietta. Killer whales became airborne. Coral took to the air. Human babies lost in the wind sometimes survived, to become subhuman and wild. Jellyfish became sky sweepers. The former inhabitants of Henrietta had chosen a planet at a reasonable price, not cheap, but reasonable, from the owner, who had in turn bought it from a post-Soviet settling cooperative. They had leased the new planet, had worked out an ecology, had emigrated, and were now doing well. Henrietta kept the wild weather, the lost hopes, and the ruins. And of these ruins the greatest was Murray Madigan. Once a prime landholder and host, a gentleman among gentlemen, the richest man on the whole world, Madigan had become old, senile, weak. He faced death, or catalepsis. The death of his wife made him fear his own death, and with his turtle girl, Ruth, he had chosen catalepsis. Most of the time he was frozen in a trance, his heartbeat imperceptible, his metabolism very slow. Then for a few hours or days he was normal. Sometimes the sleeps were for weeks, sometimes for years. The instrumentality doctors had looked him over, more out of scientific curiosity than from any judicial right, and had decided that though this was an odd way to live, it was a legal one. They went away and left him alone. He had had the whole personality of his dying wife, Agatha Madigan, impressed on the turtle child, though this was illegal. The doctor had, quite simply, been bribed. All this was told by Ruth to Casher as they ate and drank their way slowly through an immense repast. An archaic wood fire roared in a real fireplace. While she talked, Casher watched the gentle movement of her shoulder blades when she moved forward, the loose movement of her light dress as she moved, the childish face which was so tender, so appealing, and yet so wise. Knowing as little as he did about the planet of Henrietta, Casher tried desperately to fit his own thinking together and to make sense out of the predicament in which he found himself. Even if the girl were attractive, this told him nothing of the real challenges which he still faced inside this very house. No longer was his preoccupation with getting the power cruiser his main job on Henrietta. No evidence was at hand to show that the drunken, deranged administrator, Rankin Michaeljohn, would give him anything at all unless he, Casher, killed the girl. Even that had become a forgotten mission. Despite the fact that he had come to the estate of Beauregard for the purpose of killing her, he was now on a journey without a destination. Years of sad experience had taught him that when a project went completely to pieces, he still had the mission of personal survival, if his life were to mean anything to his home planet Mizar, and if his return, in any way or any fashion, could bring real liberty back to the 12 Niles. So he looked at the girl with a new kind of unconcern. How could she help his plans, or hinder them? The promises she made were too vague to be of any real use in the sad, complicated world of politics. He just tried to enjoy her company and the strange place in which he found himself. The Gulf of Esperanza lay just within his vision. At the far horizon he could see the helpless tornadoes trying to writhe their way past the weather machines, which still functioned, at the expense of Beauregard, all along the coast from Ambiloxi to Motil. He could see the shoreline choked with kelp, which had once been a cash crop and was now a nuisance. Ruined buildings in the distance were probably the leftovers of processing plants. The artificial-looking coral castles obscured his view of them. And this house. How much sense did this house make? An undergirl, eerily wise, who herself admitted that she had obtained an unlawful amount of conditioning, a master who was a living corpse, a threat which could not even be mentioned freely within the house, a household which seemed to have displaced the planetary government, a planetary government which the instrumentality, for unfathomable reasons of its own, had let fall into ruin. Why? Why? And why again? The turtle girl was looking at him. If he had been an art student, he would have said that she was giving him the tender, feminine, and irrevocably remote smile of a Madonna. But he did not know the motifs of the ancient pictures. He just knew that it was a smile characteristic of Teruth herself. "You are wondering?" she said. He nodded, suddenly feeling miserable that mere words had come between them. "You are wondering why the instrumentality let you come here?" He nodded again. "I don't know either," said she, reaching out and taking his hand. His hand felt and looked like the hairy paw of a giant as she held his right hand with her two pretty, well-kept little girl hands. But the strength of her eyes and the steadfastness of her voice showed that it was she who was giving the reassurance, not he. The child was helping him. The idea was outrageous, impossible, true. It was enough to alarm him, to make him begin to pull his hand again. She clutched him with tender softness, with weak strength, and he could not resist her. Again he had the feeling, which had gripped him so strongly when he first met her at the door of Beauregard and failed to kill her, that he had always known her and had always loved her. Was there not some planet on which eccentric people believed a weird cult, thinking that human beings were endlessly reborn with fragmentary recollections of their own previous human lives? It was almost like that. Here. Now. He did not know the girl, but he had always known her. He did not love the girl, and yet he had loved her from the beginning of time. Said she so softly that it was almost a whisper, "Wait. Wait. Your death may come through that door pretty soon, and I will tell you how to meet it. But before that even, I have to show you the most beautiful thing in the world." Despite her little hand lying tenderly and firmly on his, Casher spoke irritably. "I'm tired of talking riddles here on Henrietta. The administrator gives me the mission of killing you, and I fail in it. Then you promise me a battle and give me a good meal instead. Now you talk about the battle and start off with some other irrelevance. You're going to make me angry if you keep on, and... He stammered at last. "And I get pretty useless if I'm angry. If you want me to do a fight for you, let me know the fight, and let me go do it now. I'm willing enough." Her remote, kind half-smile did not waver. "Casher," she said, "what I am going to show you is your most important weapon in the fight." With her free left hand she tugged at the fine chain of a thin gold necklace. Some kind of a piece of jewelry came out of the top of her shift dress, where she had kept it hidden. It was the image of two pieces of wood, with a man nailed to them. Casher stared, and then he burst into hysterical laughter. "Now you've done it, ma'am," he cried. "I'm no use to you or to anybody else. I know what that is, and up to now I've just suspected it. It's what the robot, Rat, and Copt agreed on when they went exploring back in Space 3. It's the old, strong religion. You've put it in my mind, and now the next person who meets me will peep it and will wipe it out. Me too, probably, along with it. That's no weapon. That's a defeat. You've done me in. I knew the sign of the fish a long time ago, but I had a chance of getting away with just that little bit." "Casher," she cried. "Casher, get hold of yourself. You will know nothing about this before you leave Beauregard. You will forget. You will be safe." He stood on his feet, not knowing whether to run away, to laugh out loud, or to sit down and weep at the silly, sad misfortune which had befallen him. To think that he himself had become brain-branded as a fanatic, forever denied travel between the stars, just because an undergirl had shown him an odd piece of jewelry. "It's not as bad as you think," said the little girl, and stood up too. Her face peered lovingly at Casher's. Do you think, Casher, that I am afraid?" "No," he admitted. "You will not remember this, Casher. Not when you leave. I am not just the turtle girl, Teruth. I am also the imprint of the citizen Agatha. Have you ever heard of her?" "Agatha Madigan?" He shook his head slowly. "No, I don't see how—" "No, I'm sure that I never heard of her." "Didn't you ever hear the story of the Hecazera of Gonfalon?" Casher looked surprised. "Sure, I saw it. It's a play, a drama. It is said to be based on some legend out of immemorial time. The Space Witch, they called her, and she conjured fleets out of nothing by sheer hypnosis. It's an old story." 1100 years isn't so long," said the girl. 1100 years, 14 local months come tonight." "You weren't alive 1100 years ago," said Casher accusingly. He stood up from the remains of their meal and wandered over toward the window. That terrible piece of religious jewelry made him uncomfortable. He knew that it was against all laws to ship religion from world to world. What would he do? What could he do, now that he had actually beheld an image of the god nailed high? That was exactly the kind of contraband which the police and customs robots of hundreds of worlds were looking for. The instrumentality was easy about most things, but the transplanting of religion was one of its hostile obsessions. Religions leaked from world to world anyhow. It was said that sometimes even the underpeople and robots carried bits of religion through space, though this seemed improbable. The instrumentality left religion alone when it had a settled place on a single planet, but the lords of the instrumentality themselves shunned other people's devotional lives and simply took good care that fanaticisms did not once more flare up between the stars, once again bringing wild hope and great death to all the mankinds. "And now," thought Casher, "the instrumentality has been good to me in its big, impersonal, collective way, but what will it do when my brain is on fire with forbidden knowledge?" The girl's voice called him back to himself. "I have the answer to your problem, Casher," said she, "if you would only listen to me. I am the Hecazera of Gonfalon. At least I am as much as any one person can be printed on another." His jaw dropped as he turned back to her. "You mean that you, child, really are imprinted with this woman, Agatha Madigan? Really imprinted?" "I have all her skills, Casher," said the girl quietly, "and a few more which I have learned on my own." "But I thought it was just a story," said Casher. "If you're that terrible woman from Gonfalon, you don't need me. I'm quitting, now." Casher walked toward the door, disgusted, finished, through. She might be a child, she might be charming, she might need help, but if she came from that terrible old story, she did not need him. "Oh, no, you don't," said she. 9. Unexpectedly, she took her place in the doorway, barring it. In her hand was the image of the man on the 2 pieces of wood. Ordinarily, Casher would not have pushed a lady. Such was his haste that he did so this time. When he touched her, it was like welded steel. Neither her gown nor her body yielded 1,000th of a millimeter to his strong hand and heavy push. "And now what?" she asked gently. Looking back, he saw that the real Teruth, the smiling girl-woman, still stood soft and real in the window. Deep within, he began to give up. He had heard of hypnotists who could project, but he had never met one as strong as this. She was doing it. How was she doing it? Or was she doing it? The operation could be sub-volitional. There might be some art carried over from her animal past which even her reformed mind could not explain. Operations too subtle, too primordial for analysis, or skills which she used without understanding. "I project," she said. "I see you do," he replied glumly and flatly. "I do kinesthetics," she said. His knife whipped out of his boot sheath and floated in the air in front of him. He snatched it out of the air instinctively. It wormed a little in his grasp, but the force on the knife was nothing more than he had felt when passing big magnetic engines. "I blind," she said. The room went totally dark for him. "I hear," he said, and prowled at her like a beast, going by his memory of the room, and by the very soft sound of her breathing. He had noticed by now that the simulacrum of herself which she had put in the doorway did not make any sound at all, not even that of breathing. He knew that he was near her. His fingertips reached out for her shoulder or her throat. He did not mean to hurt her, merely to show her that two could play at tricks. "I stun," she said, and her voice came at him from all directions. It echoed from the ceiling, came from all 5 walls of the old, odd room, from the open windows, from both the doors. He felt as though he were being lifted into space and turned slowly in a condition of weightlessness. He tried to retain self-control, to listen for the one true sound among the many false sounds, to trap the girl by some outside chance. "I make you remember," said her multiple echoing voice. For an instant he did not see how this could be a weapon, even if the turtle girl had learned all the ugly tricks of the Hekazera of Gonfalon. But then he knew. He saw his uncle, Kuraf, again. He saw his old apartments vividly around himself. Kuraf was there. The old man was pitiable, hateful, drunk, horrible. The girl on Kuraf's lap laughed at him, Casher O'Neill, and she laughed at Kuraf too. Casher had once had a teenager's passionate concern with sex, and at the same time had a teenager's dreadful fear of all the unstated, invisible implications of what the man-woman relationship, gone sour, gone wrong, gone bad, might be. The present moment Casher remembered the long-ago Casher, and as he spun in the web of Taruth's hypnotic powers, he found himself back with the ugliest memory he had. The killings in the palace at Mizr. The colonels had taken Kahir itself, and they ultimately let Kuraf run away to the pleasure planet at Tatiole. But Kuraf's companions, who had debauched the old republic of the 12 Niles, those people, they did not go. The soldiers, stung to fury, had cut them down with knives. Casher thought of the blood sticky on the floors, blood gushing purple into the carpets, blood bright red and leaping like a fountain when a white throat ended its last gurgle, blood turning brown where handprints, themselves bloody, had left it on marble tables. The warm palace, long ago, had gotten the sweet, sick stench of blood all the way through it. The young Casher had never known that people had so much blood inside them, or that so much could pour out on the perfumed sheets, the tables still set with food and drink, or that blood could creep across the floor in growing pools, as the bodies of the dead yielded up their last few nasty sounds and their terminal muscular spasms. Before that day of butchery had ended, 1,311 human bodies, ranging in age from 2 months to 89 years, had been carried out of the palaces once occupied by Kuraf. Kuraf, under sedation, was waiting for a starship to take him to perpetual exile, and Casher himself, O'Neill, was shaking the hand of Colonel Wedder, whose orders had caused all the blood. The hand was washed and the nails pared and cleaned, but the cuff of the sleeve was still rimmed with the dry blood of some other human being. Colonel Wedder either did not notice his own cuff, or he did not care. "Touch and yield," said the girl voice out of nowhere. Casher found himself on all fours in the room, his sight suddenly back again, the room unchanged, and Taruth smiling. "I fought you," she said. He nodded. He did not trust himself to speak. He reached for his water glass, looking at it closely to see if there were any blood on it. Of course not. Not here. Not this time, not this place. He pulled himself to his feet. The girl had sense enough not to help him. She stood there in her thin, modest shift, looking very much like a wise female child, while he stood up and drank thirstily. He refilled the glass and drank again. Then, only then, did he turn to her and speak. Do you do all that?" She nodded. "Alone? Without drugs or machinery?" She nodded again. "Child," he cried out, "you're not a person. You're a whole weapons system all by yourself. What are you really? Who are you?" "I am the turtle child, Teruth," she said, "and I am the loyal property and loving servant of my good master, the Mr. and Owner Murray Madigan." "Madam," said Casher, "you are almost 1,000 years old. I am at your service. I do hope you will let me go free later on, and especially that you will take that religious picture out of my mind." As Casher spoke, she picked a locket from the table. He had not noticed it. It was an ancient watch, or a little round box, swinging on a thin gold chain. "Watch this," said the child, "if you trust me, and repeat what I then say." Nothing at all happened. Nothing. Anywhere. Casher said to her, "You're making me dizzy swinging that ornament. Put it back on. Isn't that the one you were wearing?" "No, Casher, it isn't." "What were we talking about?" demanded Casher. "Something," said she. "Don't you remember?" "No," said Casher brusquely. "Sorry, but I'm hungry again." He wolfed down a sweet roll encrusted with sugar and decorated with fruits. His mouth full, he washed the food down with water. At last he spoke to her. "Now what?" She had watched with timeless grace. "There's no hurry, Casher. Minutes or hours, they don't matter." "Didn't you want me to fight somebody after Gosigo left me here?" "That's right," she said, with terrible quiet. "I seem to have had a fight right here in this room." He stared around stupidly. She looked around the room, very cool. "It doesn't look as though anybody's been fighting here, does it?" "There's no blood here. No blood at all. Everything is clean," said he. "Pretty much so." "Then why," said Casher, "should I think I had a fight?" "This wild weather on Henrietta sometimes upsets off-worlders until they get used to it," said Teruth mildly. "If I didn't have a fight in the past, am I going to get into one in the future?" The old room with the golden oak furniture swam around him. The world outside was strange, with the sunlit marshes and wide bayous trailing off to the forever thundering storm, just over the horizon, which lay beyond the weather machines. Casher shrugged and shivered. He looked straight at the girl. She stood erect and looked at him with the even regard of a reigning empress. Her young, budding breasts barely showed through the thinness of her shift. She wore golden, flat-heeled shoes. Around her neck there was a thin gold chain, but the object on the chain hung down inside her dress. It excited him a little to think of her flat chest barely budding into womanhood. He had never been a man who had an improper taste for children, but there was something about this person which was not childlike at all. "You are a girl and not a girl," he said in bewilderment. She nodded gravely. "You are that woman in the story, the Hecazera of Gonfalon. You are reborn." She shook her head equally seriously. "No, I am not reborn. I am a turtle child, an underperson with a very long life, and I have been imprinted with the personality of the citizen Agatha. This is all." "You stun," he said, "but I do not know how you do it." "I stun," she said flatly, and around the edge of his mind there flickered up hot little torments of memory. "Now I remember," he cried. "You have me here to kill somebody. You are sending me into a fight." "You are going to a fight, Casher. I wish I could send somebody else, not you, but you are the only person here strong enough to do the job." Impulsively he took her hand. The moment he touched her, she ceased to be a child or an underperson. She felt tender and exciting, like the most desirable and important person he had ever known. His sister? But he had no sister. He felt that he was himself terribly, unendurably important to her. He did not want to let her hand go, but she withdrew from his touch with an authority which no decent man could resist. "You must fight to the death now, Casher," she said, looking at him as evenly as might a troop commander examining a special soldier selected for a risky mission. He nodded. He was tired of having his mind confused. He knew something had happened to him after the forgetty-go-see-go had left him at the front door, but he was not at all sure of what it was. They seemed to have had a sort of meal together in this room. He felt himself in love with the child. He knew that she was not even a human being. He remembered something about her living 90,000 years, and he remembered something else about her having gotten the name and the skills of the greatest battle hypnotist of all history, the Hekazera of Gonfalon. There was something strange, something frightening about that chain around her neck. There were things he hoped he would never have to know. He strained at the thought, and it broke like a bubble. "I'm a fighter," he said. "Give me my fight and let me know." "He can kill you. I hope not. You must not kill him. He is immortal and insane, but in the law of old North Australia, from which my master, the Mr. and Owner Murray Madigan, is an exile, we must not hurt a house guest, nor may we turn him away in a time of great need." "What do I do?" snapped Casher impatiently. "You fight him. You frighten him. You make his poor, crazy mind fearful that he will meet you again." "I'm supposed to do this?" "You can," she said very seriously. "I have already tested you. That's where you have the little spot of amnesia about this room." "But why? Why bother? Why not get some of your human servants and have them tie him up or put him in a padded room?" "They can't deal with him. He is too strong, too big, too clever, even though insane. Besides, they don't dare follow him." "Where does he go?" said Casher sharply. "Into the control room," replied Tereuth, as if it were the saddest phrase ever uttered. "What's wrong with that? Even a place as fine as Beauregard can't have too much of a control room. Put locks on the control." "It's not that kind of a control room." Almost angry, he shouted, "What is it, then?" "The control room," she answered, "is for a planiform ship. This house. These counties, all the way to Motil on the one side and to Ambiluxy on the other. The sea itself, way out into the Gulf of Esperanza. All this is one ship." Casher's professional interest took over. "If it's turned off, he can't do any harm." "It's not turned off," she said. "My master leaves it on a very little bit. That way he can keep the weather machines going and make this edge of Henrietta a very pleasant place." "You mean," said Casher, "that you'd risk letting a lunatic fly all these estates off into space?" "He doesn't even fly," said Tereuth gloomily. "What does he do, then?" yelled Casher. "When he gets at the controls, he just hovers." "He hovers? By the bell, girl, don't try to fool me. If you hover a place as big as this, you could wipe out the whole planet any moment. There have been only 2 or 3 pilots in the history of space who would be able to hover a machine like this one." "He can, though," insisted the little girl. "Who is he, anyhow?" "I thought you knew, or had heard somewhere about it. His name is John Joytree." "Tree the Go-Captain?" Casher shivered in the warm room. "He died a long time ago after he made that record flight." "He did not die. He bought immortality and went mad. He came here, and he lives under my master's protection." "Oh," said Casher. There was nothing else he could say. John Joytree, the great Norstrilian who took the first of the long plunges outside the galaxy. He was like Magno Taliano of ages ago, who could fly space on his living brain alone. But fight him? How could anybody fight him? Pilots are for piloting, killers are for killing, women are for loving or forgetting. When you mix up the purposes, everything goes wrong. Casher sat down abruptly. "Do you have any more of that coffee?" "You don't need coffee," she said. He looked up inquiringly. "You're a fighter. You need a war." "That's it," she said, pointing with her girlish hand to a small doorway which looked like the entrance to a closet. "Just go in there." He's in there now, tinkering with the machines again, making me wait for my master to get blown to bits at any minute, and I've put up with it for over 100 years. Go yourself, he said. You've been in a ship's control room, she declared. Yes, he nodded. You know how people go all naked and frightened inside. You know how much training it takes to make a go-captain. What do you think happens to me? At last, long last, her voice was shrill, angry, excited, childish. What happens? Said Casher, dully, not caring very much. He felt weary in every bone. Useless battles, murder he had to try, dead people arguing after their ballads had already grown out of fashion. Why didn't the Hekazera of Gonfalon do her own work? Catching his thought, she screeched at him, "Because I can't!" "All right," said Casher. "Why not?" "Because I turn into me." "You what?" said Casher, a little startled. "I'm a turtle child. My shape is human, my brain is big, but I'm a turtle. No matter how much my master needs me, I'm just a turtle." "What's that got to do with it?" "What do turtles do when they're faced with danger? Not under-turtles, but real turtles, little animals. You must have heard of them somewhere." "I've even seen them," said Casher. "On some world or other. They pull into their shells." "That's what I do," she wept, "when I should be defending my master. I can meet most things. I am not a coward, but in that control room I forget. "Send a robot, then." She almost screamed at him. "A robot against John Joytree? Are you mad, too?" Casher admitted in a mumble that on second thought it wouldn't do much good to send a robot against the greatest go-captain of them all. He concluded lamely, "I'll go if you want me to." "Go now!" she shouted. "Go right in!" She pulled at his arm, half dragging and half leading him to the little brightened door which looked so innocent. "But," he said. "Keep going," she pleaded. "This is all we ask of you. Don't kill him, but frighten him. Fight him. Wound him if you must. You can do it. I can't." She sobbed as she tugged at him. "I'd just be me." Before he knew quite what had happened, she had opened the door. The light beyond was clear and bright and tinged with blue, the way the skies of Manhome, Mother Earth, were shown in all the viewers. He let her push him in. He heard the door click behind him. Before he even took in the details of the room or noticed the man in the go-captain's chair, the flavor and meaning of the room struck him like a blow against his throat. This room, he thought, is hell. He wasn't even sure that he remembered where he had learned the word hell. It denoted all good turned to evil, all hope to anxiety, all wishes to greed. Somehow, this room was it. And then... 10. And then the chief occupant of hell turned and looked squarely at him. If this was John Joytree, he did not look insane. He was a handsome, chubby man with a red complexion, bright eyes, dancing blue in color, and a mouth which was as mobile as the mouth of a temptress. "Good day," said John Joytree. "How do you do?" said Casher inanely. "I do not know your name," said the ruddy, brisk man, speaking in a tone of voice which was not the least bit insane. "I am Casher O'Neill from the city of Cahir on the planet Mizar." "Mizar!" John Joytree laughed. "I spent a night there, long ago. The entertainment was most unusual. But we have other things to talk about. You have come here to kill the undergirl Taruth. You received your orders from the Honorable Rankin Michael John, may he soak in drink. The child has caught you, and now she wants you to kill me, but she does not dare utter those words." John Joytree, as he spoke, shifted the spaceship controls to standby, and got ready to get out of his captain's seat. Casher protested. "She said nothing about killing you. She said you might kill me." "I might at that." The immortal pilot stood on the floor. He was a full head shorter than Casher, but he was a strong and formidable man. The blue light of the room made him look clear, sharp, distinct. The whole flavor of the situation tickled the fear nerves inside Casher's body. He suddenly felt that he wanted very much to go to a bathroom, but he felt quite surely that if he turned his back on this man, in this place, he would die like a felled ox in a stockyard. He had to face John Joytree. "Go ahead," said the pilot. "Fight me." "I didn't say that I would fight you," said Casher. "I am supposed to frighten you, and I do not know how to do it." "This isn't getting us anywhere," said John Joytree. "Shall we go into the outer room and let poor little Taruth give us a drink? You can just tell her that you failed." "I think," said Casher, "that I am more afraid of her than I am of you." John Joytree flung himself into a comfortable passenger's chair. "All right, then, do something. Do you want a box, gloves, bare fists, or would you like swords, or wire points? There are some over there in the closet. Or we can each take a pilot ship and have a ship duel out in space." "That wouldn't make much sense," said Casher. "Me fighting a ship against the greatest go-captain of them all." John Joytree greeted this with an ugly underlaugh, a barely audible sound which made Casher feel that the whole situation was ridiculous. "But I do have one advantage," said Casher. "I know who you are, and you do not know who I am." "How could I tell?" said John Joytree, "when people keep on getting born all over the place." He gave Casher a scornful, comfortable grin. There was charm in the man's poise. Keeping his eyes focused directly on Casher, he felt for a carafe and poured himself a drink. He gave Casher an ironic toast, and Casher took it, standing frightened and alone. More alone than he had ever been before in his life. Suddenly John Joytree sprang lightly to his feet and stared with a complete change of expression past Casher. Casher did not dare look around. This was some old fight trick. Tree spat out the words. "You've done it, then. This time you will violate all the laws and kill me. This fashionable oaf is not just one more trick." A voice behind Casher called very softly. "I don't know." It was a man's voice, old, slow, and tired. Casher had heard no one come in. Casher's years of training stood him in good stead. He skipped sidewise in 4 or 5 steps, never taking his eyes off John Joytree, until the other man had come into his field of vision. The man who stood there was tall, thin, yellow-skinned, and yellow-haired. His eyes were an old, sick blue. He glanced at Casher and said, "I'm Madigan." Was this the master? Thought Casher. Was this the being whom that lovely child had been imprinted to adore? He had no more time for thought. Madigan whispered, as if to no one in particular, "You find me waking, you find him sane. Watch out." Madigan lunged for the pilot's controls, but his tall, thin, old body could not move very fast. John Joytree jumped out of his chair and ran for the controls, too. Casher tripped him. Tree fell, rolled over, and got halfway up, one knee and one foot on the floor. In his hand there shimmered a knife, very much like Casher's own. Casher felt the flame of his body as some unknown force flung him against the wall. He stared, wild with fear. Madigan had climbed into the pilot seat and was fiddling with the controls, as though he might blow Henrietta out of space at any second. John Joytree glanced at his old host and then turned his attention to the man in front of him. There was another man there. Casher knew him. He looked familiar. It was himself, rising and leaping like a snake, left arm weaving the knife for the neck of John Joytree. The image Casher hit Tree with a thud that resounded through the room. Tree's bright blue eyes had turned crazy mad. His knife caught the image Casher in the abdomen, thrust hard and deep, and left the young man gasping on the floor, trying to push the bleeding entrails back into his belly. The blood poured from the image Casher all over the rug. Blood. Casher suddenly knew what he had to do and how he could do it, all without anybody telling him. He created a third Casher on the far side of the room and gave him iron gloves. There was himself, unheeded against the wall. There was the dying Casher on the floor. There was the third, stalking toward John Joytree. "Death is here!" screamed the third Casher, with a voice which Casher recognized as a fierce, crazy simulation of his own. Tree whirled around. "You're not real," he said. Image Casher stepped around the console and hit Tree with an iron glove. The pilot jumped away, a hand reaching up to his bleeding face. John Joytree screamed at Madigan, who was playing with the dials, without even putting on the pinlighter helmet. "You got her in here!" he screamed. "You get her in here with this young man! Get her out!" "Who?" said Madigan softly and absent-mindedly. "Taruth! That witch of yours! I claim guest right by all the ancient laws! Get her out!" The real Casher, standing at the wall, did not know how he controlled the image Casher with the iron gloves, but control him he did. He made him speak, in a voice as frantic as Tree's own voice. "John Joytree, I do not bring you death. I bring you blood. My iron hands will pulp your eyes. Blind sockets will stare in your face. My iron hands will split your teeth and break your jaw 1,000 times, so that no doctor, no machine will ever fix you. My iron hands will crush your arms, turn your hands into living rags. My iron hands will break your legs. Look at the blood, John Joytree. There will be a lot more blood. You have killed me once. See that young man on the floor?" They both glanced at the first image Casher, who had finally shuddered into death in the great rug. A pool of blood lay in front of the body of the youth. John Joytree turned to the image Casher and said to him, "You're the Hekazera of Gonfalon. You can't scare me. You're a turtle girl and can't really hurt me." "Look at me," said real Casher. John Joytree glanced back and forth between the duplicates. Fright began to show. Both the Cashers now shouted in crazy voices which came from the depths of Casher's own mind. "Blood you shall have! Blood and ruin! But we will not kill you. You will live in ruin, blind, emasculated, armless, legless. You will be fed through tubes. You cannot die, and you will weep for death, but no one will hear you." "Why?" screamed Tree. "Why? What have I done to you?" "You remind me," howled Casher, "of my home. You remind me of the blood poured by Colonel Wedder when the poor, useless victims of my uncle's lust paid with their blood for his revenge. You remind me of myself, John Joytree, and I am going to punish you as I myself might be punished." Lost in the mists of lunacy, John Joytree was still a brave man. He flung his knife unexpectedly at real Casher. Image Casher, in a tremendous bound, leaped across the room and caught the knife on an iron glove. It clattered against the iron glove, and then fell silent onto the rug. Casher saw what he had to see. He saw the place of Cahir, covered with death, with the intimate, sticky silliness of sudden death. The dead men holding little packages they had tried to save. The girls, with their throats cut, lying in their own blood, but with the lipstick still even and the eyebrow pencils still pretty on their dead faces. He saw a dead child, ripped open from groin upward to chest, holding a broken doll, while the child itself, now dead, looked like a broken doll itself. He saw these things, and he made John Joytree see them too. "You're a bad man," said John Joytree. "I am very bad," said Casher. "Will you let me go, if I never enter this room again?" Image Casher snapped off, both the body on the floor and the fighter with the iron gloves. Casher did not know how Taruth had taught him the lost art of fighter replication, but he had certainly done it well. "The lady told me you could go." "But who are you going to use?" said John Joytree, calm, sad, and logical. "For your dreams of blood, if you don't use me." "I don't know," said Casher. "I follow my fate. Go now, if you do not want my iron gloves to crush you." John Joytree trotted out of the room, beaten. Only then did Casher, exhausted, grab a curtain to hold himself upright and look around the room freely. The evil atmosphere had gone. Madigan, old though he was, had locked all the controls on standby. He walked over to Casher and spoke. "Thank you. She did not invent you. She found you and put you to my service." Casher coughed out. "The girl, yes." "My girl," corrected Madigan. "Your girl," said Casher, remembering the sight of that slight feminine body, those budding breasts, the sensitive lips, the tender eyes. "She could not have thought you up. She is my dead wife over again. The citizeness Agatha might have done it, but not to Ruth." Casher looked at the man as he talked. The host wore the bottoms of some very cheap yellow pajamas and a washable bathrobe which had once been stripes of purple, lavender, and white. Now it was faded, like its wearer. Casher also saw the white, clean, plastic surgical implants on the man's arms, where the machines and tubes hooked in to keep him alive. "I sleep a lot," said Murray Madigan, "but I am still the master of Beauregard. I am grateful to you." The hand was frail, withered, dry, without strength. The old voice whispered, "Tell her to reward you. You can have anything on my estate, or you can have anything on Henrietta. She manages it all for me." Then the old blue eyes opened wide and sharp, and Murray Madigan was once again the man, just momentarily, that he had been hundreds of years ago. An Australian trader, sharp, shrewd, wise, and not unkind. He added sharply, "Enjoy her company. She is a good child, but do not take her. Do not try to take her." "Why not?" said Casher, surprised at his own bluntness. "Because if you do, she will die. She is mine, imprinted to me. I had her made, and she is mine. Without me, she would die in a few days. Do not take her." Casher saw the old man leave the room by a secret door. He left himself the way he had come in. He did not see Madigan again for 2 days, and by that time the old man had gone far back into his cataleptic sleep. 11. 2 days later, Taruth took Casher to visit the sleeping Madigan. "You can't go in there," said Eunice, in a shocked voice. "Nobody goes in there. That's the master's room." "I'm taking him in," said Taruth calmly. She had pulled a cloth of gold curtain aside, and she was spinning the combination locks on a massive steel door. It was set in diamond material. The maid went on protesting. "But even you, little ma'am, can't take him in there." "Who says I can't?" said Taruth, calmly and challengingly. The awfulness of the situation sank in on Eunice. In a small voice she muttered, "If you're taking him in, you're taking him in, but it's never been done before." "Of course it hasn't, Eunice, not in your time. But Casher O'Neill has already met the Mr. Andoner. He has fought for the Mr. Andoner. Do you think I would take a stray or random guest in to look at the master, just like that?" "Oh, not at all, no," said Eunice. "Then go away, woman," said the lady-child. "You don't want to see this door open, do you?" "Oh, no!" shrieked Eunice, and fled, putting her hands over her ears as though that would shut out the sight of the door. When the maid had disappeared, Taruth pulled with her whole weight against the handle of the heavy door. Casher expected the mustiness of the tomb, or the medicinality of a hospital. He was astonished when fresh air and warm sunlight poured out from that heavy, mysterious door. The actual opening was so narrow, so low, that Casher had to step sidewise as he followed Taruth into the room. The master's room was enormous. The windows were flooded with perpetual sunlight. The landscape outside must have been the way Henrietta looked in its prime, when Motil was a resort for the carefree millions of vacationers, and Dan Biloxi, a port feeding worlds halfway across the galaxy. There was no sign of the ugly, snaky storms which worried and pestered Henrietta in these later years. Everything was landscape, order, neatness. The triumph of man, as though Poussin had painted it. The room itself, like the other great living rooms of the estate of Beauregard, was exuberant neo-Baroque, in which the architect, himself half mad, had been given wild license to work out his fantasies in steel, plastic, plaster, wood, and stone. The ceiling was not flat, but vaulted. The four corners of the room were each alcoves, cutting deep into the four sides, so that the room was, in effect, an octagon. The propriety and prettiness of the room had been a little diminished by the shoving of the furniture to one side. Sofas, upholstered armchairs, marble tables, and knick-knack stands, all in an indescribable mélange to the left, while the right-hand part of the room, facing the master window with the illusory landscape, was equipped like a surgery with an operating table, hydraulic lifts, bottles of clear and colored fluid hanging from chrome stands, and two large devices which, Casher later surmised, must have been heart, lung, and kidney machines. The alcoves, in their turn, were wilder. One was an archaic funeral parlor with an immense coffin, draped in black velvet, resting on a heavy teak stand. The next was a spaceship control cabin of the old kind, with the levers, switches, and controls all in plain sight. The meters actually read the galactically stable location of this very place, and to do so they had to whirl mightily, as well as a pilot's chair with the usual choice of helmets and the straps and shock absorbers. The third alcove was a simple bedroom done in very old-fashioned taste. The walls a Wedgwood blue with deep wine-colored drapes, coverlets, and pillowcases, marking a sharp but tolerable contrast. The fourth alcove was the copy of a fortress. It might even be a fortress. The door was heavy, and the walls looked as though they might be daimoni material, indestructible by any imaginable means. Cases of emergency food and water were stacked against the walls. Weapons, which looked oiled and primed, stood in their racks, together with 3 different calibers of wire point, each with its own fresh-looking battery. The alcoves had no people in them. The parlor was deserted. The Mr. and owner Murray Madigan lay naked on the operating table. 2 or 3 wires led to gauges attached to his body. Casher thought that he could see a faint motion of the chest, as the cataleptic man breathed at a rate 1/10 normal, or less. The girl lady, Terruth, was not the least embarrassed. "I check him 4 or 5 times a day. I never let people in here. But you're special, Casher. He's talked with you and fought beside you, and he knows that he owes you his life. You're the first human person ever to get into this room." "I'll wager," said Casher, "that the administrator of Henrietta, the Honorable Rankin Michaeljohn, would give up some of his honorable just to get in here and have one look around. He wonders what Madigan is doing when Madigan is doing nothing." "He's not just doing nothing," said Terruth sharply. "He's sleeping. It's not everybody who can sleep for 40 or 50 or 60,000 years and can wake up a few times a month just to see how things are going." Casher started to whistle and then stopped himself, as though he feared to waken the unconscious, naked old man on the table. "So that's why he chose you." Terruth corrected him as she washed her hands vigorously in a wash-basin. "That's why he had me made. Turtle stock. 300 years. Multiply that with intensive strewn treatments 300 times. 90,000 years. Then he had me printed to love him and adore him. He's not my master, you know. He's my God." "Your what?" "You heard me. Don't get upset. I'm not going to give you any illegal memories. I worship him. That's what I was printed for, when my little turtle eyes opened, and they put me back in the tank to enlarge my brain and to make a woman out of me. That's why they printed every memory of the citizenness Agatha Madigan right into my brain. I'm what he wanted, just what he wanted. I'm the most wanted being on any planet. No wife, no sweetheart, no mother has ever been wanted as much as he wants me now. When he wakes up and knows that I am still here. You're a smart man. Would you trust any machine at all, for 90,000 years? "It would be hard," said Casher, to get batteries of monitors long enough for them to repair each other over that long a time. But that means you have 90,000 years of it, 4 times, 5 times a day. I can't even multiply the numbers. Don't you ever get tired of it?" "He's my love, he's my joy, he's my darling little boy," she caroled, as she lifted his eyelids and put colorless drops in each eye. Absent-mindedly, she explained, "With this slow metabolism, there's always some danger that his eyelids will stick to his eyeballs. This is part of the checkup." She tilted the sleeping man's head, looked earnestly into each eye. She then stepped a few paces aside and put her face close to the dial of a gently humming machine. There was the sound of a shot. Casher almost reached for his gun, which he did not have. The child turned back to him with a free, mischievous smile. "Sorry, I should have warned you. That's my noisemaker. I watched the encephalograph to make sure his brain keeps a little auditory intake. It showed up with the noise. He's asleep, very deeply asleep, but he's not drifting downward into death." Back at the table, she pushed Madigan's chin upward so that the head leaned far back on its neck. Deftly holding the forehead, she took a retractor, opened his mouth with her fingers, depressed the tongue, and looked down into the throat. "No accumulation there," she muttered, as if to herself. She pushed the head back into a comfortable position. She seemed on the edge of another set of operations when it was obvious that an idea occurred to her. "Go wash your hands thoroughly, over there at the basin. Then push the timer down, and be sure you hold your hands under the sterilizer until the timer goes off. You can help me turn him over. I don't have help here. You're the first visitor." Casher obeyed, and while he washed his hands, he saw the girl drench her hands with some flower-scented unguent. She began to massage the unconscious body with professional expertness, even with a degree of roughness. As he stood with his hands under the sterilizer dryer, Casher marveled at the strength of those girlish arms and those little hands. Indefatigably they stroked, rubbed, pummeled, pulled, stretched, and poked the old body. The sleeping man seemed to be utterly unaware of it, but Casher thought that he could see a better skin color and muscle tone appearing. He walked back to the table and stood facing Tarruth. A huge peacock walked across the imaginary lawn outside the window, his tail shimmering in a paroxysm of colors. Tarruth saw the direction of Casher's glance. "Oh, I programmed that, too. He likes it when he wakes up. Don't you think he was clever, before he went into catalepsis, to have me made, to have me created to love him and to care for him? It helps that I'm a girl. I can't ever love anybody but him, and it's easy for me to remember that this is the man I love. And it's safer for him. Any man might get bored with these responsibilities. I don't." "Yet," said Casher. "Shh," she said. "Wait a bit. This takes care." Her strong little fingers were now plowing deep into the abdomen of the naked old man. She closed her eyes so that she could concentrate all her senses on the one act of tactile impression. She took her hands away and stood erect. "All clear," she said. "I've got to find out what's going on inside him, but I don't dare use X-rays on him. Think of the radiation he'd build up in 100 years or so. He defecates about twice a month while he's sleeping. I've got to be ready for that. I also have to prime his bladder every week or so. Otherwise he would poison himself just with his own body wastes. Here now, you can help me turn him over. But watch the wires. Those are the monitor controls. They report his physiological processes, radio a message to me if anything goes wrong, and meanwhile supply the missing neurophysical impulses if any part of the automatic nervous system began to fade out or just simply went off." "Has that ever happened?" "Never," she said. "Not yet, but I'm ready. Watch that wire. You're turning him too fast. There now, that's right. You can stand back while I massage him on the back." She went back to her job of being a masseuse. Starting at the muscles joining the skull to the neck, she worked her way down the body, pouring ointment on her hands from time to time. When she got to his legs, she seemed to work particularly hard. She lifted the feet, bent the knees, slapped the calves. Then she put on a rubber glove, dipped her hand into another jar, one which opened automatically as her hand approached, and came out with her hand greasy. She thrust her fingers into his rectum, probing, thrusting, groping, her brow furrowed. Her face cleared as she dropped the rubber glove in a disposal can and wiped the sleeping man with a soft linen towel, which also went into a disposal can. "He's all right. He'll get along well for the next 2 hours. I'll have to give him a little sugar then. All he's getting now is normal saline." She stood facing him. There was a faint glow in her cheeks from the violent exercise in which she had been indulging, but she still looked both the child and the lady, the child irrecoverably remote, hidden in her own wisdom from the muddled world of adults, and the lady, mistress in her own home, her own estates, her own planet, serving her master with almost immortal love and zeal. "I was going to ask you back there," said Casher, and then stopped. "You were going to ask me?" He spoke heavily. "I was going to ask you what happens to you when he dies, either at the right time or possibly before his time. What happens to you?" "I couldn't care less," her voice sang out. He could see by the open, honest smile on her face that she meant it. "I'm his. I belong to him. That's what I'm for. They may have programmed something into me, in case he dies, or they may have forgotten. What matters is his life, not mine. He's going to get every possible hour of life that I can help him get. Don't you think I'm doing a good job?" "A good job, yes," said Casher. "A strange one, too." "We can go now," she said. "What are those alcoves for?" "Oh, those. They're his make-believes. He picks one of them to go to sleep in. His coffin, his fort, his ship, or his bedroom. It doesn't matter which. I always get him up with the hoist and put him back on his table where the machines and I can take proper care of him. He doesn't really mind waking up on the table. He has usually forgotten which room he went to sleep in. We can go now." They walked toward the door. Suddenly she stopped. "I forgot something. I never forget things, but this is the first time I ever let anybody come in here with me. You were such a good friend to him. He'll talk about you for thousands of years, long, long after you're dead," she added, somewhat unnecessarily. Casher looked at her sharply to see if she might be mocking or deprecating him. There was nothing but the little girl's solemnity, the womanly devotion to an established domestic routine. "Turn your back," she commanded peremptorily. "Why?" he asked. "Why, when you have trusted me with all the other secrets?" "He wouldn't want you to see this." "See what?" "What I'm going to do. When I was the citizeness Agatha, or when I seemed to be her, I found that men are awfully fussy about some things. This is one of them." Casher obeyed and stood facing the door. A different odor filled the room, a strong wild scent, like a geranium pomade. He could hear Teruth breathing heavily as she worked beside the sleeping man. She called to him. "You can turn around now." She was putting away a tube of ointment, standing high to get it into its exact position on a tile shelf. Casher looked quickly at the body of Madigan. It was still asleep, still breathing very lightly and very slowly. "What on earth did you do?" Teruth stopped in mid-step. "You're going to get nosy." Casher stammered mere sounds. "You can't help it," she said. "People are inquisitive." "I suppose they are," he said, flushing at the accusation. "I gave him his bit of fun. He never remembers it when he wakes up, but the cardiograph sometimes shows increased activity. Nothing happened this time. That was my own idea. I read books and decided that it would be good for his body tone. Sometimes he sleeps through a whole Earth year, but usually he wakes up several times a month." She passed Casher, almost pulled herself clear of the floor, tugging on the great inside levers of the main door. She gestured him past. He stooped and stepped through. "Turn away again," she said. "All I'm going to do is spin the dials, but they're cued to give any viewer a bad headache, so he will forget the combination. Even robots. I'm the only person tuned to these doors." He heard the dials spinning, but did not look around. She murmured, almost under her breath, "I'm the only one. The only one." "The only one for what?" asked Casher. "To love my master, to care for him, to support his planet, to guard his weather. But isn't he beautiful? Isn't he wise? Doesn't his smile win your heart?" Casher thought of the faded old wreck of a man with the yellow pajama bottoms. Tactfully, he said nothing. Ruth babbled on quite cheerfully. "He is my father, my husband, my baby son, my master, my owner. Think of that, Casher. He owns me. Isn't he lucky to have me? And aren't I lucky to belong to him?" "But what for?" asked Casher, a little crossly, thinking that he was falling in and out of love with this remarkable girl himself. "For life," she cried. "In any form, in any way. I am made for 90,000 years, and he will sleep and wake and dream and sleep again, a large part of that." "What's the use of it?" insisted Casher. "The use," she said. "The use? What's the use of the little turtle egg they took and modified in its memory chains, right down to the molecular level? What's the use of turning me into an undergirl, so that even you have to love me off and on? What's the use of little me meeting my master for the first time when I had been manufactured to love him? I can tell you, man, what the use is. Love." "What did you say?" said Casher. "I said the use was love. Love is the only end of things. Love on the one side and death on the other. If you are strong enough to use a real weapon, I can give you a weapon which will put all misery at your mercy. Your cruiser and your laser would just be toys against the weapon of love. You can't fight love. You can't fight me." They had proceeded down a corridor, forgotten pictures hanging on the walls, unremembered luxuries left untouched by centuries of neglect. The bright yellow light of Henrietta poured in through an open doorway on their right. From the room came snatches of a man singing while playing a stringed instrument. Later, Casher found that this was a verse of the Henrietta song, the one which went, "Don't put your ship in the boom lagoon, look up north for the raving wave. Henrietta's boiled away, but Anne Biloxi's a saving grave." They entered the room. A gentleman stood up to greet them. It was the great Go pilot, John Joytree. His ruddy face smiled, his bright blue eyes lit up, a little condescendingly, as he greeted his small hostess, but then his glance took in Casher O'Neill. The effect was sudden and evil. John Joytree looked away from both of them. The phrase which he had started to use stuck in his throat. He said in a different voice, very away and deeply troubled, "There is blood all over this place. There is a man of blood right here. Excuse me, I am going to be sick." He trotted past them and out the door which they had entered. "You have passed a test," said Ruth. "Your help to my master has solved the problem of the captain and Honorable John Joytree. He will not go near that control room if he thinks that you are there." "Do you have more tests for me? Still more? By now you ought to know me well enough not to need tests." "I am not a person," she said, "but just a built-up copy of one. I am getting ready to give you your weapon. This is a communications room as well as a music room. Would you like something to eat or drink?" "Just water," he said. "At your hand," said Ruth. A rock crystal carafe had been standing on the table beside him, unnoticed. Or had she transported it into the room with one of the tricks of the Hecazera, the dreaded Agatha herself? It didn't matter. He drank. Trouble was coming. 12. Ruth had swung open a polished cabinet panel. The communicator was the kind they mount in planeforming ships right beside the pilot. The rental on one of them was enough to make any planetary government reconsider its annual budget. "That's yours?" cried Casher. "Why not?" said the little girl lady. "I have 4 or 5 of them." "But you're rich." "I'm not. My master is. I belong to my master, too. But things like this, he can't handle them. How does he manage? You mean money and things? The girlish part of her came out. She looked pleased, happy, and mischievous. I managed them for him. He was the richest man on Henrietta when I came here. He had credits of strewn. Now he is about 40 times richer. He's a Rod McBan, exclaimed Casher. Not even near. Mr. McBan had a lot more money than we, but he's rich. Where do you think all the people from Henrietta went? I don't know, said Casher. To 4 new planets. They belong to my master, and he charges the new settlers a very small land rent. You bought them? Casher asked. For him, Taruth smiled. Haven't you heard of planet brokers? But that's a gambler's business, said Casher. I gambled, she said, and I won. Now keep quiet and watch me. She pressed a button. Instant message. Instant message, repeated the machine. What priority? War news, AA1, subspace penalty. Confirmed, said the machine. The planet Miser, now, war and peace information. Will fighting end soon? The machine clucked to itself. Casher, knowing the prices of this kind of communication, almost felt that he could see the arterial spurt of money go out of Henrietta's budget as the machines reached across the galaxy, found Miser, and came back with the answer. Skirmishing, 7th Nile. Ends 3 local days. Close message, said Taruth. The machine went off. Taruth turned to him. You're going home soon, Casher, if you can pass a few little tests. He stared at her. He blurted, I need my weapons, my cruiser, and my laser. You'll have weapons. Better ones than those. Right now, I want you to go to the front door. When you have opened the door, you will not let anybody in. Close the door. Then please come back to me here, dear Casher, and if you are still alive, I will have some other things for you to do. Casher turned in bewilderment. It did not occur to him to contradict her. He could end up a forgetty, like the maidservant Eunice or the administrator's brown man Gosigo. Down the halls he walked. He met no one except for a few shy cleaning robots, who bowed their heads politely as he passed. He found the front door. It stopped him. It looked like wood on the outside, but it was actually a daimoni door made of near indestructible material. There was no sign of a key or dials or controls. Acting like a man in a dream, he took a chance that the door might be keyed to himself. He put his right palm firmly against it, at the left or opening edge. The door swung in. Michael John was there. Gosigo held the administrator upright. It must have been a rough trip. The administrator's face was bruised and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes focused on Casher. You're alive. She caught you, too? Quite formally, Casher asked, What do you want in this house? I have come, said the administrator, to see her. To see whom? Insisted Casher. The administrator hung almost slack in Gosigo's arms. By his own standard and in his own way, he was a very brave man indeed. His eyes looked clear, even though his body was collapsing. To see Taruth, if she will see me, said Rankin Michael John. She cannot, said Casher. See you now. Gosigo! The forgetty turned to Casher and gave him a bow. You will forget me. You have not seen me. I have not seen you, Lord. Give my greetings to your lady. Anything else? Yes. Take your master home as safely and swiftly as you can. My lord! Cried Gosigo, though this was an improper title for Casher. Casher turned around. My lord, tell her to extend the weather machines for just a few more kilometers, and I will have him home safe in 10 minutes, at top speed. I can tell her, said Casher, but I cannot promise she will do it. Of course, said Gosigo. He picked up the administrator and began putting him into the ground car. Rankin Michael John bawled once like a man crying in pain. It sounded like a blurred version of the name Murray Madigan. No one heard it but Gosigo and Casher. Gosigo busy closing the ground car, Casher pushing on the big house door. The door clicked. There was silence. The opening of the door was remembered only by the warm, sweet, salty stink of seaweed, which had disturbed the odor pattern of the changeless, musty old house. Casher hurried back with the message about the weather machines. Ruth received the message gravely. Without looking at the console, she reached out and controlled it with her extended right hand, not taking her eyes off Casher for a moment. The machine clicked its agreement. Ruth exhaled. "Thank you, Casher. Now the instrumentality and the forgetty are gone." She stared at him, almost sadly and inquiringly. He wanted to pick her up, to crush her to his chest, to rain his kisses on her face, but he stood stock still. He did not move. This was not just the forever-loving turtle child. This was the real mistress of Henriada. This was the Hecazera of Gonfalon, whom he had formerly thought about only in terms of a wild, melodic grand opera. "I think you are seeing me, Casher. It is hard to see people, even when you look at them every day. I think I can see you too, Casher. It is almost time for us both to do the things which we have to do." "Which we have to do?" he whispered, hoping she might say something else. "For me, my work here on Henriada. For you, your fate on your homeland of miser. That's what life is, isn't it? Doing what you have to do in the first place. We're lucky people if we find it out. You are ready, Casher. I am about to give you weapons which will make bombs and cruisers and lasers and bombs seem like nothing at all. By the bell, girl, can't you tell me what those weapons are?" Ruth stood in her innocently revealing sheath, the yellow light of the old music room pouring like a halo around her. "Yes," she said, "I can tell you now. Me." "You?" Casher felt a wild surge of erotic attraction for the innocently voluptuous child. He remembered his first insane impulse to crush her with kisses, to sweep her up with hugs, to exhaust her with all the excitement which his masculinity could bring to both of them. He stared at her. She stood there, calm. That sort of an idea did not ring right. He was going to get her, but he was going to get something far from fun or folly, something indeed which he might not even like. When at last he spoke, it was out of the deep bewilderment of his own thoughts. "What do you mean you're going to give me yourself? It doesn't sound very romantic to me, nor the tone in which you said it." The child stepped close to him, reaching up and patting his forehead. "You're not going to get me for a night's romance, and if you did, you would be sorry. I am the property of my master and of no other man. But I can do something with you which I have never done to anyone else. I can get myself imprinted on you. The technicians are already coming. You will be the turtle child. You will be the citizeness Agatha Madigan, the Hecazera of Gonfalon herself. You will be many other people, and yourself. You will then win. Accidents may kill you, Casher, but no one will be able to kill you on purpose. Not when you're me. Poor man. Do you know what you will be giving up?" "What?" he croaked, at the edge of a great fright. He had seen danger before, but never before had danger loomed up from within himself. "You will not fear death ever again, Casher. You will have to lead your life minute by minute, second by second, and you will not have the alibi that you are going to die anyhow. You will know that's not special." He nodded, understanding her words and scrabbling around his mind for a meaning. "I'm a girl, Casher." He looked at her, and his eyes widened. She was a girl, a beautiful, wonderful girl, but she was something more. She was the mistress of Henriada. She was the first of the underpeople really and truly to surpass humanity. To think that he had wanted to grab her poor little body. The body, that was sweet, but the power within it was the kind of thing that empires and religions are made of. "And if you take the print of me, Casher, You will never lie with a woman without realizing that you know more about her than she does. You will be seeing a man among blind multitudes, a hearing person in the world of the deaf. I don't know how much fun romantic love is going to be to you after this." Gloomily, he said, "If I can free my home planet of Miser, it will be worth it, whatever it is." "You're not going to turn into a woman," she laughed. "Nothing that easy. But you are going to get wisdom, and I will tell you the whole story of the sign of the fish before you leave here." "Not that, please," he begged. "That's a religion, and the instrumentality would never let me travel again." "I'm going to have you scrambled, Casher, so that nobody can read you for a year or two, and the instrumentality is not going to send you back. I am, through Space 3. It'll cost you a fine big ship to do it. My master will approve when I tell him, Casher. Now, give me that kiss you have been wanting to give me. Perhaps you will remember something of it when you come out of Scramble." She stood there. He did nothing. "Kiss me," she commanded. He put his arm around her. She felt like a big little girl. She lifted her face. She thrust her lips up toward his. She stood on tiptoe. He kissed her the way a man might kiss a picture or a religious object. The heat and fierceness had gone out of his hopes. He had not kissed a girl, but power, tremendous power and wisdom put into a single slight form. "Is that the way your master kisses you?" She gave him a quick smile. "How clever of you. Yes, sometimes. Come along now. We have to shoot some children before the technicians are ready. It will give you a good last chance of seeing what you can do when you have become what I am. Come along. The guns are in the hall." 13. They went down an enormous light oak staircase to a floor which Casher had never seen before. It must have been the entertainment and hospitality center of Beauregard long ago, when the Mr. and owner Murray Madigan was himself young. The robots did a good job of keeping away the dust and the mildew. Casher saw inconspicuous little air dryers placed at strategic places, so that the rich tooled leather on the walls would not spoil, so that the velvet bar stools would not become slimy with mold, so that the pool tables would not warp, nor the golf clubs go out of shape with age and damp. By the bell, he thought, that man Madigan could have entertained 1,000 people at one time in a place this size. The gun cabinet now, that was functional. The glass shone, the velvet of oil showed on the steel and walnut of the guns. They were old Earth models, very rare and very special. For actual fighting, people used the cheap artillery of the present time or wire points for close work. Only the richest and rarest of connoisseurs had the old Earth weapons, or could use them. Taruth touched the guard robot and waked him. The robot saluted, looked at her face, and without further inquiry opened the cabinet. "Do you know guns?" said Taruth to Casher. "Wire points," he said. "Never touched a gun in my life." "Do you mind using a learning helmet, then? I could teach you hypnotically with the special rules of the Hekazera, but they might give you a headache or upset you emotionally. The helmet is neuroelectric, and it has filters." Casher nodded and saw his reflection nodding in the polished glass doors of the gun cabinet. He was surprised to see how helpless and lugubrious he looked. But it was true. Never before in his life had he felt that a situation swept over him, washed him along like a great wave, left him with no choice and no responsibility. Things were her choice now, not his, and yet he felt that her power was benign, self-limited, restricted by factors at which he could no more than guess. He had come for one weapon, the cruiser which he had hoped to get from the Administrator Rankin Michaeljohn. She was offering him something else, psychological weapons, in which he had neither experience nor confidence. She watched him attentively for a long moment, and then turned to the gun-watching robot. "You're little Harry Hadrian, aren't you? The gun-watcher." "Yes, ma'am," said the silver robot brightly, "and I'm owl-brained, too. That makes me very bright." "Watch this," she said, extending her arms the width of the gun cabinet, and then dropping them after a queer flutter of her hands. "Do you know what that means?" "Yes, ma'am," said the little robot quickly, the emotion showing in his toneless voice by the speed with which he spoke, not by the intonation. "It means you have taken over and I am off duty. Can I go sit in the garden and look at the live things?" "Not quite yet, little Harry Hadrian. There are some wind people out there now, and they might hurt you. I have another errand for you first. Do you remember where the teaching helmets are?" "Silver hats on the 3rd floor in an open closet with a wire running to each hat, yes." "Bring one of those as fast as you can. Pull it loose very carefully from its electrical connection." The little robot disappeared in a sudden, fast, gentle clatter up the stairs. Tarreuth turned back to Casher. "I have decided what to do with you. I am helping you. You don't have to look so gloomy about it." "I'm not gloomy. The administrator sent me here on a crazy errand killing an unknown underperson. I find out that the person is really a little girl. Then I find out that she is not an underperson but a frightening old dead woman still walking around alive. My life gets turned upside down. All my plans are set aside. You propose to send me home to fulfill my life's work on Miser. I've struggled for this so many years. Now you're making it all come through, even though you were going to cook me through Space 3 to do it, and throw in a lot of illegal religion and hypnotic tricks that I'm not sure I can handle. Now you tell me to come along to shoot children with guns. I've never done anything like that in my life, and yet I find myself obeying you. I'm tired out, girl, tired out. If you have put me in your power, I don't even know it. I don't even want to know it." "Here you are, Casher, on the ruined, wet world of Henrietta. In less than a week, you will be recovering among the military casualties of Colonel Wedder's army. You will be under the clear sky of Miser, and the 7th Nile will be near you, and you will be ready at long last to do what you have to do. You will have bits and pieces of memories of me, not enough to make you find your way back here, or to tell people all the secrets of Beauregard, but enough for you to remember that you have been loved. You may even," and she smiled very gently, with a tender, wry humor on her face, "marry some Miser girl, because her body or her face or her manner reminds you to me." "In a week?" he gasped. "Less than that." "Who are you?" he cried out. "That you, an underperson, should run real people and should manipulate their lives?" "I didn't look for power, Casher. Power doesn't usually work if you look for it. I have 89,000 years to live, Casher, and as long as my master lives, I shall love him and take care of him. Isn't he handsome? Isn't he wise? Isn't he the most perfect master you ever saw?" Casher thought of the old ruined-looking body, with the plastic knobs set into it. He thought of the faded pajama bottoms. He said nothing. "You don't have to agree," said Tarreuth. "I know I have a special way of looking at him, but they took my turtle brain and raised the IQ to above normal human level. They took me when I was a happy little girl, enchanted by the voice and the glance and the touch of my master. They took me to where this real woman lay dying, and they put me into a machine, and they put her into one, too. When they were through, they picked me up. I had on a pink dress with pastel blue socks and pink shoes. They carried me out into the corridor on a rug. They had finished with me. They knew that I wouldn't die. I was healthy. Can't you see it, Casher? I cried myself to sleep 900 years ago." Casher could not really answer. He nodded sympathetically. "I was a girl, Casher. Maybe I was a turtle once, but I don't remember that, any more than you remember your mother's womb or your laboratory bottle. In that 1 hour I was never to be a girl again. I did not need to go to school. I had her education, and it was a good one. She spoke 20 or more languages. She was a psychologist and a hypnotist and a strategist. She was also the tyrannical mistress of this house. I cried because my childhood was finished, because I knew what I would have to do. I cried because I knew that I could do it. I loved my master so, but I was no longer to be the pretty little servant who brought him his tablets or his sweetmeats or his beer. Now I saw the truth. As she died, I had myself become Henrietta. The planet was mine to care for, to manage, to protect my master. If I come along and I protect and help you, is that so much for a woman who will just be growing up when your grandchildren will all be dead of old age? No, no, stammered Casher O'Neill. But your own life? A family, perhaps? Anger lashed across her pretty face. Her features were the features of the delicious girl-child Terruth, but her expression was that of the citizeness Agatha Madigan, perhaps a worldly woman reborn to the endless worldliness of her own wisdom. Should I order a husband from the Turtlebank, perhaps? Should I hire out a piece of my master's estate to be sold to somebody because I'm an underperson? Or perhaps put to work somewhere in an industrial ship? I'm me. I may be an animal, but I have more civilization in me than all the wind people on this planet. Poor things. What kind of people are they, if they are only happy when they catch a big mutated duck and tear it to pieces, eating it raw? I'm not going to lose, Casher. I'm going to win. My master will live longer than any person has ever lived before. He gave me that mission when he was strong and wise and well in the prime of his life. I'm going to do what I was made for, Casher, and you're going to go back to Miser and make it free whether you like it or not. They both heard a happy scurrying on the staircase. The small silver robot, little Harry Hadrian, burst upon them. He carried a teaching helmet. Terruth said, "Resume your post. You are a good boy, little Harry, and you can have time to sit in the garden later on when it is safe." "Can I sit in a tree?" the little robot asked. "Yes, if it is safe." Little Harry Hadrian resumed his post by the gun cabinet. He kept the key in his hand. It was a very strange key, sharp at the end, and as long as an awl. Casher supposed that it must be one of the straight magnetic keys, cued to its lock by a series of magnetized patterns. "Sit on the floor for a minute," said Terruth to Casher. "You're too tall for me." She slipped the helmet on his head, adjusted the levers on each side, so that the helmet sat tight and true upon his skull. With a touching gesture of intimacy, for which she gave him a sympathetic, apologetic little smile, she moistened the two small electrodes with her own spit, touching her finger to her tongue and then to the electrode. These went to his temples. She adjusted the verniered dials on the helmet itself, lifted the rear wire, and applied it to her forehead. Casher heard the click of a switch. "That did it," he heard Terruth's voice saying, very far away. He was too busy looking into the gun cabinet. He knew them all and loved some of them. He knew the feel of their stocks on his shoulder, the glimpse of their barrels in front of his eyes, the dance of the target on their various sights, the welcome heavy weight of the gun on his supporting arm, the rewarding thrust of the stock against his shoulder when he fired. He knew all this, and did not know how he knew it. "The Hekazera, Agatha herself, was a very accomplished sportswoman," murmured Terruth to him. "I thought her knowledge would take a second printing when I passed it along to you. Let's take these." She gestured to little Harry Hadrian, who unlocked the cabinet and took out two enormous guns, which looked like the long muskets mankind had had on Earth, even before the age of space began. "If you're going to shoot children," said Casher with his newfound expertness, "these won't do. They'll tear the bodies completely to pieces." Terruth reached into the little bag which hung from her belt. She took out 3 shotgun shells. "I have 3 more," she said. 6 children is all we need." Casher looked at the slug projecting slightly from the shotgun casing. It did not look like any shell he had ever seen before. The workmanship was unbelievably fine and precise. "What are they? I never saw these before." "Proximity stunners," she said. "Shoot 10 centimeters above the head of any living thing, and the stunner knocks it out." "You want the children alive?" "Alive, of course, and unconscious. They are a part of your final test." 2 hours later, after an exciting hike to the edge of the weather controls, they had the 6 children stretched out on the floor of the great hall. 4 were little boys, 2 girls. They were fine-boned, soft-haired people, very thin, but they did not look too far from Earth normal. Ruth called up a doctor underman from among her servants. There must have been a crowd of 50 or 60 undermen and robots standing around. Far up the staircase, John Joy Tree stood hidden, half in shadow. Casher suspected that he was as inquisitive as the others, but afraid of himself, Casher, the man of blood. Ruth spoke quietly but firmly to the doctor. "Can you give them a strong euphoric before you waken them? We don't want to have to pluck them out of all the curtains in the house if they go wild when they wake up." "Nothing simpler," said the doctor underman. He seemed to be of dog origin, but Casher could not tell. He took a glass tube and touched it to the nape of each little neck. The necks were all streaked with dirt. These children had never been washed in their lives, except by the rain. "Wake them," said Ruth. The doctor stepped back to a rolling table. It gleamed with equipment. He must have pre-set his devices because all he did was to press a button, and the children stirred into life. The first reaction was wildness. They got ready to bolt. The biggest of the boys, who by Earth standards would have been about 10, got 3 steps before he stopped and began laughing. Ruth spoke the old common tongue to them, very slowly and with long spaces between the words. "Wind children, do you know where you are?" The biggest girl twittered back to her so fast that Casher could not understand it. Ruth turned to Casher and said, "The girl said that she is in the dead place, where the air never moves, and where the old dead ones moor around on their own business. She means us." To the wind children she spoke again. "What would you like most?" The biggest girl went from child to child. They nodded agreement vigorously. They formed a circle and began a little chant. By the second repetition around, Casher could make it out. "Shig-shag-sugary, shuck-shuck-shuck, what all of us need is an all-around duck. Shig-shag-sugary, shuck-shuck-shuck." At the 4th or 5th repetition they all stopped and looked at Ruth, who was so plainly the mistress of the house. She in turn spoke to Casher O'Neill. "They think that they want a tribal feast of raw duck. What they are going to get is inoculations against the worst diseases of this planet, several duck meals, and their freedom again. But they need something else beyond all measure. You know what that is, Casher, if you can only find it." The whole crowd turned its eyes on Casher, the human eyes of the people and under-people, the milky lenses of the robots. Casher stood aghast. "Is this a test?" he asked softly. "You could call it that," said Ruth, looking away from him. Casher thought furiously and rapidly. It wouldn't do any good to make them into forgetties. The household had enough of them. Ruth had announced a plan to let them loose again. Mr. and owner Murray Madigan must have told her, sometime or other, to do something about the wind people. She was trying to do it. The whole crowd watched him. What might Ruth expect? The answer came to him in a flash. If she were asking him, it must be something to do with himself, something which he, uniquely among these people, under-people and robots, had brought to the storm-sieged mansion of Beauregard. Suddenly, he saw it. "Use me, my Lady Ruth," said he, deliberately giving her the wrong title, "to print on them nothing from my intellectual knowledge, but everything from my emotional makeup. It wouldn't do them any good to know about Mizar, where the 12 Niles worked their way down across the intervening sands, nor about Pontoppidan, the gem planet, nor about Olympia, where the blind brokers promenade under numbered clouds. Knowing things would not help these children, but wanting—" He was unique. He had wanted to return to Mizar. He had wanted to return beyond all dreams of blood and revenge. He had wanted things fiercely, wildly, so that even if he could not get them, he zigzagged the galaxy in search of them. Ruth was speaking to him again, urgently and softly, but not in so low a voice that the others in the room could not hear. "And what, Casher O'Neill, should I give them from you?" "My emotional structure, my determination, my desire, nothing else. Give them that and throw them back into the winds. Perhaps if they want something fiercely enough, they will grow up to find out what it is." There was a soft murmur of approval around the room. Ruth hesitated a moment and then nodded. "You answered, Casher. You answered quickly and perceptively. Bring 7 helmets, Eunice. Stay here, Doctor." Eunice the Forgetty left, taking 2 robots with her. "A chair," said Ruth, to no one in particular. "For him." A large, powerful underman pushed his way through the crowd and dragged a chair to the end of the room. Ruth gestured that Casher should sit in it. She stood in front of him. Strange, thought Casher, that she should be a great lady and still a little girl. How would he ever find a girl like her? He was not even afraid of the mystery of the fish, or the image of the man on 2 pieces of wood. He no longer dreaded Space 3, where so many travelers had gone in and so few had come out. He felt safe, comforted by her wisdom and authority. He felt that he would never see the likes of this again. A child running a planet and doing it well. A half-dead man surviving through the endless devotion of his maidservant, a fierce woman hypnotist living on with all the anxieties and angers of humanity gone, but with the skill and obstinacy of turtle genes to sustain her in her re-imprinted form. "I can guess what you are thinking," said Ruth, "but we have already said the things that we had to say. I've peeped your mind a dozen times, and I know that you want to go back to Miser so bad that Space 3 will spit you out right at the ruined fort where the big turn of the 7th Nile begins. In my own way, I love you, Casher, but I could not keep you here without turning you into a Forgetty and making you a servant to my master. You know what always comes first with me, and always will." "Madigan." "Madigan," she answered, and with her voice the name itself was a prayer. Eunice came back with the helmets. "When we are through with these, Casher, I'll have them take you to the conditioning room. Goodbye, my might-have-been." In front of everyone, she kissed him full on the lips. He sat in the chair full of patience and contentment. Even as his vision blacked out, he could see the thin, light sheath of a smock on the girlish figure. He could remember the tender laughter lurking in her smile. In the last instant of his consciousness, he saw that another figure had joined the crowd. The tall, old man with the worn bathrobe, the faded blue eyes, the thin, yellow hair. Murray Madigan had risen from his private life and death, and had come to see the last of Casher O'Neill. He did not look weak nor foolish. He looked like a great man, wise and strange in ways beyond Casher's understanding. There was the touch of Ruth's little hand on his arm, and everything became a velvety, cluttered, dark quiet inside his own mind. 14. When he awoke, he lay naked and sunburned under the hot sky of Miser. 2 soldiers with medical patches were rolling him onto a canvas litter. "Miser," he cried to himself. His throat was too dry to make a sound. "I'm home." Suddenly the memories came to him, and he scrabbled and snatched at them, seeing them dissolve within his mind before he could get paper to write them down. Memory. There was the front hall, himself getting ready to sleep in the chair, with the old giant of Murray Madigan at the edge of the crowd and the tender, light touch of Ruth, his girl, now uncountable light-years away, putting her hand on his arm. Memory. There was another room, with stained glass pictures and incense, and the weep-worthy scenes of a great life shown in frescoes around the wall. There were the 2 pieces of wood and man in pain nailed to them. But Casher knew that scattered and coded through his mind there was the ultimate and undefeatable wisdom of the sign of the fish. He knew he would never fear fear again. Memory. There was a gaming table in a bright room with the wealth of 1,000 worlds being raked toward him. He was a woman, strong, big-busted, bejeweled, and proud. He was Agatha Madigan, winning at the games. That must have come, he thought, when they printed me with Taruth. And in that mind of the Hekazera, which was now his own mind, too, there was clear, sure knowledge of how he could win men and women, officers and soldiers, even underpeople and robots, to his cause, without a drop of blood or word of anger. The man, lifting him on the litter, made red waves of heat and pain roll over him. He heard one of them say, "Bad case of burn. Wonder how he lost his clothes." The words were matter of fact. The comment was nothing special, but the cadence, that special cadence, was the true speech of Miser. As they carried him away, he remembered the face of Rankin Michaeljohn, enormous eyes staring with inward despair over the brim of a big glass. That was the administrator. On Henrietta. That was the man who sent me past Ambiluxy to Beauregard at 2:75 in the morning. The litter jolted a little. He thought of the wet marshes of Henrietta, and knew that soon he would never remember them again. The worms of the tornadoes creeping up to the edge of the estate, the mad, wise face of John Joytree. Space 3? Space 3? Already, even now, he could not remember how they had put him into Space 3. And Space 3 itself. All the nightmares which mankind has ever had pushed into Casher's mind. He twisted once in agony, just as the litter reached a medical military cart. He saw a girl's face. What was her name? And then he slept. 15. 14 miser days later, the first test came. A doctor colonel and an intelligence colonel, both in the workaday uniform of Colonel Wedder's Special Forces, stood by his bed. "Your name is Casher O'Neill, and we do not know how your body fell among the skirmishers," the doctor was saying, roughly and emphatically. Casher O'Neill turned his head on the pillow and looked at the man. "Say something more," he whispered to the doctor. The doctor said, "You are a political intruder, and we do not know how you got mixed up among our troops. We do not even know how you got back among the people of this planet. We found you on the 7th Nile." The intelligence colonel standing beside him nodded agreement. "Do you think the same thing, Colonel?" whispered Casher O'Neill to the intelligence colonel. "I ask questions. I don't answer them," said the man gruffly. Casher felt himself reaching for their minds with a kind of fingertip which he did not know he had. It was hard to put into ordinary words, but it felt as though someone had said to him, Casher, "That one is vulnerable at the left forefront area of his consciousness, but the other one is well armored and must be reached through the midbrain." Casher was not afraid of revealing anything by his expression. He was too badly burned, and in too much pain to show nuances of meaning on his face. Somewhere he had heard of the wild story of the Hekazera of Gonfalon. Somewhere endless storms boiled across ruined marshes under a cloudy yellow sky. But where, when? What was that? He could not take time off for memory. He had to fight for his life. "Peace be with you," he whispered to both of them. "Peace be with you," they responded in unison with some surprise. "Lean over me, please," said Casher, "so that I do not have to shout." They stood stock straight. Somewhere in the resources of his own memory and intelligence, Casher found the right note of pleading, which could ride his voice like a carrier wave and make them do as he wished. "This is Miser," he whispered. "Of course this is Miser," snapped the intelligence colonel, "and you are Casher O'Neill. What are you doing here?" "Lean over, gentlemen," he said softly, lowering his voice so that they could barely hear him. This time they did lean over. His burned hands reached for their hands. The officers noticed it, but since he was sick and unarmed, they let him touch them. Suddenly he felt their minds glowing in his as brightly as if he had swallowed their gleaming, thinking brains at a single gulp. He spoke no longer. He thought at them, torrential, irresistible thought. "I am not Casher O'Neill. You will find his body in a room 4 doors down. I am the civilian, Bin Daoud." The 2 colonels stared, breathing heavily. Neither said a word. Casher went on. "Our fingerprints and records have gotten mixed. Give me the fingerprints and papers of the dead Casher O'Neill. Bury him then, quietly but with honor. Once he loved your leader, and there is no point in stirring up wild rumors about returns from out of space. I am Bin Daoud. You will find my records in your front office. I am not a soldier. I am a civilian technician doing studies on the salt in blood chemistry under field conditions. You have heard me, gentlemen. You hear me now. You will hear me always. But you will not remember this, gentlemen, when you awaken. I am sick. You can give me water and a sedative." They still stood, enraptured by the touch of his tight, burned hands. Casher O'Neill said, "Awaken." Casher O'Neill let go their hands. The medical colonel blinked and said amiably, "You'll be better, Mr. and Dr. Bin Daoud. I'll have the orderly bring you water and a sedative." To the other officer he said, "I have an interesting corpse 4 doors down. I think you would better see it." Casher O'Neill tried to think of the recent past, but the blue light of misery was all around him, the sand smell, the sound of horses galloping. For a moment he thought of a big child's blue dress, and he did not know why he almost wept.